After spending 10 years bedridden due to paralysis, a young boy finds himself reborn in a magical wasteland world. Not only is his body healed, but he also forms an unusual bond with a mysterious magical squirrel. Jiang Sun awoke from a deep slumber, feeling the long-forgotten ache in his muscles. As he struggled to open his eyes, he was greeted not by the sterile white ceiling of a hospital, but by the deep blue canvas of a tent. The pungent smell of disinfectant was gone, replaced by the fragrant scent of plants. "Am I dead?" Jiang Sun murmured, his voice a mix of confusion and relief. For someone who had spent the best years of his youth confined to a hospital bed, death seemed like an acceptable conclusion. But just then, a wave of sharp pain surged through him, reconnecting his senses to his brain. He stood up, tentatively, like a newborn discovering his limbs, moving them gently, as if he were a butterfly unfurling its wings for the first time. Every inch of his skin, every joint seemed to rejoice, celebrating newfound freedom. "Welcome to the world of the magical wasteland," a deep, resonant voice boomed suddenly. "Your bodies will be reshaped by magic, returning to their peak state. From this moment, live well, and let the miracle of life continue through you." Jiang Sun carefully examined the small 5-square-meter tent. A central wooden pole, etched with strange patterns, supported the blue walls. A glowing lantern and a mysterious magic book were placed on a wooden table. Just as he was about to inspect the book, the sounds of heavy impacts and agonized screams echoed from outside. A mechanical voice followed, detailing the rules of survival. The magic tent was a temporary safe haven. Mastering basic magic was essential. Resources needed to be gathered independently, and venturing out at night was extremely dangerous. "Live if you can, die if you must." Jiang Sun unhesitatingly pushed aside the tent flap and inhaled the fresh air deeply. The bitter taste from years of wearing a respirator finally dissipated. While selecting a weapon from the magic book, he resolutely chose a white staff. To hell with close combat. He had suffered enough from a decade-long ordeal following a close encounter with a truck, and he refused to repeat that mistake. Stepping out of the tent, the sight took his breath away. A hemispherical light shield enveloped the tent, with stars twinkling outside and moonlight casting dappled shadows. Towering trees were entwined with glowing vines. Unknown flying creatures streaked across the sky, leaving trails of light, and countless magical plants wove a fantastical tapestry on the ground. Ignoring the system's persistent danger warnings, Jiang Sun boldly stepped beyond the light shield, spreading his arms to embrace the world that had given him a second chance at life. The system promptly awarded him with the reckless achievement and the source of magic reward. At that moment, a small squirrel, its tail shimmering with colors, leapt onto his shoulder and mimicked his outstretched arms. The two shared a glance, and, with a silent understanding, returned to their embracing the world stance. "Thank you, nature, for your gift. I, Ganala, the god of darkness, am back." Walla 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 la walla la la. Jiang Sun turned back, puzzled, meeting the wise, twinkling eyes of the little creature. Jiang Sun looked at the little squirrel with a bewildered expression. The small creature sighed, turned nimbly, and gently smoothed Jiang Sun's messy hair with its tiny paws before leaping down and darting into the tent. "Wait!" Jiang Sun exclaimed, puzzled. "Wasn't there supposed to be a magical shield for protection? How can such a big thing get in without stopping it? How am I supposed to sleep peacefully?" He sighed as he tried to tame his hair, which looked like a bird's nest, convincing himself. "It's just a squirrel. What harm can it do?" A chilly night breeze slipped through his collar, making Jiang Sun shiver. He hurried into the tent, wrapping himself tightly in the thin hospital gown, silently complaining about its lack of warmth. Suddenly, he remembered the reward mentioned by the system. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Sun reached into his pocket. He first pulled out a few milk candies, then felt a cool object, a necklace that shimmered with a bright silver glow. As he touched the necklace, a prompt appeared before him. Source of magic. Type, necklace. Level, star glimmer firefly star moonlight. Wearing requirement, none. Effect, increases magic value recovery speed by 300. Note, a reward for taking the first step into the magical world, a unique item, can be upgraded. Looks nice, Jiang Sun said as he put the necklace on, feeling a mysterious energy surge through him, as if something within had become more substantial. He then examined the staff in his hand, and a similar prompt appeared. Basic staff. Type, staff. Level, glimmer firefly star moonlight. Wearing requirement, none. Effect, magic value limit 50, magic conduction rate 20, allows casting basic magic. Note, a beginner's basic weapon, with a lower conduction rate and poor material, use it for now. Comparing the two, Jiang Sun immediately realized the value of the source of magic. He carefully polished the necklace until it shone brightly. Picking up the staff, he lightly poked the little squirrel that was unwrapping a milk candy on the magic book. The little creature gave him an annoyed glance, but then resumed its focus on the treat. Jiang Sun opened the Wasteland of Magic manual, reading carefully under the dim light. The content was just as the system had described, introducing the basic situation of this world. The first page was a full-length chronicle. This was once a splendid magical world, but a terrifying magical disaster destroyed everything. Too many words, not much substance, not reading this. Jiang Sun muttered as he quickly flipped past the page. Jiang Sun furrowed his brow slightly, squinting his eyes in confusion. He was flipping through a peculiar magic book, baffled by the time and weather information displayed within. On the first day of the first year of the Blue Star calendar, a day lasted only 20 hours, with the night stretching for 12 hours. This was clearly not the natural day-night cycle of Blue Star. Jiang Sun sighed helplessly and continued to read. The weather forecast indicated temperatures between 15 and 24, with clear skies and stable magic energy flow. A gentle breeze carried the faint scent of moonlight grass, suggesting a magical event was imminent. In the night sky, stars aligned into an ancient magic formation, heralding good fortune and unexpected adventures. This magic book is just a magical tablet, isn't it? Jiang Sun couldn't help but remark sarcastically. He turned to the World Communication Channel, watching as messages flooded in like a tide, refreshing at an alarming speed. With nearly 8 billion users, matching the total human population of Blue Star, Jiang Sun was secretly amazed, realizing that everyone seemed to have been transported here. Do I have to take care of kids here too? He felt relieved that he was alone and didn't need to worry about others. With that thought, he tilted his head back, holding back tears, and continued to check the information. The chat's sidebar displayed, Regional Communication Channel 559,998 people, friends 0. Jiang Sun noticed that 2 people had disappeared from the region, sending a chill down his spine. While the magic world is terrifying, he began browsing the regional channel messages. Despite the rapid refresh rate, he managed to catch a few. Hey, where am I? I was just sleeping. Does anyone know what's going on? What is this magical wasteland world? Did you see those glowing plants outside? They're beautiful, but I wonder if they're dangerous. Mom, where are you? There's a wolf-like creature staring at me outside, drooling all over the place. What should I do? I don't know what's making noise outside, but it's terrifying. Hungry. Do you have any food? My hot pot was just served, and then I got transported here. I'm going to dominate this magic world. Avada Kedavra. Got a beginner's weapon. I'm going to take down that tiger. Messages expressing condolences for a big brother soon flooded the channel. Jiang Sun noticed someone asking, "Hey, have you learned the gathering skill gifted by the system?" Seeing this, he paused to mourn for the brave big brother for 3 seconds, then opened his personal information panel. Name, Jiang Sun. Level, Glimmer Firefly Star Bright Moon. Strength, 35. Agility, 55. Stamina, 45. Intelligence, 85. Magic, 210,100. Skill, Gathering Level 1. The values in parentheses represented the standard for a healthy adult. Jiang Sun was surprised to find that all his attributes, except intelligence, were embarrassingly low. Am I really this pathetic? He couldn't help but mock himself, his heart filled with both anxiety and anticipation for the unknown world. Jiang Sun couldn't help but sigh and rub his forehead when he saw his meager strength of 3 points. Years of being bedridden had left him with no ability to exercise, and his body was naturally weak. However, he quickly perked up, feeling grateful that there would be opportunities to improve in the future. He flipped through the Magic Wasteland manual and discovered a series of features like the marketplace and shelter information at the back, although they were currently blank. Jiang Sun gently moved aside a little squirrel named Walla, which was standing on the magic book with its hands on its hips, demanding candy. He had just named it, initially thinking of calling it Milk Candy. But realizing it seemed to be male, he changed it to Walla. After all, it couldn't speak human language, so who cared if it liked the name or not? Humming a little tune, Jiang Sun sat at the entrance of his tent with the magic book in his arms, watching short videos from the Magic Wasteland world. Simultaneously, he opened the chat box of the regional channel, which was bustling with activity as newcomers discussed their initial equipment. I chose the beginner's sword, and it gave me an extra point of strength. I got the beginner's axe, which added a point to my stamina. My beginner's bow and arrow added a point of agility and 10 points of mana. What? It added 10 mana? If I'd known, I would have picked the bow and arrow too. Seriously, that's not fair. I want to switch. I'm so envious of the pros. When you make it big, remember to help us out. What's there to be envious about? I only got 5 arrows. The system says if I want more, I have to gather materials and make them myself. The conversation soon shifted to tent upgrades. Excuse me, by the way, can the axe be used to chop down trees? Why chop trees? Didn't the manual say upgrading the magic tent to a magic hut requires 100 units of wood, 100 units of stone, and 1 unit of magic material? Isn't there supposed to be a hidden upgrade method as well? I haven't seen any specific requirements. Can the tent really be upgraded? True. Otherwise I feel like that shield outside will eventually be torn apart by the magic wolf. Suddenly, a message caught Jiang Sun's attention. Hey buddy, there's a wolf outside, and you're just chatting here? How are you so calm? What's there to be afraid of? I'm a terrifying upright ape with a weapon. Am I going to let a mere beast bully me? I've been working out for years, and my strength is a solid 7 points. Once I finish sending this message, I'm going to take it down. Wow, you're the man. You're awesome. Jiang Sun noticed the number of people in the regional channel had decreased by 1, and he rubbed his temples in frustration. Human nature, even with previous examples, some people still can't face reality. The monsters in the magic wasteland world at night are clearly beyond what humans can handle at this stage. Reflecting on this, Jiang Sun felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, when he went out earlier in a moment of madness, the terrifying beast that let out a frightening scream didn't attack him. He silently vowed to change his rash behavior. Jiang Sun's previously bold demeanor instantly deflated, and he retreated back into his tent. At midnight, Jiang Sun closed the manual on the magical wasteland and glanced at the pitch-black sky outside the tent. With a sigh, he realized there was little more he could do tonight. He reached out to pat Walla. The squirrel sprawled out as his pillow. As Jiang Sun drifted into a deep sleep, the only light left in the tent was the flickering glow from the lamp on the wooden table. Outside the tent, the woods were gradually swallowed by darkness. The occasional rustling sound could have been the wind in the leaves or mysterious footsteps. The night passed quickly, and soon it was 6 a.m. on the first day of the Blue Star calendar year. At 6 a.m., the first rays of sunlight seeped through the tent seams, casting a magical hue over the space. Suddenly, Jiang Sun was jolted awake by something pushing against his head. He groggily opened his eyes to find Wallace standing with arms akimbo, glaring at him with a face full of indignation. "Hey, what's your problem? You're just a squirrel. Why are you giving me the evil eye?" Jiang Sun retorted. "You ate my last piece of candy yesterday, so what if I used you as a pillow?" The two stared each other down until Jiang Sun had a sudden inspiration. "Walla, do you know the biggest role of a pet?" Seeing Walla tilt its head in confusion, he continued. "If you can't provide emotional support, then you better be good for nutrition." As soon as he finished speaking, Walla seemed to understand and rolled its eyes disdainfully at Jiang Sun. "Oh, you dare give me that look?" Jiang Sun exclaimed playfully, grabbing Walla and giving it a gentle squeeze. "You've got some meat on you. If I can't find food, I might just eat you." Jiang Sun tidied his messy hair and stretched, preparing to go out. He knew today might be significant, at least he needed to find some food. "Can't let myself get so hungry that I actually eat a squirrel," he muttered to himself. Instead of rushing out, Jiang Sun first opened the magical wasteland manual. The weather section displayed temperature 1624, clear skies, with slight fluctuations in magical energy. A gentle breeze whispered of mysterious magical forces awakening quietly. In the night sky, stars aligned into an ancient magic circle, hinting at good fortune and unexpected encounters. There were 7.5 hours of daylight left. The regional channel was already buzzing with various voices. "I couldn't sleep at all last night, feeling a bit dazed now." "Tell me about it. Something was making noise outside the whole night. I didn't dare sleep." "I'm starving. I want to find some food, but I don't know if it's safe outside." "Dude, you haven't gone out yet? It's freezing out there. If you don't find food, you'll starve eventually." "Freezing? It's the sea outside for me." "What? I'm in a pitch-dark cave, too scared to go out." "No way. It looks like a graveyard outside for me." "Sorry, man." Jiang Sun closed the manual, piecing together the situation from these snippets. Clearly, everyone was far apart, making any joint action nearly impossible. He glanced at the fantastical scenery outside and felt relieved that his surroundings seemed relatively normal. He pocketed the manual, grabbed his staff, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the tent, ready to face this unknown world. Just as Jiang Sun stepped out of the tent, he suddenly remembered something and turned back inside. Carefully, he tucked Wallace little squirrel into his pocket. "It's too dangerous for you to stay here alone," he explained, though in the back of his mind, he considered the squirrel as potential food if he couldn't find anything else to eat. After all, in this unfamiliar environment, who knew what might happen? Stepping out of the tent again, the fresh, damp air hit him, clearing his head. The surroundings were tranquil, yet there seemed to be a faint whispering in the air. The ground beneath his feet was soft as a carpet, with dewdrops glistening on the grass, soaking his shoes. Not far away, unusual flowers and plants shimmered with a faint glow, like stars in the night sky. Towering ancient trees stood watch, their branches swaying as if scrutinizing the intruder. In the distance, vibrant lights flickered through the forest, appearing and disappearing in a mesmerizing dance. Suddenly, a blurred figure leapt lightly over a nearby bush, vanishing in an instant, catching Jiang Sun off guard. Breathing deeply, Jiang Sun soaked in the magical wasteland's enchanting morning atmosphere. As a young man who had spent 10 years of his youth in a hospital bed, he felt a surge of unprecedented vitality and a desire to explore. Gazing up at the fantastical forest, Jiang Sun silently vowed to explore thoroughly today, no matter what. Just as he was lost in this new wonder, his stomach growled, jolting him back to reality. Jiang Sun recalled the task in the manual about upgrading his house and decided to start by gathering resources. He raised his staff, aimed at a large tree not far away, and chanted the spell. Guna, god of darkness, chop tree. This was the legendary dark magic he had mastered. As the incantation was spoken, the icon for gathering skills on the panel flickered and then entered a half-hour cooldown. Jiang Sun felt something being drawn from within him, while the tip of his white staff burst into dazzling light. A pale yellow halo shot out from the staff's tip, accurately striking the target tree trunk. With a deafening crash, the tree, nearly half a meter in diameter, thundered down. Even more astonishing, the trunk was neatly sliced into half-meter logs, scattered in an orderly fashion on the ground. Jiang Sun approached to inspect, and counted carefully. There were as many as 20 pieces. He couldn't help but marvel. This truly is a magical world. This sight filled him with anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. Before him, a stream of information flowed like water as Jiang Sun quickly scanned it. Type of wood, material grade, and a note about the dim light. The phrase basic building materials in abundance caught his attention, making him ponder. He tapped the air, and his personal information panel appeared. Name, Jiang Sun. Level, dim light. Strength, 3 agility, 5 stamina, 4 intelligence, 8 mana, 161,210. Recovery rate, 1133 points hour. Skill, gathering level 1. Jiang Sun frowned as he noticed that his mana had decreased by a full 50 points. He quickly calculated in his mind, gradually understanding how mana was calculated. A normal adult with 5 points in intelligence has a base mana of 100 points. Each additional intelligence point increases the mana cap by 20 points. Using the gathering skill to cut down a tree consumes 50 mana points, which is half of an average person's reserve. It seems most people will have to endure several days to gather the 100 units of wood needed for an upgrade, Jiang Sun thought to himself. After all, the normal mana recovery rate is a mere 5 points per hour. Reflecting on how he had received an astonishing 300 bonus to his recovery rate due to the system's mana source reward, reaching 44 points per hour, Jiang Sun felt deeply grateful. He couldn't help but grab the silver pendant on his chest and give it a gentle kiss. Opening his spellbook, he saw that the regional chat channel was filled with complaints. Damn, using gathering to cut down a tree costs 50 mana points. Tell me about it. And the recovery rate is just 5 points per hour, taking a full day to replenish. Help. I didn't check my mana and chopped down 2 trees. Now I feel completely drained. Even standing is difficult. Haha. Luckily, I chose a staff, which added 50 mana, allowing me to cut 1 more tree. Respect to the big shots, seeking resource trade. I have edible berries. Looks like those who chose an axe are in luck. When mana runs out, they can still chop trees by hand. Those who chose the beginner sword should manage as well. Jiang Sun frowned in thought. It seems the recovery rate also increases with the mana cap. A full day's recovery, it seems. Avada Kedavra on a melon. Jiang Sun suddenly shouted a nonsensical spell, followed by Balala Energy Sharuka Chop Tree. A nearby tree and rock split apart, transforming into scattered basic resources. Sweet, Jiang Sun exclaimed quietly, yet he ignored the scattered wood and stones, moving deeper into the area. His goal was more urgent, still hadn't found food. Scattered logs lay around the tent, but Jiang Sun didn't rush to tidy them up. After all, the logging area was just a stone's throw away, making it convenient to gather more. However, the pressing issue was securing today's food. Jiang Sun strolled along a path illuminated by glowing plants. On either side, various flowers, some emitting a faint light, and others moving without a breeze, filled his view. He casually picked up a palm-sized red mushroom, its surface dotted with tiny white specks of light. This should be edible, right? He thought. With a mere thought, information about the mushroom appeared before him. Red mushroom, spore plant level, emits a faint glow. Consuming it reduces magic capacity by 50 for 3 days. Note, toxicity unknown, can be risked if starving to death. Jiang Sun frowned. What a gamble. He reached into his shirt pocket, pulling out the sleeping Walla. Gently poking it, he offered the mushroom. Want a taste? Walla opened its sleepy eyes, gave Jiang Sun a disdainful glance, then swatted the mushroom away and leaped to the ground. It waved its paw at Jiang Sun and dashed forward. Walla, Jiang Sun exclaimed, then rubbed his hands with anticipation as he followed. He had heard that squirrels were excellent at storing food. Was Walla leading him to a food source? Thank nature for its bounty. After a 10-minute jog, Walla finally stopped. Jiang Sun noticed the path and grassland boundaries had blurred beneath him. Above, towering trees with dense branches and leaves blocked the sky, darkening the surroundings. Jiang Sun shivered involuntarily. Damn, this little creature isn't selling me out to some beast, is it? Running this far just to reach the trade, spot really cautious. His anxiety was understandable. At that moment, he had no means of self-defense. The staff he held was merely a tool for casting gathering spells, and he hadn't mastered any offensive magic. He couldn't just poke someone with this half-meter stick, could he? Noticing Jiang Sun's hesitation, Walla gave him a determined look and gestured for him to follow. Then, standing on its hind legs and with its paws behind its back, it strutted forward. After a brief pause, Jiang Sun followed. Hopefully, it's nothing, he reassured himself. They delved deeper into the forest, and Jiang Sun carefully pushed aside the vine-entangled bushes, inadvertently making a noticeable noise. Screw it, why bother being cautious, he thought, and stood up. Before him lay a vast clearing, hundreds of meters in diameter. At its center stood a massive tree, nearly 30 meters in diameter, towering majestically. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, lending a dreamlike quality to the scene. Walla jumped onto Jiang Sun's shoulder, pointed towards the giant tree, and urged him forward. Jiang Sun's heart raced, and he hesitantly moved his feet. Don't let me down, Walla, he muttered. His fear was justified. The giant tree resembled a world boss, its immense size exuding an intimidating presence that made the usually fearless Jiang Sun wary. Almost everyone has a fear of large objects. Anyone claiming otherwise is surely deceiving themselves. It must be because he hasn't seen something truly massive yet. Jiang Sun walked cautiously, taking a full 5 minutes to approach the trunk of the enormous tree. The cheerful birdsong overhead offered him some relief, at least proving that this wasn't one of those monstrous trees that devour living creatures. Walla hopped off Jiang Sun's shoulder and strutted forward with a swagger that matched Jiang Sun's own. Jiang Sun followed closely, jogging to keep up with this mysterious guide as they began to circle the thick trunk. After circling about a quarter of the way around, Walla suddenly stopped. Jiang Sun caught up quickly, only to gasp in shock at the sight before him a massive tree hollow with a diameter of at least 10 meters. A gust of wind blew through, making the dark opening emit eerie, haunting sounds. Whoa! Jiang Sun shouted in terror, turning to flee. Countless frightening images flashed through his mind, imagining what colossal creature might dwell within. However, after taking a few steps, he realized there was no movement behind him. Mustered up his courage, Jiang Sun glanced back and saw Walla standing at the entrance, looking at him with a mocking expression as if he were a fool. Cursing under his breath, Jiang Sun watched as Walla nimbly leaped into the tree hollow, only to emerge moments later, beckoning him to follow. Jiang Sun was puzzled. Could it just be an ordinary tree hollow? He hesitated as he moved forward, each step taken with caution, ready to run at a moment's notice. Despite his fear, his curiosity and desire for self-improvement drove him onward. Reaching the entrance, Jiang Sun cautiously peeked inside. To his surprise, the interior was not the damp, gloomy place he had imagined. Walla was lounging comfortably on a smooth, soft animal hide, munching on an unfamiliar fruit. The air inside was filled with a faint, refreshing fragrance, as if some mysterious force maintained the cleanliness and dryness of the space. Seeing Jiang Sun's hesitation, Walla raised the fruit to invite him to join and casually tossed one over. Jiang Sun caught the emerald-like fruit, surprised to find its surface seemed to emit a faint glow. With a thought, information about the fruit appeared before his eyes. Emerald Lumina fruit. Type: magical fruit. Level: Firefly. Effect: Intelligence 1 first consumption. Each consumption increases magic recovery speed by 50, lasting 10 hours. Note: grows in areas rich in magic, contains pure natural magic, especially effective for those new to the magical realm. Jiang Sun rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The ordinary food in this magical world was astonishing. His heart brimmed with curiosity and anticipation for this new world. Jiang Sun turned his head and couldn't help but widen his eyes. In front of Walla, a basket woven from unknown vines was filled with colorful, shimmering fruits. Each one exuded an extraordinary aura, as if containing magical power. Walla, whose lair have you raided this time? Jiang Sun teased, seeing Walla's leisurely demeanor. Clearly, this little creature had made itself at home here for a while. Walla tilted its head, letting out a series of incomprehensible sounds. Walla? Walla? Walla. Its adorable expression made Jiang Sun laugh, and he picked it up, playfully squeezing it. Suddenly, Jiang Sun's attention was drawn to the glowing fruits in the basket. He casually picked one up and took a bite without hesitation. Crunch. The juice splattered everywhere. Ugh. Jiang Sun almost spat it out immediately. The taste was both sour and bitter, spreading through his mouth. These fruits look harmless, but they're awful. He forced himself to chew a few more times before swallowing, worried that he might miss out on a potential magical effect. At that moment, Jiang Sun realized why Walla preferred milk candy over these seemingly extraordinary fruits. But in order to enhance his abilities, he pinched his nose and forced himself to gulp down the emerald glowing fruit. After finishing, Jiang Sun quickly opened his information panel and noticed the changes. Personal information. Name: Jiang Sun. Level: Glimmer, Glimmer Firefly Star Moon. Strength: 3. Agility: 5. Stamina: 4. Intelligence: 9. Magic: 142,230. Recovery speed: 12,366 points. Skills: gathering level 1. Not bad. Jiang Sun thought happily to himself. My mana recovery speed increased by 6 points, though it seems somewhat temporary. He quickly calculated. Now my magic recovery speed is up to 54 points per hour. Does this mean I can chop down almost 20 trees a day? At this thought, Jiang Sun shook his head, amused by his own workhorse mentality. To soothe the possibly startled Walla, he pulled a piece of milk candy from his pocket and gently tossed it to the creature. Finally, Jiang Sun sat cross-legged on the spread-out fur, opened the regional channel, and prepared to catch up on the latest developments in this world. Is there anyone with a golden finger? Please let me join you. Jiang Sun couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly as he watched the endless calls in the chat channel. The screen was filled with all sorts of exaggerated claims, from sign-in systems to hundredfold resources, as if everyone had become the protagonist of a novel. Jiang Sun sighed softly, recalling his own superpower. 10 years ago, he thought he was the chosen one until reality mercilessly shattered his illusions. His so-called golden finger was merely the ability to conjure white rabbit creamy candy from his shirt pocket. At most 3 or 4 pieces a day, not enough to cure cavities, let alone change his fate. He continued browsing through the chat logs, seeing one lucky person after another flaunting their gains. Someone found miraculous snowland winter roots, another dug up a pile of wild potatoes, and someone even stumbled upon a magical food that increased mana recovery. Jiang Sun couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Why was his luck so poor? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jiang Sun's mind. He realized that the basket of fruit given to him by the squirrel might be more precious than these so-called treasures. Each fruit could permanently increase attributes, which meant, at that moment, a terrifying thought emerged. That audacious squirrel, eating and drinking freely in this cave, wasn't it afraid of the cave's owner returning? Cold sweat broke out on Jiang Sun's forehead. Weren't they both stealing food in a tiger's den? Fear washed over him like a tide, and Jiang Sun could no longer sit still. He grabbed the still chattering squirrel and the basket full of fruit and bolted out of the cave without looking back. He was terrified that at any moment, he might hear the roar of some unknown giant beast behind him. Did my delivery arrive? After running for about 10 minutes to get there, it took him less than 5 minutes to spot the exit on his way back. Jiang Sun felt a surge of joy as he saw the tent at the edge of the forest, protected by a magical shield. He quickened his pace, anticipating the safety it promised. However, his joy was short-lived, interrupted by a terrifying thought. If that beast followed him, his fragile tent wouldn't withstand a single blow. Just as Jiang Sun was about to step out of the forest, he abruptly halted, his pupils contracting sharply. In front of his tent crouched a massive bear-like creature, nearly 2 meters tall, even when hunched over. The beast was reaching out its paw, seemingly testing the tent. Jiang Sun held his breath, scrutinizing this unexpected visitor. Its body was covered in deep black fur that shimmered with a metallic sheen in the sunlight, as if each strand held a mysterious magical power. Most striking was a tuft of purple hair on its head, giving this formidable creature a somewhat comical, punk appearance. A magical world's prankster? Jiang Sun thought absurdly, before realizing the imminent danger. The beast was toying with his only refuge. The black bear-like creature turned, almost blocking the entire entrance to the tent. It lifted a paw and lightly jabbed at the tent. The magical shield protecting it rippled and even dented, looking as though it might shatter at any moment. Jiang Sun was anxious. The tent was his sole safety net in this perilous world. As he racked his brain for a solution, the black bear-like creature suddenly turned its gaze directly at the frozen Jiang Sun. "Don't mess with me," Jiang Sun instinctively shouted, raising his staff and adopting a fighting stance. With the bear blocking his way forward and an unknown beast behind him, his situation was precarious. Despite the dire circumstances, Jiang Sun showed no fear. He took a deep breath and let out a thunderous roar, hoping to intimidate the beast with sheer primal force. The black bear-like creature was not to be outdone, responding with a deafening roar of its own. Its jewel-like eyes flashed with purple light, tiny sparks dancing around its sockets, clearly ready to attack. Jiang Sun inwardly chuckled at his futile attempt, but refused to give up. He decided to try a different approach. "Beast, surrender or be vanquished," he shouted, pointing a trembling finger at the bear and stepping forward. At that moment, Walla, startled by the commotion, poked its head out of Jiang Sun's chest pocket, staring intently at the black bear-like creature. Jiang Sun thought that anything was better than doing nothing. He tensed his muscles, bracing himself for whatever fate awaited him. Jiang Sun's roar echoed through the forest, unexpectedly triggering a jaw-dropping scene. The fierce black bear, which once seemed menacing, suddenly had a clear and gentle look in its eyes, like a harmless college student. More astonishingly, the massive creature appeared to shrink by half a meter, trembling as it retreated a step. Jiang Sun was overjoyed, thinking to himself that the ancestral method indeed worked. Summoning his courage, he took another step forward, and the bear's reaction was even more intense. It seemed to recognize a natural enemy. lowering its head further and retreating once more. Ultimately, it pressed its head to the ground and covered it with its paws, looking utterly terrified. This series of unusual actions left Jiang Sun baffled. While he was still puzzling over the situation, the bear seized the moment, and with an agility unfitting its size, it bounded into the thick underbrush. In an instant, the enormous figure vanished without a trace, leaving Jiang Sun standing there, dumbfounded. Although he couldn't comprehend why the bear had suddenly abandoned its attack, Jiang Sun was wary of pursuing it recklessly. He knew that mere shouts could not truly scare off a bear weighing several tons. Nevertheless, he couldn't resist the urge to taunt, calling out in the direction where the bear disappeared. The new road is smooth. As if understanding human speech, a puzzled bear roar echoed from afar. Jiang Sun, feeling smug, added, "No gravel, little buddy." Another, even more bewildered roar came from the distance. Despite his bravado, Jiang Sun quickly retreated to his tent. He curled up in a corner, hands trembling uncontrollably, and it took quite a while for him to calm down. The recent encounter had been so perilous that anyone would be left shaken. Once he had somewhat calmed his nerves, Jiang Sun got up to inspect the tent carefully. Though the outer magical shield was intact, the central wooden beam had undergone a worrying change. The beam, once glowing with a halo, now had half its patterns dim, akin to a phone battery at 50, leaving him uneasy. Jiang Sun immediately grasped the seriousness of the situation. The tent's secondary magical shield clearly relied on this beam as its battery for sustenance. Once this battery was depleted, the magical tent would become just an ordinary one. Without the protection of the magical shield, he would be defenseless against the various beasts outside. On the night of January 1st in the first year of Blue Star, Jiang Sun was busy outside his tent. Under the moonlight, his figure moved back and forth as he repeatedly cast his gathering spell. Wood and stones fell around him like rain, and he bent over, drenched in sweat, to collect them one by one. Breathing heavily, he sorted and stacked his haul at the entrance of the tent. Counting them, he found 150 pieces of wood and 60 stones neatly arranged. What excited him even more were the 2 pieces of Firefly-grade hardwood and 3 pieces of Firefly-grade magic iron, or glimmering softly. Turning around, Jiang Sun's gaze fell on the pile of colorful magical fruits. Besides 5 emerald glow fruits, there were 3 ruby raspberries and 2 amber star fruits. Despite the sourness, he ate one of each. Instantly, a warm sensation spread through his body, increasing his strength and agility by 1 point each. Though his stomach growled with hunger, Jiang Sun no longer wanted to touch these fruits. "They're too unpalatable," he thought with a frown. "I'd rather trade them for something else, even wild potatoes." Yet he knew these attribute-boosting fruits were rare at this stage, and many would recognize their value. Jiang Sun opened his magic book and flipped to the shelter information section. The description of the glimmer-grade magic tent caught his eye. A traveler's essential temporary gear, barely shielding against the elements and small beasts. A line of red text warned, "Upgrade immediately." He frowned at the shelter facilities. The sub-level magic shield was only 46 charged. There were still materials needed for the upgrade. 160,100 wood and 60,100 stones were gathered, but he still needed 1 piece of magical material. Jiang Sun patted his forehead, worried that without an upgrade, he'd soon be homeless. As night fell, Jiang Sun lay wearily on the grass mat. He unwrapped a milk candy, and the sweet, creamy flavor instantly soothed his tired palate. "Now this is real food," he exclaimed, unwrapping 2 more white rabbit candies and stuffing them into Wa's mouth. Watching the little squirrel's cheeks puff up, Jiang Sun couldn't help but joyfully squeeze it. Wala chattered angrily, and though Jiang Sun couldn't understand, he was sure it wasn't anything nice. He was grateful for the little creature's presence. Otherwise, he might have had to eat poisonous mushrooms to stave off hunger. After calming Wala, Jiang Sun picked up the Magic Wasteland manual to read. The World Channel's message speed had slowed enough to make out some information. After all, everyone could only send 1 message a day, and after a busy day, people now found themselves idle. The nights in the Magic Wasteland were long, lasting a full 12 hours. Jiang Sun gazed at the starry sky, his thoughts drifting toward the unknown tomorrow. With 8 hours of sleep, there are still 4 hours of free time. In a world without games and short videos, people's choices are extremely limited. Inside the simple tent, there's only a rough straw mat and a rickety old table. In such an environment, the regional communication channel has become everyone's mental refuge. Humans, being social creatures, can gradually fall into depression and panic when surviving alone for extended periods. This communication platform has become the sole psychological comfort for survivors. Jiang Sun often browsed through this channel, jokingly referring to it as the short videos of the wasteland world. The channel was filled with the laughter and chatter of countless quirky netizens, greatly alleviating the anxiety and irritation brought on by survival. Here, people could temporarily put down the burdens of survival and release their stress in a relaxed atmosphere. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but reach out to adjust the little squirrel, Walla, resting at the back of his head. Seeing its reluctant expression, he quickly pulled out a piece of white rabbit candy, which slightly eased the tense atmosphere. Jiang Sun thought to himself that not everyone has a squirrel to cuddle, so he was quite lucky. At that moment, the regional channel was flooded with countless messages. Jiang Sun's attention was drawn to an eye-catching post. 100 logs, impressive, right? Just asking, isn't it? A torrent of replies quickly followed. Wow, I bow to the master. How did you do it? I've only managed to gather 40 logs all day. Roast rabbit one, smells amazing. Does anyone have spices? Lend me some, and I'll share a piece of rabbit meat. Master, please, can you spare me a piece? I haven't eaten all day, and I'm too hungry to move. Stop begging. If you want food, trade for it with supplies. Sigh, why can't I find anything to eat? I only found this starlight mushroom that restores energy, just enough to get by. Reading these waves of messages, Jiang Sun couldn't help but feel that even in this harsh wasteland world, the light of humanity still shines. There are those who boast, those who envy, those who seek help, those who refuse, and those who self-deprecate in resignation. This simple communication platform carries everyone's joys and sorrows, becoming a rare warm corner in this cruel world. The complaints on the World Channel were relentless, and Jiang Sun couldn't help but twitch his lips as he read them. He observed that only about a third of the people had found food, while most were still starving. One player on the World Channel breathlessly recounted being chased by a horned wolf, unable to defeat it. Another player complained about encountering a mole that hurled stones at him from a distance, making it impossible to catch. Someone else expressed frustration at finding nothing but grasslands and collecting 8 piles of cow dung. Wow, that's impressive, someone exclaimed. What's impressive about that? Another person retorted. Anyone brave enough to eat dung is impressive. If you dare, you'd be impressive too. Jiang Sun shook his head, thinking these people must not be hungry enough to be chatting idly like this. He noticed that the trading market was starting to fill with new items, indicating that everyone was making progress. The outrageous prices made him gasp, and he didn't recognize most of the items. Someone on the World Channel explained the trading system's rules. After a trade, items are automatically transported to the other person's tent. Only system-approved items can be traded, such as basic materials or items made with magic crafting scrolls. This design prevents unfair advantages from starting locations and increases survival difficulty. Jiang Sun nodded thoughtfully, realizing the importance of the magic crafting scrolls. He opened the regional channel and found that everyone was buzzing about a particular topic. Clearly, this new world held many mysteries waiting to be explored. Jiang Sun was focused on checking the trading channel when a series of notification sounds suddenly interrupted his thoughts. To his surprise, the number of people in the regional channel had dropped by over 100 in a short span of time. Their departure was silent, as if they had never existed. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Jiang Sun glanced at his energy bar, which was only half full, and felt a surge of urgency. He resolved to upgrade his tent tonight, or else he might unknowingly meet his end. Other survivors in the chat channel quickly became aware of the danger they were in. This was no idyllic otherworldly farm stay. It was a real, perilous wasteland filled with deadly threats. At that moment, a crucial question crossed Jiang Sun's mind. Where did the term wasteland in this so-called magical wasteland world originate from? Looking around, despite the lurking dangers, the scene before him was vibrant and full of life, starkly contrasting with the desolate, radiation-ridden wasteland he had imagined. Shaking his head, Jiang Sun decided to set aside this question for now. Survival was his priority. Everything else could wait. He quickly posted a trade offer at the trading center. 1:1 wood for stones, quantity 50. As expected, his trade request was snapped up within a minute. This speed was unsurprising, as everyone's starting environment varied, affecting the resources they could gather. Next, Jiang Sun checked the items he had that could serve as magical materials. He found that 3 types of glow-level fruits were unsuitable, but glow-level hardwood and magic iron could be used. However, Jiang Sun didn't plan to use these common materials as his main upgrade components. He aspired for something better. Opening his magic book, Jiang Sun carefully studied the shelter information. He noticed a key detail: additional effects. He speculated that the magical materials needed for the upgrade were likely intended to add these effects. Consequently, Jiang Sun decisively listed all 10 of his rare fruits for trade. He set detailed trade rules, allowing anyone to apply but retain the final decision-making power. Soon, a flood of trade applications came pouring in. Jiang Sun meticulously filtered out items with no grade or faint light level, ultimately keeping dozens of valuable offers. The owners of these high-quality resources had either encountered fortuitous events or had the courage to hunt magical beasts alone. Jiang Sun couldn't help but marvel at humanity's remarkable adaptability. In just one day, many had fully integrated into this unfamiliar world. Faced with a plethora of enticing trade offers, Jiang Sun took a deep breath and began to carefully weigh each option. He knew that the decisions he made next would directly impact his chances of survival in this dangerous world. Ding! The system notification chimed, and a small pile of items suddenly appeared before Jiang Sun. A golden coconut, frost wolf mane, and 3 kilograms of magic-patterned lamb. He eagerly grabbed the large golden coconut, skillfully cracked it open with a stone, and greedily drank the sweet coconut water. His day-long thirst was finally quenched. Jiang Sun recalled the bargaining he had just gone through. To obtain these precious resources, he had traded one each of an emerald spirit fruit, a ruby raspberry, and an amber star fruit. During the transaction, he also added the 3 trading partners as friends. After all, in this perilous world, those who possess such rare items must have either great luck or considerable strength. As the coconut water slid down his throat, another system notification sounded. Maximum magic points increased by 30. Jiang Sun felt a surge of joy. Although his magic points had always been sufficient, the thrill of a power boost was intoxicating. This coconut not only solved his immediate problem, but also brought an unexpected bonus. While enjoying the coconut water, Jiang Sun pondered the current survival challenges. Food and water resources were the greatest challenges for all humans, but he believed this was only temporary. People were already sharing various water collection methods on the World Channel, and knowledge sharing was becoming a new way to enhance personal reputation. Some lucky ones were born in water-rich areas and began trading water for other resources. However, most people's trades were not smooth, as, despite the extreme environment, everyone could obtain some water to a certain extent. In the magical forest where Jiang Sun resided, though there were many ways to collect water, he chose to focus his efforts on gathering materials to upgrade his shelter. Carefully using a sharp stone shard to trim the coconut opening, Jiang Sun planned to transform the coconut shell into a water storage container. To his surprise, the coconut shell suddenly glowed and was recognized by the system as a magical Itema golden coconut canteen. This low-level magical item could slowly purify water resources and effectively prevent magical turbulence erosion. Thrilled, Jiang Sun quickly cut a piece of wood and crafted a simple wooden lid to cover the canteen's opening. Once completed, the golden coconut canteen emitted a charming golden glow. He carefully stored this treasure and then turned to another important task. Taking out the magic-patterned lamb he had traded for, Jiang Sun set it over the fire to roast. The sizzling sound and enticing aroma soon awakened Walla, who sleepily crawled over to Jiang Sun's side. Together, they sat by the campfire, eagerly waiting for the delicious roasted meat. Jiang Sun spent 5 precious raw stones to finally trade for a fire-starting stone to grill some lamb. This small stone was a rare item crafted from a magical scroll. She thought to herself that although the seller's price was high, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. After all, in this world, few people could master the crafting of magical scrolls, and even fewer could create practical items. The market was flooded with various flashy but not very practical magical items. Magic water cups with constant temperature and glow stones that stored sunlight were just decorative trinkets. In contrast, the practical value of the fire-starting stone was much higher. Jiang Sun couldn't help but think that the person who luckily discovered the blueprint for this stone was bound to make a fortune. It's just the magical version of a thermos, a solar night light, and a lighter, Jiang Sun muttered while devouring the delicious lamb ribs. She thought that the people of this world clearly hadn't truly grasped the wonders of magic. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Jiang Sun picked up the magic book again. This time, she decided to focus not on trading basic supplies, but on finding information about exchanging magical materials. A dense array of trade listings appeared before her. Spirit tree branches, hardwood, venomous toad glands, magic iron gears, magic crystals. Each item had exchange conditions and notes from eager sellers. Jiang Sun carefully browsed through them, but felt that these materials were still somewhat lacking. She pondered that using such low-quality materials to enhance the shelter's effects would be too wasteful. Before the day turned to dusk, Jiang Sun, while munching on slightly charred lamb ribs, stepped outside. She cast a gathering spell on several sturdy trees, and with a few loud cracks, collected over 50 pieces of raw wood. She didn't bother to move them since they were close to the tent and could be retrieved when needed. Checking her personal information, she found her magic power was still at full capacity, and she sighed. If it weren't for the cooldown period of the gathering spell, she would probably have already amassed hundreds of pieces of raw wood and stones and started living comfortably. She wondered if anyone had learned other spells yet. With this question in mind, Jiang Sun continued her journey of exploration. Jiang Sun stared at the communicator in his hand, pondering silently. In this strange and dangerous world, acquiring magic was undoubtedly a rare occurrence. Magic scrolls could only be obtained from treasure chests gifted by the world, and the odds were infuriatingly low. His eyes scanned the screen, where only a handful of people in the World Channel were sharing their newly learned spells. One message caught his attention. Someone had learned the spell of illumination. Consumes 10 mana points, lights up a 10 square meter area for 1 minute. Jiang Sun noted it down, then saw that the adventurer, in testing the spell, almost attracted a monster attack. This information made him frown, reminding him once again of the dangers in this world. He switched to the regional communication channel and felt a sinking feeling. In such a short time, the number of people in the channel had decreased by several dozen. Damn this time travel, he cursed inwardly, though helplessly. After all, he himself had once narrowly escaped death. The chat channel remained lively, with people sharing their experiences and findings. Whenever someone boasted about their achievements, there was always a chorus of admiration. However, this cheerful atmosphere was occasionally interrupted by a desperate cry for help, instantly plunging everyone into silence. Everyone understood that in a world where even basic survival was a challenge, no one could guarantee they wouldn't be the next victim. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Sun changed his exchange information to only trading for magic materials. He decided to speed up the upgrade of his shelter. The image of the bear he'd encountered during the day resurfaced in his mind. Who knew if it would return in the dead of night? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He glanced around, realizing how vulnerable the shelter was. As night deepened, the surrounding forest seemed to harbor countless unknown dangers. He took a deep breath, tightened his grip on his weapon, and stood guard at the entrance of the shelter, fully alert. This night was destined to be a long and grueling one. Jiang Sun grabbed his staff and stepped outside. He cast the gathering spell once more, his eyes scanning the surroundings cautiously. The forest was alive with the sounds of insects, but there was no sign of any magical beasts. Once he confirmed it was safe, he turned back and slipped into the tent, plopping down onto the grass mat. Ouch! The rough texture made Jiang Sun wince, and he cursed under his breath. The shift from comfort to hardship made him miss the Tumterlong fir mat in the tree hollow, its soft, smooth texture still vivid in his memory. As he chewed on the slightly charred magic-patterned mutton, he pondered whether he should risk returning to the tree hollow tomorrow. After all, he had left in such a hurry before that he hadn't had the chance to thoroughly scavenge the place. As Jiang Sun was lost in thought, a friend request suddenly popped up on his magic book, accompanied by a piece of raw wood that made it stand out. He clicked on it curiously and saw it was from Zhao Tingtao, who had previously been selling ice crystal mines. The note read, "Hey, I've got something good here that you'll definitely be interested in." Driven by curiosity, Jiang Sun accepted the request. The other party immediately sent a message. "I've got a piece of starlight stone here, and it feels special. I urgently need wood and stone for upgrades, and also those attribute-boosting fruits you sell. Interested in a trade?" Jiang Sun quickly checked the attached material information. Starlight stone magic material. Level, celestial. Effect, can be used as a forging material. Detailed information available after learning appraisal. Note, contains the mysterious and powerful force of the stars. Key for crafting high-level magic equipment or enhancing special magical structures. Seeing the accompanying image, Jiang Sun felt intrigued and replied, "How did you come across this?" "I'm very interested." Zhao Tingtao responded quickly. "I found it during the day in a magical beast's nest. It's definitely valuable, but I don't have the time to study it, and my shelter shield energy is nearly depleted. If I don't upgrade tonight, I might not make it." Jiang Sun pondered for a moment and asked, "What do you want in exchange?" The other party immediately sent a trade request. 1 starlight stone for 80 pieces of raw wood, 80 pieces of raw stone, 1 emerald luminescent fruit, 1 ruby raspberry, and 1 amber carambola. The high price made Jiang Sun frown. Although he had plenty of materials, he couldn't afford to be wasteful, especially since the other party wanted 3 magical fruits. "That's too much," Jiang Sun countered. "I can offer you 50 pieces of raw wood and 50 pieces of raw stone, plus 1 fruit." The other party seemed hesitant and replied after a moment, "I'm really sincere here, brother. Celestial level materials aren't being sold anywhere right now. You can't just lowball me because I'm in a hurry." Jiang Sun lowered his head in thought. He knew the value of the starlight stone well. After carefully reviewing the item information again, he finally confirmed. This was indeed the gemstone on the celestial magic source necklace pendant he had received as a reward. Although the starlight stones from the source of magic are more crystalline and transparent, the one in Zhao Tingtao's hand is as large as half a fist. A glint of greed flashed in Jiang Sun's eyes. This was undoubtedly a rare treasure. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and finally made up his mind. "I can give you the materials, but you'll have to wait 2 hours. Also, I can only give you 2 fruits, and you can choose them yourself," Jiang Sun said, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Without hesitation, Zhao Tingtao replied, "All right, I want 1 for strength and 1 for stamina." Jiang Sun was a bit surprised by this. He had assumed that at this stage, most people were in dire need of mana, as gathering skills were crucial for survival. But this kid's choice was entirely different, more like the attributes of a berserker. As Jiang Sun traded 2 fruits and 80 units of raw wood, he curiously asked, "Is your mana really high? You don't need fruits for intelligence attributes." Zhao Tingtao, now more relaxed after receiving the items, explained candidly, "I'm more skilled in physical techniques. I used to be a martial arts coach. Plus, my intelligence attribute is quite low, so I might as well play to my strengths. Suddenly, his expression turned wary. The beast nearby has started calling for its companions. I need to take it out immediately. It dawned on Jiang Sun, and he found himself pondering. It seemed that everyone's strengths and needs were different, and not everyone was chasing after mana. He couldn't help but wonder if someone with enough strength could really chop down a tree with just 2 swings of an axe. Holding the newly acquired starlight stone, Jiang Sun decided to upgrade his tent immediately. The materials were ready, and he didn't want to delay. He quickly opened the magic book and checked the shelter information again. Dim light, grade magic tent. A must-have temporary gear for travelers, barely capable of shielding from wind and rain, and fending off small beasts' attacks. Upgrade soon. Shelter facility. Minor magic shield, 38. Shelter upgrade. 100,100 raw wood. 100,100 raw stone. 0 1 magic materials. Additional effect, none. As the starlight stone in his hand disappeared, the magic materials section changed to Starlight Stone 1 Celestial Grade. A notification sounded in Jiang Sun's ear. Ding! Would you like to use the Starlight Stone as the primary magic material to upgrade the level 2 magic cottage? Confirm. Jiang Sun answered without hesitation. Suddenly, everything before him seemed a bit surreal. Jiang Sun held his breath, anticipating the changes about to unfold. A sudden burst of dazzling light emanated from the tent in front of Jiang Sun, and the surrounding piles of logs and stones seemed to melt like flowing water, gradually becoming part of the tent structure. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, he found himself standing in a sharply defined wooden cabin. The thick stone floor seamlessly connected with stone walls beneath the wooden walls. The original wooden beams had shrunk significantly and were now embedded in the central support column of the room, emitting a faint glow. This glow, like blood, spread throughout the house, as if breathing life into the entire structure. Jiang Sun felt a ripple of magic within him, growing more intense and full. He stood up to carefully examine his new home. The square room, about 25 square meters, was a standard 5 by 5 square. Though not spacious, it offered a strong sense of security compared to the previous tent. Looking up, the structure of the cabin reminded Jiang Sun of the self-built shelters in wilderness survival shows, blending seamlessly with the surrounding forest environment. The central table remained, but the lamp that once sat on it was now hanging from the ceiling beam, casting a brighter and warmer light that enveloped the entire space in a cozy, warm yellow glow. As the glowing lines faded, starlight twinkled at the peak of the house's central roof, adding a touch of mystery to the small cabin. While admiring his new home, Jiang Sun suddenly remembered something and quickly opened the Magic Wasteland manual. Sure enough, the information about the shelter had already changed. The Firefly-level magical cabin was endowed with extraordinary abilities, effectively resisting attacks from mid-level magical beasts and possessing certain spatial expansion capabilities. Jiang Sun carefully reviewed the upgraded information and noticed a significant enhancement in the shelter's facilities, a 100 primary magic shield, and a small magical item storage room of 5 cubic meters. His attention lingered on the shelter upgrade options: 0 800 logs, 0 800 stones, and 0 1 magic core, with the possibility of adding additional effects. Even more exciting, within the totem pole's radiation range, the magic value limit increased by 200, magic recovery speed by 100, and stamina recovery speed by 10. Jiang Sun breathed a sigh of relief, feeling secretly delighted. The secondary magic shield had upgraded to a primary one, and he had also gained a storage room for magical items. With this stronger shield, he could feel a bit more at ease tonight. Suddenly, a rustling sound came. It was Walla, who had been startled awake, hopping onto Jiang Sun's shoulder and staring wide-eyed at the changes before them. Walla? On. Walla Walla, it chirped excitedly. Yes, yes. Jiang Sun responded, even though he had no idea what Walla was saying. Walla 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 Walla. Walla continued to chatter. All right, go play now. I can't understand you anyway. Jiang Sun said helplessly, casually pulling out a few pieces of milk candy from his pocket and handing them to Walla. Recently, he noticed he could pull out more candies, even fruit-flavored ones. Is this useless ability actually evolving? Jiang Sun thought in surprise, but quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Jiang Sun continued to admire his little cabin. From the system prompts, he learned that the level 2 magical cabin had expansion capabilities, allowing for future additions like a magical kitchen. The bonus magical item storage room functioned as a mini space storage box specifically for storing magical materials, preventing their magic from dissipating over time. It looks great and works well. Truly worthy of being the palace of the great Guna, the god of darkness. Ha ha. Jiang Sun couldn't help but let out a laugh filled with youthful exuberance, but then he suddenly paused. Didn't the magical cabin have some additional abilities? He quickly opened his information panel and indeed saw astonishing changes. Personal information. Name, Jiang Sun. Level, Glimmer. Strength, 4. Agility, 5. Stamina, 5. Intelligence, 9. Magic value, 430430. Recovery speed, 226,622 points. Skills, gathering, level 1, 89. Darn. Seeing his maximum magic value of 430 points and a recovery speed of 110 points per hour, Jiang Sun felt a bit at a loss. These additional attributes of 200 magic value limit and 100 recovery speed bonus were something everyone dreamed of. Yet for Jiang Sun, they became a burden. Just then, there was a loud crash. A tree a dozen meters outside the magical cabin came crashing down, scattering into pieces of wood. Jiang Sun leaned powerlessly against the cabin door, popping an apple-flavored candy into his mouth, and thought worriedly, I can't use it all. The magic value recovers faster than I can spend it. Looking at the only skill in his skill bar, gathering, Jiang Sun felt even more helpless. He knew that if anyone found out he was troubled by having too much magic value, they'd surely scold him. Ungrateful. At this moment, Jiang Sun desperately needed a high-power spell, preferably one that could drain a full bar of magic in a single cast. The effect didn't matter, as long as it consumed a lot of magic. After all, with the cabin's additional 100 magic value recovery, his recovery speed had reached a terrifying 110 points per hour. Jiang Sun was taken aback, realizing his recovery rate far exceeded that of an average person. He calculated silently. While ordinary people could only recover 5 points of magic per hour, he could recover 110. The disparity was simply unbelievable. At that moment, a crisp notification sound interrupted his thoughts. Ding! Gathering skill upgraded. Cooldown time reduced from 30 minutes to 20 minutes. Jiang Sun's mouth twitched slightly, surprised yet excited. It seemed that frequent use of spells not only improved proficiency, but also led to unexpected upgrades. This would greatly enhance his efficiency in chopping wood. He looked around and couldn't help but gasp. The area around the small cabin had become barren. The once lush forest was now littered with scattered logs. Only then did Jiang Sun realize that night had quietly fallen. The time was now 1900 hours on January 1st, year 1 of Blue Star. Night would last until 6 o'clock the next day. In just an hour, all Blue Star inhabitants would begin their second day in the magical wasteland world. At that moment, the Magic Wasteland manual in Jiang Sun's hand suddenly floated up, and the magic circle on its cover began to flicker. Experienced as he was, Jiang Sun immediately recognized this as a signal for interaction. He quickly stepped forward and carefully opened the magic book. Sure enough, a stream of information immediately resonated in his ears. Star revelation. The journey begins, fraught with peril. Like shadow beasts prowling in the dark, threats approach silently. You must emulate the diligent squirrel, stockpiling resources for unforeseen needs. Today, the probability of obtaining magical gifts is as follows. Crystal Ball 3.51, Magic Sealing Stone 0.02. The stars shine, and the wheel of fate turns slowly. At 2000 hours on January 1st, the power of the stars will assess the safety of your shelters. Rewards will be bestowed based on rankings, symbolizing glory and strength. Strive to excel. Jiang Sun rubbed his temples, trying to digest the cryptic information. He quickly extracted the key points. Crystal balls and magic sealing stones are rare treasure-like items, with only a few in 100 people able to obtain them. More importantly, starting at midnight, the system would evaluate the safety of everyone's shelters and distribute rewards based on the rankings. With a hint of curiosity, Jiang Sun opened the communication interface again. The channel was already in chaos. Wow! With 8 billion people, over 100 million could get resources from crystal balls? Who knows what great stuff can come out of them? Bro, I've always had the luck of a champion. Didn't get a crystal ball? Give it to me, and you'll be satisfied. Oh please, if you were really that lucky, you wouldn't be waiting for someone else's crystal ball. Hee hee, I got a week's worth of rations, though they can't boost attributes. Haha, I did even better. Got 2 fruits that temporarily increase magic recovery speed. I've gathered all the upgrade materials, feeling great. Jiang Sun watched the chaotic discussions, lost in thought. This new world seemed to be full of opportunities and challenges at every turn. Jiang Sun glanced at the group chat, where the screen was filled with messages of bragging and banter. Someone excitedly announced they were about to upgrade to a level 2 magic hut. Another complained about lacking 1 material, and yet another proudly boasted about acquiring blueprints from magic cookware. The atmosphere in the group was lively, filled with laughter and teasing. However, Jiang Sun quickly shifted his focus away from this idle chatter. He knew that those still chatting in the group had likely given up on upgrading that day. The truly skilled players were undoubtedly racing against time to gather materials, making their final push for the rankings. With this in mind, Jiang Sun decisively switched to the trading channel. The scene before him made him pause slightly. The channel was flooded with a dense array of trade information. Countless players had put their treasured items up for trade, with nearly everyone seeking basic materials like raw stones and timber. This frenzy of trading confirmed Jiang Sun's suspicion. Everyone was going all out to climb the rankings. Jiang Sun carefully browsed through the trading information and quickly spotted several intriguing items. First was a world horn, which allowed the user to gain an extra speaking opportunity in the world channel and pin their message for an hour. The seller was only accepting basic material exchanges and welcomed private messages. Next was Magic Chocolate Firefly, which, when consumed, not only rapidly restored full stamina, but also accelerated wound healing. The seller demanded 100 units of timber and firmly stated that the price was non-negotiable. There was also Magic Bonfire Glow, capable of repelling small beasts and even potentially driving away medium-sized ones. The seller claimed to have a large stock and also only accepted basic material trades. Lastly, there was the Magic Root Firefly, which could quickly restore magic points. The seller's terms were 50 units of timber plus 50 units of raw stone and urged interested parties to act quickly. Jiang Sun carefully noted down this information, already beginning to plan his next course of action. Jiang Sun's eyes widened and his mouth nearly watered as he gazed at the vast array of goods before him. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush out and gather more wood, like a squirrel hoarding its stash. These people were incredibly adept at hiding things. He scanned the area once more, ensuring he had done everything he could. Without hesitation, he decided to take advantage of the soaring prices of basic resources by trading his surplus for practical items. Just then, a message came through his magical book. Zhao Tingtao cautiously inquired, "Hey, when will I get my logs?" Jiang Sun grinned at the message, thinking Zhao must be worried he wouldn't get his remaining logs. Without delay, he got up and headed towards the pile of logs. Meanwhile, miles away, Zhao Tingtao was even more anxious than Jiang Sun imagined. Knowing the current high value of basic materials, he feared Jiang Sun might not honor their deal. After all, at this stage, 80 units of basic materials could be exchanged for half a month's worth of food, or even for food items that boost attributes. He was genuinely concerned Jiang Sun might back out. Suddenly, an alert sounded. Ding, trade request. Jiang Sun offers logs 81 for your logs 1. Hearing this, Zhao Tingtao was nearly moved to tears. He quickly replied, "Thank you so much." Jiang Sun chuckled at Zhao's message. He never intended to withhold the logs. To him, reputation was crucial, and he had long-term plans. In this post-apocalyptic world, identity and background often didn't matter, as everyone started from the same point. What's most important is one's abilities and reputation. Whether trading, forming teams, or hiring, a good reputation is essential. In a world without legal constraints, betraying someone is low cost and high reward, making everyone wary of a teammate's potential betrayal. Jiang Sun looked at the scattered logs and smacked his lips. In reality, these 80 logs weren't particularly valuable to him. After completing the trade with Zhao Tingtao, Jiang Sun checked his remaining materials. He still had about 300 logs, but very few stones left, as trees were the most common resource in the forest. He reopened the trading channel, noticing the flood of trade information refreshing rapidly. Jiang Sun decided to indulge in the magical world's version of a shopping spree. He searched for food and was met with an assortment of peculiar items. Frosted cookies, buy. Moonlight mushrooms, buy. Breadfruit, buy. He muttered as he browsed and placed orders. Burnt glowfish. I'll pass on that. In no time, Jiang Sun had amassed a decent supply of food and drinks, piling up in front of him. Then came a variety of ores and unknown objects, which he also purchased. These items were cheaper than food, as most people were starving, and even those who weren't were hoarding food due to their survival instincts. As the pile of items grew, Jiang Sun paused his shopping spree. He noticed that as more people gathered enough materials to upgrade, prices were beginning to rise again. Jiang Sun paused his work, stretching as he looked at the dwindling pile of logs in front of him. Just as he was about to take stock of his inventory, a trade message caught his eye. His gaze quickly scanned the details, and his eyes widened in surprise. The details of the frost snow staff appeared before him. The staff's level ranged from starlight to bright moon, requiring an intelligence of 10 to wield. Its effects included a 150 increase to mana limit, 5 intelligence, and a 60 mana conduction rate. The attached spell, Falling Snow, was particularly eye-catching. It consumed 200 mana points to create a large number of snowballs over a 10 by 10 area, lasting 20 seconds and slowing down enemies. The seller's exchange demand made Jiang Sun gasp. 800 logs and 800 stones. Damn, I can see it, but I can't afford it, he muttered, pounding the table in frustration, thinking that the seller must be trying to upgrade a level 3 shelter. Although envious, he couldn't believe anyone could gather such a massive amount of resources in just one day. However, the next moment, the trade message dimmed, and trade completed appeared beneath the frost snow staff. Jiang Sun was dumbfounded, muttering in disbelief. No way? It's sold already. Soon after, a golden pinned message flashed across the global channel. Zhou Tsangyan, representing the official Dragon Nation, announced the formal establishment of the Dragon Nation Official Survivors Alliance. The message urged everyone to unite and support each other through tough times, while encouraging capable individuals to continue exploring and gathering resources. Reading the message, Jiang Sun felt a mix of emotions. The official power remained formidable even in such times, forming an alliance of this scale in just one day. This announcement would undoubtedly attract numerous struggling individuals to join, and the alliance's growth would surely accelerate. Nevertheless, Jiang Sun didn't wish to rely on the officials. He understood that the world's current state was vastly different from before. Personal strength was the only true foundation. He scoffed, thinking that even on Blue Planet, with its strict laws, countless evils still arose. How could anyone restrain the vicious in this wasteland? With morality? Jiang Sun shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. Knowing about it was enough. He'd consider joining if survival became impossible. That was the mindset of most people. He glanced at the mountain of food and supplies in front of him, with meat products being the most abundant. Recalling the changes after consuming magic-patterned lamb, Jiang Sun could clearly feel his body growing stronger. His previously frail physique was beginning to fill out. Although it was only 2 kilograms, Jiang Sun felt an unprecedented change. She pondered silently, thinking it might be because her original constitution was too weak. After all, what kind of physical condition could a person bedridden for 10 years have? Rather than being strengthened, it was more like returning to a normal level. But she had to admit, the nourishing effects of mutton were indeed remarkable. Jiang Sun continued to rummage through the delivery package and found not only firefly-grade beast meat, but also some beneficial berries. She carefully checked the labels. Juicy berries 20, plant fruit grade, glimmer effect. Consuming them not only restores a portion of fullness, but also slightly enhances metabolism and mildly boosts gastrointestinal function. The notes described them as juicy wild fruits, considered a qualified seasoning for life, and regular consumption could regulate body state and clear internal impurities. Eagerly, Jiang Sun grabbed one and popped it into her mouth, tossing another to Walla. However, Walla just glanced at the berry and disdainfully tossed it back. This action left Jiang Sun stunned. Hey, you're getting picky now. Jiang Sun couldn't help but tease. You little brat. Do you know how many people can't even get a meal right now? Before she finished speaking, Jiang Sun saw Walla nimbly leap into the pile of snacks and start rummaging. First, it picked up the perception-enhancing frost snow cookies, sniffed them, and disdainfully tossed them aside. Then it grabbed the night vision-enhancing moonlight mushrooms, gave them a look, and discarded them just as contemptuously. As for the stamina recovery-boosting breadfruit, it didn't even bother to look before kicking them away. Hey, if you're not going to eat, don't make a mess. Jiang Sun helplessly followed behind, tidying up like a weary parent cleaning up after a mischievous child. After finally sorting the scattered food on the table, she found that Walla had already inspected everything, shaking its head in disdain. Its expression was like a human watching a pig munch on Beancake's big food. Jiang Sun felt a wave of frustration, her mouth twitching involuntarily. Really? What gourmet cuisine have you, a squirrel, ever tasted? What's with that expression? Her excitement vanished, like joyfully unwrapping a package only to find it filled with garbage. Just then, a crisp bell suddenly rang. Ding! It's midnight. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Sun's ears, announcing the start of the shelter level assessment. The evaluation covered the shelter's grade and additional effects, the threat level of surrounding magical beasts, and the overall strength of the personnel. An invisible wave swept over, and Jiang Sun felt a subtle sensation. Moments later, the assessment results were released. The mechanical voice reported the number of shelters at each level and their rewards: 7.6 billion at level E, with no reward; nearly 10 million at level D, with rewards of a magical crystal ball; over 150,000 at level C, with rewards of a magical sealing stone; more than 2,000 at level B, with rewards of firefly-grade weapons and basic skills; over 100 at level A, with more generous rewards; and only 5 at level S, with the most generous rewards including star-grade weapons, advanced skills, crafting scrolls, and the mysterious magic wasteland world revelation information. Jiang Sun quickly opened his magic book to find the channel flooded with messages. Reactions to the assessment were varied. Some were amazed by the sheer number of A-level shelters, others lamented the scarcity of level ones, and some began to boast about their upgrade achievements. A self-proclaimed big shot, who claimed to have successfully upgraded, sparked a heated discussion, only to be exposed for having pawned even his underwear for the upgrade. This led to a series of absurd conversations about buying and selling underwear. Jiang Sun quietly observed this farce, calculating in his mind. Based on the proportion of successful upgrades in the channel, he deduced that the number of level shelters was indeed accurate. However, the assessment criteria for higher-level shelters remained a mystery. He speculated that level C and B might be related to the use of high-quality magical materials. Despite the absurdity and clamor around him, Jiang Sun's thoughts became increasingly clear. In this unfamiliar and dangerous wasteland, every decision could impact survival. He realized that he must plan his future actions more cautiously to establish himself in this world full of unknowns. Jiang Sun pondered for a moment and realized that his shelter's level was likely between B and C. He shook his head to clear away the untimely thoughts and continued analyzing the information before him. The realization that a level shelter corresponds to level 3 left Jiang Sun astonished. Upgrading to a level 3 shelter requires a rare magic core and exchanging valuable items for 1,800 units of basic materials. He looked at the level rewards, feeling both envious and amazed. As for level, Jiang Sun had his suspicions. After reviewing information about the shelters in the Dragon Country, he deduced that this level was probably exclusive to official entities of various countries. After all, these entities have deep resources and might have special means applicable to the magical wasteland world. Faced with the astonishing achievements of so many people, Jiang Sun's previously inflated mindset became much more grounded. Among such a large number of people, he was just one of the many lucky ones. He consoled himself, thinking that being at level B or C was already beyond most people. Jiang Sun considered that if he were willing to exchange the source of magic, he could probably acquire the materials needed to upgrade to a level 3 shelter. But he felt it wasn't necessary. This thought made him feel much better. He reached out and picked up Walla, the little squirrel eating candy, and held it up to his eyes. With a sense of pride, he thought, no matter how powerful those level shelters are, they don't have an adorable little squirrel like mine to cuddle. Meanwhile, in a distant giant cave, a massive stone shelter stood in the center, covering an area the size of 2 basketball courts. This shelter was on a completely different level from regular ones, akin to a small settlement. Several entrances and exits of the shelter saw a constant flow of people transporting various materials. The edges of the cave were piled with neatly stacked wood and stone, resembling a natural warehouse. In a compartment of the shelter, an elderly man was engrossed in a thick stack of paper documents. The door opened, and a middle-aged man in a crisp uniform walked in. "Mr. Lin, you haven't slept for a day and a night. You should take a break," the middle-aged man said with concern. "It's fine," the older man replied without looking up. "Xiaozhou, have you figured out those 5 level shelters?" "We've confirmed that, besides us, the other 3 belong to the official entities of the Freedom Country, Bear Country, and the new Ancient European Alliance. There's one more whose identity is still unclear. We're gathering information through various channels." Upon hearing this, the elderly man paused and asked with curiosity, "I've heard that Sakura Country is also building a shelter. Could it be them? Or did the Bang Country folks just get lucky?" "We've ruled out Bang Country. They don't have the capability," the middle-aged man replied. As for Sakura Country, reliable sources report that during construction, they were attacked by a combination of fat and childlike creatures. The shelter had suffered severe damage and heavy losses. Jiang Sun initially thought that achieving an A-level rating would already be a pleasant surprise, but he didn't expect the system to rate it as an S. This result left him feeling bewildered and confused. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Hansong was intently reviewing the documents in front of him. This legendary figure, hailed as a leader of the Dragon Nation, maintained a dignified posture even in his advanced age. He and his assistant were discussing how to expand the shelter's capacity. "Focus on activating the magic circle first, and try to gather more people," Lin Hansong said in a deep voice. "A little over 100 people is still too few." The assistant reminded him with concern. "But Mr. Lin, the resources around us are somewhat insufficient. Too many people will outstrip the food supply." After a moment of thought, Lin Hansong made a decision. "Then let's aim for 200 people first." "Yes," the assistant responded, while Lin Hansong continued to delve into the paperwork. At the same time, Jiang Sun sat on the ground, still looking perplexed. The system's notification echoed in his ears. "Ding. After evaluation, your shelter's safety level is rated as S. Rewards will be distributed tomorrow morning. Keep up the good work." Countless questions raced through Jiang Sun's mind. Could the system have made a mistake? Or did he mishear? He hurried to confirm again, and the result was still level. This made him even more puzzled. Could there be some mysterious power hidden in his necklace? Or was he someone remarkable in a past life? He quickly got up from the ground, grabbed the magic book on the table, and carefully reviewed the evaluation criteria. Shelter level and additional effects? Impossible, his shelter was good, but definitely not level. The number and threat level of surrounding beasts? Also impossible, he hadn't had time to explore the surrounding area. Finally, Jiang Sun's gaze landed on the 3rd criterion, the overall strength of the shelter's personnel. He suddenly realized that this might be the key. Could it be that he had inadvertently recruited some kind of super strong individual? His heart raced as he eagerly wanted to unravel this mystery. What secrets lay behind this level rating? What surprises would tomorrow's reward bring? With these questions in mind, Jiang Sun decided to carefully inspect every member of the shelter, hoping to find the source of this unexpected joy. Jiang Sun looked down at his frail arms, and an absurd thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could he really be the legendary Jiang Tiandi, a being who appears weak but holds the power to destroy the world? Or perhaps he was the fabled child of destiny, Jiang Aoyan, who could acquire all opportunities in the world in unbelievable ways. He sighed and rubbed his forehead, glancing around his humble home. Although he had some strength in this wasteland world, compared to his days on Blue Star, this place was practically bare. Besides himself, there was only the squirrel, Walla, who had a sweet tooth for milk candies. Jiang Sun's gaze fell on the sleeping Walla, and a more bizarre idea occurred to him. Could Walla be the hidden super beast? He couldn't help but laugh, but the laughter quickly stopped, replaced by a thoughtful gulp. Recalling the sleepless night when he met Walla, the scene of two lunatics huddling for warmth, Jiang Sun began to doubt his judgment. He never really understood Walla's origins, assuming it harmless simply because the magic tent didn't block it. Also, a creature with a craving for milk candies hardly seemed like a formidable beast. With this doubt in mind, Jiang Sun picked up the sleeping Walla to examine it closely. Walla woke up, blinking at Jiang Sun with sleepy eyes, looking like an ordinary, slightly annoyed squirrel. Jiang Sun quickly stuffed 2 milk candies into its mouth, watching Walla's eyes clear up, and felt a sense of relief. After calming Walla, Jiang Sun lay back on his bed, using the soft squirrel pillow. Resisting the urge to scroll through videos, he soon fell asleep, looking forward to the prize announcement the next morning. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the magical hut, Jiang Sun awoke abruptly. The familiar system notification chimed again. Ding! The rewards have been successfully distributed. Please check your rewards. Jiang Sun sat up abruptly, his heart pounding. He swiftly grabbed the magical book on the table, watching a series of system messages scroll across the screen. His eyes were fixed on the reward information. Ding! You have received a star-grade weapon selection scroll 1. Ding! You have received a high-level skill selection scroll 1. Ding! You have received a high-level item crafting scroll 1. Ding! 4 glowing orbs flew out from the magical wasteland scroll of revelation, landing neatly on the table. Jian Sun's eyes lit up with joy. He took a deep breath and reached for the weapon selection scroll, made from an unknown beast's hide. It felt soft, like a finely crafted luxury item. Jian Sun carefully untied the strap and slowly unrolled the scroll on the table. Instantly, a dazzling array of weapon icons appeared before him, from sharp swords to mysterious staffs, precise bows to sturdy shields, everything one could imagine. He meticulously examined each weapon's attributes and effects, quickly becoming overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. Thousands of weapon details flooded in, and after just a few, he was dizzy. So much text, he muttered to himself. It'd take forever to read it all. After a brief hesitation, Jian Sun decided on a staff as his weapon. He had been eyeing the Frost Snow staff in the trading channel yesterday. Besides, with his 110-point mana recovery rate, it seemed perfect for a mage. Only brutes charge into melee. He congratulated himself on his choice. Jian Sun carefully reviewed the attributes under the staff category, and finally, selected one called Lu Guang. This staff was of the Starry Glimmer level, requiring an intelligence of 10 points to wield. It increased mana capacity by 200 points, boosted intelligence by 5 points, enhanced mana conduction by 60, and came with a spell called Star Flash. Lu Guang was intricately crafted from rare Lu Guang stone, embedded with tiny fragments of stars, a coveted treasure for mages. This Star Flash spell allowed the user to consume 50 mana points to instantly teleport to a specified location within sight, granting damage immunity at the moment of casting. Blink! I knew you'd be there. Jian Sun beamed. As a delicate mage, he knew the first rule was survival. You have to stay alive to deal damage, he reminded himself. Excitedly, Jian Sun picked up Lu Guang and swung it a few times, finding it exceptionally handy. He felt instantly more dashing. He couldn't help but imagine if holding a basic staff made him look like a frail old mage. Now with Lu Guang, he transformed into Harry Potter. Graceful, stylish, Jian Sun thought proudly. With a robe to match, I'd be the epitome of cool. He couldn't resist exclaiming, F, as if he could already see himself shining on the battlefield. In a flash of starlight, Jiang Sun suddenly appeared not far inside the room. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he tightly gripped the teleportation skill he had just used. Instant cast. Excellent, he murmured in admiration, playing with this magical ability for a moment, clearly captivated by it. His gaze then fell on the high-level skill choice scroll lying on the table. Unlike the weapon scroll, this one had a rough texture and emitted a faint dusty scent, as if it had just been unearthed from some ancient ruins. Jiang Sun carefully unrolled the scroll, revealing skill icons that shimmered with vibrant colors, each radiating an enticing glow, as if the power within them was calling out to him. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Sun scrutinized these skill icons. However, he quickly noticed that there were far fewer options compared to the weapon scroll. Understanding the value of rarity, he focused more intently on examining each choice. The scroll offered a dazzling array of skills: Blade Dance Storm for melee fighters, Sky Arrow Rain for archers, Holy Light for support roles, and even a few skills suited for a stealth-inclined mage like Jiang Sun: Flamestorm, Frost Domain, and Lightning Strike. Yet, as Jiang Sun eagerly browsed through them, he discovered a frustrating truth. The prerequisites for learning these skills were exceedingly high. Blade Dance Storm required a strength of 60 points, and Sky Arrow Rain demanded a staggering 60 stamina and 70 agility. Finally, Jiang Sun's eyes settled on the Meteor Fire Rain, a skill he had long desired, only to find it required an intelligence of 90 points. This realization filled him with frustration. Are you kidding me? He muttered under his breath. Even with my naturally higher intelligence, I only have 9 points now. That's a tenfold difference. Is this supposed to be something I admire from afar, just to keep it home? With little choice, Jiang Sun had to settle for the Mana Surge, which required only 20 intelligence points. Although it wasn't his ideal choice, he understood that strengthening his abilities now was far more practical than owning powerful skills he couldn't use. Jiang Sun gazed at the skill scroll in his hand, feeling a surge of joy. The description of Tide of Magic was vivid. It releases a beam lasting 1 second in the target area, dealing continuous damage to enemies within while reducing their magic resistance by 30. The skill's power and cooldown are proportional to the amount of magic infused, with a base cost of 50 mana. This skill seemed tailor-made for Jiang Sun. His total magic capacity and recovery speed far exceeded the norm, making this mana-dependent ability perfectly suited to him. In this world, most people were short on magic and slow to recover, often having to allocate a significant portion for material gathering. Jiang Sun, however, could fully unleash the power of Tide of Magic, which made him secretly delighted. Yet a self-deprecating thought flashed through his mind. Why am I comparing myself to something useless? He quickly shook his head to dismiss the idea. His gaze shifted to the remaining 2 items, an advanced item crafting scroll and a magic wasteland world revelation scroll. A system notification sounded, informing him he had obtained a strategic level mana collector crafting scroll. The randomness of the advanced item crafting scroll brought him some relief, temporarily easing his indecision. Putting down the newly acquired scroll, Jiang Sun picked up the mysterious magic wasteland world revelation scroll. Carefully untying the band, he spread the scroll out on the table. In an instant, brilliant lights burst forth like fireworks, with countless visions unfolding before him. First, he saw familiar tents appearing out of nowhere across the world, with puzzled people emerging from them, reminiscent of the scene when people from Blue Star first arrived in this realm. Time sped by, with days and nights flashing by. The tents glowed and quickly transformed into magic cottages. Jiang Sun's perspective elevated, allowing him to survey the entire world. The scene was divided into countless small squares, each containing a shelter. People busied themselves around, gathering, farming, or hunting, depicting a scene of prosperity. The images accelerated, finally freezing on a moment where a person held aloft a magical beast's head. Immediately, the magic cottage behind them shone brightly, beginning to transform. Jiang Sun watched intently. Realizing this was the moment the first shelter upgraded to level 3. He observed with full concentration, knowing that what he witnessed was the complete process of a shelter's upgrade, akin to the birth of a shelter civilization. The level 3 shelter turned into a sturdy stone house, surrounded by a deeper magical shield. Jiang Sun was immersed in these revelatory images, feeling the wonder of the magical world and the evolution of shelter civilization. The scene before Jiang Sun suddenly turned dark, followed by countless flashes of light and shadow. He saw level 3 shelters sprouting up like mushrooms after rain among the people, with various stone houses rising from the ground. Some were spacious and sturdy, while others were hidden and deep. Jiang Sun realized that this might be the effect of different magic cores. As shelters became more widespread, people's lives gradually returned to normal. However, Jiang Sun keenly noticed some crucial information being omitted, particularly the sudden large-scale deaths. Just as he was about to ponder this, his perspective was drawn back inside the shelter. The scene froze on the central support pillar of the house, where the totem pole of the shelter was embedded. A rough, large hand reached out, gripping the totem pole tightly, and the world instantly came to a standstill. In the next moment, the scene changed abruptly, and the sturdy level 3 shelter collapsed into ruins. Jiang Sun's heart tightened as a thought flashed through his mind. Could the totem pole be the core of the shelter? Without it, does the shelter lose its protection? This discovery filled him with doubt and unease, as the importance of the totem pole was clearly beyond his imagination. The scene continued to shift, and the back of a weathered man appeared before Jiang Sun. The man stumbled alone through a sparsely vegetated volcanic area, each step seemingly arduous. When he paused, Jiang Sun involuntarily held his breath, waiting for what would happen next. Suddenly, the scene pulled back, revealing a sight that shocked Jiang Sun. The man's figure became as tiny as a grain of rice, and the entire scene was dominated by a colossal skeleton, as large as a mountain. In front of this enormous relic, the man seemed insignificant. Jiang Sun strained to hear the man's muttering, but the voice was too faint. Then, the scene focused again on the totem pole in the man's hand. When the totem pole was inserted into the center of the giant beast's skull, countless beams of light converged and rose, generating a magical shield that enveloped the entire skeleton. Jiang Sun was astonished to realize that this was actually a level 4 shelter. He swallowed nervously, his hands trembling slightly. The existence of the giant beast skeleton was awe-inspiring, and even more incredible was that the man had transformed this massive relic into his own shelter. Jiang Sun remained in a daze for a long time as the scene continued to accelerate. This series of revelations sent his thoughts into turmoil, completely overturning his understanding of shelters. A dazzling array of scenes suddenly unfolded before Jiang Sun, as if the entire world was slowly unveiling itself. On the sea, a massive ship cut through the waves, its menacing prow aimed directly at a gigantic sea beast, poised for a fierce clash amidst the tumultuous waters. A lighthouse shrouded in fog abruptly lit up, its piercing beams slicing through the mist like a sword, instantly reducing a swath of magical beasts to ashes. Shifting his gaze to the land, Jiang Sun saw a towering tree with tree houses scattered across its crown, blending seamlessly with the surrounding natural environment, full of vitality. Not far away, an ancient bronze steam train roared past, astonishingly crossing through the void and vanishing from sight. These awe-inspiring sights sent shivers down Jiang Sun's spine as he suddenly realized these were sanctuaries of level 4 and above. It was only at this moment that he truly grasped the vast and magnificent world he inhabited. He also gleaned a crucial piece of information. A level 4 sanctuary represented a significant watershed. Beyond these breathtaking scenes, Jiang Sun also saw numerous ordinary level 4 sanctuaries. Although these were larger and more expansive than lower level ones, they were essentially just bigger houses. Only a few, like that mysterious man, could break the norm and upgrade their sanctuary into a true fortress. Just as Jiang Sun wanted to delve deeper into his observations, the vision abruptly vanished. He sighed, realizing that level 4 was clearly not the upper limit for sanctuary levels. Despite having received an S-level reward, he was still just a fledgling explorer in this vast and magical wasteland. Jiang Sun understood that to survive and make a mark in future challenges, he must continuously strive to enhance his and his sanctuary's strength. The unknown catastrophe that had destroyed countless level 3 sanctuaries remained a looming threat, and he could not afford to become the next victim. As the glow of the revelation scroll faded, a uniquely shaped card appeared before Jiang Sun. The card was the size of a tarot card, exhibiting a brown-gray hue, its surface covered in mysterious patterns. It rotated slowly in the air, as if awaiting Jiang Sun's touch. Jiang Sun reached out to grasp the card, scrutinizing the text upon it. Although the symbols were entirely foreign to him, he inexplicably understood the meaning of two words, sanctuary. This discovery stirred a sense of anticipation within him, as if he were on the brink of unveiling an important secret. Jiang Sun stepped out of the shelter, the magical shield flickering around him. He took a deep breath, his eyes scanning the surrounding forest. With a slight movement of his fingers, a glow of the gathering spell shot out. The leaves rustled, the branches trembled, and various materials seemed to float toward him as if guided by an unseen force. I have to hurry, Jiang Sun thought to himself. The materials to upgrade the shelter won't wait. I need to stay ahead. While the gathering spell was cooling down, he opened the Magic Wasteland manual, and information flowed into his mind. Blue Star Calendar Year 1, Day 2, night from 2 p.m. to 6 a.m., day from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. Temperature 12:22, cloudy turning clear, with slight fluctuations in magical energy. A gentle breeze brushed the face, the Milky Way hung low, and magical radiance bathed the earth. The stars sparkled brilliantly, as if weaving a magical tale predicting an adventure. Jiang Sun switched to the regional communication channel, and his pupils constricted sharply. The number had dropped to 9,675 out of 10,000. In just 2 days, nearly 400 people had perished in the magical wasteland. Globally, that's more than 300 million people. Jiang Sun murmured to himself, then shook his head to dispel the thought. Being sentimental would only increase fear and change nothing. The channel was still bustling, with rewards being flaunted left and right. Check this out, guys. A star iron sword. A firefly level weapon? You're a big shot. Level? I'm only clever. Got it from an unsealing stone. Ladies, look at this, a heavy blow skill. Moisture spell here, increases crop growth speed. Anyone with seeds, let's collaborate. The discussions were lively. Got spirit potato seeds, forming an alliance for resource exchange. Level and above welcome. I'm still scavenging while you're in the farming age. Hurry up, others are in interstellar wars while you're still playing survival. I sold everything just to reach level. Didn't even dare to open the crystal ball. Buying secondhand crystal balls, old magic sealing stones. Mana is running low. Any quick replenishment methods? Those with solutions are chopping wood. No time to chat. Strength 8 points. No problem chopping trees barehanded. With a firefly level axe, chopping trees is like slicing through butter. Jiang Sun looked at the dazzling array of information and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He knew that in this ever-changing magical wasteland, Every moment could be a matter of life and death, and he had to be faster than everyone else to remain undefeated in this survival game. Jiang Sun glanced at the chat content in the channel and couldn't help but frown. The screen was filled with all sorts of vulgar remarks, ranging from seeds and rabbits in crate shelters to some people shamelessly expressing their willingness to do anything in exchange for a place in a shelter. Some even started discussing scrade shelters, trying to grab others' attention. These comments left Jiang Sun feeling deeply disappointed. He thought to himself that in a world where the law has lost its power, the darker side of human nature is rapidly emerging. Who would dare to easily trust strangers? And who can guarantee they won't be betrayed? Despite this, Jiang Ming decided to keep silent. He didn't tell anyone the truth about the scrade shelter, nor did he reveal that he had won. After all, the old saying, "It's not the thief stealing but the thief thinking about stealing," seemed particularly apt in the current situation. Jiang Sun thought carefully about how to handle the information he had. If other scrade shelters had the same insights as he did, staying silent was the wisest choice. But if the situation was different, he didn't want to risk exposing himself directly. He considered releasing information through an agent or contacting the authorities directly. This way, at least he could control the risk to some extent, rather than exposing himself to the scrutiny of over 7 billion people worldwide. As for the possibility of someone forcibly seizing his shelter, Jiang Sun wasn't too worried. With his star flash skill, even if he encountered danger, he was confident he could escape. A day and a night passed, and Jiang Sun still hadn't heard of anyone encountering other survivors. This made him realize that time was no longer on his side to continue developing in secret. Upgrading his shelter to level 4 became crucial, as the unknown disaster loomed like a sword ready to fall at any moment. Jiang Sun took a deep breath and began preparing for the challenges ahead. He knew that in this world full of unknowns and dangers, only by continuously growing stronger could he survive the disasters of the future. The constant sense of impending doom kept him on edge. Jiang Sun's heart tightened, and he instinctively glanced around, as if disaster could strike at any moment. He pondered whether others had received similar warnings. This unease drove him to resolve to prepare for the challenges ahead. As Jiang Sun cast a gathering spell into the distance, he munched on a cookie and entered the house. He was acutely aware of the urgency to enhance his attributes, particularly intelligence, as advanced skills awaited his learning and mastery. His gaze fell on the cards on the table, and he carefully read the description. Level 4 Shelter Hidden Upgrade Method. The mystery of the totem pole and multidimensional integration. The totem pole, as the core of the shelter, possesses an exceptional ability to integrate magic. Infusing it into objects with strong magical potential can trigger a series of wondrous chain reactions. It can closely connect with powerful natural or magical energy carriers, presenting a mode of a higher-level shelter built through deep integration with a potent magic source, known as a sanctuary. Finishing the description, Jiang Sun couldn't help but feel a surge of longing. Who wouldn't want their shelter to transform into an impressive defensive tower, a mage tower, or even a more practical void train? However, reality hit him like a cold splash of water. Jiang Sun was keenly aware that upgrading the shelter to a sanctuary was no easy feat. It required finding a structure with strong magical potential and perfectly merging it with the totem pole, a task easier said than done. Moreover, he hadn't even achieved a level 3 shelter yet, and the sanctuary seemed a distant goal. Despite this, Jiang Sun was not discouraged. Instead, his determination grew stronger. He knew that only by continuously enhancing his strength could he establish a foothold in this perilous land. With this in mind, he carefully stored the card away and immersed himself in preparations for the unknown challenges ahead. The day passed by quickly, and Jiang Sun returned to his small cabin, utterly exhausted. The day's hard work was evident. Almost all the tall trees within dozens of meters around his cabin had been chopped down. Large logs were piled haphazardly near the cabin, but Jiang Sun had no strength left to organize them. With a sigh, he opened his information panel and carefully reviewed each piece of data. Personal information. Name, Jiang Sun. Level, Glimmer. Strength, 5. Agility, 6. Stamina, 6. Intelligence, 10. Magic power, 700700. Recovery rate, 3510535 points. Skills, Gathering, Level 2, 88. Jiang Sun was pleasantly surprised to find that not only had his intelligence attribute increased by 1 point after using the Glimmer yesterday, but today both his strength and stamina had also increased by 1 point each. He wasn't sure if this was due to eating steak for 2 consecutive days or because of the physical labor he had been doing recently. Thinking about it, Jiang Sun eagerly grabbed a piece of jerky and stuffed it into his mouth. Chewing on it, the tough fibers almost choked him. He barely managed to swallow it, rubbing his sore cheeks with a bit of helplessness. The damp and muggy environment of the forest meant that raw meat would spoil quickly, so he had to turn all the meat into jerky for better preservation. He had even spent a precious emerald glimmer fruit to exchange for some coarse salt for curing. The flavorless food was hard to swallow, even for someone like Jiang Sun, who was used to a bland diet. It would be even harder for those accustomed to heavily seasoned food. The price of coarse salt on the trading channel was exorbitant, but Jiang Sun forced himself to swallow a few slightly bitter pieces of jerky. After all, the increase in the numbers on his status panel was a tangible benefit. He took a swig of sap stored in his water bottle, feeling the sourness in his mouth ease a bit. This was sap he had collected from nearby birch trees, and it tasted decent. Today, Jiang Sun's activities were limited to a few hundred meters around his cabin. He didn't dare to venture deep into the forest as he had before. Although he seemed to be doing well, and had even received an rank evaluation for his shelter, he knew this wasn't due to his own strength. At this moment, he was still a fragile mage with no attack capability, easily knocked down with a single hit. As for the little squirrel named Walla, it had taken 2 candies from his pocket this morning and scampered off, likely back to its tree hole. Jiang Sun didn't expect much help from it. After all, if it were truly a powerful beast boss, it wouldn't serve him for the sake of just 2 candies. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun took out a handful of candies from his pocket and carefully placed them at the cabin door. It was what he had accumulated throughout the day, even though he didn't particularly like them himself. But if Walla returned, it would find the little surprise Jiang Sun had prepared. Jiang Sun went back inside, leaning against the grass mat with a touch of boredom. Despite his exhaustion, his mind kept replaying everything that had happened over the past 2 days, contemplating his next plan. The straw mat felt rough and had become uneven, even though it had only been used for 3 days. Jiang Sun frowned, running his fingers over its coarse surface, contemplating silently. Maybe I should borrow one from Walla tomorrow? The thought flashed through his mind, tempting him. Adjusting his position, Jiang Sun reached for the magic wasteland manual beside him. As he flipped through its yellowed pages, his eyes scanned each line intently, hoping to see what important news the Slevel official shelters would release today. Reflecting on his actions from the morning, Jiang Sun felt a twinge of anxiety. He had sent a friend request to Zhou Tsangyan, who posted official information about Longhua, but the whole day had passed with no response. Well, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Unless I reveal my identity as an Slevel shelter owner, how could I possibly stand out among tens of thousands of friend requests every day? Munching on a berry, Jiang Sun browsed the regional channel information. The fruit was juicy and full, its juice bursting in his mouth, solving the problem of finding water while unexpectedly soothing his stomach. Although the taste was bland, it definitely improved his overall condition. The regional communication channel buzzed with activity, messages flashing by like a carousel. Finally upgraded to a level 2 shelter, and got attacked by a monster right after. Phew, just made it. Caught a rabbit today, who wants it? Looking to trade for food that enhances attributes. Oh please, raw meat is so hard to preserve. I'd rather eat some fruit or something. 10 loaves of breadfruit available. Anyone interested? Only trading for attribute items or basic materials. I have some magic herbs for healing wounds. Also slightly restore mana. Only trading for attribute fruits. Medicine seller, do your herbs come with roots? Our alliance has developed a stable crop harvesting method. We'd love to have you join us. Jiang Sun's eyes lit up. Isn't that the guy who collected seeds this morning? They built an alliance and planted crops in just 1 day. The conversation in the channel continued. Yeah, big shot. Is your alliance still recruiting? I can bring funds. I have a Firefly-level hoe that boosts farming efficiency. Sure, I'll add you for a private chat. My name is Chun Wang. Following this were various trade offers. Homemade mushroom soup for sale. Added salt, very fresh. Rice for sale. Cooked with magic crystal rice from today's crystal ball draw. 1 meal is as good as 3. Ice blocks for sale. Essential for preserving and storing. Hey, add me if you're buying ice blocks. I killed a magic sheep yesterday and a roe deer beast today. If I don't freeze them, they'll spoil. Wow, we're still surviving on grassroots in the wild, and the big shots have already achieved wild meat freedom. No problem. Feel free to trade basic materials for meat. Seeing the channel bustling like a food street, Jiang Sun felt his mouth water. The temptation of all the delicious food made him eager, but reason told him not to act impulsively. I really want to eat, and I can afford it. But I mustn't buy, he reminded himself sternly. I need to save up materials to upgrade my shelter. Otherwise, with my fragile strength and a staff with no attack power, I'd be defenseless against monsters. Jiang Sun suddenly realized the absurdity of his situation. He was the owner of an Slevel shelter, capable of selling anything for a fortune. Yet at this moment, he couldn't even sell basic materials, and enjoying a good meal had become a luxury. With a star-grade staff, a star-grade necklace, and high-level magic scrolls at his disposal, he found himself silently drooling over others' shared delicacies. Ridiculous. Jiang Sun shook his head with a bitter smile, resolving. Tomorrow, I must venture further out. Jiang Sun stared at Zhou Tsangyan's profile picture, a gleam of determination in his eyes. He sent a friend request again, this time attaching the item details of the shelter revelation card. Anyone who has seen this knows its value, Jiang thought. To ensure success, he also added a jade luminous fruit, making sure the request stood out prominently. The Dragon Nation officials won't abandon the shelter revelation information just for a single fruit. Jiang confidently pressed send and then turned his attention to Zhao Tingtao's profile. It was Zhao Tingtao who had been selling ice blocks in the regional communication channel earlier. Jiang knew that ice blocks were not only great for preserving food, but also served as an excellent emergency water source, making them quite valuable. He quickly initiated a conversation. Hey, still selling ice blocks? Zhao Tingtao replied instantly. Oh, it's you. If you need some, I can send you a few. Jiang politely declined. No need for that. Just sell them normally. I might need them regularly. By the way, where do you get this ice from? My birthplace is a glacier. There's nothing much here, so I survive by hunting and digging ice, Zhao Tingtao explained. Jiang's interest peaked, and he asked, a glacier? Besides ice, is there anything special there? Like unique minerals or magical materials? There are some, Zhao recalled. I've seen glowing things a few meters under the ice, but they're too hard to extract, so I haven't bothered. He then added, oh, are you planning to use the ice as a refrigerator? I might have something you need. Before Jiang could respond, a trade request appeared. Zhao Tingtao was offering a low-temperature magic array diagram in exchange for timber. Jiang was momentarily surprised, but quickly agreed. In an instant, a paper magic scroll appeared in his hand, a one-time-use low-temperature magic array diagram. Damn, a magical mini-fridge. Jiang Sun exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The small, intricate magical device shimmered with a faint blue light in his hands, as if holding limitless potential. Jiang Sun's mind immediately conjured images of the freezer section in a fridge, where time seemed to stand still. Food items within appeared to be granted eternal life, their expiration dates indefinitely extended. This discovery thrilled him, yet he quickly fell into contemplation. He realized the value of this treasure was beyond imagination. In a world where food preservation was a common challenge, if Zhao Tingtao were to make this magical blueprint public, it would undoubtedly spark a frenzied bidding war, particularly among those who made their living through hunting, who would stop at nothing to acquire it. Despite Jiang Sun's own urgent need for this magical fridge, he decided to keep it and offer Zhao Tingtao a gift in return as a gesture of gratitude. Taking a deep breath, he carefully typed into the chat box, this thing is quite valuable. Is there anything you need? Zhao Tingtao's reply came swiftly, with a relaxed tone. No worries, I got it from a crystal ball. I can't use it in the glacier anyway, so it's all yours. Jiang Sun paused for a moment, then took out a jade spirit fruit from his basket. Feeling it wasn't enough, he rummaged through his pile of miscellaneous items. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding. Trade request. Jiang Sun offers jade spirit fruit 1 magical campfire 1 in exchange for raw wood 1. Meanwhile, Zhao Tingtao, shivering in his small cabin, heard the trade notification and opened the chat box with trembling fingers. Seeing the trade offer filled him with warmth, but he initially didn't expect anything in return, as he was simply repaying Jiang Sun for a previous favor. No need, it's really a gift for you. Just use it. Zhao Tingtao replied. Jiang Sun insisted, a fair trade is a fair trade. Just accept it. Let's keep sharing things in the future. Zhao Tingtao finally relented. All right, I'll take your word for it. I do need something to keep warm. Thank you. As the trade concluded, both men simultaneously thought the same thing. The other was a good person worth befriending. In a world lacking constraints, people of such character were truly rare. Just as Jiang Sun was about to leave the chat interface, a flood of message notifications appeared. Curious, he clicked to find that Zhou Tsongyan had accepted his friend request, the name flashing with a bright 99. What the heck? A sycophant, Jiang Sun exclaimed, quickly checking the message content. Hello, would you be willing to share the information you've acquired? Hello, are you part of an organization or an individual? Would you or your organization be interested in joining the Dragon Nation's official shelter? Are you in trouble and need official assistance? We can dispatch personnel near your shelter to assist you. Jiang Sun rubbed his eyes, astonished. Where had the Dragon Nation's usual aloof demeanor gone? This eager tone left him momentarily at a loss. He cautiously replied, hello. After a brief hesitation, he added, our organization is called Green Mountain. Jiang Sun thought to himself, out in the world, you define your own identity. I say we're an organization, so we're an organization. How many people are involved is none of their business. After all, we're all Shrank. No one should look down on anyone else. Meanwhile, in a giant cave, a short-haired girl, around 15 or 16 years old, was intensely focused on a magic book. As Jiang Sun's reply appeared, she jolted, quickly grabbing the magic book and rushing outside, as if she had grasped an important clue. Dad, we've got news about Jiang Sun. Zhou Xiaoxiao's voice echoed through the shelter. He said their organization is called Green Mountain. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tsongyan immediately put down his work, ignoring the bloodstains on his clothes, and hurried over. He eagerly picked up the post-apocalyptic manual and began to examine it closely. Green Mountain. Zhou Tsongyan was taken aback, his brow furrowing. This organization had suddenly emerged, and in just one day had grown to match the scale of the official shelters. It was truly astounding. Lin Hansong was in the command room dealing with affairs when he heard the commotion and came out. Xiao Xiao, is it the last level shelter that got in touch? His tone carried a hint of anticipation. Yes, Grandpa Lin, Zhou Xiao Xiao quickly explained. He claims to be from Green Mountain. Green Mountain. Lin Hansong frowned in thought, absent-mindedly rubbing a translucent stone in his hand. Could it be those people from the northern White Mountain? No, they don't have that kind of capability. He couldn't figure it out for the moment. I'll talk to him directly. Lin Hansong took the magic book and began to compose a message. Meanwhile, Jiang Sun had just finished arranging the formation diagram in the corner of the wall and moved the food to a safe place. He picked up the manual to check it, and the first message made his eyes widen. Hello, I'm Lin Hansong. Are you from Longhua? Jiang Sun's heart raced. Longhua's leader Lin Hansong. He suddenly realized he might have overplayed his hand, but there was no turning back now. He had to continue the conversation bravely. Yes, I am also from Longhua. Most of our organization's members are from Longhua. Jiang Sun replied cautiously. Seeing the reply, Lin Hansong's eyes gleamed with a hint of joy. This was a perfect opportunity to establish a connection with a top-tier global organization. That's good. I assume you've already learned many secrets of this world, Lin Hansong continued. Regarding the release of information, what are your thoughts? Are you willing to share the insights you've gained with us? Jiang Sun took a deep breath and replied, that's exactly our intention. Otherwise, we wouldn't have reached out to you. The insight we've gained is shelter. What about the official side? Our insight is disaster, Lin Hansong responded. Let's discuss it in the group. All 3 other families are there. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Sun received a notification. Ding, you have been invited to join the Level 1 private channel Blue Star Council. Do you agree? Jiang Sun swallowed nervously. Blue Star Council. This meant he was about to officially enter the highest decision-making level of Blue Star. Agree. Congratulations, you have joined the Level 1 channel Blue Star Council. There is no limit on the number of messages you can send. Ding. Please edit your channel nickname. Ding. Do you confirm using Green Mountain as your channel nickname? Confirm. With Jiang Sun's confirmation, a brand new chat channel appeared among his options. As he clicked into it, he found that this channel was far more complex than a private chat window, resembling an independent entity alongside trade and regional channels. Jiang Sun took a deep breath, preparing to face the challenges ahead. Jiang Sun stared at the messages in the Blue Star Council group, where the screen flickered with statements from official representatives of various countries. The Dragon Nation was the first to speak, announcing the identity of the owner of the 5th level shelter and the leader of the Qingshan organization. Following closely, the Bear Nation warmly welcomed the news and inquired about any insights gained. The Free Nation suggested releasing important information, while the new Ancient European Alliance proposed doing so at midnight. The parties quickly reached a consensus, deciding to summarize the information and announce it on the World Channel before midnight. Jiang Sun watched all of this, amazed by the efficiency of the decision-making process. She quickly followed suit, typing, Qingshan, seconded, and marveled at this practical and efficient attitude. Jiang Sun realized that in this vast and perilous magical wasteland, exploring the unknown was the priority. There were no immediate conflicts of interest among the parties. Instead, mutual assistance was needed. In such circumstances, it was almost impossible for the Blue Star people to become enemies. Just as she was deep in thought, a private message from Zhou Tsangyan interrupted her. The message mentioned that while revelation-related information needed to be disclosed, strategically important resources could be exchanged privately. Zhou Tsangyan expressed an interest in exchanging information and resources with Jiang Sun. This message awakened Jiang Sun's memory. She recalled that she still had a system-rewarded blueprint for a strategic-level magic energy collector. At the time, she had been so immersed in the joy of her growing power that she had overlooked this valuable blueprint. Now, she finally had the opportunity to carefully examine this potential strategic resource. Jiang Sun quickly pulled out the blueprint and examined it closely. Instantly, a flood of information filled his vision. Blueprint for Strategic Level Mana Collector 55. Special materials required include mithril, crystal shards, magic iron ore, magic copper ore, and a star-level magic core. This device can gather ambient mana and recharge various magical storage items, with the charging speed proportional to the surrounding mana concentration. Jiang Sun soon understood its purpose. It was undoubtedly a high-level magical charger. He recalled seeing mana crystals on the trading channel, and even when resource prices were skyrocketing, a single mana crystal sold for an exorbitant price of 200 units of basic materials, highlighting the urgent need for safety. Although he wasn't entirely sure of the device's specific value, Jiang Sun knew the rarity of the materials needed. Magic iron ore and magic copper ore had only a 2 collection chance, and star-level magic cores were rare products of high-level magical beasts. As for mithril, he had never even heard of it. The total value of these materials was undeniably staggering, justifying the strategic-level designation. Jiang Sun secretly complained to himself, realizing this was clearly not a project one could complete alone. He was tempted but decided to make a decision after confirming all the revelation information. So, he messaged Zhou Tsangyan, indicating he needed to discuss with others and would reply the next day. Meanwhile, Zhou Tsangyan and Lin Hansong, waiting on the other end, sighed upon seeing the reply. Zhou Tsangyan chuckled wryly. Lin Lao, it seems Qing Shan will probably choose to hide the information like everyone else. Lin Hansong nodded in agreement. That's very likely, given everyone understands the importance of strategic level items. Plus, there are only 5 manufacturing opportunities, so it's normal not to want to share. After speaking, they both sighed again. Jiang Sun put down the magic book and leaned against the grass mat, reminiscing about the days with Walla. It's still more comfortable resting on Walla. I wonder where that rascal has run off to, he muttered to himself, taking a few sips from the coconut water jug. Looking at the bottom of the starlight birch sap, Jiang Sun thought helplessly. Life is really tough, not eating or sleeping well. Glancing at the time, it was already 1940, with only 20 minutes left until the information release. Jiang Sun grew increasingly anxious, quickly drafting a message to post in the Blue Star Council discussion group, then waited quietly for the new day to arrive. With a ding notification sound, midnight finally arrived. Jiang Sun jumped up, grabbed the magic book, and quickly turned to the World Exchange channel. Sure enough, a few golden flashing messages were pinned at the top. Dragon Nation Official Shelter. S-level shelter world revelation information has been compiled and is hereby announced to the public. Please study it carefully. And please believe that the light of hope will never be extinguished. Jiang Sun stared at the revelation before him, feeling a weight settle in his heart. The inspirational words placed prominently at the top carried an ominous undertone. He realized that the information others received might not bode well for humanity's survival prospects, possibly even shattering their confidence. With a sense of unease, Jiang Sun continued to read. The official revelation from the Dragon Nation appeared before him, causing him to gasp. This magical wasteland world would bring periodic catastrophes to everyone, and the first one was set to occur in 1 year and 10 days. Worse still, this disaster was a magic tide lasting 7 days. Humans with 4-dimensional attributes below 15 points, if directly exposed, would suffer bodily destruction due to internal magic turmoil. Damn, Jiang Sun couldn't help but curse, his fingers trembling slightly. At this stage, almost no one could reach a 4-dimensional attribute of 15 points, meaning anyone leaving a shelter, or if a shelter's low-level magic shield broke, would be almost certainly doomed. Upgrading to a level 3 shelter required a staggering 1,600 units of materials, a number that made Jiang Sun gasp again. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Jiang Sun continued to browse the remaining information. The Free Nation's official revelation offered a glimmer of hopium magic extraction array. This array could extract magic from all things and directly replenish items needing energy, like shelter totem poles. Although not highly efficient, it provided a feasible solution. Jiang Sun carefully examined the drawing method of the magic extraction array and found it not complicated. It only required consuming some internal magic and magical beast blood, materials that were readily available. His emotions calmed slightly as he realized this array might be the key breakthrough in the current predicament. Recalling the low-temperature magic array he had obtained earlier, Jiang Sun was increasingly convinced that magic was the core of this world's operation. The magic extraction array shared by the Free Nation's official revelation perfectly met everyone's urgent needs, enabling the extraction of magic from various items to energize devices and items requiring magic. Though the road ahead remained full of unknowns and dangers, this magic extraction array undoubtedly brought a glimmer of hope for humanity's survival. Jiang Sun took a deep breath, ready to face the challenges to come. The totem pole stood before the crowd, rough and primitive. Jiang Sun gazed at the pillar, crudely extracted from the body of a magical beast, feeling a mix of relief and helplessness. Although this method of extraction resulted in significant resource waste, it became a crucial lifeline for many in the face of this sudden disaster. Jiang Sun let out a slight sigh of relief, ready to refocus on the situation when an official message from the Bear Kingdom caught his attention. The bold words, "World Revelation Talent," made him hold his breath. The message was brief but exhilarating. Talents are innate, but in the magical world, they can be manifested through specific means, forming unique abilities. Currently, there are 2 known ways to awaken them. First, by killing magical beasts or opening treasure chest-like items, with a small chance of obtaining a talent awakening stone. Second, for those with special abilities, through continuous training to stimulate self-development. This message was like a beacon of hope, illuminating the darkness for the people. However, Jiang Sun suddenly recalled his seemingly useless special ability candy. Could this be my talent? He wondered with a wry smile, picturing the absurd image of himself pulling out a handful of candies. Although his ability seemed to be growing stronger lately, he was still uncertain about its usefulness. As Jiang Sun pondered, another official message from the new alliance of ancient Europe arrived. The title, World Revelation Profession, caught everyone's attention. The message stated that although there is no way to change professions in the magical wasteland world, professions do exist. When one's four-dimensional attributes reach 20 points each, they will automatically change profession based on their personal ability inclination. Professionals can not only expand their attribute tendencies, but also gain related professional abilities. This revelation was undoubtedly another boost of encouragement, adding new hope for survival. Jiang Sun felt slightly reassured, realizing that the revelation shelter he had received seemed less crucial in the current circumstances. After all, everyone was fighting for survival rather than pursuing quality of life. As for professions, the threshold of 20 points in all four dimensions was still out of reach for Jiang Sun. He temporarily set this idea aside and continued to focus on the final message that was about to be announced. Amidst everyone's anxious anticipation, the last piece of information was finally revealed. The Qingshan organization released a significant announcement about a world revelation. When upgrading a sanctuary, the magical materials added will impart different characteristics. A level 4 sanctuary is a critical point. It can be upgraded directly or merged with abandoned magical structures like mage towers and castles. After upgrading, the totem pole will be fully integrated, with future upgrade methods unknown. Jiang Sun reminded everyone to protect the totem pole and ensure it remains within the sanctuary's boundaries. This concise and powerful summary caused a massive stir in the World Channel. The once-calm channel was instantly flooded with countless messages, refreshing at a dizzying speed. The regional communication and trading channels were similarly thrown into chaos, with people venting their fear, dissatisfaction, and anger. 3 days of hunger had left most people exhausted, and this disaster information was the last straw for them. Some wept bitterly in their cabins, others smashed things in a frenzy, and some even recklessly charged into the darkness despite the nighttime dangers. In just a minute, the number of people in the regional channel dropped by dozens. Jiang Sun took several deep breaths and quickly calmed down. He was confident he could gather 1,600 materials within 3 days, leaving the remaining time for food storage or remote exploration. More importantly, he saw an opportunity to win people's hearts and turn Qingshan from a mere name into a tangible entity. Ambition burned in his eyes as he began to contemplate the next day's plan. The time was 6 a.m. on the third day of the Blue Star calendar's first year. After a sleepless night, most people quickly regained their spirits. Countless individuals dashed out of their homes at dawn, frantically gathering resources. Those who had previously taken their time using gathering skills were now employing various tools to collect materials during skill cooldowns. Even those who once feared magical beasts had to muster the courage to face the dangers. At this moment, people gathered their courage, picked up the weapons at hand, and ventured further afield. Those who lived by hunting were especially eager, heading straight for the lairs of firefly-level magical beasts. Throughout the day, the low-level magical beasts of the magical wasteland world suffered unprecedented blows, truly experiencing the oppressive presence of the frenzied, terrifying upright apes. Faced with the impending magic tide, everyone knew that waiting to die was more terrifying than death itself. No one was willing to sit idly by. Even with a sliver of hope, everyone fought desperately to survive. The belief that as long as we gather enough resources, we can weather the magic tide, drove everyone to strive for survival. For the entire day, the regional communication channel was rarely filled with idle chatter. Everyone was battling for survival. Jiang Sun was no exception. In just one day, he collected nearly 600 units of raw wood, advancing his gathering skill to level 3 at 17. The cooldown time was reduced from 20 minutes to 15 minutes, significantly improving his gathering efficiency. Taking advantage of the gathering skill's cooldown, Jiang Sun explored a 500-meter fan-shaped area in the opposite direction of the giant tree. In this area, he discovered many novel items. The most delightful find was 30 pounds of wild corn, which, although only of dim light level, was a rare source of staple food. Additionally, he collected some peculiar items, such as a damaged humanoid magic puppet. Although slightly smaller than a human, it weighed nearly 300 pounds. Jiang Sun found its internal structure intricate and complex, deciding to drag it back to his magical cabin, thinking it could fetch a good price even as scrap. As night fell, Jiang Sun had to conclude his exploration for the day. He recalled that last night he had noticed traces of magical beasts around the magical cabin, and this morning, the nearest footprints were only 5 meters away from the cabin. During his exploration, rustling sounds occasionally came from the surrounding grass and shrubs. Jiang Sun realized that without the deterrence of Walla, the magical beasts were becoming restless. That ungrateful brat doesn't even come back to check on his old man. That little rascal, Jiang Sun muttered under his breath, but he couldn't help but miss Walla. Without its constant chattering, life felt like it was missing something. Back inside, Jiang Sun looked at the pile of raw wood with a sense of satisfaction. These were his lifeline. He pulled a piece of translucent plant from his pocket and examined it closely. White jade sweet vine. Type: magical fruit. Level: star. Effect: intelligence 2 effective for the first 3 consumptions. Each consumption increases magic recovery rate by 100, lasting for 20 hours. Note: grows in magic concentrated areas of the magical forest, with stems as white as jade and sweet juice. Commonly used by alchemists as a base ingredient for making magical potions, the white jade sweet vine was undoubtedly Jiang Sun's biggest find of the day. He grinned with delight as he eagerly took a bite. The sweet juice exploded in his mouth, filling every taste bud with its sugary flavor. Greedily, he chewed, the delightful juice even dripping from the corners of his mouth. Delicious, Jiang Sun thought to himself, marveling at how this taste surpassed any fruit he had tried before. However, as he continued to chew, the fibrous texture became more pronounced, forcing him to spit out the pulp. Ugh, he muttered to himself. It's tasty, but it definitely inherited the drawbacks of sugarcane. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Sun decided not to swallow it forcefully. He didn't want to jeopardize his physical needs for tomorrow by overindulging now, which would waste the berries he had painstakingly gathered over the past 3 days. He quickly finished off the sweet vine in his hand, still craving more. He recalled there was another vine nearby, but it was close to an unknown magical beast's lair, which had previously deterred him from collecting it. But now that he was certain it could enhance his intelligence attribute, he resolved to take the risk and try again the next day. Wiping his hands, Jiang Sun understood that enhancing his intelligence was the top priority. Eating the white jade sweet vine 3 times was a rare opportunity to achieve this. More importantly, he had a powerful skill yet to be unlocked, Inscrade Sanctuary reward equivalent to a world revelation. After finishing the vine, Jiang Sun wiped his mouth and opened his information panel to check the changes in his attributes. Personal information. Name: Jiang Sun. Level: Glimmer. Strength: 6. Agility: 6. Stamina: 6. Intelligence: 17,125. Mana: 710,740. Recovery speed: 371113,737 points. Skills: Gathering, level 3, 18. Sure enough, his intelligence had increased by 2 points. To his surprise, his strength also increased by 1 point, indicating the dried meat's effectiveness was not to be underestimated. This discovery reignited Jiang Sun's motivation. He grabbed the dried meat from the table, chewing it with a blank expression. While its texture was far inferior to the white jade sweet vine, and even less palatable than the leftover pulp, he endured it for the sake of getting stronger. As he chewed the tough meat, Jiang Sun picked up his magic book and suddenly remembered he hadn't replied to Zhou Tsangyan's message. He decided to seize an opportunity to probe Zhou Tsangyan's intentions, ensuring he wouldn't miss any potentially valuable information. After all, in this perilous world, every piece of intelligence could be crucial for survival. In the vast cavern of the official Dragon Nation shelter, the air buzzed with activity, bustling like an anthill. Hundreds of workers moved in an orderly fashion, transporting various essential supplies and stacking them neatly in designated areas. The towering figure of Zhou Tsangyan stood on a makeshift wooden platform, his voice booming as he directed the systematic coordination of resources. Suddenly, the heavy metal door of the shelter slowly swung open, and the petite figure of Zhou Xiaoxiao darted out, sprinting to her father's side. "Dad, come down quickly. Mr. Lin has something urgent for you," she panted. Zhou Tsangyan nimbly jumped down from the platform, asking as he moved, "What's up, Xiaoxiao? Have we made contact with another official organization?" His voice carried a hint of anticipation. Zhou Xiaoxiao looked up at her father and replied quickly, "I'm not sure. Grandpa Lin only mentioned that Jiang Sun from Qingshan has sent another message." At the mention of Jiang Sun, Zhou Tsangyan instinctively quickened his pace. Jiang Sun, the enigmatic leader of the Qingshan organization, was someone even the official Dragon Nation found daunting. On Blue Star, Jiang Sun was an unknown figure, but in the magical wasteland world, he had risen like a comet, reaching a level on par with official organizations in just 1 day. Such power was truly chilling. Zhou Tsangyan clenched his fists. Even as a distinguished figure in Dragon Nation, every conversation with Jiang Sun left him feeling immense pressure. Pushing open the door, Lin Hansong was deeply engrossed in the magical book in his hands. Zhou Tsangyan approached quickly, lowering his voice. "Mr. Lin, has Jiang Sun sent another message?" Lin Hansong silently handed the magical book to Zhou Tsangyan, his hand trembling slightly. Zhou Tsangyan took the book, his eyes swiftly scanning the contents, and his eyes widened instantly. "This is a charging device for magic crystals? With this, our magic crystals won't just be ornaments anymore, and they can be reused." He was so excited he could barely form words. Lin Hansong nodded solemnly. "That's right. In the upcoming magical tidal disaster, this collector will become indispensable." "Then, what does he want in exchange? Is it the magic energy sun?" Zhou Tsangyan's eyes sparkled with hope. After all, they had possessed the crystal furnace for some time, and had even produced a considerable number of magic crystals. However, lacking a charging method, these crystals were utterly unusable. Lin Hansong paused for a moment, then slowly said, "He didn't say anything, just sent this message without any notes." He's waiting for us to offer an exorbitant price. Meanwhile, far away, Jiang Sun was leisurely seated on a straw mat, enjoying some milk candy. Crunch, crunch, ah, a bunch of fools. He found it amusing how humans could find joy amidst hardship. Browsing through the silly chats of online users, Jiang Sun felt his previously heavy heart lighten considerably. He had also received a message from Lin Hansong earlier, containing information on the creation of the magic energy sun. Magic energy, sun, blueprint 55. Type, blueprint. Level, special. Materials required, sunstone 1, raw stone 3000, magic iron or 500, magic copper or 500, fire attribute star level material 1. Effect, can simulate sunlight conditions, requires continuous magic power supplementation. Jiang Sun glanced at it briefly before dismissing the interface. What's the use of this thing? Never mind whether it can even be built. He muttered to himself, clearly unimpressed by the so-called magic energy sun. Jiang Sun spat out the jerky from his mouth, frowning at the low-temperature magic array diagram in his hand. This thing seemed useless except for tanning purposes, and he couldn't help but wonder how those researchers always managed to come up with such pointless contraptions. He placed the jerky back into the low-temperature magic array, only to find that the rate of decay was still alarmingly fast. On the other hand, the unappetizing fruits remained unchanged for days, their surfaces as smooth as ever. With no other choice, Jiang Sun quickly removed all the meat and set it over the fire to roast. He resolved to consume all the food by tomorrow, determined not to waste anything in this resource-scarce world, even if it meant eating until he was stuffed. As he turned away, a message from Zhou Tsangyan flashed again. Does your organization need anything? You can make a list, and we'll do our best to gather it. Seeing the message, Jiang Sun furrowed his brows, feeling a hint of suspicion. Since when had they become so polite? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Sun replied, we don't really lack anything at the moment. What do you have for trade? It wasn't a lie. They truly didn't need much. Trading strategic-level resources for everyday items seemed beneath him, especially since he was a key figure in the Qingshan organization. Zhou Tsangyan and Lin Hansong felt a pang of concern when they saw the reply. Zhou Tsangyan smiled wryly. Elder Lin, their power is indeed formidable. We have a food shortage for hundreds, yet they lack for nothing. Lin Hansong frowned, unwilling to give up. At the very least, we need to get one. With it, our development speed could double. Understanding the importance of the magic collector, Zhou Tsangyan sighed and sent another message to Jiang Sun. Think it over. We've gathered many rare materials, and we even have star-level weapons. Seeing the reply, Jiang Sun's lips curled into a slight smile. Star-level weapons? I have those too, and moon-level ones as well. He glanced around, confirming they truly lacked nothing, and replied, we could consider exchanging for some basic materials. He calculated that if he could acquire a few thousand materials, he could stockpile them and sell them for more when the magic tide approached. On the other end, Zhou Tsangyan perked up upon seeing the message. As long as there's a demand. He ran out the door, starting to inventory basic materials. At the same time, he called Zhou Xiao, coordinating with the other 5 official shelters to compile and summarize the materials. Jiang Sun yawned, his eyelids growing heavy. He had been staring at the communication device's screen for half a day, waiting for Zhou Tsangyan's reply, but there was nothing. He had expected Zhou to be eager about the exchange proposal, but the official's efficiency was surprisingly low. Losing patience, Jiang Sun was about to take a short nap when the device suddenly vibrated, signaling a new message. Quickly, he opened the message to see Zhou Tsangyan's reply. We can currently offer 50,000 units of raw wood and 40,000 units of raw stone. If that's not enough, we can settle the rest with magical materials. Jiang Sun jumped up from his chair, rubbing his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. 50,000 units of raw wood and 40,000 of raw stone, those numbers were staggering. He muttered to himself, I'm not building a grand castle. Even a small one wouldn't need that much material. In that moment, Jiang Sun had an epiphany, realizing the true value of the blueprint. The word strategic echoed in his mind. Ordinarily, only top-tier forces capable of gathering immense power in a day would qualify for such a precious item. Jiang Sun recalled that among the 5 level shelters, he was the only one who had obtained the blueprint through clever means. He was relieved he hadn't recklessly named a price. Otherwise, he might have been dismissed as an inexperienced bumpkin. He patted his chest, grateful for his cautiousness, thinking, being prudent has its advantages. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Sun carefully replied, our organization is small and busy with exploration, so we don't need that much material. He intended to portray Qingshan Camp as a gathering place for a small number of elite geniuses, an organization with an astoundingly high entry threshold. For someone like him, lacking management experience, a bloated organizational structure was unmanageable. Zhou Tsangyan, upon reading Jiang Sun's reply, found himself in a dilemma. In his mind, Qingshan Camp had become a powerful and enigmatic secret organization, one that transcends the mundane and is dedicated to uncovering the world's truths. Such an organization was even more daunting than other official ones and clearly didn't seem to lack resources. Jiang Sun put down the magic book, his gaze falling on the blueprint in his hand, brow furrowed. The conversation earlier had been a revelation. The true purpose of this item was for charging. He couldn't help but recall how he had initially underestimated this feature. After all, in their region's channel of 10,000 people, magic crystals had only appeared once or twice. With such a scarce supply, wasn't the charging function practically useless? Unexpectedly, the Dragon Nation had managed to obtain the magical crafting scroll for a crystal furnace. This news hit Jiang Sun like a hammer, awakening him to the possibilities. It meant that crystal fragments could be mass-produced into magic crystals. Although the current number of finished products was limited, the stockpile of crystal fragments was astonishing. Jiang Sun quickly calculated. At present, among the billions on the blue planet, about half had obtained a crystal ball, with each person holding a few crystal fragments. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun patted his chest with relief. Damn, that was close. I almost became a sucker, he muttered to himself, grateful for adhering to the principle of speaking less to avoid trouble. Otherwise, he might have been exploited. Through further discussion, Jiang Sun learned more. In 6 days, a global disaster magic tide would erupt, during which the magic collector would play a crucial role. The magic tide essentially consisted of scattered magic, and the collector's charging speed would increase significantly. Jiang Sun imagined the scene. After a wave of the magic tide, who knows how many magic crystals would be filled? This realization stirred a strong premonition in Jiang Sun. The role of magic crystals was far from limited to merely charging totem poles. As humanity continued to explore this new world, countless new uses would be discovered. As the storage medium for all magical core energy, magic crystals would become widely applied in various fields in the future, becoming an indispensable key resource. Thinking about a future life as a prosperous crystal merchant, Jiang Sun couldn't help but smile. However, reality was harsh. There was still a huge problem to solve. He didn't have enough materials to make the collector. Remembering those rare materials, Jiang Sun's smile faded, and he couldn't help but grumble internally. Useless things at home are piling up. No way, there can only be one useless thing in this house, and that's me. This thought sparked inspiration in Jiang Sun, and he began to quickly devise a plan. Collecting thousands of materials himself was like a fairy tale, but getting others to willingly do it for him was possible. For example, the Dragon Nation's official shelter, they certainly had the resources. The key was how to get them to work for him gratefully, without revealing his needs. This was a skillful task. Jiang Sun pondered for a moment, then opened the magic book and began editing, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. Meanwhile, Zhou Tsangyan and Lin Hansong were discussing countermeasures with worried expressions. Zhou Tsangyan suggested, if it doesn't work, let's raise the price a bit. You go to the warehouse and list whatever we can offer for him to choose from. Lin Hansong sighed. Well, it seems that's our only option. If it really doesn't work, I'll organize a team to hunt a star beast. No way. Zhou Tsangyan immediately opposed. Your last injuries haven't fully healed, and the losses last time were too great. The process was too risky, and the success rate is too low. It's like gambling with our lives. The two fell silent, and finally, Lin Hansong resignedly said, let's just hope they don't ask for too much. Zhou Tsangyan and Lin Hansong lowered their heads in silence, like eggplants withered by frost, as the air in the room seemed to freeze. Suddenly, the magic book on the table quivered slightly, emitting a notification for a message from a special contact. Zhou Tsangyan quickly opened the magic book, and Jiang Sun's name was flashing. I am from the Dragon Nation, and most of our organization is too. In this unfamiliar world, we share another identity. We are Blue Star people. Jiang Sun's opening statement was filled with a sense of mission. Their hearts pounded fiercely, as if struck by a heavy hammer. Zhou Tsangyan's voice trembled. Old Lin, is he about to? Lin Hansong adjusted his glasses, which glimmered with strange colors, and said nervously, keep reading. Let's hope it's what we think. Zhou Tsangyan hurriedly replied, please let us know if you have any requests. Jiang Sun responded promptly, we have decided to donate a collector to the Dragon Nation's official shelter. There are no strings attached. The Dragon Nation has already sacrificed a lot for the survival of ordinary people. Our strength is limited, and we can't achieve such greatness, but we will never take advantage of others. After the message was sent, there was no response for a long time. Finally, Zhou Tsangyan replied, your kindness, sir, will be eternally remembered by the Dragon Nation shelter, unforgettable. Even through the magic book, Jiang Sun could sense Zhou Tsangyan's gratitude and sincerity. This was precisely the effect he desired. Zhou Tsangyan put down the magic book and took several deep breaths to calm his excitement. He recalled his previous conversation with Jiang Sun and noticed that Jiang seemed to have limited knowledge about the collector. Yet, he chose to be open and honest, providing detailed explanations without taking advantage of the situation. He had prepared for the worst, even ready to risk his life, but the Qingshan organization had given him an unexpected surprise. At that moment, his favorable impression of Qingshan skyrocketed. Jiang Sun added, "We haven't hoarded a large amount of resources, so please help us collect 2 sets of materials. Also, we hope to purchase a crystal furnace from you." These words cleverly downplayed the true purpose, creating an atmosphere of pure assistance. Jiang Sun thought, "I've put it this way. How could you refuse to provide the materials? And dare to charge for the crystal furnace?" Sure enough, Zhou Tsangyan quickly replied, "Thank you and the Qingshan organization for your contributions to the people of the Dragon Nation. We will always remember your help." The system notification chimed as Zhou Tsangyan gifted the crystal furnace and left a message. "We'll send the collected materials to you as soon as possible." Jiang Sun smiled triumphantly. "I didn't ask for it. You insisted on giving it." Jiang Sun understood deeply that in this new world, population was the most valuable resource. Countless unknown fields awaited exploration. Endless knowledge needed research, and various materials required production, all of which depended on manpower. Even if he successfully established the Qingshan base in the future, it couldn't accommodate too many ordinary people. Therefore, establishing a good relationship with the official shelter of Long Country became crucial, as both sides could perfectly complement each other. With excitement, Jiang Sun decisively clicked to confirm the transaction. In an instant, a nearly tumtor-high furnace appeared out of thin air in his room. The furnace was entirely black, with a surface as smooth and bright as high-quality crystal, exuding a mysterious aura. With a thought, the information about the furnace immediately appeared before Jiang Sun. Crystal furnace. Type, facility. Level, firefly. Effect, consumes wood and magic points to smelt crystal fragments into magic crystals. Current conversion ratio, 20:1. Note, a fragile magical facility-specific furnace, not suitable for smelting metal ores, etc. Realizing the importance of this equipment, Jiang Sun quickly opened the magic book, eager to check the trading channel. He swiftly typed crystal fragments into the search bar, and in an instant, tens of thousands of trade listings filled the screen. This was not surprising. Although the probability of obtaining crystal fragments was low, considering the large population base of Blue Star, countless lucky individuals had successfully acquired crystal balls. Faced with these seemingly useless fragments, most smart people chose to exchange them for truly valuable items rather than keeping them as decorations. As a result, the price of crystal fragments in the trading channel was astonishingly low. Just 2 pieces of raw wood could easily be exchanged for a crystal fragment. This discovery thrilled Jiang Sun, and he rubbed his forehead, which was slightly sore from staring at the screen for too long, already having a plan for the next day in his mind. It looks like there's a big task for tomorrow, Jiang Sun thought to himself. I need to gather resources like crazy to exchange for crystal fragments. Once the materials from Long Country's official site arrive, I can really push forward with development. Things were finally starting to look up, and Jiang Sun felt a surge of joy. He closed the magic book, falling into a deep sleep filled with anticipation for what tomorrow would bring. As the first light of dawn broke, a delicate mist wrapped the earth like a sheer veil. Jiang Sun was already prepared, ready to embark on a new journey. It was April 4th, year 1 of the Blue Star calendar, just past 6 a.m. The night had barely lifted its curtain, and the temperature hovered between 10 and 18. The air carried a subtle magical vibration. A gentle breeze whispered ancient spells, hinting at the land's mysteries. In the sky, stars twinkled like strings of pearls, sketching ancient magical paths that heralded wisdom and enlightenment. Jiang Sun was spirited, filled with anticipation for the promising life ahead. However, his rest last night was far from ideal. In the dead of night, a thunderous crash of magical beasts against a protective shield jolted him awake, leaving a lingering unease. The pressure weighed heavily on him. He knew that if he didn't quickly enhance his power, the consequences would be dire if the beasts breached his doorstep. While he could rely on Star Flash to escape, his wooden cabin would be hard to save. After packing his staff, some provisions, and the basket left by Wallowich had now become his sole storage tool, Jiang Sun stepped out of his home with determination. The outside world was still dim, like an ink painting yet to be fully unfurled. Suddenly, a chilling roar of a predator echoed from a nearby forest, sending a jolt through him. Birds took flight in panic, and the cries of prey followed. This series of sounds instantly cloaked the magical forest in a shroud of fear, revealing its true and dangerous nature. Jiang Sun realized that the previous tranquility was due to Wallace's protection, which had naively led him to believe this place was a paradise. Let's get to it, Jiang Sun shouted, and a dazzling beam shot from his staff's tip, hitting a large tree precisely. The gathering spell then entered a 15-minute cooldown, and the tree fell, transforming into a pile of logs. The view cleared slightly, bolstering Jiang Sun's courage as he cautiously ventured deeper into the forest to retrieve what he couldn't the day before. Jiang Sun crept carefully behind a rock, his eyes fixed on the white jade sweet vine growing quietly not far ahead his target from yesterday, left uncollected out of fear. Yet, on a branch less than 20 meters away, A giant spider over a meter long was slowly moving in the shadows of the leaves. This spider blended perfectly with its surroundings, almost invisible unless Jiang Sun strained his eyes to spot it. The scattered bones on the ground silently warned of the danger here, forcing Jiang Sun to be exceptionally cautious. The spider was covered in dark green scales, each seemingly filled with deadly venom. Its 8 long legs rested lightly on the branches, making almost no sound, like a patient hunter waiting for its prey to walk right into its trap. At that moment, a gentle breeze rustled through the forest. A rabbit-shaped magical beast suddenly darted into view, heading straight for the white jade sweet vine beneath a nearby tree. The slight movement instantly alerted a lurking venomous spider, whose eerie green compound eyes flared up like ghostly lanterns, locking onto its prey. In the next instant, the spider launched itself with impossible speed. Its 8 long legs traced arcs through the air like lightning, swiftly enveloping the rabbit. Although Jiang Sun prided himself on his resilience, the sight before him made his stomach churn. The spider's sharp mandibles pierced into the rabbit, and a strange green ooze began seeping from the wound, indicating the venom was rapidly breaking down its prey. In just a few minutes, the once lively rabbit dissolved into a disgusting puddle. The spider leisurely fed, the whole process both efficient and brutal. Jiang Sun's teeth chattered as he thought. "Excuse me, I'm out of here." The horrifying scene shattered all his courage. He regretted his ignorance, having coveted the white jade sweet vine. Yesterday's success was sheer dumb luck. Clearly, this was a deadly trap set by the spider for conceited prey like him. Jiang Sun cautiously retreated, deciding to leave this dangerous place. However, when he tried to steal one more glance at the spider, he was horrified to find it had vanished. All that remained was a puddle of green liquid and the rabbit's bones. "Damn it," he cursed, instinctively activating his star flash skill. Jiang Sun's figure transformed into a dazzling starlight, appearing instantly near the white jade sweet vine. Looking back, he saw the spider's 8 long legs deeply embedded in the ground where he had just stood. Infuriated, he shouted, "No honor in that sneak attack." With that, he hurriedly attempted to pull out the sweet vine. Once, twice, it didn't budge, as if rooted to the spot. With no other option, Jiang Sun employed his harvesting technique. As the white jade stem finally fell into his hands, he wasted no time and sprinted into the depths of the forest. Uncertain if the low-level magical shield of his magic cottage could withstand the terrifying spider, Jiang Sun decided to use the star flash skill to maneuver. Feeling the gusts of wind behind him, he knew full well that 2 legs were no match for the creature's 8. As he ran frantically, he constantly adjusted his route. The trees of the forest blurred into a green barrier. He zigzagged, trying to use the complex terrain for cover. Close to a tree trunk, star flash. Closer again, another star flash. Yet, the venomous spider seemed to predict his position accurately. Each attack aimed precisely where he was. Jiang Sun could only keep using star flash to teleport. He glanced at his mana bar, 351,740. In just a minute, more than half his mana was gone. Continuing like this was not a viable option. Jiang Sun was in a state of panic, fully aware of his limited reserve of magic. Although Star Flash was powerful, its continuous use would rapidly deplete his energy. He roughly estimated that he could only hold on for another 2 minutes at most. Any longer, and he would end up like a melting candle, reduced to a terrifying puddle. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Sun forced himself to calm down, his mind racing to find a way out. It was then that he noticed a particularly dense area of trees ahead, and an idea struck him. He quickly calculated his remaining magic enough for about 5 more uses of Star Flash. "Let's take a gamble." Jiang Sun gritted his teeth, swiftly moving close to a sturdy tree trunk. With a flash of starlight, he shifted 3 meters to the right. The venomous spider lunged forward a few steps due to inertia before it could refocus on him. By then, Jiang Sun had already identified his next landing spot. As the starlight dissipated, he vanished into the dense canopy. He crouched down, holding his breath to avoid making any noise. His eyes were fixed on the spider, while he cautiously scanned the surroundings for the next safe spot. The spider began to look around, taking about 3 seconds to relocate Jiang Sun. When it finally looked up, all it saw was the fading afterglow of the starlight. Jiang Sun seized this fleeting opportunity, releasing Star Flash 3 times in quick succession towards the densest part of the forest, completely vanishing from the spider's sight. At this point, Jiang Sun's magic was down to just 51 points, barely enough for one last use of his skill. He remained motionless atop the tree canopy, trying to minimize his breathing. Even though his lungs felt ready to burst, he didn't dare to gasp for air. Who knows how that creature tracks its prey? He wondered. Jiang Sun slowly lowered his body, staying perfectly still to avoid attracting other potential predators. Every nerve in his body was tense, ready to react to any possible danger. An hour slipped by quietly, leaving only the rustling of leaves and the chirping of insects in the forest. Jiang Sun carefully climbed down from the tree and let out a long sigh of relief as his feet touched the ground, grateful for narrowly escaping danger. The recent peril still lingered in his mind, and he glanced at the glowing object in his hand, silently cursing the so-called cooldown-free skill that had almost gotten him killed due to its awkward activation. Leaning against the sturdy trunk, Jiang Sun didn't bother savoring the moment. He simply broke off a piece of the white jade sweet vine and chewed it hastily. It was his last remaining supply, as he'd thrown away his jerky earlier to escape the venomous spiders. As he spat out the last bit of cane pulp, he was pleasantly surprised to find his mana recovering more quickly, with a gradual increase in his intelligence attribute. This encounter made Jiang Sun acutely aware of his own inadequacies. He resolved to gather intelligence-boosting foods as soon as he returned, aiming to reach 20 intelligence points to learn the advanced skill Tide of Mana. Rubbing his sore legs, he continued moving away from the shelter, worried that the venomous spiders might expand their hunting grounds. Jiang Sun proceeded cautiously, using his gathering skill to clear a path, preventing disorientation and preparing for a potential escape. As the vegetation thinned and his view widened, he was overjoyed by what he saw. In the middle of a clearing stood a quaint wooden cabin, harmoniously blending with its surroundings. Suddenly, a warning bell rang in Jiang Sun's mind. Was someone there? Jiang Sun quickly dismissed his initial thoughts. The scene outside the small cabin was desolate, clearly neglected for a long time. Wild grasses grew unevenly around the area, with some reaching human height, rustling in the wind. Among the grass, a few unidentified plants sporadically intermingled with the weeds, creating a chaotic sight. Abandoned farming tools lay haphazardly around the cabin, some weathered beyond recognition, others broken in half. An old wooden barrel, covered in moss, was partially hidden among the grass, evidently unused for years. The entire scene resembled a painting eroded by time. Jiang Sun walked slowly to the front of the cabin, noticing that it was entirely constructed from wood, a stark contrast to the systematically built shelters of the system. The rough craftsmanship was evident, giving the structure a rugged sturdiness and an aura of wildness and desolation. Suddenly, Jiang Sun was startled. How could this place appear untouched for decades, yet the cabin showed no signs of decay? He paused, his gaze wandering over the cabin and its surroundings, his mind racing with speculation. He leaned forward to peer through the window, but it was pitch black inside, allowing no light through, so he abandoned his plan to peek inside. As he hesitated over whether to force the door open, a gust of wind howled behind him. Jiang Sun turned around to see the dry yellow grasses swaying wildly, sending a shiver down his spine. The cabin seemed like a place where opening the door might reveal ghosts, hardly enticing his curiosity. Despite his apprehension, Jiang Sun decided to investigate further. After all, he was already there. This reason was compelling enough for any Chinese person. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the heavy wooden door with some effort, the hinges creaking loudly. Inside, the light was dim, and a musty odor filled the air. Jiang Sun glanced inside, and saw that the cabin was only a few square meters. In the center stood a sturdy wooden table with several ancient ceramic jars on top. Nearby was a simple bed covered with a hand-woven blanket. As he reached out to touch it, the seemingly fine blanket disintegrated into a pile of fragments, instantly shattering his dreams of a comfortable sleep. Returning to sleep on a straw mat again, Jiang Sun scanned the dilapidated hut with a steely gaze, like that of a hawk, searching for anything of value. Suddenly, he noticed an unnatural bulge in the corner of the room. He chuckled to himself. The hiding spot was too obvious. Jiang Sun quickly approached, crouched down, and carefully brushed away the thick layer of dust. To his surprise, he found a wooden box covered by a tattered blanket. The blanket crumbled at the slightest touch, as if time had eroded it away. However, the wooden box beneath was intact, made from the same material as the hut. Though small, about 15 liters in size, the box was exquisitely crafted. Jiang Sun examined it closely and noticed intricate carvings on the surface. Despite the dust, the craftsmanship was undeniable. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, thinking, time to open the box. After all, this was the only place to store anything in this little hut. Looking around at the rundown surroundings, Jiang Sun mused that even if there was nothing valuable inside, the building materials of the hut itself were already a significant find. Holding his breath, Jiang Sun carefully lifted the lid of the wooden box. A few items wrapped in animal hide immediately came into view. He gently opened the first package, only to find a pile of unrecognizable powder, clearly weathered by time. The second package was in a similar state, reduced to dust. Jiang Sun's heart sank as he realized that this hut had been abandoned far longer than he had imagined. Over such an extended period, very little could have survived. Nonetheless, he stubbornly continued to unwrap the remaining packages, with most yielding the same disappointing results. Finally, only 3 items remained at the bottom of the box. With a sigh, Jiang Sun picked up a tightly wrapped leather pouch and carefully untied the knots. When he opened the pouch, a few grain-like items spilled out. Jiang Sun frowned in thought. Could these be seeds? As soon as Jiang Sun focused his thoughts, the information about the Moonlight Valley seeds appeared before him. These were 20-star level seeds, which could significantly restore satiety when consumed and enhance four-dimensional attributes with long-term use. When planted in magic-rich soil and nourished by moonlight, they could provide survivors with ample energy. His heart raced, and his hands trembled slightly. These weren't just star-level seeds. They were staple food seeds. Once husked, these seeds became millet, and somehow they had remained perfectly preserved over the ages. Jiang Sun carefully placed the seeds back into the bag and secured it tightly. To him, these seeds were a beacon of hope for survival and a guarantee for the future. With a stable food source, even the harshest disasters wouldn't lead to starvation. Thinking of the coarse texture of wild corn, Jiang Sun couldn't help but wince. In the few days since arriving here, he hadn't tasted anything refined. Images of enjoying high-quality carbohydrates daily flashed through his mind, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. He tucked the bag of seeds safely into his jacket and picked up the next package. This one was noticeably heavier and more securely bound. Once again, his heart raced, and from its weight and hardness, he could tell it wasn't filled with powdered items. Eagerly, he opened the package to reveal a uniquely shaped stone. One end was flat, the other thick, with a circular hole in the thicker part. Jiang Sun examined it closely and vaguely felt it resembled a tool head. Having never worked on a farm, he turned to the system for help. The system quickly responded, a wooden flint hoe head, a half-finished tool with a firefly glow level. It could slightly reduce physical exertion during cultivation, increase the yield of magical crops, and slightly dispel chaotic magic erosion in the soil. It required magical energy to operate, and could be completed with firefly level or higher wood. Jiang Sun realized it was a hoe for farming. He marveled at how these items were practically a complete survival kit. He carefully placed the hoe in the box, thinking the box itself would make a good storage container. Although the system had provided a warehouse when upgrading his magic hut, it was just an empty space where items were piled haphazardly. This box would certainly be useful. The last item wasn't a package, but a leather scroll. Its material was noticeably rougher than anything he'd seen before, and even the system couldn't identify its information. Jiang Sun quickly cleared the dust off the table and unrolled the scroll flat. Before him lay a chaotic array of drawings. Rough sketches and sparse lines intertwined, and after some effort, Jiang Sun managed to discern that it was a map. It roughly marked the distribution of forests and various wild resources. Though simplistic, it contained valuable information. Jiang Sun stood inside the wooden cabin, his gaze fixed on an old, dust-covered map. As he examined it closely, he noticed it depicted the distribution of resources within a 10-kilometer radius. However, these details seemed of little value to him, considering that the environment had changed drastically over the decades. Suddenly, several specifically circled areas caught his attention. Squinting, Jiang Sun realized that the marked routes deliberately avoided these regions. A bold hypothesis emerged in his mind. Could these circled areas be the territories of predator beasts? He smirked, thinking that this information was likely outdated. Over the span of decades, the owners of these territories would have changed multiple times, and the hunting grounds were unlikely to remain constant. He recalled the venomous spider he encountered on the way, a dangerous creature that didn't even leave a trace on the map. Just as Jiang Sun was about to abandon his study, two prominent red circles drew his attention. One of these circles was alarmingly close to the cabin, instantly putting him on alert. He quickly compared the positions in his head and was shocked to find that the red circle was a mere 3 kilometers from the cabin and just 1 kilometer away from his magical hut. A thought flashed through Jiang Sun's mind, like lightning. Wasn't that the location of the giant tree Wala had taken him to? Could it be that these red circles marked the territories of high-level beasts? With his heart pounding, Jiang Sun hurriedly confirmed the location of the other red circle. Seeing that it was on the edge of the map, 10 kilometers from his shelter, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Jiang Sun recalled his previous conversations with Zhao Tingtao and Zhou Tsongyan, and the information he gathered from the chat area, quickly organizing the hierarchy of beasts in his mind. Small herbivores and horned creatures, at the bottom of the forest food chain, were mostly at the twilight level and were the primary targets humans could hunt. Adult carnivorous beasts, with physical attributes generally above 15 points, were classified as firefly level. While difficult to hunt alone, escape was possible upon encountering them. Thinking of the kawaii bear and the venomous spider he encountered earlier, Jiang Sun estimated that they probably belonged to the star level. Beasts of this level were extremely rare, and the wisest choice when encountering them was to flee immediately, although the chances of survival remained slim. Reflecting on his experience of encountering 2 star-level beasts within just a week, Jiang Sun couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He shook his head with a wry smile, thinking that his luck was more outrageous than an African chief's. The forest life, filled with both danger and opportunity, was just beginning to unfold. Jiang Sun let out a self-deprecating laugh, thinking it might be more fitting to call him the ruler of Wakanda. His thoughts drifted back to the perilous encounter with the fearsome Shamate bear, recalling how Walla had subdued the beast with just a glance. This scene almost convinced Jiang Sun that it was indeed Walla who had secretly saved him. Suddenly, a startling thought crossed Jiang Sun's mind. If Walla's power surpassed that of the Shamate bear, then it might have reached the legendary Haiyue level. This realization shook him, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. He muttered to himself, "This is no rebellious child. It's practically my sworn father." A Haiyue-level magical beast was something most people had never even heard of. Jiang Sun finally understood why his shelter had received its rank evaluation. It was all thanks to Walla. This realization left him somewhat disappointed, as he had thought he contributed somewhat, but now it seemed he was the one holding things back. Jiang Sun glanced at his personal information panel, where the glaring glimmer label mercilessly reminded him of his power level. According to the system's evaluation, he was not even as strong as a firefly-level magical beast, probably on par with the rabbit that almost got turned into juice by a venomous spider today. The thought of being the so-called Lord of the Green Mountain, but only able to match a rabbit, made Jiang Sun grit his teeth in frustration. He ruffled his messy hair, forcing himself to get it together. "Looks like I need to find a way to win Walla back," Jiang Sun resolved. With it around, the shelter's safety factor could increase by dozens of times. No longer dwelling on those discouraging thoughts, Jiang Sun began to organize today's harvest, packing the items neatly into a small wooden box. He carried the box out of the cabin, casually shutting the door behind him, and headed toward the shelter. This temporary dwelling could at least solve the problem of spending the night, and if necessary, it could be dismantled for building materials. The wood was clearly not of ordinary quality. As he walked, Jiang Sun used his gathering skill, intending to clear a path leading directly from the cabin to the shelter. Meanwhile, his mind was constantly pondering the issue of upgrading the shelter. According to the revelation, a level 4 shelter could be merged with a suitable magical structure. Walla's giant tree hole was undoubtedly such a magical structure, but it also meant these structures were typically guarded by high-level magical beasts. If every magical structure was protected by a Haiyue-level beast, humanity's situation would be quite dire. Gaining the ability to challenge a Haiyue-level beast after upgrading to a level 3 shelter was clearly unrealistic. Yet without upgrading, it would be difficult to cope with the increasingly severe disasters. Jiang Sun found himself at an impasse, realizing this path to survival was far more challenging than he had imagined. Aside from teaming up with Walla, Jiang Sun couldn't think of any other viable solutions at the moment. He resolved to quickly enhance his own strength, and then find a way to persuade Walla to help claim the territory of another Haiyue-level beast. Jiang Sun didn't plan to limit himself to a fixed dwelling. The void train and the giant sailboat mentioned in the revelation were undoubtedly better options. With this ambitious plan in mind, Jiang Sun quickened his pace, stepping toward an unknown but hopeful future. Jiang Sun let out a long sigh, wiping the sweat off his forehead as he gazed at the chaotic land before him. His mouth twitched involuntarily. This was nothing like the neatly arranged fields others had. It was a complete mess. The land, spanning several dozen square meters, had been thoroughly tilled but remained uneven and irregular. From above, it looked like a complex magical array. He slammed his wooden stone hoe into the ground, feeling a bit dejected as he surveyed his masterpiece after 2 hours of hard work. Upon returning, he had eagerly repaired the hoe with hardwood and started farming immediately. However, the dog-chewed appearance of the land ruthlessly proved his lack of knowledge in agriculture. Only then did Jiang Sun realize that farming was not as simple as randomly turning the soil and watering it. He didn't even know how to sow seeds, let alone control humidity and temperature, which required professional knowledge. Helpless, he shook his head and abandoned the idea of further exploration. After all, those 20 precious star-grade seeds couldn't withstand his reckless experimentation. He opened the Magic Wasteland manual and flipped to the Friends section, only to find it almost empty. This made him suddenly aware of his limited social circle. Who could he ask about farming? Zhou. The Dragon Nation's shelter certainly had professionals. But he hesitated, worried that the image he had painstakingly built would collapse. Besides, knowing Zhou, the guy would undoubtedly shove a pile of food at him without question. The favors of the Lord of Green Mountain were not easily repaid. He continued scrolling and saw Zhao Tingtao's name. With a mindset of giving it a try, he sent a message to Zhao Tingtao. "Do you know how to farm?" Jiang Sun asked. Zhao Tingtao's reply came quickly. "What are you talking about? What can I possibly farm in this icy land? And I grew up in the city. I don't know anything about farming." Jiang Sun pressed further. "Then what do you eat? Don't you need sustainable development? Reindeer meat 131, frost wolf meat 25, snow hare meat 18. Are you out of food? I can share some with you." Zhao Tingtao replied. Recalling Zhao Tingtao's towering figure, over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 200 pounds, Jiang Sun quickly declined. He made a mental note to seek Zhao Tingtao's advice if he ever had questions about how to catch wild boars barehanded. As soon as this anonymous message was sent, the regional chat channel fell eerily silent for a few seconds before it was instantly flooded with all sorts of teasing comments. "Ha ha. Another one pretending to be from Green Mountain. Everyone, line up to laugh at him. This is hilarious. Dude, your message is so outdated. Everyone's bored of pretending these days. Jiang Sun frowned as he stared at his phone screen, a long message catching his attention. Still attaching past experiences? Haha. Do you believe I'm an academician at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences? Come on, man, how long has it been since you checked the channel? This joke is so outdated, everyone is immune to it now. You're the 15th person today. So, do you need to pay 10 units of raw wood as a membership fee to join your Qingshan? Recently, Jiang Sun had been overwhelmed with work, leaving him no time to catch up on group chats. He realized just how much information he had missed. Reflecting on it, out of the 5 announcements originally released, 4 were from official shelters of top countries on Blue Star, while only one was issued under the name of the Qingshan organization. In the following days, discussions about the Qingshan organization spread like wildfire, maintaining high levels of interest. However, as the topic gained traction, so did the problems. Numerous scammers took advantage of the Qingshan name to deceive people, leading to many initial victims. But soon enough, people learned to discern the real from the fake. Jiang Sun rubbed his temples, frustrated that he hadn't clarified things sooner. If he had provided an explanation when the message was released, many could have avoided being duped. Of course, those who fell for the scams also bore some responsibility. He picked up his magical book and quickly sent an anonymous message. The Qingshan organization has never publicly recruited members. Please be aware. This time, he made sure to attach the item information from the World Revelation Shelter. This information, impossible to forge, allowed anyone to view its detailed content. Jiang Sun could already foresee the storm that Qingshan's first public appearance would stir on Blue Star. Fortunately, he had activated the anonymity feature, a privilege of the Level 1 chat channel of the Blue Star Council. His message would be sent indirectly through the channel, effectively avoiding a bombardment of private messages. Looking at this powerful advanced channel, Jiang Sun couldn't help but wonder how the Long Kingdom's officials had acquired it. He silently resolved to make full use of this platform's advantages. When I have money, I'll get one for Qingshan too. Jiang Sun's message stirred up quite a commotion in the regional channel. After a brief silence, the channel buzzed with activity again. Ha ha ha, this fool is really putting on a show. Let everyone know, keep laughing at him. A mocking message appeared first. Then, reactions from others came flooding in. Boss, we have nothing to do with the person above. Are you really from Qingshan? Is Qingshan still recruiting? Yeah, boss. What are the requirements to join the Qingshan organization? We can bring resources to join. Wow, is this really someone from Qingshan? Everyone, come and admire. Paying respects to the boss, it's great to see someone real. Everyone thought it was a hoax these past few days. However, voices of doubt still persisted. Seriously, what's going on with you guys? Aren't there enough scammers claiming to be from Qingshan? Why are you playing along? But more people chose to ignore the skepticism and continued to ask. Boss, the fool above has nothing to do with us. What are the requirements to join Qingshan? Yeah, could you tell us what kind of organization Qingshan is? I have dual attributes of 10 points. Do I qualify? 10 points and you think you can join? Are you kidding? I have 15 points in strength. Boss, take a look at me. The discussion quickly veered off topic. Stop dreaming. I have a friend in the Dragon Nation shelter who said Qingshan people are true geniuses, the kind who could do anything even before the crossing. What? Really? Boss, do you need someone to warm your bed? I'm 171 centimeters, 55 kilograms, 36 Please take me in. Sis, come to me. I'll take care of you. Get lost. Where did this toad come from? Not knowing to look at itself. No mirror. Not even any water reflection. Jiang Sun sighed helplessly as he watched the increasingly off-topic conversation in the channel. He leaned back tiredly on the makeshift grass mat, the cold texture making him uncomfortable. Indeed, serious matters can't be discussed here. The more you talk, the more off-track it gets, he muttered to himself. Jiang Sun irritably turned over, crossed his legs, and opened the trading channel of the magic book. He thought, since the prices of basic resources were still reasonable, he should hurry and buy some daily necessities. At the very least, I need to get a proper bed, he murmured to himself. Otherwise, how will I survive? Warming a bed. What bed to warm? There's no bed to warm. Jiang Sun's eyes wandered through the trading channel as he began to seriously consider how to improve his living conditions. Jiang Sun opened the trading channel, and his screen was immediately filled with a variety of goods. He browsed with interest, noticing that there were more bizarre magical items than ever before. However, most of them seemed to be flashy but impractical trinkets. His gaze passed over a magical candelabrum that could change the color of its flames according to the room's atmosphere, and then he spotted a magical hanger that automatically sorted clothes. Jiang Sun couldn't help but think to himself that these were just magical versions of mood lights and organizing machines. He shook his head, imagining that if these items were on Blue Star, they would spark a revolutionary trend and become coveted luxury items among the upper class. But in this magical wasteland, filled with novelty, these things seemed a bit redundant. In contrast, food, and security, which were once readily available, had become the most sought-after rare resources. Jiang Sun sighed and continued to search intently for what he truly needed. He quickly checked his inventory and found he still had nearly 1,000 units of raw wood. Considering the high value of materials at the moment, he decided to splurge a bit. After all, once the materials for the magic collector arrived, these basic resources would no longer be a concern for him. Jiang Sun knew that in terms of practicality, materials were far less important than crystals. He first searched for attribute food. Although there were many results, the prices were astonishingly high, with some even requiring star-level materials in exchange. On reflection, this was understandable. In this perilous wasteland, survival was the top priority, followed by enhancing one's strength. Therefore, such items were either used immediately or kept as precious reserves, only traded when absolutely necessary. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun felt a surge of gratitude towards Walla, almost bringing his hands together in prayer to the sky, whispering a "thank you, brother." Then, he casually bought an item called the magic climbing frame. It resembled a cat tree, and it was said that pets playing on it for a long time could slightly increase their agility. A loving smile appeared on Jiang Sun's face as he thought that although he initially intended to buy a doghouse, since the squirrel liked to climb trees, the cat tree was more suitable. After all, it only cost him 10 units of raw wood. After purchasing the magic climbing frame, Jiang Sun carefully placed it against the wall and continued searching with the keyword bed. Suddenly, a flood of information about various beds appeared, making his head spin. He patiently sifted through them for a long time, eventually being deeply attracted to a bed called the Young Dragon's Nest. The Young Dragon's Nest was a star-level facility with impressive effects. Sleeping in it could significantly relieve mental fatigue, increase the maximum magic value with long-term use, and even had a low probability of triggering unknown effects. What made it even more appealing was that it carried the aura of a young dragon, seemingly allowing the user to feel under the protection of the dragon clan. Seeing that this bed was of star level, Jiang Sun felt a wave of excitement. But when he saw the price of 500 basic materials, he hesitated. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and bought it. It wasn't just for any other reason. The name alone sounded incredibly comforting. Jiang Sun had had enough of that shabby straw mat. Moreover, it was the highest grade bed he could find. According to the seller, she was selling this precious item because she needed to upgrade her shelter while living with her daughter. Hearing this, Jiang Sun's resolve to buy it only strengthened. Otherwise, she would never have sold it. Jiang Sun shook his head helplessly. It suddenly dawned on him that children without the ability to care for themselves are transported along with their parents. This realization sparked a peculiar thought in his mind. If transportation in the magical world is determined by blood relations, could some children be inexplicably transported to a neighbor or friend's place? He couldn't help but grin, imagining such a vivid scenario. As the transaction concluded, a dazzling light flashed, and a massive bed appeared before Jiang Sun. He took a closer look and understood why it was called the Young Dragon's Nest. The bed's main structure consisted of 3 or 4 enormous eggshells pieced together, as if directly transported from an ancient dragon's lair. The surface of the eggshells bore the marks of time, with faintly glowing magical patterns visible. Jiang Sun examined the peculiar bed carefully. The longest part of the eggshell was 3 meters, and even the narrowest part was 2 meters wide. The edges were meticulously polished, smooth, and even. The center was filled with an unknown soft material, making the entire sleeping area comfortable. The only thing he regretted was that the eggshells didn't come with matching bedding, meaning he'd have to spend more money on a set of sheets. Placing this massive egg-shaped bed into his already cramped room made the space even more crowded. But Jiang Sun didn't mind. He knew that if you can't eat or sleep well, you won't have the energy to worry about other things. Filled with anticipation, Jiang Sun leaped onto the unique bed. As soon as he lay down, he felt the magical energy from the dragon egg flowing around him. Even without additional bedding, the interior of the eggshells was incredibly soft and comfortable. A warm and gentle force seeped from the bed, enveloping him, as if being gently embraced by magic. This sensation moved Jiang Sun to the point of tears. He silently rejoiced, realizing that with money and power, one can enjoy the best anywhere. Reluctantly, Jiang Sun forced himself to leave the cozy bed. He knew he hadn't completed his tasks yet. After all, among the 3 basic survival needs of eating, drinking, and sleeping well, he had only fulfilled one so far. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Sun reminded himself to focus on the most pressing task at hand, finding a stable food source. This was the priority he needed to address at this stage. Jiang Sun opened the subchannel of the Blue Star Council, ready to check new friend requests. However, when the page finished loading, his eyes widened in shock. The number of friend requests displayed on the screen made him gasp 18,372, nearly 20,000. Frowning, he quickly did the math. The regional channel where he had posted his message had fewer than 10,000 members. Where did the extra 10,000 requests come from? Shaking his head, Jiang Sun decided to set aside this question for now and focus on sorting through the requests. He entered the keyword expert to filter the results, and again, he was astonished. Even after filtering, there were still 13,000 entries left. A slight smirk appeared on Jiang Sun's lips, tinged with disdain. Without hesitation, he clicked the block button, screening out all messages containing the word expert. As everyone knows, Jiang Sun muttered to himself, anything labeled expert usually loses credibility. Truly capable people don't call themselves experts. He then continued browsing through the remaining 5,000 messages. Despite the reduced number, the overwhelming feeling persisted. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Sun set a few more filtering criteria and finally discovered something he was genuinely interested in. Unlike the other messages filled with flashy introductions, this one was simple. In the magical world, everything is powered by magic. By using the right methods, magic can be integrated into soil and water, significantly boosting crop survival rates. What surprised Jiang Sun even more was that the message was followed by a detailed method of how to achieve this. Jiang Sun's heart raced. Using an anonymous account, he couldn't view the sender's specific information. But based on this unique insight and capability, he was certain this was someone with genuine expertise. He swiftly blocked all other irrelevant messages and focused on replying to this crucial one. Your message is highly valuable. What do you hope to gain from me? Until he could ascertain more about the person, Jiang Sun decided to proceed cautiously and avoid revealing personal details. The reply came quickly. I need nothing more. Passing on this knowledge to help more people survive is enough for me. Reading this, Jiang Sun felt a shiver. The tone carried an inexplicable sense of heroism, as if the sender was in some kind of perilous situation, possibly with their life at risk. This tone made Jiang Sun worry about their predicament. Deep within the cave, an elderly botanist leaned against the cold rock wall, utterly exhausted. The cramped space, barely 3 or 4 square meters, was dimly lit by a few glowing vines, serving as a makeshift refuge. However, the entrance was completely blocked by a massive boulder, trapping the old man in this desperate situation. Suddenly, a message flashed on his magical book. Having trouble? Need help? Food? Water? Or security? We can provide. The old man moved his body with difficulty, a flicker of hope appearing in his eyes, only to fade away. He knew he was in a hopeless situation, and even if he received supplies, it would only prolong his survival by a few days. Unable to return to the sanctuary, he would eventually be torn apart by the magical tides. As a botanist from Blue Planet, he was filled with a desire to explore this world. Although he had made some achievements, an accident had trapped him here for 3 days. During this time, he had repeatedly tried to seek help and rescue himself, all in vain. The distance between people was too great for mutual aid, and at 80 years old, he lacked the strength to move the boulder blocking the cave entrance. After days without food or water, his body was at its limit. At this moment, Jiang Sun contacted him, but he no longer held any hope of survival. He only wanted to convey his research findings, hoping to help more people survive. The old man shakily opened his manual, murmuring to himself, a good kid shouldn't drag him down. He struggled to support his body, his eyes filled with regret. If only there was more time, the technology here could save so many. Having made up his mind, he replied to Jiang Sun with trembling hands. If possible, please contact the Dragon Nation shelter to relay my findings. I don't need food anymore. Keep it for yourselves. If there are any agricultural issues, ask me, but be quick. Jiang Sun saw the reply, feeling a pang of sorrow. Such a talented and selfless person, even in the face of despair, refused to burden others. Yet now this world had tormented him to the brink of death. This damn world, he cursed silently, immediately adding the other as a friend. The system notification sounded. You have accepted Qin Gingyun's friend request, and your information will now be visible to them. Who? Qin Gingyun. Elder Qin. Jiang Sun's eyes widened in disbelief. This name was all too familiar. Elder Qin was a renowned agricultural expert in the Dragon Nation. His resume, titles, and honors were more extensive than Jiang Sun's life itself. At the age of 80, Mr. Qin has truly dedicated his life to humanity. His contributions are so significant that he is considered a modern-day Shinnon. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Sun immediately sent an urgent message. Mr. Qin, I can't believe it's you. I will definitely pass on the message. Please tell me what difficulties you are facing. Maybe I can help. No sooner had he spoken than Qin Gingyun's communication device beeped. A message popped up on the screen. Jiang Sun has sent you a trade offer of 1 emerald luminescent fruit, 500 g of steak, and 10 juicy berries. Seeing these supplies, a glimmer of hope appeared in Mr. Qin's cloudy eyes. Jiang Sun was determined. Even if he couldn't help, he would seek assistance from the official shelter to rescue Mr. Qin. This agricultural titan was someone he had admired since childhood, and he wouldn't be at peace without doing his utmost. However, he knew that if he informed Zhou Tsanyan, the Longhua official shelter would spare no effort to rescue Mr. Qin. At that point, Mr. Qin's connection with Jiang Sun would be severed. With this in mind, Jiang Sun hurriedly replied, Mr. Qin, please regain your strength first, then tell me your specific situation. We will find a way to rescue you. Also, would you be interested in joining the Qingshan organization? We are dedicated to exploring the world and, as members of the Blue Star Council, contributing to humanity on the Blue Star. Seeing Jiang Sun's message, hope shone even brighter in Qin Gingyun's eyes. Even at his advanced age, his desire to live remained strong. The world was full of wonders, and he wanted to see and experience more. So, he mustered his weary body to briefly describe his situation and sent it to Jiang Sun. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the supplies Jiang Sun provided. After hearing Qin Gingyun's description, Jiang Sun was delighted. The situation was exactly within his ability to handle. If Mr. Qin had been trapped by monsters or in danger, he might have had to seek official help. But now, the first expert of the Qingshan organization was about to be born. Jiang Sun quickly replied, Mr. Qin, I have a way to rescue you. Please consume the items I've sent to regain your strength. Hearing that Jiang Sun had a rescue plan, Qin Gingyun was overjoyed. After careful consideration, he decided to join the Qingshan organization. Without Jiang Sun, he might not have survived until other help arrived. If the Longhua official shelter had the means to rescue him, they would have contacted him by now. Just then, Qin Gingyun heard a beep. Jiang Sun has sent you a trade offer of one flowing light. Jiang Sun continued to guide. Mr. Qin, please check the staff's abilities and then consume the emerald luminescent fruit to enhance your attributes. He even considered the possibility that Mr. Qin might lack the magic power to use the staff. Qin Gingyun immediately checked the properties of the flowing light and the luminescent fruit, silently marveling at the wonders of this world. At the same time, he felt even more curiosity and anticipation for this world and the Qingshan organization. Moments later, another beep sounded. Qin Gingyun has traded back one flowing light. Seeing the staff being traded back, Jiang Sun was overjoyed. This meant Mr. Qin had successfully escaped. He quickly sent a message. Mr. Qin, have you made it out successfully? Qin Gingyun's voice emerged from the crevices of the rocks, filled with a relieved joy. Jiang Sun, I'm out. These gaps in the rocks allowed me to see the outside world. I'm so grateful to you. He paused, his tone becoming firm and appreciative. If there's anything you need from me, just ask. I'm willing to dedicate myself fully to you and your cause. Hearing this, Jiang Sun felt a warm surge in his heart. He knew that someone like Elder Qin was invaluable not only to him and Qingshan, but to all of humanity on Blue Star. He quickly replied, Elder Qin, you're too kind. Please take care of yourself and rest well. Your knowledge and experience are what we need the most. Don't worry about the materials for upgrading the shelter. I'll handle that. Just focus on your research. Your expertise in botany, especially regarding the plants of this world, is crucial for us. Qin Gingyun's eyes shone with determination as he replied, I'll head back to the shelter to prepare and then get straight to work. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, By the way, Jiang Sun, do you have any specific plans or things I should know about? Jiang Sun thought for a moment and said, We've acquired a special kind of seed and hope to find the right way to cultivate it. With that, he sent the detailed information about the seeds to Qin Gingyun and asked some basic planning questions. Now that Elder Qin was part of their team, Jiang Sun felt there was nothing to hide. He trusted that someone like Elder Qin would never betray them. The two of them discussed further details and decided to divide the 20 Moonlight Valley spike seeds equally. Both would conduct planting experiments and cross-verify their results. This arrangement was also a precautionary measure to prevent losing all the seeds due to a single mistake. Jiang Sun sent Elder Qin 200 units of basic materials for upgrading the tent. Then, following the advice he had just received, he carefully tilled the soil and planted the Moonlight Valley spike seeds with great care. When he looked up again, the sky had already darkened. Exhausted, Jiang Sun returned to his shelter, nestled into the giant dragon egg, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The night enveloped this mysterious land, and tomorrow promised to be another day filled with hope and challenges. Jiang Sun felt his body slowly sinking as soft whispers and gentle singing filled his ears, merging into a melodious symphony that guided him into an unprecedented deep sleep. In his dream, he found himself in a boundless sky, with his limbs transformed into powerful wings and strong claws. He flapped his wings, soaring above the clouds, overlooking a dazzling sea of magic below. A surge of desire to shout welled up inside him, but what emerged from deep within his throat was a thunderous dragon's roar. He weaved through the clouds, skimming past countless magical flying creatures, witnessing them scatter in fear. Then, he descended into a dense jungle, kicking up a cloud of dust, and let out another high-pitched dragon's roar that made all the beasts bow their heads. In this wondrous dream, Jiang Sun truly felt like a mighty dragon, experiencing unparalleled freedom and power. When Jiang Sun opened his eyes, the sky had already turned a pale white. The first rays of sunlight filtered through the window, casting a golden glow on his young dragon's nest. a massive bed shaped like a dragon egg. He felt invigorated, as if all his fatigue had vanished overnight. As he sat up, he vaguely noticed some changes in his body. Eagerly, Jiang Sun immediately checked his personal information. Name, Jiang Sun. Level, Glimmer. Strength, 871. Agility, 871. Stamina, 871. Intelligence, 221,651. Magic points, 10001000. Recovery rate, 50150505 points hour. Skills, Gathering, Level 3, 27. Status, Dragon's Gift. A system prompt appeared. Your four-dimensional attributes have permanently increased by 1 point, and your maximum magic points have permanently increased by 200 points. For the next 20 hours, your attributes temporarily increase by 1 point, and your stamina recovery rate is boosted by 300. Holy crap! Jiang Sun exclaimed in delight upon seeing the changes in his attributes. Unable to resist kissing the eggshell, he murmured excitedly, "This is amazing! What a huge gain!" Just one night's sleep on the new bed had triggered the young dragon's nest special effect. Jiang Sun couldn't help but imagine that if the seller knew about this, they would regret it deeply. After all, the permanent increase of 4 attribute points and 200 magic points was far more valuable than a mere 500 pieces of wood, not to mention the additional Oneti attribute bonus. Jiang Sun's thoughts began to wander. If the special effect of the young dragon's nest could be triggered frequently, wouldn't he just need to sleep every day? It wouldn't be long before he could punch the moon and step on the stars. He couldn't help but show a slightly twisted smile, but quickly shook his head, dismissing the unrealistic idea. However, the sudden benefits made Jiang Sun ponder. Could he really be the world's chosen one? These unexpected surprises came too suddenly. Stretching lazily, Jiang Sun jumped out of bed, tidied up a bit, and prepared to head out. After all, the dragon's gift effect only lasted for 1 day. If he didn't act quickly, the triple stamina recovery buff would be wasted. Before heading out, Jiang Sun glanced at the time. It was May 7th, year 1 of the Blue Star calendar, 7 a.m. Nighttime had shortened to 3 p.m. to 6 a.m., and daylight had extended by an hour. Even so, Jiang Sun indulged in some extra sleep. The comfort of the new bed was a significant upgrade from the straw mat. He casually rolled the straw mat into a bundle and left it by the door, planning to dry it out and use it as kindling later. Jiang Sun carefully checked the weather forecast. Temperatures between 10 and 28, with clear skies and noticeable fluctuations in magical energy. The gentle breeze whispered ancient incantations, as if each gust carried the soft murmur of magic. The stars were arranged in a mysterious magical labyrinth, twinkling with guiding light, suggesting infinite possibilities for exploration. These details intrigued Jiang Sun, especially the magical atmosphere and the celestial omens. Unfortunately, he couldn't yet decipher their mysteries, so he checked them daily, hoping to discern some patterns. The communication channel was as lively as ever. Players were eagerly discussing their findings. "I failed to cast the gathering spell today. What's going on?" "I failed too. Only got back half my mana. Such a loss." "I focused on strength, but couldn't land a heavy hit on the flame wolf earlier. Almost got hurt." "Can someone explain why?" "It might be related to the weather conditions." "Yeah, the fluctuations in magical energy could affect our mana." "I got a magic scroll that says people with lower attributes are more affected by the magical atmosphere." "Ah, that makes sense. Thanks for the info. Better stick to basic attacks today. Don't want the weather to backstab us." Jiang Sun quickly noted down this information. These players might be silly at times, but they did have some insightful observations. He immediately went out to test things himself and found that he had no trouble casting the gathering spell, but using Star Flash felt more sluggish than the day before. After careful consideration, Jiang Sun decided to abandon his plan to explore the new red zone. Facing a moon-level beast, even a slight delay could be fatal. He also dismissed the idea of seeking out Walla, worried that barging in might provoke the powerful creature. With a wry smile, Jiang Sun felt like an empty nest elder. He walked off, hands clasped behind his back, hunched over, carrying a basket. After a moment, he turned back and left a large handful of milk candies by the door, a product of his abilities over 3 days. Jiang Sun trudged cautiously through the wilderness, making his way toward the marked mining area on the map. The path had long disappeared, leaving only tangled shrubs and vines. He gripped his shimmering staff tightly, his nerves on edge, wary of encountering dangerous creatures like the venomous spiders again. Recalling that perilous encounter sent a shiver down his spine. The memory of their vicious hunting tactics still haunted him. He vowed to himself that once he mastered attack skills, the first thing he'd do would be to eliminate those dreadful creatures. Half an hour later, Jiang Sun noticed the ground beneath him becoming firmer and the vegetation sparser. He knew he was getting closer to his goal. Finally, after pushing aside the last cluster of entwined vines, the view before him opened up. This exploration had 2 main objectives: finding the mining area and locating a water source. The mining area was the priority because decades meant little to the formation of billion-year-old minerals, so resources were likely still there. As for the water source, that was a matter of luck. Streams in the forest had limited flow, and even if he found one, he had to be extra cautious, as such places were likely frequented by magical beasts. Although buying water wasn't difficult, and he could always purchase ice from Zhao Tingtao, self-sufficiency was the key to long-term survival. Jiang Sun understood that in this perilous world, having more resources meant more security. He recalled the map in the small cabin, which indicated that there used to be a significant mining area in this direction, accompanied by several annotations he couldn't understand. I can't read. Jiang Sun muttered in frustration. The magical world's script was incomprehensible to him, apart from the word sanctuary, which the system had forcibly implanted in his mind. Despite this, Jiang Sun wasn't discouraged. He knew that in this unfamiliar world, every step of exploration was for survival and the future. Even if the road ahead was treacherous, he had to forge ahead. After all, no one would visit him here, and no one would lament his situation. As the saying went, no one cares if you eat or not. Just come home and visit, you ungrateful child. In this world, he could only rely on himself. Before him lay a vast, abandoned mining area, overgrown with weeds and scattered with rocks. A dozen or so dilapidated mine shafts were irregularly dispersed across the landscape. Signs of collapse were evident everywhere, silently narrating the consequences of past reckless mining. Jiang Sun cautiously stepped into this desolate place, his luminescent staff emitting a faint glow, like a mobile lighthouse illuminating his surroundings. Old Qin never ceases to amaze me. This staff is like a flashlight. Jiang Sun thought appreciatively. This clever use of the staff was taught to him by Old Qin, whose initial weapon was also a staff. Jiang Sun carefully regulated the flow of magic, and soon, the tip of the staff formed a small nightlight. Scanning the area, Jiang Sun began to search meticulously for mineral resources. Suddenly, a partially exposed rock caught his attention. Its surface emitted a faint blue light, standing out in the dim environment. His interest piqued. Jiang Sun quickly retreated behind a large boulder, stealthily observing. The glowing stone looked as if it were teeming with radiation. If this were on Blue Star, Jiang Sun would have turned and fled. But in this magical wasteland, common sense dictated that anything that glows is likely a treasure. Balala Energy Sharuka Crush Stone. The embarrassing incantation slipped out of Jiang Sun's shameless mouth. With a swoosh, a beam of light shot forth, and within moments, a large boulder 10 meters away crumbled into smaller rocks. Among the rubble were two stones glowing with a faint halo. Jiang Sun continued his watch for a while, ensuring that the noise of his gathering spell hadn't attracted any magical beasts. Satisfied, he cautiously approached and picked up the glowing stones for a closer inspection. The minerals were extraordinarily hard, their surfaces etched with intricate patterns. With a thought, the stone's information appeared before him. Obsidian, or 2. Type, magic mineral. Grade, firefly. Trait, hard. Note, when smelted, it forms durable obsidian, an excellent material for crafting magical artifacts. Confirming their value, Jiang Sun quickly pocketed the minerals. As for the ordinary stones scattered around, he didn't spare them a glance. Only a fool would drag these back. Why not just trade them right here and now? He silently praised his own wisdom, knowing that basic resources were always in demand. Taking advantage of the cooldown period of his gathering spell, Jiang Sun continued to explore deeper. Since this was a mining area, there should be more mineral resources. Indeed, as he ventured further, he came across several pits, each taller than 2 people. Within the pits, glimmers of light suggested valuable finds. Scattered around the openings were mining tools, mostly decayed beyond use. Jiang Sun casually crushed a pickaxe head underfoot. He noted that these tools were of much poorer quality than those found near the small wooden cabin. Despite decades of exposure, the cabin's tools were still usable, with only minor weathering. Jiang Sun picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it into the mine, then quickly retreated several meters, hiding behind a thicket, eyes fixed on the mine entrance. After the spider incident, Jiang Sun felt he had developed a persecution complex. Someone's always out to get me. The world is full of dangers, he thought warily. Sure enough, following the dull thud of the stone landing, a piercing shriek echoed from within the cave. A sharp howl echoed from the depths of the mine, followed by a flurry of hurried, chaotic footsteps. Jiang Sun's heart skipped a beat as he held his breath, pressing his body against the grass, fearing detection by the creatures within the cave. Suddenly, several giant rats, each the size of a small dog, darted out of the mine, their eyes glowing an eerie green in the moonlight, and their sharp teeth bared menacingly. Jiang Sun recognized these creatures as ground rats, dangerous beings mentioned in the Blue Star Council broadcasts. Individually, they weren't strong, but their numbers and tendency to swarm made them a significant threat to any lone survivor. Fortunately, these ground rats seemed unaware of his presence. After a brief search of the area, they squeaked and scurried back into the mine. Relieved that the danger had passed, Jiang Sun slowly rose to his feet. The experience convinced him to abandon any plans to explore the mine further. These scavenger rats not only lacked any value, but their meat was poisonous, making it a complete waste of time and energy to pursue them. Carefully skirting the territory of the ground rats, Jiang Sun continued on his way. Before long, he arrived at an even deeper mine pit that seemed to lead straight to the Earth's core. Scattered around the edge were various mining tools and some ancient stones. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Sun noticed faint magical vibrations emanating from these rune stones. He cautiously picked one up, only to watch it crumble into dust in his hand. Sighing, Jiang Sun deduced that these might be depleted magic stones, confirming the magical energy loss phenomenon described in the warehouse of the magic cabin. He committed this discovery to memory, realizing that the importance of the warehouse might exceed his initial expectations. Facing the enormous mine, Jiang Sun decided to use an old trick testing the path with stones. First, he discarded the pebbles in his hand, then struggled to push a boulder as high as his calf. Judging that the stone size was sufficient to gauge the pit's depth, Jiang Sun mustered his strength and rolled it into the abyss. Without waiting for an echo, Jiang Sun immediately turned and sprinted away, casting a star flash spell to ensure his getaway. This series of seamless actions highlighted his alertness and decisiveness in a perilous environment. Jiang Sun ran for 50 meters before finding a rock to hide behind. His caution was well-founded. In these tunnels, tall enough for a person to stand, even large rats could make a home in droves. Who knew what terrifying things might lurk in larger caverns? He took a deep breath and threw a few stones into the cave. The echoes of the rolling stones reverberated in the empty cavern. Thud, 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 clatter, and finally a crisp splash. Jiang Sun's eyes lit up, and he listened carefully. Water, he murmured, while cautiously watching the cave entrance, fearing some creature might be disturbed. Minutes passed, and the cave remained silent, with no tremors or roars. Jiang Sun felt a surge of hope. There's a chance. I can go down. He crouched, moving stealthily like a nimble cat to the entrance. Just to be safe, he pushed a few large rocks down, each splash making his heart race. Once he confirmed the cave was still quiet, Jiang Sun made up his mind. Gripping his staff tightly, he fixed his gaze on the dark entrance. I've come this far. I need to find something worthwhile, he encouraged himself, then stepped into the unknown darkness. As he entered, a mix of musty and mineral scents hit him. The cave was pitch black, illuminated only by the faint glow from his staff. Jiang Sun carefully navigated around loose stones on the ground, wary of triggering hidden traps. Cleverly, he set up a simple warning system with loose rocks, so he would be alerted if anything else ventured in. As he ventured deeper, the air grew increasingly stale, and strange cave plants became more abundant. The uneven rock walls were adorned with more glowing minerals and fluorescent plants, creating a vibrant scene. Jiang Sun couldn't help but smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. These are treasures, he thought, though his rational side reminded him it wasn't the time to collect them. A misstep could mean being buried alive in this endless cave. After about 10 more minutes, Jiang Sun suddenly heard the sound of flowing water ahead. Holding his breath, he tightened his grip on his staff and cautiously approached the source of the sound, unsure of what surprises or dangers lay in wait. The discovery of the underground river left Jiang Sun thrilled. He cautiously moved along the cave's bottom, his breath taken away by the scene before him. A narrow underground stream flowed gently under the glow, merging into a small pool of about 10 cubic meters. The water was so clear that Jiang Sun was delighted, thinking it would be perfect for drinking and irrigation. He hurried forward, cupping a handful of the spring water to examine it closely. A system prompt appeared. Rock Spirit Spring 137 ml. Type: natural resource. Grade: glowworm. Effect: exceptionally pure. Long-term consumption can slightly enhance physical attributes and marginally increase magic recovery speed. Note: originating from the depths of ancient mineral veins, this is nature's gift. Due to its high purity, it is often used by alchemists as a base for potions. Great stuff! Jiang Sun was so excited that he almost spun around in place. But then he awkwardly realized a problem. He hadn't brought any container to store the water. Who goes out looking for water without a canteen? He mockingly shook his head at himself and quickly opened the Magic Wasteland manual to search the trade channel. Several options quickly appeared. 1. Hardwood bucket. 10L capacity. Exchange for 100 units of lumber. 2. Sheepskin water bag. 40L collapsible water bag. Exchange for attribute fruits. 3. Bluestone trough. 5000L large trough. Exchange for 10 days worth of food for 2 people. Although these items were tempting, Jiang Sun was penniless at the moment and couldn't even afford the most basic trade items. He looked at the water pool with a wry smile, a series of impractical ideas flashing through his mind. Should he come here every day for water, or dig a pit at home? Suddenly, the word dig sparked an idea in Jiang Sun's mind. He immediately messaged his friend Zhao Tingtao. Go find a place to dig a big ice pit. Zhao Tingtao was clearly puzzled. There's something good. Don't dawdle. I'll share it with you. Jiang Sun added. Okay, bro. Zhao Tingtao promptly agreed. Meanwhile, Zhao Tingtao, a man as bulky as a bear, grinned as he saw the message. He casually tossed the whole Arctic deer he had been carrying over his shoulder into the shelter, picked up his tools, and headed out. In his view, Jiang Sun was one of his few friends and was known for his generosity. If he said it was something good, it must be valuable. Zhao Tingtao went outside, swung his bone-made tools, and began chipping away at the ice to dig a pit. Before long, he completed the task and sent a confirmation message to Jiang Sun. Suddenly, a system message interrupted Jiang Sun's thoughts. Ding! Jiang Sun has offered to trade you 5 tons of Yinling Spring. Do you accept? Jiang Sun's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the message. 5 tons. That was no small amount. His arms were sore from the earlier labor, but he felt a surge of delight. This job was definitely worth it. Does this old rascal measure his good stuff by the ton? Jiang Sun muttered to himself, then replied. Jiang Sun, keep it for now. I'll take half back when I return. Zhao Tingtao's reply came quickly. Sure thing, bro. I'll take a little less, but you better hurry, or it'll all freeze. Got it, Jiang Sun responded, glancing at the pool in front of him. The water level had suddenly dropped by half, a sight that left him satisfied. As a renewable resource, sharing some with Zhao Tingtao was no problem. After all, at this rate, he could collect more every 3 days. With just himself, a few crops, and old Qin at home, how much spring water could they possibly need? Zhao Tingtao's help was timely, and Jiang Sun was always generous with friends, happy to oblige. With the important matters settled, Jiang Sun continued deeper into the cave. Not far ahead should be the bottom of the mine, and he secretly hoped for further discoveries. Holding his staff, Jiang Sun moved lightly through the winding mine tunnels, the staff's glow casting a furtive shadow on the dim cave walls. As he went deeper, the air grew thick with the smell of sulfur and a faint hint of decay. This indicated he was nearing the core of this ancient vein. Indeed, 10 meters later, the space opened up before him. A vast underground chamber appeared, starkly different from the narrow passageways before. The ceiling arched high, as if nature had meticulously carved a grand hall beneath the earth. In the center of the cave, a massive natural stone platform held a skeletal remain. Scattered around were several rusty weapons and some seemingly ancient bottles. Jiang Sun was startled but didn't approach recklessly. He quickly dismissed his initial assumption this environment was utterly unsuitable for human survival. Oxygen levels alone posed a significant issue. Approaching cautiously, Jiang Sun's gaze lingered on the skeleton. Soon, he noticed something unusual. The ribcage was shattered into numerous small pieces, as if someone had performed a stone-breaking act on their chest but forgot the padding. Beast attack, Jiang Sun mused. How much force would that require? He squinted, scanning the area for possible attackers or their remains. If this person was injured while alive, they wouldn't have made it far with such wounds. The battle likely took place nearby. Since the human skeleton was intact and uneaten, the beast's remains were probably less complete. Jiang Sun intensified the magic flow to the light, making his staff shine brighter. The cave's environment became clear before him. Sure enough, not far away, he found a massive beast skeleton. Judging by the skull, the beast was about 3 meters tall and 5 meters long in life. However, this beast skeleton was even more pitiful than the humanoid, was more a heap of scattered bones than a coherent structure. Jiang Sun stared at the skeleton before him, secretly amazed. If not for the hard skull that still retained the features of a magical beast, he would hardly recognize what it was. The battle must have been exceptionally fierce. Although both sides had perished, the beast's remains clearly suggested it was the one brutally killed. His gaze shifted to the human skeleton, and questions filled his mind. Could it have been an ambush? Unfortunately, too much time had passed for Jiang Sun to make an accurate judgment. He shook his head and sighed. How important it is to fight honorably. Look at the miserable end of an ambush. With the danger gone, Jiang Sun decided to examine the remains more closely. He glanced at the beast's skeleton with sympathy one last time, then turned to the human bones. Hey, bone brother, if you have any last wishes, let me know. I'll try to help you out, Jiang Sun said half-jokingly, not noticing the subtle reaction from the skeleton. Seeing no response, Jiang Sun shrugged. All right then, I'll take a bone with me and give you a proper burial. At least you'll rest in peace. With that, he casually snapped off a finger bone and slipped it into his pocket. Pretty hard, he muttered. Next, Jiang Sun placed his basket aside and began to inventory his findings. He picked up a sword, only to discover it was just the hilt. The blade had long since broken. A necklace was also damaged and easily snapped apart. To his dismay, the minerals in his bag had turned to dust, having lost their magical essence. Jiang Sun was furious, even considering returning the finger bone. I give up on this job. There's nothing in it for me, he grumbled in frustration. As he continued his search, his disappointment grew. Is there really nothing left? He sighed. Just then, an ethereal sigh echoed in his ear. Startled, Jiang Sun jumped back over 2 meters. Is this place haunted? His heart pounded as he looked around, finding no one else in the cave. However, a more astonishing scene unfolded. The skeleton's tightly clenched right hand slowly opened, revealing a simple, ancient ring resting in the palm. Jiang Sun's eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw. Jiang Sun's heart pounded violently as he stared at the scene in front of him, almost as if it would burst from his chest. His eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the skeleton that had suddenly shown signs of movement. Are there really ghosts? He exclaimed internally, then silently berated himself. Come on, if you were conscious, why didn't you say something earlier? Suppressing his fear, Jiang Sun shakily inched towards the skeleton, his legs trembling. He carefully bent down and gently placed the finger bone he had picked up back in its original place. After completing this action, he quickly retreated 3 steps and took a deep breath, bowing deeply. Please forgive me, Senior. I meant no offense, Jiang Sun said, his voice trembling and his words rushing out. I was just exploring here, and if I've disturbed you, I hope you can be lenient. He kept repeating this, looking utterly anxious. In truth, Jiang Sun wasn't really afraid of ghosts. His gaze inadvertently landed on a pile of beast skeletons nearby, which must have weighed several tons when alive, now dismantled into pieces. The thought that the being in front of him could disassemble such beasts with bare hands sent a shiver down his spine. If this entity wanted to tear him apart, it would probably take just a gentle breath. This thought made Jiang Sun even more submissive, his head nearly touching the ground, adopting a posture of complete deference. However, the expected reaction didn't come. The surroundings remained silent, without any movement. Gathering his courage, Jiang Sun cautiously lifted his head for a peek. The skeleton lay quietly as if the earlier movement had been a figment of his imagination. Swallowing hard, he slowly straightened up and was about to say something more, but then considered the possibility of a language barrier. Reluctantly, he decided against it and instead focused on observing the skeleton closely. Soon, Jiang Sun's attention was drawn to a ring on the skeleton's hand. The ring appeared ancient, its surface covered with intricate patterns, emitting a faint glow. This sight made Jiang Sun's curiosity itch, his eyes fixated on the ring, almost unable to look away. After waiting a bit longer and confirming the skeleton wasn't going to react, Jiang Sun took a deep breath and cautiously approached. Holding his breath, he gently removed the ring from the skeletal hand, bringing it up to examine closely. Starfall storage ring type, ring level, crescent moon damaged. Glow firefly star crescent moon. Requirement, intelligence 15. Effect, contains an independent storage space of 1000.5 cubic meters, allowing for item categorization and quick retrieval within the ring. Note, crafted by an ancient elven master using starfall iron and spatial magic crystals, infused with the mysteries of spatial magic, currently damaged. Reading the ring's description, Jiang Sun's eyes widened. This was just like the storage rings commonly found in novels, and it was a high-level crescent moon grade with an astonishing 1000 cubic meters of space. However, the glaring damaged at the end of the description dropped his heart into his stomach. He examined closely and guessed that the 0.5 in parentheses likely indicated the actual usable space. From a Hummer to a bicycle. Jiang Sun chuckled to himself, then slipped the ring onto his middle finger. He whimsically thought, now, when I flip someone off, I can show off my storage ring. Does my ring look nice? Shaking off these ridiculous thoughts, Jiang Sun silently commanded, open ring space. However, the ring remained unresponsive. He smacked his forehead, remembering that he was in a magical world. With a surge of magic, a space unfolded before his eyes. Although 0.5 cubic meters wasn't too small, the jagged edges of the space made Jiang Sun uneasy. He couldn't help but wonder if it was possible to repair this thing. Next, Jiang Sun began inspecting the items in the space. The first things he saw were several clusters of unidentified wild vegetable dumplings. Curiously, he reached out to touch them, only to watch them instantly turn into a puddle of unidentifiable sludge, emitting a nauseating stench. Jiang Sun was taken aback. The time inside the spatial ring wasn't frozen. This was quite different from what he had learned from novels. He quickly weighed the pros and cons. Although the ring's value was somewhat diminished, having an extra half cubic meter of storage space that didn't take up any physical space was still a significant gain. With the mindset that something is better than nothing, Jiang Sun began emptying his pockets, placing his personal items into the ring's space. Flint, ores, jerky, milk candies, weeds picked up along the roadside, stones for pathfinding, and even 2 mushrooms that looked poisonous were all unhesitatingly stuffed inside. Soon, a small mountain of miscellaneous items piled up in the ring's space. After emptying his pockets, Jiang Sun stared in disbelief at the heap of items before him, scratching his head and pondering, do I really carry this much stuff with me all the time? At that moment, he realized the storage ring's value seemed to have diminished even further. After all, it's well known that a man's pockets can hold all his worldly possessions, so the storage space didn't seem all that special. While Jiang Sun was silently lamenting, something in a corner of the space caught his attention. Carefully, he retrieved it and discovered a palm-sized pouch. The leather material was identical to the treasures he had found earlier in a small cabin. His heart racing, Jiang Sun eagerly opened the pouch. Inside lay a crystal, clear and translucent. He rubbed his hands together, nervously extending his index finger to poke it gently. Hey, it didn't break. Jiang Sun joyfully cradled the crystal in his palm, silently thanking nature for its gift. However, just then, wisps of black mist began to emanate from the crystal. Resisting the urge to toss it away, Jiang Sun examined it closely. A system prompt appeared. Shadow Wolf Crystal Core. Type: magical material. Effect: can be used as forging material. Detailed attributes can be viewed after learning appraisal skills. Note: the crystal core of the shadow magic creature, the Shadow Wolf, is an excellent material for crafting items. Jiang Sun involuntarily swallowed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He suddenly realized that the pile of bones on the ground was the remains of a lunar beast. The power of someone who could kill a lunar beast with their bare hands must be terrifying. The image of the skeleton's owner instantly elevated in Jiang Sun's mind to a new level of reverence. His movements became more cautious, fearing to disturb the spirit of the one capable of tearing apart a lunar beast with their bare hands. In the presence of these bones, he dared not show the slightest disrespect. Jiang Sun carefully placed all the gains from his journey into his ring, his gaze lingering once more on the remains atop the stone platform. He tiptoed toward the cave entrance, but paused by the pool, ultimately deciding to return and gently carry the bones on his back. He couldn't quite articulate the source of this respect. Perhaps it was simply the unwillingness to let the remains of this powerful figure forever rest in the dark, damp mine. These bones undoubtedly belonged to a formidable predecessor, yet tragically, he died here in obscurity. Jiang Sun pondered whether this was a foretelling of his generation's fate. After exiting the cave, Jiang Sun found a safe place to lay the bones to rest. He then opened his spellbook to check the time. Blue Star Calendar Year 1, Day 5, 11 o'clock. Nighttime was from 15 to 6 o'clock, and daytime from 6 to 1500 hours. With 4 hours until dawn, Jiang Sun decided to make good use of the time. He carefully avoided the areas frequented by earth rats, meticulously scouting for any dangers. Once he was sure it was safe, Jiang Sun began casting his collection spell on the exposed rocks in the mine. In no time, a multitude of stones and ores lay scattered on the ground. Jiang Sun wasn't planning to collect from the giant mine for now. First, he lacked the knowledge to ensure the mine's structural stability. Second, he couldn't precisely control the range of his collection spell, and an accidental caveat would be disastrous. Understanding the principle of better safe than sorry, he chose to proceed gradually. After several rounds of the collection spell, Jiang Sun found himself wanting more. He spent 100 units of raw stone in the trade channel to purchase a decent-looking pickaxe. During the cooldown period of his collection spell, he began swinging the pickaxe at the rocks. The 300 stamina recovery speed granted by the dragon's blessing was incredibly effective, filling him with boundless energy, even inspiring the thought of grinding a few laps around a millstone. As dusk settled in, Jiang Sun's ring space was filled to the brim with various ores. His gaze swept over the 500 remaining raw stones scattered on the ground, and a satisfied smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. After some consideration, he decided to trade all of the raw stones for two types of precious foods. The first was glacial deer marrow, which he acquired from Zhao Tingtao at a discounted price. This milky, creamy substance emitted a faint, fresh fragrance. The second was gemstone honey, which he stumbled upon in the trading market. The golden, translucent honey contained tiny, shimmering crystals. Both of these firefly-grade foods had the same remarkable effect: they could enhance intelligence, but only with long-term consumption. Jiang Sun bought 2 pounds of each to try them out. He reached a long-term trade agreement with Zhao Tingtao, but the seller of the gemstone honey refused to sell more. To explain why, the seller sent a gruesome photo, a partially crystallized hand, allegedly the result of being stung by a gemstone bee while collecting honey. This image sent chills down Jiang Sun's spine, making him increasingly wary of the creatures in this magical wasteland. At that moment, Zhou Tsungyan sent news that the materials for the magic collector had finally been secured, but there were only 2 sets. He explained that the delay was due to the extreme rarity of mithril. Zhou Tsungyan had contacted nearly everyone in the Dragon Nation's shelter and finally managed to buy 20 grams from the Bear Nation shelter. Although the Bear Nation's shelter was unaware of the material's purpose, they extorted him for tens of thousands of basic materials. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun was infuriated, silently cursing them for exploiting the situation. With darkness falling, Jiang Sun promptly set out for his magic cabin. Along the way, he cast Star Flash several times, as his mana was plentiful. 15 minutes later, he arrived at a clearing with his magic cabin standing in the center. The open space around the cabin offered excellent visibility, which reassured him. In recent days, he had cleared almost all the trees within range of his gathering spell, using the cabin as the center point. Most of this work was done during the idle nights. As he surveyed the open land, an idea struck him, and he quickly opened the trading channel. Taking advantage of the last light of day, he purchased a 5 cubic meter bluestone water trough. With a flash of light, a massive, 3-meter square stone trough appeared not far from the wooden cabin. The trough's description read, Bluestone water trough, Firefly grade, 5,000 L capacity, immovable, with mild water purification capabilities. Jiang Sun was pleased with this practical addition. The seller only asked for 10 days' worth of food in exchange, which was quite a bargain. He then contacted Zhao Tingtao to borrow some large slabs of meat for the transaction. After all, if he had paid with wild corn, it might have resulted in a barrage of curses. Jiang Sun skillfully completed the transaction and casually handed over a few pieces of milk candy to the other party. After a moment's thought, she sent some to Zhao Tingtao as well, thinking it might improve his meals. In this flavorless wasteland, sweet milk candy was undoubtedly a treasure for the taste buds. Jiang Sun knew that this small gesture could earn her more goodwill than the cost. To Jiang Sun's surprise, Zhao Tingtao turned out to be well-stocked with supplies. It was said that the food he hunted could last him over a month, even considering his appetite was equivalent to 3 people. As Jiang Sun tidied up the clutter by the pool, she opened her friend interface. Suddenly, a message popped up. Ding! Zhao Tingtao wants to trade 3 tea of rock spirit ice with you. Do you accept? Jiang Sun replied in surprise. Whoa, did it freeze that quickly? Zhao Tingtao explained. I managed to salvage these. The rest is stuck, probably frozen beneath the ice layer. Jiang Sun sincerely praised. You're a good person. Zhao Tingtao humorously responded. Thanks for the compliment. I hope you are too. After a few days of chatting and exchanging supplies, their relationship quickly warmed, becoming genuine friends. Jiang Sun was quietly planning how to persuade Zhao Tingtao to join Qingshan. After all, Zhao Tingtao was not only developing rapidly, but also had impressive strength and character. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared, the darkness outside grew thicker. Jiang Sun vaguely felt that the night seemed darker than usual, perhaps related to recent magical fluctuations. A sense of impending threat quietly emerged, yet its source was difficult to pinpoint. Jiang Sun decisively rolled up her sleeves, cleared a large space in her room, and began to contact Zhou Tsongyan. Send over the materials, and I'll make it, and send it back to you. Jiang Sun said. Zhou Tsongyan immediately responded. All right, I'll have someone move them now. Jiang Sun asked, by the way, do you have any magic recovery or magic limit attribute crystals? We recently acquired a dark attribute one and hope to trade with you. She then sent the information about the dark wolf crystal with a sly smile. She could almost see Zhou Tsongyan and Lin Hansong's shocked expressions. After all, the more powerful the force, the more they understood the terror of a moonlight-level beast. Tremble at the foot of Qingshan mortals. Jiang Sun thought smugly. Meanwhile, Zhou Tsongyan and Lin Hansong indeed couldn't smile. After receiving Jiang Sun's message, they fell into a long silence. They exchanged glances, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Finally, Zhou Tsongyan couldn't help but speak. Elder Lin, has Qingshan already gained the ability to hunt moonlight-level beasts? Lin Hansong nodded gravely. It seems so. And we can't even take down a high-level star beast now. I wonder how far behind we've fallen. Zhou Tsongyan pressed further. How did they manage it? The beast that attacked the Sakura country shelter was only high-level star. Lin Hansong frowned as he gazed at the devastation before him. The shelter lay in ruins, stained with blood, and the air was thick with the scent of smoke and despair. He murmured, the star-grade magical beast we hunted earlier must be what he referred to as having a magic attribute. His companions around him looked grave. Professor Chen's research urgently required high-level magic cores, but the current situation made it difficult to broach the subject. The gap between the levels was like a chasm, making an exchange seem nearly impossible. Zhou Tsongyan took a deep breath, a hint of determination in his eyes. Qingshan seems to have a favorable opinion of Longhua. It might be worth a try. He quickly tapped on his communication device and sent a message to Jiang Sun. We have a star-grade magic recovery attribute core. Although there's a difference in level, it's crucial for our research. Could we possibly exchange it for your core? We're willing to make up the difference. Jiang Sun received the message and thoughtfully rubbed his chin. The Longhua official's understanding of magic cores was beyond his expectations, and a magic recovery attribute core was indeed more valuable to him than the dark attribute of the Shadow Wolf. After weighing his options, Jiang Sun replied, we can exchange. However, I should mention that the Shadow Wolf was in a weakened state at the time, so while the core is moon-grade, its energy might be insufficient. If Longhua is interested, we can exchange directly without any additional compensation. As soon as he sent the message, Jiang Sun realized he was fully immersed in his role as a leader of a powerful organization. He couldn't help but smile, yet felt a bit helpless as he awaited their response. The silence from Longhua's officials made Jiang Sun slightly uneasy. He thought to himself, such a large organization, why do they always go silent all of a sudden? Are they touched again? This won't do. Sure enough, After a tense period of silence, Zhou Tsangyan finally replied, "On behalf of the people of Longhua, I thank you and the Qingshan organization for your selfless contribution. Should you face difficulties in the future, the Longhua government will spare no effort to assist you." Jiang Sun felt a bit embarrassed when he saw Zhou Tsangyan's reply. He deeply understood the weight behind those words. If he ever encountered significant danger or problems in the future, as long as the message reached Zhou Tsangyan, the Dragon Nation Sanctuary would spare no cost and exert all efforts to help. This promise filled Jiang Sun with both gratitude and unease. Meanwhile, Zhou Tsangyan was even more anxious. He knew that the promise he made might be difficult to fulfill, while the Hao Yue level crystal core Jiang Sun brought was a genuine treasure. Although outsiders might not grasp the difference between the Xingchun and Hao Yue levels, the people of Qingshan definitely would. Such a beast was nearly impossible to hunt even if countless people risked their lives. Zhou Tsangyan looked at the crystal core in his hand, which emitted wisps of black gas, and his face turned slightly red. He was not a shameless person and felt deeply guilty at that moment. In an attempt to repay this favor, he began rummaging through his belongings to find something to give Jiang Sun. He opened the warehouse and scanned various items. A Xingchen level staff? No, if Qingshan can hunt high-level beasts, they wouldn't use such low-grade stuff. High-end materials? Not suitable, as it might seem insincere. Various delicacies? Absolutely not. It would be an insult to offer them, as if people from Qingshan would lack food. Zhou Tsangyan scratched his head, feeling at a loss. Little did he know that if Jiang Sun saw this scene, he might cry out of heartache. He was genuinely lacking these things, especially food, as he was currently gnawing on hard jerky. While Jiang Sun lay in bed anxiously waiting, Zhou Tsangyan was also scratching his head, unable to think of a suitable return gift. His gaze even fell on Lin Hansong's glasses. Zhou Tsangyan walked over, staring intently at Lin Hansong's glasses. "Old Lin, you know Jiang Sun has done so much for us. I'll get you a new pair of glasses later." Lin Hansong quickly put away his glasses, waving his hand dismissively. "Shoo. Shoo. This is the only useful thing I have. They at Qingshan surely have more treasures than us. They won't miss this one." As he spoke, a glint flashed in the old man's eyes. "Right. Didn't you give him a crystal furnace last time? With their small numbers, they probably don't have many crystal shards." Zhou Tsangyan immediately understood and rushed back to the warehouse. Meanwhile, Jiang Sun was already dozing off. The young dragon's nest was incredibly comfortable to lie in. Accustomed to poor sleep and food, he had never enjoyed such luxury. As soon as he lay down, sleepiness overwhelmed him. Just as his eyelids were about to close, he finally heard the long-awaited notification sound. Ding! Zhou Tsangyan wants to trade 2,000 crystal shards with you. Do you accept? Jiang Sun jolted awake and jumped out of the dragon egg, quickly running to the pre-designated clearing. "Accept!" he shouted excitedly. A cascade of crystal shards fell like stardust, creating a symphony of tinkling sounds. Watching this scene, Jiang Sun grinned from ear to ear. Jiang Sun gazed at the crystal shards in front of him, feeling a mix of emotions. As the king of Africa, this was his first time seeing a gifted item in person. He recalled the days when he could only enviously watch others share their bounty, and he chuckled wryly to himself. "If it weren't for Walla, I might have starved long ago." He picked up the magic book and quickly edited a message to Zhou Tsangyan. "Thanks for the offer. You can send me the crafting materials now. I happen to be free." Jiang Sun didn't pretend to decline, as that would seem too insincere. In the official circles, everyone could see through such a ruse. It was better to accept it openly since these shards were indeed urgently needed for him. Although he could collect them slowly by himself, bargaining with freelancers for a few shards could take forever. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom officials had anticipated this, saving Jiang Sun from having to remind them. Just then, a system notification sounded. Zhou Tsangyan sent a trade request. 20G of mithril, 2,000 crystal shards, 200 pieces of magic iron ore, 200 pieces of magic copper ore, and 3 star-level magic cores. Jiang Sun looked at the long list of items, feeling a bit overwhelmed. The value of these items was considerable, and for a brief moment, a wicked thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Ruining his reputation for a small profit was not worth it, especially when the doors to wealth were already within reach. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Sun clicked the confirm button. Instantly, a pile of assorted items appeared in front of him, neatly sorted into small mounds. As he approached to inspect them, he found mostly dark ores and scattered crystal shards. Only a small vial and 3 translucent magic cores stood out. Jiang Sun carefully picked up one of the magic cores and examined it closely. The system prompt read, Moonhowl Magic Core, magical material, star level, suitable for forging, requires learning identification skills to view detailed attributes. The note explained that this core came from the mysterious magical creature, the Moonhowl Beast, and was a superior material for crafting. Remembering Zhou Tsangyan's previous explanation, Jiang Sun couldn't help but gasp. The battle with the Moonhowl Beast had been exceptionally fierce, with everyone's magic recovery suppressed while the creature's power seemed endless. Had it not been for the dozens of people who fought to the death, they might have been annihilated. As for the other two star-level magic cores, they were said to be acquired by Zhou Sanyan at great cost from other shelters. Hearing the astronomical price, Jiang Sun couldn't help but click his tongue. It seemed that the Dragon Kingdom shelter had indeed invested heavily in this magic energy collector. Thinking about this, he felt fortunate for his earlier decision. Jiang Sun felt secretly relieved, grateful that he hadn't gone out to collect the materials himself. Otherwise, even if he sold himself, he wouldn't have been able to gather such rare treasures. His gaze fell on a thumb-sized crystal vial containing a dark powder that shimmered with a silvery light. Was this the legendary mithril? He stared in disbelief at this seemingly unremarkable substance. Just this small amount was worth tens of thousands of basic materials? As his thoughts wavered, the detailed information of the mithril appeared before him. Mithril 20G. Type: magical material. Grade: bright moon glimmer glow star bright moon. Effect: a high-grade material that is hard yet lightweight, with excellent magical conductivity. Note: an ideal material for crafting high-quality magical items. Whether it's a wand, magical armor, or magical accessories, adding mithril can enhance their quality and performance. Jiang Sun drew a sharp breath, finally understanding the true value of this substance. The notes were clear: this was practically a universal additive. Just a tiny bit added to the forging process could significantly boost the finished product's performance. He speculated that if it weren't for the lack of decent blacksmiths in the Bear Kingdom, they would never have sold such a treasure. With the precious materials ready, Jiang Sun finally took out the long-sealed blueprint for a strategic-grade magic collector. The system's prompt immediately sounded. Ding. Do you want to manufacture 2 strategic-grade magic collectors? Note: this blueprint can only be used for manufacturing 5 times. Jiang Sun clicked confirm without hesitation. He had been anticipating this moment for a long time. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and a powerful magical wave swept through. The materials scattered on the ground began to rise slowly, rotating and weaving in the air according to some mysterious and orderly trajectory. Under the influence of magic, the mithril powder gradually coalesced, forming intricate patterns. The crystal fragments, as if imbued with life, sparkled brilliantly and embedded themselves precisely into the entire structure. Jiang Sun held his breath, watching this wondrous scene with unblinking eyes, feeling both excited and slightly nervous, eagerly awaiting the birth of the strategic-grade magic collector. Jiang Sun held his breath, utterly captivated by the scene unfolding before him. The mysteries of magic unfurled slowly in front of him, as each material fused and every pattern formed seamlessly. Over time, 2 uniquely designed devices gradually took shape, emitting a subtle magical glow. They resembled exquisite sculptures, yet exuded an indescribable, peculiar sensation, perhaps best described as a sense of magic in this world. These 2 devices seemed to embody the workings of this world, naturally belonging in it. Jiang Sun cautiously approached, examining the mana collectors closely. The devices, silver gray in color, shimmered with a faint magical luster. 5 peculiar indentations were located on top, with a circular platform in the center, measuring about 15 centimeters in diameter. He surmised these were meant for placing mana crystals and mana storage units. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding. Manufacturing complete. You have successfully created strategic mana collector 2. A satisfied smile spread across Jiang Sun's face as he gently caressed the hard-won mana collectors, filled with a sense of achievement. Isn't this the cornerstone for my reign as the Dark Lord? He thought smugly. Reluctantly, Jiang Sun traded one of the devices to Zhou Sanyan, feeling a bit elated by the other's continuous praise. With a thought, the detailed information of the device appeared before him. Strategic mana collector, with special effects including collecting ambient dissipated mana to charge various mana storage items. The charging speed correlates with the concentration of ambient dissipated mana, with current efficiency at 1.75. After reviewing the information, Jiang Sun eagerly moved to the dark crystal furnace, eager to test the mana collector's effectiveness. He struggled to drag several large logs to the furnace, somewhat frustrated by the fact that the delicate crystal furnace required wood, much like his grandmother's old stove. Jiang Sun learned that the crystal furnace's maximum capacity was 200 crystal shards, allowing him to produce 10 blank mana crystals at a time. He carefully placed 200 crystal shards into the furnace's feed slot and began injecting mana. As the mana flowed in, the patterns on the furnace filled with light, gradually spreading upward. Jiang Sun glanced at his own interface before refocusing on the task at hand. After injecting 200 points of magic power, Jiang Sun noticed that the patterns on the crystal furnace were only 1/3 filled. Frowning, he thought, is this furnace really so greedy? Unwilling to give up, he continued to increase the magic input. It wasn't until he expended 600 points of magic that the patterns were fully illuminated. He rubbed his aching back, grateful for his high magic capacity. Anyone else would struggle just to get this thing started, Jiang Sun mused. As the furnace emitted a dazzling light, the surrounding logs rapidly liquefied and flowed into the fuel chamber as if alive. In an instant, a silver-white flame soared, and the furnace gradually became ethereal. Jiang Sun came to a realization. So that's it. High-quality ingredients indeed require a special cooking method. He understood that the furnace was converting the logs into a pure substance to act as a fuel, while the true fuel was the magic he had injected. This discovery relieved him, knowing he wouldn't have to chop wood every day. After stretching a bit, Jiang Sun continued browsing the store. An hour later, he glanced at the time. It was already 2000 hours. Although it seemed early in the magical wasteland, this was equivalent to midnight. Even so, he still wasn't accustomed to the 20-hour day cycle here. Returning to the furnace, Jiang Sun noticed the flame's color had lightened, and the red patterns had dropped to the bottom. Once the flame extinguished, he opened the fuel chamber, surprised to find it wasn't hot to the touch. However, a strange burning sensation pierced his soul. Looking at his hand, there was no mark, yet he could clearly feel the heat. After noting this peculiar sensation, Jiang Sun used a branch to retrieve 10 crystal-clear magic crystals. Information appeared before him. Magic Crystal 010. Type: Magic Storage Item. Grade: Firefly. Effect: Stores up to 20 ANA of magic power, 1 ANA 100 magic points. Note: one of the basic energy sources for magical facilities, can replace manual magic input, cannot be converted with human magic values. Holding a crystal, Jiang Sun noticed it was perfectly sized, with sharp edges and a pointed tip, prompting him to imagine its potential as a long-range weapon. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Only a fool would throw money at people. Carefully, he embedded 5 crystals into the grooves of the magic collector. Instantly, silver lines spread from the grooves, gradually detaching from the device's body, as if directly linking to an invisible void. With a thought, Jiang Sun attempted to activate the collector. On the circular platform above, delicate waves of magic rose slowly, almost as if they were alive. They spread gracefully outward before being skillfully absorbed back by the collector, eventually transforming into the shimmering magical reserves within the crystal. Jiang Sun nodded in satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with admiration. This high-level magical creation not only showcased exquisite craftsmanship, but also deepened his appreciation for the collector's performance. Carefully, he placed the remaining 5 magic crystals into his magic pouch, feeling the potent energy contained within them. Jiang Sun's mind was already calculating how to use these precious resources to enhance his own power. After all, in this world of magical wastelands, strength was everything. As night deepened, with stars scattered across the sky, Jiang Sun felt no trace of sleepiness. He pushed open the wooden door of his cabin and stepped out onto the open ground. The cool night breeze brushed against his face, bringing a refreshing sensation. Looking up at the dim moon in the sky, Jiang Sun was filled with anticipation and hope for the future. Through continuous exploration and growth, he had begun to touch upon some of the magical wonders of this wasteland world. The mysteries contained within this world far exceeded imagination, waiting for him to uncover. Jiang Sun understood that what the humans of Blue Star currently knew was probably just the tip of the iceberg. Why were we brought here? Jiang Sun murmured to himself, his voice tinged with confusion and curiosity. For many, crossing over might have disrupted their once peaceful lives. But for Jiang Sun, this journey gave him a chance to be reborn. Recalling the decades spent bedridden on Blue Star, days that were akin to death, he took a deep breath, feeling the vitality of this new world. Jiang Sun took a couple more deep breaths of the fresh air, as if trying to inhale every bit of life this world had to offer. Then he turned back to the cabin, walking over to the magic collection device for a closer look. The base of the crystal had already begun to emit a faint blue glow, and at this rate, it would likely be fully charged by morning. Feeling reassured, Jiang Sun nodded with satisfaction. He returned to the special nest woven from baby dragon scales, his first home in this world. Comfortably lying down, with his arm as a pillow, he soon drifted into sleep. In his dreams, he saw himself mastering magic, soaring across this magical land, exploring more of its unknown mysteries. On the night of June 6th, year 1 of the Blue Star calendar, Jiang Sun naturally awoke from a deep sleep. He sat up, ran his fingers through his messy, nest-like hair, and gazed out the window. The sky was so overcast it seemed ready to unleash a storm at any moment. Yawning, Jiang Sun picked up his magic book to check the time. Seeing it was still early, he shook his head and sighed. This biological clock is more adapted to this world's schedule than I am. Ever since the days had shortened by 4 hours, he felt as if something was missing from his life, and his memories often felt disjointed. Eagerly, Jiang Sun walked briskly to the magic collector. The sight before him made his eyes light up. The crystal had completely turned a bluish green, emitting a mysterious glow in the dim light. He carefully picked up the crystal, examining the swirling mist-like substance inside. Is this what magic looks like in physical form? He murmured to himself, as if he could see countless opportunities beckoning him. He cautiously removed 5 fully charged crystals and replaced them with new ones to begin recharging. After replenishing the furnace fuel and inserting new crystal shards, he realized half an hour had passed and finally went to wash up. The life of the wealthy is indeed different, isn't it? He quipped self-deprecatingly while rinsing his mouth with Rock's spirit spring water. Once he finished washing up, Jiang Sun took out some venison he had gotten from Zhao Tingtao and set it over the fire to roast. Soon, the rich aroma of meat filled the entire room. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Sun remarked, "This dreary weather paired with good food is the perfect combination for staying in. If only I had a high-end computer, it would be perfect." He sighed and shook his head, dismissing such unrealistic thoughts. While enjoying the roasted venison, Jiang Sun flipped through his magic book. The regional communication channel was scrolling with messages as usual, but today the atmosphere was particularly tense. Concerns and pleas for help regarding the upcoming magic tide were constant. "The magic tide is in 3 days. What will happen to my level 2 shelter? I'm missing a lot of materials. This doesn't look good. Is there anyone who can help me out? I'm willing to do hard labor, just want to survive. I heard the magic tide can disrupt internal magic. Exposure means certain death. Thanks for reminding me I'm doomed. You're so kind. Is it safe to stay in the shelter? A level 2 shelter's shield won't last 7 days. Magic must be replenished. Extracting magic from logs to recharge the totem pole requires 500 units. Charging with Firefly-grade magic materials also needs 50 units. Too hard to gather. Are we doomed? I don't want to die yet. If I'm going to die, so be it. I've had enough of this place." Reading these messages, Jiang Sun felt a sense of relief that his plans were progressing relatively smoothly. After all, he already possessed a strategic-level magic collector and had accumulated a considerable number of magic crystals. Jiang Sun put down his magic book and stepped outside. In the dim light, he was thrilled to see that all 10 seeds had sprouted, with tender green shoots emitting a faint magical glow, full of vitality. He immediately contacted Qin Lao to discuss the planting progress and learned that things were moving even faster on Qin Lao's end. The seeds there had grown to the length of a finger, and the first batch of crops was expected to be harvested within a month. Even more exciting was that Qin Lao had successfully transplanted a few Firefly-grade fruits, promising the potential for mass production of attribute crops. Having addressed the basic issues, Jiang Sun began planning to promote the sale of magic crystals on the channel. He decided to first trade basic resources to upgrade the shelter, then acquire other valuable resources. Thus, he composed a message under the name Qing Shan and sent it anonymously through a private channel. "Starting tomorrow, until the magic tide disaster arrives, the Qing Shan organization will sell 5 magic crystals daily, hoping to help everyone through the crisis and ensure your survival." Once the message was sent, the regional channel erupted with excitement. Players buzzed with discussion. "Wow, the Qing Shan Big Shot is back and selling magic crystals. Thank you, Big Shot. What's the price? I'll sell everything I have to buy one. Why doesn't your organization just help everyone for free if you're so capable? Yeah, just charge a little fee. Selling only 5 a day isn't enough for anyone." To the complainer above, get lost. If you don't buy, others will. Meanwhile, Jiang Sun received a message from Zhao Tingtao. "The magical beasts here are getting restless. Could the magic tide be coming sooner?" Jiang Sun thought for a moment and replied, "Probably not. This might just be a warm-up. How are things on your end?" Zhao Tingtao, "I'm reinforcing the shelter, but resources are limited, and I'm not sure if it'll hold. I remember you haven't upgraded yours either, right?" Jiang Sun, "Things are okay here. By the way, if you run into any trouble, let me know. I can help a bit." Zhao Tingtao, "Get lost. Take care of yourself too." Jiang Sun browsed through the messages in the channel, his brow slightly furrowed. Most people's views were fairly normal, but there were some extreme comments as well. The threats to shark entire families, though quickly condemned by others, still made his heart tighten. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Sun decided to proceed with his plan. He quickly typed a new message. "Temporary price is 400 basic resources. Production is currently low, so it's first come, first served. I hope everyone understands." As soon as the message was sent, the channel erupted. "Whoa, you're amazing. This price is so reasonable." "Exactly. Maybe you should charge more. Otherwise, too many people will try to grab it." "Yeah, I'm offering 500 basic resources. Can you sell me one separately?" Someone even shouted excitedly. "Get lost, you above. Zhang's Qingshan organization is clearly giving back to society. Otherwise, how could the price be this low? Plus, one crystal can charge a level 2 totem pole 3 times, enough for 3 people. That's such a deal." Watching the heated discussion in the channel, a slight smile appeared on Jiang Sun's lips. He finally confirmed the price. Over the next 3 days, each of the 15 crystals would be sold for only 400 basic resources. Behind this decision, Jiang Sun had his own considerations. First, he wanted to establish a positive image for himself and the Qingshan organization. Secondly, he urgently needed to gather resources to upgrade his and Elder Qin's level 3 shelters. Although he had magical crystals, Clearly higher-level shelters offered more security. On a deeper level, Jiang Sun did have a bit of a desire to give back to society. He thought wryly, if everyone were gone, what silly messages would there be to read? These 15 crystals could at least give 50 people a fighting chance. As for after the disaster, that would depend on how fast the collector's rate could be improved. If the charging speed was fast enough, selling more wouldn't be out of the question. Jiang Sun's gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, as if looking into an unknown future. As Jiang Sun fell silent, the discussion in the channel gradually cooled down. However, everyone seemed to be invigorated, throwing themselves into resource collection with renewed energy. After all, relying on the few crystals sold by Qing Shan seemed far less dependable than taking control of their own destiny. Jiang Sun also abandoned his plan to explore outside that day, focusing instead on enhancing his own strength and upgrading the shelter. At that moment, the Magic Wasteland manual in Jiang Sun's pocket suddenly began to shake violently. He quickly pulled out the magic book and checked the message from a friend. To his surprise, the sender was a name he didn't recognize, Chen Siyuan. Chen Siyuan? Who's that? When did I add them? Jiang Sun pondered with a frown. Opening the chat, a voice message popped up. Hey bro, do you have any more of that candy you gave me before? I'll pay for it. Jiang Sun was puzzled, taking a while to understand the message. He rolled his eyes, thinking, what kind of accent is that? Everyone else types, and you're the only one sending voice messages. Patiently going through the previous chat history, Jiang Sun finally remembered Chen Siyuan was the person who had sold him gemstone honey before, the so-called Swiftbee brother. Jiang Sun's interest was piqued, recalling that he had pitted Swiftbee brother at the time and had given him some milk candies as a bonus. He hadn't expected this guy to fall in love with the taste of those candies. I still have some, quite a lot actually. How do you want to trade? Jiang Sun replied quickly, secretly pleased that his seemingly useless ability had found a way to be monetized. After a long pause, the reply came. Well, I was thinking of trading raw wood at a 10-to-1 ratio. Does that work for you? Jiang Sun thought for a moment and found the offer acceptable. After all, milk candies couldn't satisfy hunger and had no practical use, whereas wood was a necessity for everyone at this stage. Sure, I have over 100 pieces of candy. Send the trade request. Jiang Sun replied. With that, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of milk candies, tossing them all into a basket. It was the amount he had accumulated over several days, and he hadn't expected it to become an unexpected windfall. Jiang Sun was intently focused on the furnace when his phone buzzed, interrupting his thoughts. He glanced down to see a message from Chen Siyuan, responding almost instantly. No, no, no. Big Bear, I can't handle that much. I don't even have over 1,000 pieces of logs. Just 10 will do. 10 will do. Jiang Sun frowned, a warning bell ringing in his mind. 10 pieces? Over 1,000 logs. This exchange ratio sounded off. Suddenly, he realized that Chen Siyuan was talking about exchanging 10 logs for 1 piece of milk candy. Jiang Sun stared at the screen in disbelief. Who would make such a foolish trade? But he quickly calmed down, recalling how Brother Swiftbee had haggled with him for half an hour over 10 pieces of raw stone. With how stingy that guy was, there was no way he'd trade valuable resources for useless candy. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Sun pondered for a moment before sending a vague message. So, how's the effect? The reply came almost immediately. The effect is amazing, Big Bear. I ate 1 piece and regained a full 50 points of mana. This candy wasn't even detected by the system, and you didn't mention its value. I almost ate it all as a snack. Jiang Sun was thunderstruck, frozen in place. Restore mana? His seemingly useless ability had turned divine. With trembling fingers, Jiang Sun quickly sent over 5 pieces of candy, insisting it was free. Chen Siyuan was instantly filled with gratitude. Jiang Sun picked up a piece of candy, examining it closely. It looked ordinary, with no item information shown by the system. Could it really be this miraculous? His curiosity was piqued, yet he was tied to the furnace, unable to test it himself. With no other choice, he opened his magic book and began searching through his friends' list. Meanwhile, Zhao Tingtao was on the icy plains, having just snapped the neck of a frost wolf, when he heard the trade notification. Ding! Jiang Sun has offered you a trade, milk candy 10. Do you accept? Jiang Sun's message followed immediately. Go, hit a resource point with it. Zhao Tingtao shivered involuntarily, pulling his fur coat tighter. He muttered to himself. What the heck? When did Jiang Sun become such a freak? Gritting his teeth, he quickly replied. No, no. Look, I like girls, but I have a sister. If you're interested, I can introduce you. Jiang Sun was initially stunned by the reply, then became furious, seething with rage. He quickly typed back. What the hell are you thinking? Idiot, I like girls too. I'm telling you to use a gathering spell. Zhao Tingtao finally realized his misunderstanding and awkwardly scratched his head. He hurriedly cast a gathering spell on a nearby pile of ice, watching as chunks of ice tumbled down. I did it. Now what? He messaged Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun tersely replied. Eat the candy. Zhao Tingtao was puzzled, huh? Zhao Tingtao stared at the phone screen and sighed helplessly. His sister, Jiang Sun, was urging him to eat again. What's going on with you? Are you under too much stress lately? Jiang Sun's message flashed. I'm your sister, Jiang Sun. I'm older than you, so you better eat. Zhao Tingtao shook his head and took a piece of milk candy out of his pocket, slowly unwrapping it. He thought, Jiang Sun wouldn't harm him. It's just ordinary candy, right? What's so special about it? But the moment the candy entered his mouth, Zhao Tingtao sensed something unusual. With his low intelligence attribute, his maximum magic points were a mere 120. The recent spell he cast had drained half of his mana, which was why he usually gathered resources manually. However, this candy seemed to trigger something. To his surprise, Zhao Tingtao felt his depleted mana rapidly replenishing. He quickly checked his personal stats and was astonished to see his magic points increasing at a rate of 10 points per second, fully restored in just 5 seconds. Incredible! Zhao Tingtao exclaimed. He had never heard of such a treasure that could restore mana so quickly. With this, even someone with his low intelligence could cast spells freely and gather resources much faster. As Zhao Tingtao reveled in his newfound excitement, Jiang Sun's message popped up again. How does it feel? Zhao Tingtao immediately replied. You're like a father to me. Seeing this response, Jiang Sun instantly understood the candy's effect. Amused, he sent Zhao Tingtao 10 more pieces of candy and decided to send 10 to Old Qin as well, explaining the effect. Jiang Sun eagerly checked his own personal stats panel, but found that his talent hadn't manifested as the revelation suggested. He stroked his chin, pondering. It seems there's room for improvement. This talent is rare as can be. Recalling how Zhou Tsangyan vaguely answered questions about gathering people, Jiang Sun mused. Zhou Tsangyan's talent must also be extraordinary and perhaps more practical. Carefully, Jiang Sun took out all the remaining candies from his pocket and placed them prominently on the table. From now on, these were no longer mere snacks, but strategic resources for the future. As a new batch of magic crystals began to take shape in the furnace, Jiang Sun raised his arm to wipe away the sweat rolling down his forehead. He calculated carefully and realized that it took exactly 2 hours to produce a batch of magic crystals. What delighted him even more was that in these 2 short hours, the magic collector had already filled up a quarter, noticeably faster than yesterday. This discovery triggered something in Jiang Sun's mind. He immediately flipped open his magic book, his fingers quickly turning the pages until he stopped at the weather section. Sure enough, the description in the weather section had changed to high-frequency magic energy fluctuations. Jiang Sun's expression instantly became serious. The signs of an impending magic tide were becoming increasingly evident. Although Jiang Sun knew he could survive this disaster, he was well aware that for most people on Blue Star, this would be a brutal test of survival. At this moment, the entire world seemed like a calm sea on the surface, but beneath the depths, a turbulent undercurrent was surging. As someone extremely sensitive to magic, Jiang Sun could distinctly feel the oppressive sensation akin to a mountain bearing down on him. This was also the main reason he temporarily abandoned exploration. He estimated that if he were to encounter a predatory beast as vicious as a venomous spider in his current state, with a release delay of up to 1 second, he would likely meet a tragic end. In recent days, Jiang Sun had consumed half of the icefield deer marrow and gemstone honey he had traded for in a binge-eating spree. The results were significant, with a noticeable increase in his intelligence attribute, which had reached 18 points, a gain of 3 points even without equipping the streamlight. To his surprise, his strength, agility, and stamina attributes had each increased by 2 points, a welcome surprise of comprehensive improvement. Since he couldn't venture out to explore for the time being, Jiang Sun decided to focus his energy on enhancing the shelter's strength. He carefully placed the newly crafted magic crystals into a small box, and then began researching ways to further fortify the shelter's defenses. Jiang Sun opened the trading channel and started searching for various potentially useful magical materials, hoping to find items that could enhance shield strength or improve magic absorption efficiency. However, at such a critical time, almost no one was willing to sell these precious resources. Disappointed, Jiang Sun had a sudden inspiration and changed the search keywords to magic-driven items. He speculated that given the current scarcity of magic, if someone had acquired devices requiring magic crystals or a substantial amount of magic to operate, they might be eager to sell them in exchange for essential survival goods. After all, the means to obtain magic crystals were extremely limited. So far, the entire regional channel had only yielded a handful of magic crystals. Those fortunate enough to have them regarded them as treasures, carefully guarding them. These magic crystals could charge totem poles, which were practically the lifeline of a shelter. Jiang Sun stood in the bustling trading hall, his eyes scanning the crowd as he contemplated a bold plan. In a world where magic is the foundation, he speculated that various unexpected channels for acquiring magic power would emerge in the future. By then, the prices of magic-driven facilities would inevitably skyrocket, and rare items would become coveted treasures. With this in mind, Jiang Sun decisively posted an eye-catching purchase notice on the trading channel, offering high prices for all kinds of magic-driven devices. Interested parties, please message me. At the same time, he began to closely monitor the trading channel for any rare items, ready to act at a moment's notice. Sure enough, Jiang Sun was soon contacted. A seller named Luo Jun recommended a special facility called the Magic Gathering Lamp. Jiang Sun carefully reviewed the item information and discovered that the lamp's uniqueness lay in its ability to expand its illumination range and distance as more magic power was input. Luo Jun explained with some frustration that his meager magic value of just over 100 points was drained in a mere 5 seconds, and the lighting effect was barely equivalent to that of a strong flashlight. Hearing this, Jiang Sun's interest was piqued. The item's name, Magic Gathering Lamp, was strikingly similar to the tide of magic gathering skill he had yet to master, clearly utilizing the same mysterious principles. He realized that by studying the lamp, he might deduce some applications of the skill, and perhaps even develop new uses for the lamp in the future. Recognizing the item's compatibility with his needs, Jiang Sun immediately inquired about the price. Luo Jun's terms were 200 units of raw wood and 100 units of raw stone, or equivalent food. Although the price was steep, Jiang Sun weighed his options and readily agreed to the deal. With a flash of light, a knee-high object appeared before Jiang Sun. He examined the contraption, which resembled a sideways water barrel, with curiosity. The barrel was etched with intricate runes and equipped with a stand at the base, exuding the mystique of a magical world. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Sun took a deep breath and gently placed his palm on the magic gathering lamp, cautiously channeling magic power into it. Instantly, the lamp seemed to awaken, projecting a sharply defined beam of light towards the distant forest. As Luo Jun had described, the light intensity was indeed only comparable to that of a strong flashlight. Jiang Sun opened his panel to estimate that this level of brightness consumed about 15 magic points per second, explaining why Luo Jun could only sustain it for 5 seconds. With a sudden realization, Jiang Sun had a stroke of inspiration. He carefully retrieved 2 freshly charged magic crystals and placed them into the specially designed slots at the base of the lamp. In an instant, the magic gathering lamp came to life with renewed vigor, emitting a soft and bright glow that illuminated a considerable area around him. Standing in this warm halo of light, Jiang Sun's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could see endless possibilities unfolding before him. As Jiang Sun skillfully adjusted the knobs on the mystical lamp, the light transformed as if by magic. It either scattered like sunlight or concentrated into a piercing beam, with its brightness fluctuating unpredictably. This precise control filled Jiang Sun with a thrill, reminiscent of the excitement he felt as a child receiving a much-desired toy. Eagerly, he set the lamp to its smallest focus, and a beam as thick as a barrel shot towards a large tree nearby. Holding his breath, Jiang Sun stared intently at the tree trunk. Sure enough, within just 5 seconds, wisps of white smoke began to rise. He quickly turned off the lamp and rushed over to inspect the tree. To his amazement, the spot illuminated by the beam was now marked by a large, charred patch, as if licked by flames. "Ah, I see," Jiang Sun exclaimed, a knowing smile forming on his lips. This mystical lamp was far more than a regular lighting tool. It was a remarkable piece of equipment with both offensive and defensive capabilities. With enough magical energy, it could transform into a powerful laser cannon. Jiang Sun patted the lamp with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "Lucky for you. I found you, otherwise your potential would have gone unnoticed." However, Jiang Sun soon realized he might be heading down an unusual path, one that was becoming increasingly bizarre. But having made a promising start, he decided to continue his quest for similar treasures. Unfortunately, his search was largely disappointing. Most items were simple gadgets with minimal energy consumption, like the low-temperature array Zhao Tingtao had given him, which required only a small amount of magic daily to function. Of course, these items weren't particularly useful. Yet, Jiang Sun remained undeterred. With an abundance of magical energy at his disposal, he decided to enhance his quality of life. So, he began eagerly searching for various practical items. A feather duster that automatically cleans dust. Jiang Sun's eyes lit up. "Great, I'll buy it." "A magic blanket that maintains a constant temperature year-round," he exclaimed excitedly. "Also great, I'll buy it." "Is this an automatic deodorizing toilet?" Jiang Sun's eyes widened like saucers. "I must have this one. It's amazing." He hurriedly clicked to make the purchase, but was abruptly halted by a system notification: insufficient trade resources. Staring in disbelief at the toilet priced at just 100 pieces of raw wood, Jiang Sun felt a sense of alarm. Turning stiffly, he looked at the spot where his basic materials had been stored, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. "No way." Jiang Sun stood there, thunderstruck. "Where did all my materials go? I had such a large pile of basic materials, and now they're gone." Jiang Sun suddenly realized that he had unknowingly exhausted all his basic supplies. Faced with the seller's relentless messages, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly traded 5 precious milk candies to finally acquire the much-desired toilet. This seemingly ordinary toilet held great significance for Jiang Sun. He didn't want to feel anxious every time he had to go outside for necessities. As the animal kingdom suggests, any creature is extremely vulnerable during such moments, and even highly intelligent humans are no exception. Jiang Sun glanced around, feeling uneasy in the empty corners. The old saying, store food before claiming the throne, was deeply ingrained in every Longwa person's bones. Now, without a stockpile of supplies, Jiang Sun felt his sense of security had vanished. He checked the time and was startled to see it was already 2 p.m. Fortunately, the scheduled time for selling the magic crystals was approaching. He hurried to the magic collector and saw that 5 transparent crystals were now filled with magic. He carefully removed the overflowing crystals and replaced them with 5 new empty ones. Then, Jiang Sun opened the regional channel and posted a message. Qingshan organization will start selling crystals at 3 p.m. Please watch the trading channel. As soon as he said this, the once noisy regional channel fell silent, followed by a flood of frantic messages. Begging for one. Please have mercy. Is it really 400 resources each? That's so generous. Long live the Qingshan master. Master, please sell me one. I'll pay double. Finally, I've been waiting for this. Give me a chance. I'm willing to offer 800 basic resources. To the person above, the master said the quantity is limited. Are you crazy trying to disrupt the market order? Master, my level 2 shelter shield energy is running out. I desperately need a crystal. Who isn't waiting for a lifesaver? Are you special? By the power of the gods, Buddha, and the Lord Almighty, please let me snag one. The person above has such a complex faith. Does that even work? Whether it works or not, it's worth a try. What if it does? Wow, that actually makes sense. Taking advantage of the time before the sale, Jiang Sun went out to organize the storage space for his supplies. With 2,000 units of basic resources about to come in, he wasn't sure how much space this unprecedented gain would require, so he cleared as much space as possible. At 2:50 p.m., Jiang Sun wiped the sweat from his forehead and was ready at the trading channel. By now, the channel was flooded with all sorts of blessing messages. People were praying to gods and Buddhas, bringing out every deity imaginable. Jiang Sun even spotted someone seeking help from Sun Wukong and Erling Shun, and couldn't help but think, seriously? Are you asking them to come and rob me? Recalling these two's rebellious images in mythological tales, Jiang Sun shivered. Everyone knew they were 3 of the most rebellious figures in the heavenly quarter rock, 2 lotus roots, and 3 eyes with a dog. These guys were definitely not easy to deal with. At that moment, a message from Zhao Tingtao cut through Jiang Sun's thoughts like a bolt of lightning. The phone screen lit up, displaying Zhao's urgent text. How fast are your fingers? Did you see the message in the channel about Qingshan selling crystals? Why don't you try to grab some too? Jiang Sun didn't reply. Instead, he quickly tapped the screen and sent a trade request. The system promptly displayed a notification. Ding. Jiang Sun is trading a magic crystal 1001 with you. Do you accept the trade? With a slight chuckle, Jiang Sun swiftly typed in the remarks section. Go chill somewhere else, and get me 5 pounds of top-quality beef. I'll pick it up later. After sending, he decisively closed the chat window, ignoring the barrage of messages from Zhao Tingtao that followed. His eyes stayed glued to the trade channel, fully focused on the task at hand. As the seconds ticked by, 1,500 hours finally arrived. Jiang Sun's fingers moved like a released arrow, instantly clicking the confirm listing button. Boom. It was like a thunderclap out of nowhere. 2,000 pieces of basic materials poured down like a flood, instantly piling up in the space Jiang Sun had meticulously prepared. The sudden mountain of materials left him stunned, his fingers still hovering in midair, unable to even confirm the transaction completion. Is it already sold out? Jiang Sun murmured to himself, incredulously opening his magic book. The regional channel was already filled with cries of dismay. Holy crap, I got one. I'm a reseller now. Ha ha ha. How the hell did this damned scalper manage to get one? Exactly. How come you guys are so slow when you've been single for so long? You're talking big. Did you get one? No, but I'm a level 3 shelter. Then you didn't get one either, did you? We're all single. How are you faster? I'm not single. My wife is also in this channel. Oh, she's also level 3 shelter. 2 issues. Hurt twice. Brother, that's rough. No kidding, it hits right in the feels. Jiang Sun couldn't help but smile as he read through the flurry of messages. This rush for the magic crystals had clearly turned into a heated debate about finger speed, relationship status, and shelter levels. If anyone managed to snag the energy, give a shout. You can charge it 3 times, so sell me one, please. Seriously, I'm out of energy, and there's been a giant scorpion lurking around my place every day. I haven't dared to step outside. Jiang Sun frowned slightly as he watched the messages rolling in the trading channel. Requests to buy energy were flooding in like a tidal wave, with scalpers clearly among them. He sighed softly and continued browsing. Everyone, don't post in the trading channel tomorrow, or else everyone will know. Today, we only managed to get 3 out of 5 in our channel. What a save. Reading this message, Jiang Sun fell into deep thought. This luck-based trading system, while not foolproof against scalpers, aligned with his original intent more than direct transactions would. Additionally, selecting items would consume a lot of his time. After weighing his options, Jiang Sun decided to stick with this method of selling the next day. After all, in this space, internet speed differences didn't exist. It was all about quick reflexes and luck. Closing the communication channel, Jiang Sun's gaze fell upon the chaotic pile of materials before him. The sheer volume made his head ache. What will I do when there are even more materials? The thought lingered in his mind. A decision quickly formed in his mind to upgrade to a level 3 shelter the next day. Out of sight, out of mind, Jiang Sun muttered to himself. These 2,000 units of materials need organizing anyway. Might as well use them. He quickly calculated that upgrading to a level 3 shelter required 1,600 basic resources. His current resources were just enough, but he didn't start the upgrade immediately. Instead, Jiang Sun carefully planned the use of the remaining 400 units of resources. He intended to trade part of the resources for some rare magical materials to better prepare for the upcoming magic tide. The rest would be used to purchase essential supplies to improve the living conditions for himself and Old Qin. Jiang Sun also kept Old Qin's needs in mind. He carefully selected some high-quality farming tools and fertilizers, crafted using magic scrolls, which were far superior to regular tools and would significantly boost farming efficiency. Jiang Sun hoped these items would help Old Qin cultivate crops more effectively. Jiang Sun was lost in thought when a series of urgent notifications interrupted his meditation. He initially thought it was the delivery of Zhao Tingtao's beef, as that guy was always fair in his dealings and never took advantage. However, the subsequent messages made his heart sink. The system notifications rang out. Ding. Zhao Tingtao has declined your trade request. Ding. Zhao Tingtao has offered you Frost Wolf Armor 1, Starlight Stone 1, Cedar Hunting Bow 1, Deer Skin Water Pouch 1. Jiang Sun immediately sensed something was wrong. These items were Zhao Tingtao's personal gear, especially the Frost Wolf Armor and Cedar Hunting Bow, which he often bragged about. Now, Zhao Tingtao was sending his entire collection over, which was highly unusual. Sure enough, Zhao Tingtao's message followed. Brother, I'm not going to make it. Take these and live well. If you meet someone named Zhao Yuran, please take care of her. She's my sister. The despair in those few lines pierced Jiang Sun's heart. He quickly wrote in his spellbook, Where are you? What's happening? But the only response was a deathly silence. Cold sweat soaked Jiang Sun's forehead as his mind raced to come up with a plan. Knowing Zhao Tingtao was not one to give up easily, Jiang Sun realized the situation was dire. Without hesitation, he accepted the trade request and quickly secured the items. He was both worried for Zhao Tingtao's safety and grateful for his trust. Though he couldn't guarantee Zhao Tingtao's rescue, Jiang Sun resolutely sent over his own glimmering staff and a handful of candy. Feeling it wasn't enough, he checked his inventory, only to find no items that could boost combat power or facilitate a quick escape. Damn it, always lacking at crucial moments. Jiang Sun cursed, his eyes scanning every corner of the room. Finally, his gaze landed on a box at the corner of the table inside were 5 gleaming magic crystals, brimming with energy. Without a second thought, Jiang Sun listed them, changing the trade form to comply with the rules for an immediate transaction. He set the terms, 3 crystals for star-level combat escape items, 2 for star-level rapid healing items. Jiang Sun speculated that since Zhao Tingtao couldn't respond, the situation must be extremely urgent. He was likely in a chase or facing a powerful beast attack. In such cases, items for escaping combat and quickly healing injuries were lifesavers. He immediately posted an announcement in the channel under the name Qingshan. Instantly, everyone began searching for the relevant items. Although these types of tools might not be commonly used, faced with the current disaster, no one wanted to miss the opportunity to exchange for life-saving magic crystals. The moment Jiang Sun hung the magic crystal around his neck, the system notification chimed transaction complete. He quickly glanced at the 2 scrolls and 3 shimmering items in his hand, confirmed everything was correct, and immediately initiated the trade with Zhao Tingtao. Although he was anxious, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, saving you this time has cost me a fortune. Zhao Tingtao, Jiang Sun's only friend in this wasteland world, was in a life-or-death situation. Jiang Sun recalled how Zhao Tingtao had chosen him without hesitation when in danger, and inwardly vowed that if their roles were reversed, he would trust Zhao Tingtao just the same. Time ticked by, and Jiang Sun stared at Zhao Tingtao's avatar, fearing it would turn gray, signifying his only friend had perished in this harsh world. Half an hour later, the pleasant chime of the system broke the silence. Ding! Zhao Tingtao has accepted your trade. A smile instantly spread across Jiang Sun's face, though he continued to grumble. I knew that rascal wouldn't go down so easily. A moment later, Zhao Tingtao's message finally arrived. I'm okay now. Jiang Sun breathed a sigh of relief and immediately picked up his magic book to reply. You bastard, finally some news. What happened? Zhao Tingtao explained. I was surrounded by a pack of wolves. Almost didn't make it. Your illusion scroll saved my life. Jiang Sun quickly asked, "Are you badly hurt? Use those healing items right away." "I already did," Zhao Tingtao replied. "That moon spirit herb is amazing. My arm was bitten off, but it's all reattached now. I really thought I was a goner. By the way, when did you stock up on so many good items?" Jiang Sun retorted, "Just bought them. Pay up." Zhao Tingtao immediately expressed his gratitude. I'll pay. Thank you for saving my life. How many resources did you spend? Tell me, and I'll transfer them to you right away." Jiang Sun feigned seriousness. "Oh, just 5 fully charged magic crystals. How do you plan to pay?" Zhao Tingtao quickly flattered. "Dad." Jiang Sun pretended to be heartbroken over the money. "Calling me dad won't help. Even if you have to sell your hide, you better pay me back." Despite his words, Jiang Sun was genuinely happy. His friend was safe, and that was more important than anything. The high price of the magical crystal was insignificant to Jiang Sun, but Zhao Tingtao was a carefully selected senior member of the Qingshan organization. This experience further cemented their friendship to the point where they could trust each other with their lives. Jiang Sun, with a spark of inspiration, jokingly messaged Zhao Tingtao. "By the way, does your sister still need my care? From now on, let's each do our own thing. You call me dad, and I'll call you brother-in-law." Zhao Tingtao did not directly respond to the joke, and the two quickly completed their previous transaction. However, Zhao insisted on leaving the Star Stone with Jiang Sun, along with a large supply of materials. To Jiang Sun's surprise, the package included not only hundreds of pounds of various meats, all of which were at least of firefly-grade quality, but also a full 5 pounds of star-grade ice-field deer marrow. This food could enhance Jiang Sun's attributes to an extraordinary level. Zhao Tingtao generously declared, "Brother, from now on, he'll take care of your meat supply. Whatever you want to eat, I'll catch it for you right now." Jiang Sun playfully replied, "All right, I remember there are dragons in this world, right? I haven't tried that yet." Zhao Tingtao did not directly respond to this request, so Jiang Sun asked, "By the way, have you been able to contact your sister?" Zhao Tingtao explained, "She's not in this regional channel. I post messages on the world channel every day, but you know how dense the messages are there." Understanding Zhao Tingtao's situation, Jiang Sun realized how difficult it was to find family in this new world. Most people were not in the same regional channel, and the world channel was the only hope. With 8 billion people from Blue Star, the messages were like a torrent, making finding someone like searching for a needle in a haystack. After a moment of thought, Jiang Sun felt the time was right and sent a hopeful message to Zhao Tingtao. "I might be able to help you." In a modest wooden cabin, a towering bald man, nearly 2 meters tall, sat devouring roasted meat. His body was drenched in blood, and his pants were tattered, barely clinging to him. His bare torso was crisscrossed with scars, some scabbed over, others still bleeding. This man, who had narrowly escaped a pack of wolves, was none other than Zhao Tingtao. His rugged and fierce appearance, coupled with a wild aura, was a stark contrast to the image of a fitness coach he had previously described to Jiang Sun. When he saw Jiang Sun's message, his hand, clutching a magic book, trembled slightly. "Shaoran." He silently mouthed his sister's name, a complex glint in his eyes. Zhao Tingtao knew Jiang Sun to be cautious and would never joke about something like this. He was convinced Jiang Sun had a plan and immediately replied, "Really? What do you need me to do?" Jiang Sun's response was brief but startling. "Would you like to join Qingshan? My Qingshan." This statement sent a shiver through Zhao Tingtao, stirring a storm of emotions within him. Before Zhao Tingtao could calm down, Jiang Sun had already decisively reached out to Zhou Zhangyan. In this vast, unknown, and perilous world, relying solely on his limited strength and the 3-member Qingshan organization to find a specific person in the crowd was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The Longwa Sanctuary became a highly viable option. With their large numbers and extensive influence, they were spread across various corners and channels, covering nearly half of Longwa. According to Zhou Zhangyan, they had successfully integrated 46 sanctuaries, each averaging 300 people, creating an immense yet invisible information network. Jiang Sun understood that while issuing a missing person notice under the Qingshan organization could have some effect, his influence was currently mainly confined to the regional channel. Therefore, he decided to proceed on both fronts, also leveraging official resources to achieve the goal as quickly as possible. Once the message was released, it spread at an astonishing pace. The Longwa authorities clearly took this matter seriously, not only vigorously promoting the message, but also offering star-level food as a reward to encourage more people to participate in the search. The pinned message in the organization channel changed from an announcement to the missing person notice, showing that they considered Jiang Sun's request a top priority. All of this filled Jiang Sun with gratitude. He was quietly confident that with such strong and comprehensive efforts, no matter the outcome, they would find the person alive or recover the body. While waiting for news, Jiang Sun had already disclosed the full situation of Qingshan to Zhao Tingtao. Zhao Tingtao was utterly astonished after hearing Jiang Sun's words. He asked incredulously, So you're saying I've now become a member of one of the only 5 level forces in this world? Jiang Sun nodded affirmatively. That's right, and you're the second in command. Zhao Tingtao appeared somewhat puzzled. So, does that mean our organization only has 2 members? Jiang Sun shook his head and added, not exactly. Besides us, there's also Mr. Qin Gengyun, and oh, there's a squirrel too. Zhao Tingtao couldn't help but tease. I didn't expect even old Qin to be roped in by you. Seems like talking is more powerful than doing. Jiang Sun feigned anger. Watch your words. By the way, if you have reliable candidates, you can bring them in. We need to grow stronger. Zhao Tingtao was confident. No problem. So, am I the muscle of the organization now? Jiang Sun unexpectedly replied. No, that squirrel is our muscle. Zhao Tingtao was shocked. What? Jiang Sun continued to explain. If you're not convinced, we can arrange a match. By the way, that squirrel is at the Haiyue level, so I hope you can reach that level too. Zhao Tingtao was left speechless and could only smile wryly. Well, give my regards to the mighty squirrel. As their conversation progressed, they shared parts of their personal information panels. Jiang Sun was amazed to discover Zhao Tingtao's impressive attributes. Personal information. Name, Zhao Tingtao. Level, Firefly. Strength, 16. Agility, 16. Endurance, 183. Intelligence, 6. Mana, 120,120. Recovery rate, 6 points hour. Skill, gathering level 1, 12. Seeing these stats, Jiang Sun felt a complex mix of emotions. He had thought he was doing well, but his attributes were far behind Zhao Tingtao's. If it weren't for Zhao Tingtao's low intelligence, his attributes would completely outshine Jiang Sun's. However, Jiang Sun quickly adjusted his mindset. He realized that the stronger the organization members, the stronger their overall power. According to Zhao Tingtao, he received a prompt to advance to the Firefly level when his total attributes reached 50 points. Jiang Sun calculated his own attributes, strength, agility, and endurance combined to 10 points, and his intelligence was a high 19 points, just 1 point shy of the 50-point threshold. This realization made him feel slightly better. Jiang Sun recalled his previous conversation with Zhou Zhangyan. It was said that at this stage, most people were still struggling for basic needs. Even those who gained some progress hovered around 5 or 6 points in their attributes. Only a few well-developed individuals had single attributes barely reaching 10 points. Even Zhou Zhangyan, one of the strong individuals nurtured by the Dragon Nation Sanctuary, had only recently reached the Firefly level. With this understanding, Jiang Sun felt completely reassured and filled with confidence for the future. The sense of superiority and achievement from being ahead of most people gave Jiang Sun immense satisfaction. His eyes sparkled with confidence, and a small smile crept onto his face. However, he quickly realized that his magic crystal business had yet to gain momentum, adding another layer to his excitement. Suddenly, as if remembering something important, Jiang Sun quickly sent a message to Zhao Tingtao. Has your talent awakened? Or have you gained any strange abilities? Zhao Tingtao didn't reply immediately, seemingly pondering the question. A moment later, his response appeared on the screen. I think so, it's likely related to beast taming. I was planning to try it out with a couple of wolf pups today. Didn't expect to get cornered by the Wolf King at home. Just wait, I'll take care of it soon. Reading the message, Jiang Sun fell into deep thought. He recalled that discussions about talent awakening were scarce in various communication channels, suggesting that most people hadn't successfully awakened their talents. He also remembered the new alliance of ancient Europe's revelation. Unless someone already had special abilities, they would need something called a talent stone to aid their awakening. This thought suddenly struck him, and Jiang Sun felt a strange sense of disorientation. He furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. Despite having high attributes, good talent, and even better luck than most, he couldn't shake off the feeling of insecurity. Jiang Sun's gaze turned profound, as if he were staring into a dangerous world only he could see. On the first day, he encountered the mysterious and powerful Walla, whose image still lingered in his mind. On the second day, he faced a punk bear that treated his shield like a toy, a display of strength that still haunted him. On the fourth day, he was chased by a venomous spider, the helplessness of which continued to frustrate him. Each of these beasts was beyond his ability to contend with. Jiang Sun shuddered at the thought that if anyone else had encountered these creatures, they'd likely be long gone by now. What puzzled Jiang Sun even more was the discussion about various low-level beasts of the Glimmer rank that he hadn't even seen. Even the rabbit that was nearly consumed by the venomous spider was probably at least Firefly rank judging by its speed. This realization made Jiang Sun abruptly stand up, clenching his fists. What? He muttered through gritted teeth. Everyone else gets a beginner's village, but I'm thrown into an advanced map. Jiang Sun's face turned pale with frustration and helplessness. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, but the feeling of being targeted by the world persisted. On the 7th day of the first year of Blue Star's calendar, Jiang Sun groggily opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by darkness. Frowning, he glanced at his manual and was surprised to see a change in the time section. Daylight had been delayed by an hour, and the day had shortened by 2 hours. Getting dark at 1 p.m.? That's just ridiculous. Jiang Sun muttered to himself, realizing that in the short week since he arrived in this world, day and night had alternated several times. Concerned about crop growth, he immediately contacted Old Qin to inquire about the situation. After learning there was no immediate danger, he felt somewhat relieved, but Old Qin warned that if the changes persisted, it could lead to reduced yields or even crop failure. Jiang Sun's mind flashed to the strategic blueprint of the Dragon Nation's Shelter the Magic Energy Sunday. He had once thought it useless, but now realized its potential value. Could the next disaster be related to the day-night cycle? He wondered, scratching his head, and then sent a message to Zhou Sanyan to maintain their connection, just in case. After getting up, Jiang Sun routinely crafted magic crystals, replacing the ones that were full. Once done, he suddenly felt idle. The limited activity space inspired him to exercise, hoping to improve his physical fitness. Following the method taught by Zhao Tingtao, Jiang Sun began his workout. In just 10 minutes, he was drenched in sweat, his stamina rapidly depleting. After gritting his teeth and persisting, he had to stop and disdainfully picked up a piece of meat to grill over the fire. This guy's got something, Jiang Sun muttered to himself, rubbing his sore arms. Zhao Tingtao's training method was peculiar. Even with twice the stamina of an average person, Jiang Sun could only last 10 minutes. Some moves, like raising his hand, pulling back, throwing forward, and then reaching out to rotate, seemed more like combat techniques to him. Zhao Tingtao is definitely not simple, Jiang Sun murmured, turning to grab the grilled meat and sitting at the table. He had long suspected that Zhao Tingtao's identity was more than just a fitness coach, but out of respect, he never asked. Chewing the grilled meat, Jiang Sun found it tasteless. Life without carbohydrates was simply unbearable. He complained inwardly, yet had no choice but to continue with this diet. He silently accumulated resentment in his heart. Although the food supply was increasing, Jiang Sun's craving for carbohydrates grew stronger. In this magical wasteland, he looked around but never found a place that could consistently produce carbohydrates. Occasionally, wild potatoes would appear, only to vanish without a trace in no time. After finishing his meal, Jiang Sun opened the magical wasteland manual, and the regional channel was immediately filled with cries of despair. When will it be daylight? There's only 2 days left to collect resources, and I'm far from ready. Yeah, the daytime is down to just 6 hours. They're forcing us to work through the night. Help! I haven't even upgraded my tent yet. What should I do? What have you been doing all this time? Not upgrading your tent. You might as well give up. I broke my leg on the first day picking fruit from a tree. I haven't been able to go out since. Everyone's struggling to survive right now. No one has extra resources to help you. You'll have to fend for yourself. I have seeds and wild fruits. Please, I just want to upgrade to a level 2 shelter. You'll have to wait for someone powerful to help you, or maybe reach out to the official shelter, if they can see your message. Browsing through the channel conversation, Jiang Sun got a rough idea of the current situation. Most people chose to use transformation arrays to survive the magical tide, but they were uncertain about the required resource quantities. Although the revelation mentioned that a level 2 shelter couldn't withstand it, a level 3 shelter could hold up. Someone calculated that the energy difference between the two shields was as much as 5 times. Facing the unknown energy demands, people were frantically gathering resources, hoping to increase their chances of survival. Jiang Sun had no time to worry about others. Though he could ensure his own survival, he wasn't entirely confident about thriving. Surrounded by countless high-level magical beasts, he was constantly on edge, fearing that one day he would be discovered and torn apart by an unbeatable force. Looking at the materials in front of him, Jiang Sun made a firm decision. Today he must complete the upgrade to a level 3 shelter, and tomorrow, he'll start preparing for a level 4 shelter. Time was tight, and there was no room for delay. He opened the shelter interface in his magic book, which displayed Firefly Magic Cottage, a magic cottage endowed with miraculous abilities, effectively resisting attacks from intermediate magical beasts, with some space expansion capability. Shelter facilities. Primary magic shield 90, small magic item storage room, 5 cubic meters. Shelter upgrade. 1103800 logs, 950,800 stones, magic core 01. Optional additional effect. Within the totem pole's radiation range, magic value limit 200, magic recovery speed 100, stamina recovery speed 10. Jiang Sun stared at the magic cottage with its good additional attributes, gritted his teeth, and took out the Moon Howler Beast's crystal core from his pocket. I hope you won't let me down, he muttered, then chose to add the magic core. As the priceless star-grade magic core disappeared, a prompt appeared before Jiang Sun. Ding! Would you like to use the Moon Howler Beast's crystal core as the main magical material to upgrade to a level 3 magic stone fortress? Without hesitation, Jiang Sun decisively clicked, confirm. As Jiang Sun's fingertips gently touched the surface, a brilliant light instantly enveloped the entire magical cottage. Within this dazzling glow, the structure of the cottage began to disassemble at a speed visible to the naked eye, with wooden planks and stones seemingly coming to life, floating in midair and merging with the newly added materials. The raw wood and stone arranged themselves in an orderly fashion in the air, forming the framework of a stone fortress. They interlocked and merged, emitting a deep clicking sound, like a giant assembling building blocks. The magic core hovered at the center of the fortress, continuously releasing powerful waves of magical energy. This energy, like invisible threads, tightly wove all the building materials together. As the construction progressed, the fortress walls gradually thickened. Mysterious magical runes appeared on the surface, flickering with a ghostly blue light, adding an air of mystery to the newly born fortress. The original basic magical shield, nourished by the magic, began to transform, its glow intensifying and significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities in a short time. The totem pole's range of influence expanded with the fortress's upgrade. Within its sphere of influence, the aura of magic became denser, with magic particles almost visible in the air. Jiang Sun could clearly feel his internal magic capacity climbing steadily, surpassing his original expectations and reaching a new height. What delighted him even more was the astonishing speed at which his magic recovered, able to regain a small portion of energy in the blink of an eye. The transformation of this magical structure lasted about 10 minutes. As the light gradually faded, a magnificent third-level stone fortress stood proudly in place. The solid stone walls exuded a sense of security, as if capable of withstanding any external threat. As the fortress doors slowly opened, Jiang Sun took a deep breath and stepped inside. The interior was like a whole new world. Though the decor was simple, it was imbued with the essence of magic. The walls were embedded with stones emitting a soft glow, which were the luminous stones he had previously purchased but never used, now gently illuminating the entire space. Jiang Sun looked around, silently marveling. If the previous magical cottage was merely an extraordinary wooden cabin, then this magical castle truly deserved the title magical. It was not just a dwelling, but a sanctuary brimming with endless possibilities. A flood of information overwhelmed Jiang Sun, leaving him breathless. Details about the upgrade of the star-level Magic Stone Fortress's sanctuary came pouring in, each one making his heart race. The first thing that caught his eye was the astonishing transformation of the sanctuary. The once cramped space had magically expanded to 200 square meters, capable of further expansion as more facilities were added. Jiang Sun gasped, realizing he no longer needed to manage all his living needs in a single room. The list of facilities was dizzying. Intermediate magic shield, magic item storage room, mana convergence array, magic watchtower, each exuding a powerful magical aura. Jiang Sun quickly scanned the list, already formulating a plan in his mind. The plantation could accelerate crop growth, and the training room could enhance cultivation progress. These two were priorities for immediate construction. Walls and bedrooms were also on his agenda, but a kitchen? Jiang Sun scoffed. Without food, what use was a kitchen? However, the option for a manufacturing room made Jiang Sun frown. He recalled that everything before had been produced automatically through scrolls, even strategic-level collectors. What purpose did this manufacturing room serve? A flicker of unease crossed his mind, but was soon overshadowed by excitement. Jiang Sun looked around, filled with joy. The security provided by the Level 3 Magic Stone Fortress was incomparable to that of the Magic Cabin. He even felt confident that even a star-level predator would struggle to breach this impregnable fortress. Yet, amidst the joy, there was a hint of worry. Did such a powerful Level 3 sanctuary imply the approach of even more terrifying disasters? For someone with only a Level 2 Magic Cabin, such calamities would be unimaginable. Jiang Sun shook his head, deciding not to dwell on these unsettling possibilities. He took a deep breath and began organizing the newly transformed Magic Stone Fortress. The space was neatly divided into 4 rooms, each exuding a magical aura, as if whispering infinite possibilities. Jiang Sun's fingers gently brushed the walls, feeling the immense magic within, his heart filled with anticipation and a touch of apprehension for the future. Jiang Sun stood inside his newly upgraded Magic Stone Fortress, surveying the surroundings. He skillfully adjusted the room's dimensions and shape, carefully placing the dragon egg-shaped young dragon's nest in a corner. The living essentials were neatly arranged in the same room, yet it still felt spacious and empty. He walked lightly into the room designated as the storage area, and the sight made him slightly surprised. Basic materials were neatly piled against the wall, and their sheer volume was astonishing. Jiang Sun roughly estimated, thinking to himself, this place could hold at least 10,000 units of basic supplies. The other 2 empty rooms received only a quick glance from Jiang Sun. I don't need these right now. I'll deal with them later, he thought. After tidying up, Jiang Sun eagerly leaped into the cozy dragon egg. The warm touch enveloped him, and a lazy feeling washed over him. He picked up a magic book to check his attributes, only to find that the data had changed dramatically. His personal information was prominently displayed. Name, Jiang Sun. Level, Glimmer. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Endurance, 10. Intelligence, 24,195. Magic power, 18001800. Recovery rate, 9027036 points hour. Skills, Gathering, Level 3, 55. Jiang Sun smiled impassively, though a storm raged within him. Am I on the path of becoming a battery? He mused. A magic recovery rate of 720 points hour was simply astonishing. An 1800 magic power limit was already outrageous, and the fact that he could fully recover it in just 2.5 hours was mind-boggling. He couldn't help but think that a single magic crystal could hold only 20 units of magic power, or 2,000 points. Even using a magic collector would take a full 8 hours to fill up. Am I just a human magic collector? Jiang Sun thought wryly. Compared to others, Jiang Sun was on an entirely different level. He recalled Zhao Tao, whose magic recovery rate was a measly 6 points hour. Jiang Sun's rate was 120 times that. However, Jiang Sun also felt a twinge of apprehension. Am I really on the right path? He pondered. After investing such a massive amount of resources, if the results were not as expected, it would be a huge loss. But then he thought, if the power of the magic tide exceeded expectations, he might become one of the strongest in the magical wasteland world. Jiang Sun's thoughts drifted to the future. On the first day, be wary of superhumans. On the second day, become a happy superhuman. Punch spiders, stomp squirrels. He involuntarily drooled a little, quickly wiping his mouth, and stood up to head out. Upgrading the magic stone fortress had taken quite a bit of time, and it was now 10 a.m. Jiang Sun glanced at the steak on the table, but found he had no appetite. Better head out and hunt, he resolved, stepping out the door. Before leaving, Jiang Sun cautiously checked the weather conditions. The temperature ranged from 18 to 26, with clouds obscuring the moonlight, but the magical energies were flowing steadily. A gentle breeze blew, yet the air was thick with a foreboding sense, as magic condensed into clusters. Looking up at the sky, the stars traced ancient magical totems, heralding the arrival of disaster and rebirth. Jiang Sun swallowed nervously. The weather descriptions in the magic book were anything but favorable, yet the flow of magic had eerily returned to calmness, like the stillness before a storm. He carefully stepped out the door and attempted to cast a star flash spell, surprised to find the casting unusually smooth. This discovery confirmed the source of the strange sense of delay he had felt earlier. With his survival abilities restored, Jiang Sun encouraged himself to explore the area. He picked up his basket and stepped over the threshold. As he walked out, he took a couple of deep breaths but felt no change, which left him puzzled. However, this confusion vanished the moment he stepped beyond the shield's range. An intense feeling of suffocation hit him, not due to thin air, but from a soul-deep oppression, as if he were standing in the flames of a crystal furnace. Only then did Jiang Sun truly realize the value of the sanctuary and the magical shield. With 2 days remaining until the disaster, the outside world was already so harsh that he felt fortunate for his luck. After successfully testing his skills again, Jiang Sun was surrounded by starlight and instantly vanished from sight. Having confirmed his destination, Jiang Sun sprinted towards the ominous red circle on the edge of the map. Though it was a daunting 10 kilometers away, he planned to explore half the distance today. He was well aware of the dangers lurking there, possibly including a powerful moon-grade beast lair. Yet, in his quest to find a suitable magic-rich site for upgrading the sanctuary, he had no other choice. The magic stone fortress, which he had just upgraded to level 3, was no longer sufficient for his needs. The significant leap to level 4 was just within reach, and if he couldn't find an ideal upgrade location before a high-level disaster struck, he would be forced to settle for upgrading the sanctuary to a regular house. This was an idea Jiang Sun found unacceptable. He believed that anyone who had seen the sanctuary's revelation wouldn't settle for mediocrity. He silently vowed to himself that he would achieve the sanctuary, no matter the cost. As Jiang Sun ran, he skillfully used Star Flash to avoid obstacles along the way. His abundant magic power allowed him to move freely, unconcerned about the expenditure. He ignored the occasional sound of footsteps and the faint feeling of being watched. With an agility attribute of 10, he possessed impressive speed, and combined with the significant magic power boost from the magic source and the magic stone fortress, he felt confident. He thought to himself that if he encountered those venomous spiders again, he could easily handle them. At that moment, a leopard beast suddenly leaped at him from the side. Jiang Sun reacted swiftly, using Star Flash again to effortlessly dodge. He turned and mockingly flipped the leopard the bird, saying, "A 10 water bottle. I'll sell it to you for 9. A 10 discount, buddy." The leopard looked bewildered, clearly not understanding what this human was saying. As he delved deeper into his exploration, the surroundings became increasingly hostile. Initially, he could still see some familiar landmarks, marks he had left during previous explorations. However, as he moved further, everything turned strange and eerie. At the 3-kilometer mark, The once lush trees took on a withered, twisted appearance, their leaves an ominous black, as if tainted by some dark force. Jiang Sun noticed that the beastly footfalls that had been trailing him also ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the area. By the 5-kilometer point, the grass on the ground had lost its vitality, replaced by a kind of moss that emitted a cold glow. Each step sent shivers through him, and Jiang Sun realized he might have entered the radiation zone of the red circle creature's territory. Though uneasy, he forced himself to continue, cautiously observing the changes around him. Suddenly, a faint buzzing sound emerged from the forest ahead. Initially, it was so weak it was almost imperceptible, but as Jiang Sun drew closer, the sound became clearer, resembling the collective wing beats of countless insects or the operation of some intricate machinery. Jiang Sun slowed his pace, gripping his weapon, Liu Guang, tightly as cold sweat formed on his palms. He cautiously approached the source of the sound, coming to a stop before a thicket. Taking a deep breath, he carefully parted the branches in front of him. What he saw made him gasp, his pupils contracting sharply. In the clearing, a dozen humanoid creatures were frantically tearing apart a beast's corpse, now unrecognizable. Blood splattered, and flesh flew, creating an extremely gruesome scene. Jiang Sun held his breath, frozen in place, with only one thought in his mind. What the hell are these things? These humanoid creatures resemble fallen knights, their bodies encased in tattered, pitch-black metal armor. They exude a strong aura of darkness, as if capable of swallowing the surrounding light. The armor is densely engraved with runes, each one glowing with an eerie blue light, intertwining with the sinister blood-red glow in their eye sockets, sending chills down one's spine. Jiang Sun held his breath, carefully observing these bizarre entities. Their movements appeared mechanical, yet carried an inexplicable coordination, as if following a predetermined program. As they disassembled the beast corpses, strands of black magical energy were drawn from the bodies, gradually merging into the knights. In an instant, the darkness emanating from them intensified, almost becoming tangible. Could these beings be enhancing their power by devouring magic? Jiang Sun pondered, while some subtle thoughts quietly emerged. After all, everyone is tempted to claim good things for themselves. As he furrowed his brow in thought, the Black Mist Knights suddenly halted their actions in unison. Seeing this, Jiang Sun also held his breath. The next second, several knights in different poses turned their heads simultaneously, their gazes piercing like swords toward Jiang Sun's direction. However, they only saw a scattering of starlight. Moments later, Jiang Sun was panting heavily within the dense canopy 500 meters away. This was the result of his 10 consecutive star flashes, and even with his absurd magic value of 1,800 points, he was left with only half. Luckily, I ran fast. What on earth were those things? Jiang Sun patted his chest with lingering fear, his heart pounding violently, almost bursting out of his chest. In that brief moment of distraction, he nearly lost his life. The knight's speed was astonishingly fast. Although he managed to escape in time, Jiang Sun still caught the fleeting shadows they left behind as they charged. This magical wasteland world is terrifying. Jiang Sun muttered a phrase he didn't know where he learned, recalling the fleeting glimpse he caught earlier. In the moment when all the knights looked up, he vaguely saw through a gap in one of the armors, revealing their internal structure, not flesh and blood, but a bizarre fusion of bones and machinery. This discovery immediately reminded him of the broken doll he found earlier. Jiang Sun suspected that both might have originated from the same place. So these are artificial creations. A strong desire for research arose within him, his mind sketching a scene of himself commanding hundreds of magical puppets charging into battle. The thought brought an involuntary silly smile to his face. A day flew by. As night fell, Jiang Sun wearily dragged a box back to the shelter. After a whole day of observation and analysis, he finally figured out the pattern of the magical puppets' actions. These puppets were clearly artificial creations, and there were quite a number of them. In just one direction, Jiang Sun discovered 3 squats. His heart was filled with both excitement and apprehension, uncertain of what opportunities and challenges this discovery might bring him. These automata operated like precise mechanical soldiers, tirelessly patrolling along their predetermined routes. Their cold gaze swept the surroundings, and upon detecting any living creature, they launched an attack without hesitation. Once the prey fell, the automata absorbed the magic from its body, converting it into energy to power themselves. This cruel yet efficient cycle had been ongoing for countless years, seemingly endless. Jiang Sun stared at the map, his eyes fixed on the conspicuous red circle. His mind raced as he analyzed the information before him. This is likely where the automata are being manufactured, he murmured, tapping his finger lightly on the red circle. And perhaps, it's the core location they are guarding. With this thought, Jiang Sun's mind rippled with excitement as a bold idea flashed through his mind. If he could utilize the facilities there to upgrade the sanctuary, could it mean he could also master the technology to create automata? This idea thrilled him, making his blood boil with excitement. However, Reason quickly subdued this excitement. Jiang Sun took a deep breath, reminding himself, daydreaming is useless. Since I have a goal, I should work towards it diligently. He was acutely aware that he couldn't even defeat a single automaton at the moment, and there was a long way to go before reaching that grand goal. Back inside the house, Jiang Sun expertly replaced the magic crystal that was now fully charged. Without hesitation, he put it up for trade. Soon, he received 2,000 units of materials and promptly sent 1,600 units to Old Qin. In recent days, with Zhao Tingtao's generous support, Old Qin's health not only fully recovered, but was even more robust than before. This gave Jiang Sun some peace of mind, knowing that as long as Old Qin was around, they wouldn't run out of supplies. Jiang Sun vaguely suspected that Old Qin might have some innate talent related to agriculture, though he never had the courage to ask. After quickly eating a few bites of meat to satisfy his hunger, Jiang Sun lay back on the bed to rest. Life without carbohydrates was indeed tough, a challenge faced by most people at present. Recently, many had become irritable and aggressive, which made the atmosphere in the communication channel tense. From his pocket, he took out a handful of milk candies and placed them in a nearby storage box. After a moment's thought, he sprinkled some at the door as usual. Walla must be busy with something, he muttered to himself. That's why they haven't come to see me. Nonetheless, he maintained this small habit, hoping that familiar figure would appear once more. On August 6th, year 1 of Blue Star, Jiang Sun was abruptly awakened by the vibrating sound of his magic book. Groggy, he got up, opened the message alert, and found a message from his adoptive father, Zhao Tingtao. How much do you need? Jiang Sun asked. 2,000. Zhao Tingtao replied. Jiang Sun raised an eyebrow and joked. Are you getting married? That's a lot. As soon as he sent the message, Jiang Sun realized something was off. With Zhao Tingtao's personality and their relationship, such a major event like marriage wouldn't be kept secret from him. He quickly sent another message. Wait, it's not you getting married, is it me? Zhao Tingtao immediately shot back. You fool, who's getting married? Hurry up, send the money, my sister got in touch. Soon after, the system notification sounded. Ding. Jiang Sun is trading you 5 magic crystals. Do you accept? Jiang Sun smirked and continued to tease. See, it's like I'm getting married, just as we discussed before. Zhao Tingtao was exasperated. You. Jiang Sun chuckled at the message. Jokes aside, he was genuinely happy for Zhao Tingtao. In this treacherous wasteland world, Zhao Tingtao had found family and someone he could truly rely on. In comparison, Jiang Sun's situation seemed much lonelier. He lost his parents in an accident when he was a teenager and then had a car accident himself. For the past 10 years, he barely got by on his parents' compensation. Before crossing over, he had almost run out of that money. Looking back, Jiang Sun wasn't sure how he managed to persevere. Perhaps it was sheer unwillingness to accept that all misfortunes would befall him. He was waiting for fate to compensate him. After chatting with Zhao Tingtao for a while longer, Jiang Sun felt his mood lift. He got up to start his day, washing up, brushing his teeth, and getting dressed, simple tasks he hadn't done himself in a decade. Standing by the window, Jiang Sun looked outside. The sky was a murky gray, making it hard to tell if it was day or night. The magical turbulence in the air had solidified into visible, wavy patterns. Jiang Sun sighed inwardly. This weather was clearly unsuitable for exploration. Opening the regional channel, he found it filled with complaints. Today, daylight only lasts 3 hours. What am I going to do? I've only gathered over 500 materials. Exactly. I couldn't even cast a gathering spell today. The magical atmosphere is too intense. Damn wild boars. They've ruined all the potatoes I planted outside. How am I supposed to survive the next 7 days? My leg's broken. I won't survive the tide. Does anyone have food? I'll trade materials for a good meal before I die. Ha ha. Luckily, I can upgrade my shelter the day after tomorrow. What's the point of upgrading the day after tomorrow? The magic tide starts tomorrow night. What? I thought it was on the 10th. Yeah, 10th at midnight, which is the night of the 9th. Damn. From the conversations in the channel, it was clear that most people were anxious about the impending magic tide. Jiang Sun frowned, realizing that the situation was more dire than he had anticipated. The first nationwide disaster struck with a terrifying intensity. Jiang Sun stood by the window, watching the chaotic magical currents relentlessly battering the magical shield, his brow furrowed. The violent impacts were enough to destroy a tense shield. If the disaster's intensity increased several times more, even a level 2 shelter might not withstand it. Jiang Sun quickly contacted Qin Lao and Zhao Tingtao, and only after confirming that they had upgraded to level 3 did he feel slightly relieved. Qin Lao used a Firefly-grade magic core sponsored by Zhao Tingtao, which had mediocre effects. Upon learning of the additional effects, Zhao Tingtao immediately invested a large amount of resources under the name of Qingshan to obtain a star-grade magic core. The substantial 4-dimensional attribute boost it provided left him overjoyed and laughing uncontrollably. After checking on everyone's status, Jiang Sun casually took out a piece of candy to eat, but suddenly felt something unusual in his hand. Looking down, He was surprised to find a golden candy he had never seen before, emitting a faint glow. A new flavor? Jiang Sun didn't immediately eat it, but examined it closely. Golden candy. Type: magical food. Level: special. Effect: consuming it increases four-dimensional attributes by 1. Note: a peculiar food formed under unknown conditions, beneficial upon consumption. Reading the description, Jiang Sun's eyes widened, and his hand froze. What was this? It could increase attributes. And by 4 points at once? Could it be a talent awakening? With this thought, Jiang Sun quickly opened his personal information to check. Sure enough, at the end of his personal information, there appeared an option he had never seen before. Talent: the candy is really just candy. Jiang Sun couldn't help but smile as he continued reading. Talent level: star grade upgradable. Talent description: once the magic value is full, every 200 points of excess magic value will form a candy. Different flavors have different probabilities and effects upon consumption. Jiang Sun's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at this unexpectedly discovered talent description. This ability was not only unique, but also immensely promising. His mind began to race with ideas on how to leverage this talent to face the impending stronger disasters. Jiang Sun stared at the description of his talent, his heart pounding like a drum, almost ready to leap out of his chest. This sensation reminded him of the moment he was rated class at the sanctuary. The detailed introduction of the candy talent appeared before him. Original flavor candy has a 90 chance to restore 100 mana points. Apple flavor has a 5 chance to significantly heal injuries. Strawberry flavor has a 3 chance to increase stamina recovery by 100 for 1 day. Chocolate flavor has a 1.5 chance to randomly increase one of the 4 main attributes by 1. Golden flavor has a 0.49 chance to increase one of the 4 main attributes by 1. And rainbow flavor has a 0.01 chance to increase all 4 main attributes by 5. Boost them by 100 for 1 day, and grant a random skill. Each candy consumes 300 mana points. Jiang Sun couldn't help but grin, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He quickly calculated. With his mana regeneration rate of 720 points per hour, he could produce 70 candies a day without using any mana, and around 50 candies with normal usage. This meant at least 23 healing items daily, a random attribute increase every 2 days, and a bonus to all 4 main attributes every week. With this realization, Jiang Sun first let out a restrained coo laugh, which gradually turned into a more exuberant kkk. Ha ha, he thought to himself. This time, I've truly hit the jackpot. Just by selling these candies, I can lead a life without any financial worries. However, a hint of concern crossed Jiang Sun's mind. He just hoped that the probability calculations for the candies weren't based on some dubious algorithm. Otherwise, the minuscule chance of getting a rainbow candy would indeed be elusive. Time slipped away quietly amidst the busyness. Jiang Sun stood up, stretching his arms that had grown sore from maintaining the same position for too long. In front of him lay an array of magic crystals of various sizes, reflecting a faint glow. After a morning of intense refining, he had amassed 70 blank magic crystals and 30 fully charged ones. Jiang Sun glanced around and realized he had nearly exhausted the 2,000 crystal shards gifted by Zhou Sanyan. He began to devise his next plan. When the magic tide arrived, he would trade some crystals for shards at a ratio of 60 to 1. This price would ensure he didn't deplete his resources excessively while maintaining a stable supply during the magic tide. Through careful observation, Jiang Sun noticed that the charging speed of magic crystals had been gradually increasing in recent days. Initially, it took 8 hours for a cycle, but now it required a new batch of blank crystals every 5 hours. He speculated that at this rate of increase, the charging speed could reach an astonishing 1-hour cycle once the magic tide truly arrived. Jiang Sun quickly calculated. He could produce over 100 fully charged crystals each day, and combined with shard exchanges, this would guarantee a continuous supply of crystals. He couldn't even fathom how many fully charged magic crystals he might eventually accumulate. Although he hesitated for a moment, worrying that some might not have 60 shards to exchange, Jiang Sun quickly resolved this concern. He realized that magic crystals were not single-use items and could be purchased jointly by several people for shared use. This would not only provide more people with survival opportunities, but also strengthen interpersonal connections. With this realization, Jiang Sun silently commended himself for his cleverness. Next, Jiang Sun took out the milk candies he had saved. He decided to give some away to promote his product. Considering he now had a new version with a 100-point recovery, the old version with 50 points seemed less significant. Without counting them precisely, he grabbed 2 handfuls and gave them to Zhao Tingtao and Old Qin. Then he opened his friends list and sent a few pieces to each person, along with detailed explanations. After receiving a series of thank yous, someone began inquiring about the price. This question momentarily stumped Jiang Sun. Since there were no precedents in the trading channel, he hadn't settled on a suitable price yet. Considering that everyone's demand for magic points varied, along with their psychological price points, Jiang Sun decided to observe for a while before making a decision. He replied vaguely, suggesting people could exchange suitable items if they needed them. This way, he could accurately gauge the demand for these items and adjust the price accordingly. After distributing the milk candies, Jiang Sun put up 5 magic crystals for sale today. With 2,000 portions of materials in hand, he began working on a new plan. He intended to construct all the facilities for the level 3 magic stone fortress. After all, during the impending magic tide, everyone would be unable to venture outside, so engaging in meaningful activities became Jiang Sun's priority. He reviewed the list of facilities: walls, kitchen, manufacturing room, training room, rest room, and plantation, each providing essential support for future survival. Jiang Sun stood inside the magical cottage, surveying his surroundings and contemplating his future plans. The walls could ensure safety and lay the groundwork for stable agricultural development, while the training room could accelerate skill improvement and enhance his strength. Although the gathering skill couldn't be honed in the training room, after consuming the golden candy, he could finally learn the much-desired Tide of Mana, a skill likely to become his main combat ability in the future. His gaze passed over the lounge, plantation, and manufacturing room, deeming these facilities equally important. However, he scoffed at the magical kitchen, muttering to himself, "Why need a kitchen when you eat roasted meat every day?" As he looked at the mountain of meat piled on the table. Recalling his previous attempts at trading ordinary food, Jiang Sun frowned. Those foods neither enhanced his strength nor tasted good. How could wild plants evolve to be delicious just to survive? He sighed. Looks like I still have to rely on old Sheen. Thinking of those survival novels where protagonists casually find delicious wild fruits, Jiang Sun couldn't help but criticize in his mind. All lies right. Shaking his head, he picked up his magic book and opened the trading channel. He was still short on some Firefly-grade materials needed for upgrading facilities, so he needed to exchange for more. After entering the keyword hardwood, he was surprised to find the prices astonishingly low. The exchange rate of hardwood to raw wood had reached 10:1, and ores like magic iron were the same. Looks like everyone's in a hurry, selling things cheaply. Jiang Sun's eyes lit up. Every penny counts. Making money isn't easy for anyone. Soon, he gathered all the materials he needed, with some surplus. However, he didn't use all 2,000 materials, keeping a few hundred in reserve. In times of disaster, these basic materials are crucial for survival, he thought to himself. Looking at the pile of various materials before him, Jiang Sun fell into deep thought. He realized that this long-term barter trade system was not sustainable. In the future, they must establish a more efficient and stable trading system. After all, moving this half-meter-long log back and forth was truly exhausting. Jiang Sun couldn't help but sigh inwardly, wondering when a currency system might finally emerge. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden mechanical notification startled him, causing him to jolt and spill water all over his pants. Damn system, Jiang Sun cursed, ranting incoherently. Can't you give a warning before scaring someone? Before he could calm down, the voice sounded again, this time delivering an official announcement. Magic Wasteland World Announcement. First, congratulations on surviving, dear survivors. Today marks the first star period since you arrived in the Magic Wasteland world. We trust you are prepared for the first global catastrophe. Therefore, as of today, we will be removing the secondary novice protection measures. All survivors will face the following changes. 1. The restrictions on chaotic and dark magic are lifted. From today, you are free to explore forbidden zones. Please note, these areas are extremely dangerous and may contain unknown magical entities or areas of concentrated magic. 2. The restrictions on all-star and moon-level predatory beasts are lifted. High-level beasts may now discover your shelters. 3. The probability of acquiring magical sealing stones and firefly treasure chests is increased. New items such as star-level elf gifts and moon-level magical treasure chests have been added. These can be obtained not only through exploration but also by defeating beasts or exploring forbidden zones. 4. Clothing items will become available and can be obtained through gift items. Additionally, at 2000 hours today, we will conduct a personal strength assessment for all surviving participants and issue rewards based on rankings. The evaluation will include, but is not limited to, individual attributes, equipment attributes, shelter effects, world exploration degree, and living space comfort. Please be prepared. After hearing the announcement, Jiang Sun felt both excited and apprehensive, realizing that greater challenges and opportunities were on the horizon. The global announcement was like a bolt of lightning, capturing the attention of all the survivors. Everyone held their breath, reading and rereading this crucial document that would shape their future survival. The announcement was divided into 4 key points, each capable of causing a significant stir. Firstly, the system lifted restrictions on dangerous areas. These so-called forbidden zones could be fraught with peril or hiding treasures. Even more enticing was the possibility that these zones might contain places where magic gathers, offering new opportunities for upgrading sanctuaries. Compared to the risk of venturing into the lairs of powerful beasts, exploring the forbidden zones seemed a wiser choice. The second point revealed a startling fact. High-level beasts hadn't appeared because the system confined these predators to specific areas. However, this layer of protection was about to be removed. As Jiang Sun read this, a sense of unease crept over him, yet he continued to read. The third point offered a glimmer of hope. The probability of obtaining treasure chests was increased, and the ways to acquire them were more diverse. This was undoubtedly great news for survivors like Xiao Tingtao, who had long battled beasts. Jiang Sun felt genuinely happy for the good fortune awaiting his friend. However, at that moment, Jiang Sun suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. These four major changes, which could upend the lives of all survivors, seemed to him like a déjà vu he had already experienced. Apart from the fourth point about new clothes that would free him from the embarrassment of his hospital gown, the other 3 points had minimal impact on him. Reflecting on his own experiences, Jiang Sun couldn't help but gasp. He had already ventured into those dangerous areas known as forbidden zones. The patrol routes of the Black Mist Nights, Wallace Tree Hole, and even that giant mine weren't they all perilous forbidden zones? As for those terrifying predator beasts, like the Howyu-level Walla, venomous spiders, and the fearsome bear, he had encountered them no less than 10 times in just a week. In that moment, Jiang Sun woke up as if from a dream. He finally understood why he had never heard of anyone else encountering beasts above the star level. The Wolf King Zhao Tingtao had seen from afar, and the moon-singing beast hunted by Zhou Tsangyan and his group couldn't compare to the dangers he had faced. So, the newbie protection didn't apply to me, huh? Surviving was purely due to my own luck. Jiang Sun's heart burned with anger, and he felt an urge to roar out loud. He finally realized that the difficulty he faced was far beyond what others experienced, and surviving was nothing short of a miracle. Amidst his anger, Jiang Sun began to consider whether there was a way to file a complaint. This damn system. I have to demand an explanation, he thought through gritted teeth, his eyes burning with resentment and determination. Jiang Sun glared at the system announcement, his anger boiling over. So you protect others, but not me, huh? This is ridiculous. Pay up, he growled through gritted teeth. He didn't even want to look at the third point about treasure chest items. 8 days had passed, and he still had no idea what even the most basic crystal ball looked like, let alone higher-level chests. This unfair treatment left him fuming. Why? We all crossed over together, and yet I'm the one being picked on. Jiang Sun couldn't help but curse the system for being heartless. However, he realized after his rant that the system announcement had no real impact on his daily life. Everything continued as usual. He ate and drank as normal. After reviewing the personal strength evaluation standards, Jiang Sun collapsed onto his bed in frustration. He realized that until he reached a strength level of 20,000, he had no quick ways to improve himself. His four-dimensional attributes couldn't be increased rapidly, even after trying his luck a few times. He was doing his best to enhance his equipment properties and the added effects of his shelter. As for world exploration, that was not a problem for him. Jiang Sun felt a sense of pride, confident that no one else could emerge unscathed after exploring 3 forbidden areas like he had. At this point, the only thing left to do was to improve the comfort level of his living space. Jiang Sun thoughtfully stroked his chin, sensing there was room for improvement in this area. If he could acquire another piece of furniture on par with the dragon nest, his evaluation might rise to a new level. Determined to take action, Jiang Sun picked up his magic book and started searching the trading channel for the items he needed. To his surprise, he found that the value of such items had skyrocketed in a short period, and the trade demands were all for attribute-related items. He sighed, realizing that everyone knew the only way to quickly boost evaluations was through this method. This situation led many to take advantage by raising prices. Jiang Sun silently cursed these opportunists, knowing that buyers weren't fools. Everyone knew which evaluation criteria carried more weight. Comfort level clearly had a low impact. After all, those who excelled in all areas naturally ate and slept well. So, dreaming of gaining high evaluations just by increasing shelter comfort was foolish. Smart people wouldn't waste resources on something so insignificant. Of course, some slightly smarter individuals were using these items to trade for basic supplies. They knew that people like Jiang Sun were their target customers. After all, those looking to increase comfort levels at this stage likely had achieved high levels in other areas. Such individuals probably had plenty of resources. Therefore, trading for basic resources to ensure survival through the magic tide was a wiser choice. After browsing quickly, Jiang Sun found several interesting items. One, in particular, caught his attention. Name, Lava Fireplace Firefly Level. Function, a fireplace made from lava stones, capable of maintaining shelter temperature when infused with magic. Jiang Sun browsed through the items in the trading area, his gaze lingering on several magical artifacts. The descriptions of the starlight grass incense burner and the magic hot spring tub caught his eye. These items were not only practical, but also highlighted the magical essence of this world. After a brief contemplation, he decided to purchase them all. Although he had initially saved materials for upgrading facilities, comfort currently outweighed security in importance. Besides, with the sale of magic crystals tomorrow, these materials could quickly be replenished. As the transaction concluded, the items appeared out of thin air before Jiang Sun. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that he had been in this world for nearly 10 days without truly experiencing these magic-enhanced everyday items. The Dragon Egg Bed was a prime example, showcasing the unique direction of magical technology development in this world. Eager to try out his new purchases, Jiang Sun carefully filled the hot spring tub with water and generously added a magic crystal to power it. He then slowly eased himself into the tub, and the warm water immediately enveloped his entire body. The comfort was so delightful that Jiang Sun couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. Since arriving in this world, he hadn't had a proper bath, let alone enjoyed such a hot spring. The warm water seemed to cleanse his body and mind, dispelling the fatigue and tension accumulated over the past few days. Jiang Sun closed his eyes, deciding to soak comfortably in the hot spring and wait for midnight to come. These magical items were providing him with entirely new experiences, allowing him to feel the charm of this world more deeply. Jiang Sun glanced at the time. It was 5:58 p.m., only 2 minutes before the results were announced. He rubbed his chin, furrowing his brows, feeling as if he had forgotten something important. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning, and his eyes widened instantly. Ignoring the water still dripping from his body, Jiang Sun leapt up, jumping out of the hot spring tub. The cold air immediately enveloped his wet body, but he couldn't care less about that or the water splashing everywhere. He rushed into the bedroom, frantically rummaging through boxes. Damn, how did I just now remember this? Jiang Sun muttered to himself as he searched. After eating the golden candy, my intelligence attribute reached 20 points, which means I qualify to learn the tidal wave of magic. This skill will definitely boost my evaluation significantly. With time running out, Jiang Sun decided to dump everything from the box onto the floor and inspect each item carefully. However, the sheer amount of clutter only made him more anxious. Hurry, hurry, he urged himself under his breath. I swear I'll tidy up the place after this. Finally, just as it was about to hit 5:59 p.m., Jiang Sun found the ancient-looking scroll among the pile of clutter. Without a second thought, he tore it open. As a flash of light appeared, the system notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill tidal wave of magic. Jiang Sun exhaled deeply, ready to relax, when the familiar system voice chimed in again. Ding! Personal power assessment beginning. Assessment includes 1. Personal 4-dimensional attributes. 2. Personal equipment and effects. 3. Shelter bonus effects. 4. World exploration degree. 5. Personal space comfort level. Jiang Sun felt an invisible wave sweep over him, and the system continued to announce. Ding! Assessment complete, ranking as follows. Number of people at personal power level E, 5 billion. Reward, none. Number of people at personal power level D, 123,523,098. Reward, mana recovery potion 1. Number of people at personal power level C, 472,609. Reward, basic magic item, crafting blueprint 1. Number of people at personal power level B, 5,720. Reward, dimensional backpack 1. Magic item, crafting blueprint 1. Number of people at personal power level A, 2,106. Reward, talent, awakening stone 1. Number of people at personal power level S, 105. Reward, talent, awakening stone 1. Growth potential, exclusive equipment 1. Your assessment level, S. Rewards will be distributed at dawn the next day. Wow, everyone has really improved. Jiang Sun remarked, looking at the system's data. He recalled that during the last shelter ranking, there were still 7.6 billion people at the lowest level. But in this personal evaluation, only 5 billion remained at level E. Even more surprising, the number of S-level individuals had skyrocketed from 5 to 105. However, Jiang Sun quickly noticed that the value of this evaluation's rewards seemed to have decreased. He speculated that this might be due to different evaluation criteria. The last assessment targeted the entire shelter, while this one focused on personal strength. Therefore, the scale and direction of the rewards also differed. The previous shelter evaluation mainly rewarded revelation cards and strategic blueprints, clearly aimed at developing the entire force. This time, the growth potential exclusive equipment seemed more focused on the individual. With that in mind, Jiang Sun instinctively reached for his source of magic at his collar, examining it carefully. Despite the recent chaos, his eyes were filled with anticipation and confidence. Although Jiang Sun had already valued the equipment as much as he could, he now realized its worth far exceeded his expectations. This was a piece of gear that could grow. Out of the billions of people worldwide, perhaps only a little over 100 such items existed. Eagerly, Jiang Sun opened the magic book and was immediately overwhelmed by a flood of discussions. Conversations about various ratings and attribute points filled the space. Haha, My total four-dimensional attributes are only 25 points, and I got AD rating. I have 28 points, also AD, but this mana recovery potion is amazing. It restores mana 3 times, 1,000 points each time, and it seems endless. Damn, I got 24 points and was rated E, just 1 point short. I have 35 points, and I only got a C rating. What's with giving me a chocolate-making diagram? You're lucky, I got a fan-making diagram. Check out my new bag, isn't it cool? It's a dimensional backpack. Wow, a level master. What's your attribute score? 44 points, just average. My friend hit 50 points and got rated A. Master, do you need any accessories? I'll find a rope myself. Master, can you move freely in disasters now? Jiang Sun carefully studied these conversations and quickly grasped the rating criteria. The key was the total of the four-dimensional attributes. An average person had about 20 points. Those who trained or developed slightly better could exceed 25 points and achieve a D rating. 30 points was clevel, and 40 points was blevel, requiring considerable luck or talent. To Jiang Sun's surprise, over 2,000 people had reached the A level with 50 points. He pondered, Zhao Tingtao and his group developed so well and just surpassed 50 points. How did these 2,000 people manage it? On closer calculation, this number only accounted for 0.0025 of the 8 billion people on Blue Star. With that perspective, it seemed more reasonable. After all, with such a large base, some lucky individuals were bound to emerge. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun quickly contacted Zhao Tingtao and the others. As expected, Zhao Tingtao was also rated S-level. Even more delightfully surprising was that Old Qin had reached B-level. Old Qin explained that it was because he had eaten quite a few wild fruits with hard-to-determine attributes. Hearing this, Jiang Sun felt a pang of concern and quickly advised Old Qin to be more cautious. After all, many things are difficult to judge for toxicity, and if Old Qin had any adverse effects, the lush mountains could turn desolate. As Jiang Sun settled into the bath, he suddenly realized he had been standing there naked for quite some time. The warm water enveloped his body, providing a sense of comfort. With his evaluation complete, he decided to thoroughly examine the new skill he had just learned. Convergence of magic, the name echoed in his mind. The skill's description appeared before him. Unleashes a beam in a targeted area for 1 second, inflicting continuous damage on all enemies within, while applying a magical suppression effect that reduces their magic resistance by 30, with a base cost of 50 mana points. Jiang Sun recalled why he had chosen this particular skill. Among the many advanced skills, this one stood out. Firstly, the other skills had overly high requirements for attributes, and this was the only one he could barely meet. Secondly, unlike the others with lengthy descriptions of 300 to 500 words, this skill's description was concise, clear, and powerful. Gentle ripples formed on the water's surface as Jiang Sun fell into contemplation. He had high hopes for this skill, yet he was also puzzled by the distinction between staff-imbued skills and learned skills. The main difference was that staff-imbued skills couldn't be upgraded, whereas learned skills could be continually enhanced. His thoughts began to wander, speculating that skills might just be expressions of externalized mana. By processing mana through magic circles or similar methods, different effects could be achieved. The difference might lie in the engraving location of the magic circle. For instance, Star Flash involved engraving the magic diagram inside the staff, while Convergence of Magic was engraved within oneself. This idea excited Jiang Sun. If this were true, then learning the engraving technique might allow him to transform staff skills into his own. The possibility made his heart race. After all, he would eventually replace his staff, but he was reluctant to give up practical abilities like Star Flash. Jiang Sun looked out the window, where the night was as dark as ink. He suppressed the urge to immediately try out his new skill, deciding instead to find a lucky one to test it on the following morning. As the ripples on the water's surface gradually subsided, Jiang Sun closed his eyes, eagerly anticipating the day ahead. Ding! Congratulations, you've received a reward. Jiang Sun jolted awake from a groggy sleep, the familiar system notification sounding like an alarm. He leapt out of bed with the agility of a fish, rushing to the table without bothering to dress. Sure enough, a glowing orb hovered quietly above the tabletop, radiating a gentle light. Eagerly, Jiang Sun grabbed the orb, and upon closer inspection, discovered it contained a miniature mage robe. He paused, then crushed the orb. Instantly, an exquisite robe unfolded before him, its deep indigo hue resembling a starry nebula in the night sky. Jiang Sun examined the robe, which was a starlight-class garment of the star abyss type. Woven from mysterious star silk, its high collar was embroidered with golden star patterns, and the back featured an enormous constellation design. Even more impressive were its attributes: a 500-point increase in maximum mana, a 50 reduction in all ability mana consumption, and self-repair capabilities. Simple, brutal, Jiang Sun mused, acknowledging the robe's straightforward yet extraordinarily powerful effects. He pondered whether he was on the path to mindless spellcasting. Without hesitation, Jiang Sun donned the robe. Its one-piece design spared him the hassle of dressing. Suddenly, he yearned to see his new appearance. After a futile search in the stone castle, he had a stroke of genius and headed for the reservoir. Rushing outside, Jiang Sun reached the pool's edge. His reflection filled him with delight. The aura, the stylight was as if he were a different person. He couldn't resist striking poses at his reflection, bursting into a wild laugh. Composing himself, Jiang Sun inspected the robe closely. To his surprise, he found a slot in the sleeve for securing his staff, marveling at how perfectly tailored the garment seemed. Finally, Jiang Sun decided to test the robe's power. Star flash, he called softly, and his figure instantly appeared 50 meters away, leaving a trail of starlight in his wake. In that moment, Jiang Sun felt an unprecedented surge of power, as if the entire world was under his command. Jiang Sun eagerly opened the panel to check the changes in his attributes. As expected, his consumption had been halved. Excitedly, he realized that with his current mana reserve, he could continuously use Star Flash to reach the forest cabin. Not to mention the extra boost from the milk candy. Thinking about this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling immensely arrogant. Suddenly, he remembered there was a new skill he hadn't tried yet. Jiang Sun immediately activated the Tide of Mana, and the tip of his staff glowed with a faint halo. A flash of light streaked across, leaving a charred mark on a nearby tree trunk. He frowned slightly. Although the power was decent, it seemed below the level expected for this skill. Glancing down, he noticed it had only consumed the basic 25 mana points. He realized the issue might be with the continuous infusion of mana. Determined to test it, Jiang Sun gritted his teeth and raised his staff again, beginning to infuse mana continuously. The tip of the staff first lit up with a small point of light, which gradually expanded into a ping-pong ball-sized sphere, growing increasingly bright and dazzling. Jiang Sun took a moment to glance at his mana level. It had already consumed over 300 points even, with the 50 reduction from Star Abyss. Under normal circumstances, it would have been 600 points, enough to refine a batch of mana crystals. Yet Jiang Sun did not stop, continuing to channel mana. When it reached 500 points, the sphere became extraordinarily bright, seeming to contain terrifying energy, even causing Jiang Sun himself to feel a bit apprehensive. Nonetheless, he persisted, albeit more cautiously, as no one ever said his magic couldn't backfire. When the mana infusion hit 800 points, Jiang Sun finally ceased his reckless endeavor. It wasn't that he lacked mana, but the staff had reached its limit. He seemed to hear the lament of the stream of light. Any more mana, and the staff might explode on the spot, taking him, the caster, with it. Gazing at the now darkened sphere, Jiang Sun trembled as he extended his hand, aiming the staff into the distance, striking a pose reminiscent of setting off firecrackers during New Year celebrations. He took a deep breath and shouted Lux's line. In the name of light, with nothing held back. As the incantation was spoken, the compressed mana burst forth. The beam of magic shot out like lightning tearing through the night, charging into the distance with a cataclysmic force. A half-meter-wide column of azure light shot out with a fierce roar, obliterating everything in its path. Trees were instantly reduced to dust, the air was torn apart with a sharp whistle, and the ground was furrowed with deep trenches, sending rocks and dust flying, shrouding the area in a thick haze. As the light faded, a distant, thunderous rumble echoed, as if a colossal entity had collapsed. Jiang Sun stared in shock at the area that had been under attack, his mind a whirl of emotions. He felt exhilaration at the skill's power, which far exceeded his expectations, but also a chilling fear, knowing that any slight mistake could lead to a fatal backlash of uncontrollable magic. The sound of him swallowing was audible, and he didn't even dare to wipe away his cold sweat. However, this powerful skill revealed a critical flaw. The caster was immobilized while accumulating magic. Jiang Sun recalled the sensation, where even the slightest movement could cause the light orb at the tip of his staff to dissipate. If it exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. The conditions for using the Tide of Magic were stringent, and when it reached a certain level of accumulation, even Jiang Sun could feel the heart-stopping power. For magical beasts that rely on instinct to avoid predators, it was nearly impossible to approach. Therefore, this skill might often be limited to simple energy accumulation or used as an instant ordinary attack. Despite this, Jiang Sun was confident that, under the right conditions, none of the creatures he had encountered, except for the legendary Bright Moon-level beasts, could withstand this strike. Yet, for those legendary beings he had never witnessed, he dared not make any assumptions. Jiang Sun gazed out the window, surprised to find the sky clear and bright, devoid of the usual gloom and chaotic magical currents. This eerie calm was in stark contrast to the apocalyptic scenes of the past few days. He keenly sensed something amiss. The outside had suddenly fallen silent. The sounds of insects, birds, and beasts had vanished as if all creatures had retreated to shelters in anticipation of the impending tide. Midnight approached, and disaster was imminent. This tranquility reminded Jiang Sun of the eerie calm before a tsunami. He couldn't help but ponder. If low attribute creatures struggled to survive the tide, how did other magical beasts manage? If humans could discover their hiding places, could they too find a chance for survival? With this thought, Jiang Sun quickly shared his idea with Zhou Tsangyan, hoping that their collective effort could lead to a breakthrough. Back in his room, Jiang Sun began taking stock of his supplies. First, there was a variety of food, enough to sustain him alone for over a month, primarily meat-based. Though rich in energy, these foods were not particularly palatable. Jiang Sun wasn't sure if it was his bad luck or if this magical wasteland inherently lacked culinary delights. At this moment, Qin Lao's cooking skills seemed especially precious to him. Next were the crucial strategic resources magic crystals. The crystal shards gifted by Zhou Tsangyan were mostly depleted, leaving over 30 fully charged crystals and an equal number of empty ones. Jiang Sun realized the importance of prioritizing shard collection to avoid depleting his resources. Regarding other supplies, Jiang Sun planned to collect a batch of water resources from the mine today to ensure ample supply during the disaster week. As for basic materials, they were abundant and could be continuously obtained by spending crystals, so he was least worried about them. After organizing his resources, Jiang Sun quickly devised his plan for the day. First, collect the rock spirit spring from the mine. Then hunt a black mist knight for research purposes. Next, map out the distribution and strength of surrounding magical beasts, eliminating the weak and marking the strong to avoid them after the tide. Finally, sell a few crystals to build facilities for a level 3 magic stone castle. If time allowed, he also intended to find some materials for study and research in preparation for the upcoming 7-day retreat. Jiang Sun contentedly surveyed his magic stone castle. Although it was as solid as iron, he remained vigilant. While the shelter could withstand the tide, it did not guarantee absolute safety. Unknown dangers could emerge at any moment, and he had to stay alert at all times. There's always a chance that some unwary beasts might attack his shelter. Jiang Sun knew well that a level 1 magic tide could only restrain creatures with 4-dimensional attributes below 15 points, which meant that any beasts roaming freely now were not to be underestimated. Time was of the essence, so Jiang Sun quickly devised a plan and put it into action. He was also thinking about finding Walla to invite it back to live with him, especially since he had prepared a new climbing frame for it. But the immediate task at hand took priority. With a flash, Jiang Sun vanished from his spot. Moments later, he appeared at the entrance of a massive mine. He first checked the gravestone of the skeleton to ensure it was intact before descending effortlessly to the bottom of the cave to collect water. This time, he was smarter and had already purchased 2 water tanks from Old Qin to carry all the spring water away. Next, Jiang Sun began exploring the distribution of the beasts. He found that they were mainly concentrated within a 3-kilometer radius of the shelter, which was closely related to their strong territorial instincts. The entire morning of exploration left Jiang Sun astonished. The number of beasts around was ridiculously high, with at least 3 being of the star level and countless others at the firefly level. During the exploration, Jiang Sun didn't hesitate to use his star flash to travel, with dozens of original flavored milk candies giving him ample confidence. In just one morning, he managed to take down 7 or 8 unwary beasts, collecting a handful of firefly-level crystal cores and various meat cuts. The power of his new skills delighted him immensely. Dragging a backpack full of loot, Jiang Sun returned to the shelter. Although the beast meat tasted peculiar, it enriched his food reserves. At this point, he confirmed that his location was indeed quite unusual. Could I really have been thrown into an advanced map? He wondered, gritting his teeth after taking down yet another high-level firefly beast. It was just one of the many unwary beasts around. He couldn't help but worry about a potential beast-tide disaster, but felt helpless as no one had yet figured out a way to relocate the shelter. By evening, Jiang Sun returned to the shelter exhausted, dragging the remains of 3 black mist knight puppets behind him. It wasn't greed. After successfully ambushing and taking down one, he was chased by a team of 12 black mist knights for 5 kilometers. The black mist knights had astonishingly strong 4-dimensional attributes, and Jiang Sun barely escaped by constantly using Star Flash and consecutively casting Magic Gathering Tide, thanks to his long mana bar. After escaping, he sneakily went back to pick up the bodies. He initially wanted to teleport back to the shelter with his loot, but found that carrying heavy items significantly increased the mana consumption of Star Flash, using up nearly half of his mana with just one teleport. Reluctantly, he found a wooden board and painstakingly dragged the 3 bodies back to the shelter. Jiang Sun glanced at the remains of the black mist knight behind him, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. He had gone to great lengths to acquire these knight corpses, eager to uncover their secrets. As his gaze swept over the battered armor, his mind was already sketching out future plans. If he could decipher the principles behind creating black mist knights, his power would grow exponentially. Jiang Sun envisioned summoning dozens of knights with a mere wave of his hand, charging into battle while he leisurely cast spells from the rear. With this, he wouldn't need to hide while gathering energy for the tide of magic. This promising vision fueled Jiang Sun with new motivation. Taking a deep breath, He bent down and carried the 3 night corpses into his house. Despite his eagerness to study them, he cautiously tied the knights up with rope to prevent any sudden resurrections. After finishing that task, Jiang Sun looked out the window, realizing the sky had already darkened. The gloomy weather deterred him from going outside again. In such a disastrous environment, no matter how strong one was, being trapped outside could be fatal. Jiang Sun turned towards the storage shelf, quickly retrieving the magical crystals he had collected that day. Without hesitation, he decided to use them all for constructing supporting facilities. With his choice, various building materials outside began to fly and assemble rapidly. Watching the wondrous scene of automatic construction, Jiang Sun dragged out a hot spring tub, filled it with water, and jumped in. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, he craved nothing more than to relax. The warm water enveloped Jiang Sun's body, and he closed his eyes, feeling his fatigue gradually melt away. Although surrounded by food, he had no appetite. Jiang Sun secretly wished for a magical device that could cook automatically, even if it could only manage simple home-cooked meals. Amid the rising steam, Jiang Sun reflected on the day's dangers. Exploring just a 5-kilometer radius had brought him to the brink of disaster. Had it not been for his instant cast skills, he might not have survived. Thinking about the potential threats lurking further away, Jiang Sun shivered slightly, but the warm water soon soothed his anxiety. Jiang Sun picked up the magic book, carefully checking the construction time for the facilities. The numbers flickered, showing about an hour left. He breathed a sigh of relief, confident he could finish before the disaster struck. Through the window, Jiang Sun saw materials flying around like locusts, automatically assembling into various oddly shaped structures. This precise utilization of all materials made him marvel. This system is truly remarkable. Even the best designers on Blue Star couldn't achieve this level. However, when he looked outside again and saw the environment changing rapidly, worry began to creep into his heart. The intensity of this disaster seemed beyond everyone's imagination. With a sigh, he decided it wasn't safe enough and quickly sent a few more magic crystals to Qin Lao, thinking, Qin Lao mustn't have any issues. Suddenly, a piercing wind howled, like the wail of a dying beast. Jiang Sun shuddered, goosebumps rising on his skin. He glanced at the time. There was over an hour left until the disaster was supposed to hit, yet things were already this intense. Wonder how many people will be scared out of their wits. Jiang Sun murmured to himself. It's impossible to go outside now. Even if you tried, you'd get nowhere. Those who haven't gathered enough materials must be in despair. He rubbed his aching temples, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Opening the regional communication channel, he was met with an atmosphere of fear and desperation. I'm short on materials. What should I do? Please help me. I'll work for you in return. Whoever has extra materials, lend me some. I just went out and got my arm torn off. Does anyone have medicine? Please help. Qingshan Big Shots, please help me. I'm willing to give you everything. Where are the Dragon Nation officials? Didn't they say we'd get through this together? Help us. Can someone lend me some food? I just leveled up and will repay triple after the disaster. Ha. Everyone's going to die. You will too. No one will survive. There's still a beast's nest nearby. I'm going to try my luck, or I'm doomed. I advise you to stay calm. It's all magical chaos outside. You'll get crippled. I have no choice. I can't survive with what I have. Wish me luck. I'm not going to make it. If anyone does and meets the culprit, do me a favor and punch them hard. Thanks. Jiang Sun's gaze lingered on the channel's participant count, 9027100000. In 10 days, apart from the initial few days when some couldn't adapt to the magical wasteland, the rate of decrease in numbers had slowed. After all, the instinct to avoid harm is inherent in all creatures, and humans, with their intelligence, excel at it. If not for the disaster, Jiang Sun believed most people could survive. Yet, in just this 1 hour, he saw the numbers drop by dozens. And this was only the prelude to the disaster. This damn world, Jiang Sun cursed under his breath. Humanity spent tens of thousands of years evolving to adapt to the harsh environment of Blue Star. Billions of people over millennia. And now, it all seemed to be in vain. Jiang Sun stood inside the shelter, his brows furrowed. He recalled the efforts the Blue Star race made to transform their environment, only to be inexplicably thrown into this unfamiliar place. The challenge of adapting to a new environment and facing unknown threats ignited a fire of anger within him. He silently vowed that if he ever met the mastermind behind this, he would tear them to pieces. Suddenly, a deafening crash interrupted Jiang Sun's thoughts. Boom! A massive surge of chaotic magic slammed into the shelter's intermediate magic shield. The entire shelter shook violently, prompting Jiang Sun to quickly get up and check on it. After confirming the shield was intact, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, when he turned to look at the central totem pole, his heart tightened. A fifth of the patterns on the totem pole had disappeared. Startled, Jiang Sun rushed to the totem pole and placed all the magic crystals he had on it. Watching the totem pole rapidly fill with energy, his heart raced, and cold sweat formed on his forehead. A terrifying thought crossed Jiang Sun's mind. If this place wasn't a beginner's map, then the disaster intensity for beginners might not apply here either. The realization sent a shiver down his spine. Remembering the early encounter with a Heiau-class magical beast, Jiang Sun realized the system's capabilities far exceeded his expectations. He broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he might have been too optimistic about the disaster's scale. For him, the disaster's intensity might be far greater than for others. This realization made Jiang Sun immediately abandon any thoughts of comfort and start inventorying his supplies. The results were unsettling. There were 40 fully charged crystals, but less than 20 blank ones left. Jiang Sun quickly calculated that if each crystal could fully charge the totem pole once, these crystals would only withstand a few hundred surges of the same intensity as before. Although it seemed like a lot, with the actual disaster yet to hit, who knew how many such magical surges there would be? In his anxiety, Jiang Sun decided to use 20 crystals to trade for crystal fragments. He believed the remaining 20 could last a few more days, but if he didn't quickly find a way to replenish his resources, he might end up in dire straits later. He swiftly put the magic crystals up for trade, setting the exchange rate at 80:1, only for crystal fragments. Although this was a disadvantageous rate, he had no choice for the sake of efficiency. Jiang Sun understood that after 10 days, the average person had only acquired 3 or 4 crystal balls, equating to a dozen or so crystal fragments. Although 80 fragments were a lot, a few people pooling resources could potentially buy 1 crystal. After all, everyone had 3 to 5 close friends. Pricing any higher would significantly impact the efficiency of crystal exchanges. After weighing the options, Jiang Sun had to accept these less favorable trading terms. Jiang Sun decisively posted the exchange information in the channel, ignoring the flood of private messages. He understood the urgency of the current situation, but knew that lowering prices was not an option. In a life-threatening crisis, self-preservation takes precedence. Crystal shards fell like raindrops, creating a constant clinking sound. In just a short moment, over 1,000 crystal shards were exchanged. Jiang Sun silently appreciated his foresight-wise people prepare in advance rather than solely relying on the mercy of others. Time was of the essence, so Jiang Sun immediately activated the furnace. Realizing the production capacity was insufficient, he quickly approached Zhou Tsangyan and traded a few Firefly-grade crystal cores for another furnace. This deal was insignificant to him, as he had no use for those cores. With 2 furnaces running simultaneously, he could now produce 20 crystals at a time, greatly enhancing efficiency. Watching the 2 furnaces operate at full speed, Jiang Sun finally had a moment to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He collapsed onto the dragon egg bed with a long sigh. The world was incredibly perilous, where the slightest mistake could lead to irrevocable disaster. Jiang Sun glanced at the time. It was already 1930. Only half an hour remained until the magic tide arrived, and his heart was in his throat. Being in an advanced map, he had no idea about the intensity of the impending disaster. Failing to endure, it would be a colossal joke. For people from Blue Star, the disasters of the magical world were beyond comprehension. No one had ever experienced them, nor could they imagine their form. This fear of the unknown left everyone uneasy. If they encountered familiar disasters like extreme cold, heat, floods, or acid rain, they could at least make some targeted preparations. But facing the enigmatic magic tide, reinforcing shields seemed to be their only option. Boom. The chaotic surge of magic struck the protective shield once more, leaving Jiang Sun dizzy and disoriented. It was the 3rd impact in 2 hours, prompting him to rub his aching temples. Thankfully, he was well off. An ordinary person would have likely been blown away along with their shelter by now. As Jiang Sun was silently grateful, a series of notification sounds suddenly echoed. Ding. Training room construction completed, please check it out. Ding. Restroom construction completed, please check it out. Ding. Plantation construction completed, please check it out. The stream of 7 or 8 messages made Jiang Sun look up sharply, only to realize that all the supporting facilities of the shelter had been completed without him noticing. Eagerly, he got up to inspect, astonished to find the entire room had more than doubled in size to nearly 500 square meters. However, this expansion made the already sparse facilities appear even more meager. Jiang Sun stepped outside, surveying his surroundings. The shelter was now encircled by a nearly 3-meter-high wall, with a 10-meter gap between the wall and the main building. The overall structure, with its metallic sheen and bluish hue, looked indestructible. His attention was soon drawn to the plantation. Although only 80 square meters, it was cleverly laid out. The plantation hugged the shelter's wall, surrounded by a sturdy stone walkway, with a large expanse of neatly tilled dark brown soil in the center, glimmering faintly. 10 palm high, lush green moonlight valley shoots were neatly arranged there. To Jiang Sun's delight, the once withering shoots, deprived of light, now stood upright and vibrant. Who would have thought this plantation would be so effective? I should set up one for Old Qin as well, Jiang Sun mused, then privately messaged Old Qin, trading him a few magic crystals as supplies. In this disaster, Jiang Sun had decided to use magic crystals for trading as long as they were abundant. This approach had two benefits. Firstly, given the current situation, no one could resist the allure of magic crystals, potentially exchanging them for valuable items. Secondly, it helped maintain a positive image of Qingshan, earning higher regard. Although Jiang Sun didn't consider himself a good person, he wasn't a bad one either. He aimed to help others when it didn't compromise his interests. As he pondered, Jiang Sun moved the dragon egg bed into the newly built rest room. This room was an extension of the main shelter, with a door connecting to the original walls. Entering, he found the entire space bathed in a serene blue. Though empty, stepping inside brought him inexplicable peace, calming his restless emotions considerably. Truly remarkable. Jiang Sun couldn't help but exclaim, startled by his own hoarse voice. It dawned on him that he hadn't spoken in a long time. Since Walla left, he had been communicating through writing, almost a week without speaking. I should practice more incantations, he reminded himself, taking a sip of water to soothe his throat. Jiang Sun continued inspecting the other rooms, quickly going through all the newly built facilities. Despite the simplicity of the equipment, the expanded shelter had taken shape, providing him a relatively safe haven in this perilous world. Jiang Sun looked around. The room was empty except for the bare walls. He frowned, realizing he would have to buy all the essentials himself, and there was no guarantee he could find them. The only notable feature was the mirror-like wall in the training room. The system explained that this wall was a special device used to test the power of skills. When a skill hit it, the wall would display a corresponding power level, and it could absorb energy from the totem pole to repair itself if damaged. Jiang Sun waved his hand, releasing an instant magic surge. A 5 appeared above the wall. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a tiny dent on the surface. This discovery immediately made him abandon the idea of trying an 800 magic surge. Doubted the wall could withstand such a powerful impact. No matter how rich you are, you shouldn't buy useless things. Jiang Sun muttered to himself, his voice echoing in the empty room. Useless things, things. Listening to the echo, Jiang Sun sighed. The room was too empty, and it seemed he would have to gradually furnish it over time. Reluctantly, he moved everything into the lounge, but even then, it still felt bare. After finishing everything, Jiang Sun collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. He had been busy all day and finally wanted to take a relaxing bath, but was interrupted. Now, he didn't even have the energy for that. Through the lounge window, Jiang Sun watched the increasingly magical scene outside. He glanced at the time. 5 minutes left. The sky was enveloped in a thick, inky purple mist, a cloud formed by uncontrolled magic. The entire horizon was dyed in shades of blue and purple, with countless magic currents weaving erratically through it. This apocalyptic scene made Jiang Sun feel as if the whole world had become unreal. At that moment, the blue-purple cloud was slowly moving toward his sanctuary. The wind seemed to have stopped, leaving only the silent, overwhelming tide of magic approaching. Jiang Sun swallowed nervously, his hands clenching into fists. It was his first time experiencing such a terrifying disaster firsthand, and fear surged through him. He knew that even the chaotic magic currents were enough to tear him apart. As for what would happen if he directly encountered the overwhelming tide, he didn't dare to imagine. Jiang Sun opened the magic book, and the clock pointed to 7:57 p.m. In 3 minutes, he and the shelter would be completely engulfed by the magic tide, leaving his fate to chance. The intermediate magic shield was his last hope. If it couldn't withstand the tide, Jiang Sun would have nowhere to escape. The terror of the impending disaster left Jiang Sun deeply unsettled. He speculated that the intensity of the catastrophe he faced was unusually high. Otherwise, there would be barely any survivors. Damn system, can't you fix your bugs? Jiang Sun cursed, trying to ease his fear. He had just contacted Zhao Tingtao and Old Qin, learning that the disaster intensity on their end was still within normal limits. Hearing about Jiang Sun's situation, both couldn't help but feel anxious for him. After double-checking that all the crystals were placed near the totem pole, Jiang Sun lay down on his dragon egg bed. If I survive, great. If not, so be it. I've done everything I can, he muttered to himself. 3 pure flames. You can't burn me. Oh, great sage you. Suddenly, an eerie thud, 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 interrupted Jiang Sun's self-motivating monologue. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Was that a knock on the door? Jungle, midnight, disaster, solitude. Knocking this was straight out of a horror movie. Alarms blared in Jiang Sun's mind. Opening the door would be a death sentence. He hurriedly recalled if he had offended any deities with his earlier words, but couldn't think of any. Finally, he mustered the courage to ask, "Hey, who's there?" After waiting for a while, there was still no response from outside. Jiang Sun could only inch towards the door, filled with doubt. Who would risk their life to knock at such a critical moment? And how had they bypassed the magic shield? Suddenly, a thought crossed Jiang Sun's mind. He remembered a small figure, and without hesitation, he rushed to the door and flung it open. Outside, a small figure, covered in blood, lay motionless on the ground. "Damn it, you ungrateful brat!" Jiang Sun roared, his eyes locked onto the familiar figure on the ground. It was Walla, his companion who had been missing for over a week. The sight before him tore at Jiang Sun's heart. Walla's small body was covered in wounds, blood still oozing from them. One paw and a leg were twisted and deformed, as if they had suffered a massive impact. The once vibrant, multicolored tail was now dull and lifeless. Most distressing of all was the blood-streaked trail extending from Walla to beyond the shield, silently narrating its arduous journey while gravely injured. Jiang Sun was both furious and pained, but he didn't hesitate. He scooped up Walla and dashed back to the shelter, gently placing it on the dragon egg bed. In the rush, a box-shaped object about knee-high fell from Walla, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, but Jiang Sun had no time to investigate. He rushed to the storage box, frantically searching for medical supplies and food. After a long search, he only found a single stalk of bone-healing grass left by Zhao Tingtao. Without a second thought, Jiang Sun stuffed the herb into Walla's mouth. The herb dissolved, but Jiang Sun noticed the effect was minimal. It only slowed the bleeding, with no signs of the wounds healing. This was supposed to be a star-level healing item, a miraculous medicine for mending broken bones, only sold by someone in dire need of magic crystals. Suddenly, Jiang Sun slapped his forehead, frustrated. He finally remembered that Walla was a moonlight-level magical beast. It was no wonder star-level medicine wasn't effective. What am I going to do? Jiang Sun ruffled his hair in frustration. Moonlight-level healing items were practically mythical at this stage, capable of reviving the dead and healing the gravely injured. Who would part with such a thing easily? Even if someone found it, they would never sell it. It's like an extra life for survivors who are mostly at the glimmer level. Anxious and desperate, Jiang Sun even sent a request to Zhou Tsangyan. Receiving a helpless reply, he considered using his life-saving crystals to try his luck at the trading market. Just then, his attention was drawn to a basket on the table, the one Walla used to hold fruits, now filled with his candies. A spark of inspiration hit Jiang Sun, and he cursed himself for not thinking of it sooner as he quickly rummaged through it. He finally remembered his talent, a 5 chance of producing apple-flavored candies, which could heal significant injuries. Although he wasn't sure if it would work on a moonlight-level creature like Walla, it was better than doing nothing. After a thorough search, Jiang Sun found 2 green candies, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. Jiang Sun quickly pulled an apple-flavored candy from his pocket and unhesitatingly placed it into the unconscious Walla's mouth. Despite being unconscious, Walla instinctively chewed a few times before swallowing. A muffled sound of satisfaction escaped her lips, reminiscent of an old smoker finally savoring the long-desired cigarette. Jiang Sun anxiously watched Walla's wound, his heart racing. To his surprise, within just 10 seconds, the bleeding stopped. Although the wound hadn't fully healed, the effect was significant. He guessed that the medicinal effect of the candy had worn off. Seeing the candy work, Jiang Sun immediately fed Walla another piece. Sure enough, he could clearly see signs of the wound beginning to heal. This discovery filled Jiang Sun with joy. Despite having run out of apple candies, he wasn't worried. He knew that with his abilities, he could conjure more candies by expending a bit more magic. With this solution, Jiang Sun felt a slight sense of relief. Although he was eager for Walla to recover quickly, there were more pressing matters at hand. He looked up at the approaching tide, his palms sweating with tension. The tide surged forward relentlessly, leaving Jiang Sun with little time to worry. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed as the tide slammed into the shelter's protective shield. Instantly, the light dome of the intermediate magic shield was distorted under the pressure. The scene reminded Jiang Sun of when he used a magic tent, and the shield was toyed with by a mischievous bear. The shield began to shake violently, causing the entire shelter to tremble. Jiang Sun felt as if he were in a massive earthquake, barely able to stand, his body seemingly about to be shaken apart. After about 10 seconds, the tremors gradually subsided, and the first and most intense wave of the tide had passed. Jiang Sun turned to assess the situation and was startled by what he saw. He was horrified to find that an entire magic crystal near the totem pole had been completely depleted, and the magic in the second crystal was rapidly diminishing. Jiang Sun looked at the intermediate magic shield outside, noticing it struggling to regain its original shape, trying to reclaim the compressed space. He immediately realized the severity of the situation. Although the shield had successfully withstood the first powerful wave, the rate of magic consumption was alarmingly fast. This was only a minute into the tide's assault. At this rate, within a day, Jiang Sun would exhaust all the crystals and be torn apart by the tide. Having experienced the earlier impact, Jiang Sun had no doubts about the tide's power. The 2 consumed crystals were enough to charge the intermediate magic shield twice. In other words, if it were any other level 3 shelter, the people inside would have perished twice over. With no time to continue observing the outside, Jiang Sun quickly turned and headed towards the magic collection device, beginning to strategize a response to this impending disaster. Jiang Sun opened the collector and was surprised to find 5 fully charged, glowing crystals inside. He frowned in thought, puzzled by how they had filled up so quickly when they were just recently replaced. Suddenly, it dawned on him this was indeed an area with a high ambient magic dissipation. He quickly replaced them with 5 new crystals and crouched down to observe closely. He watched as 5 silver lines extended from the collector, thrashing wildly with an almost supernatural speed, continuously capturing the dissipated magic. Jiang Sun's eyes were glued to the scene, mesmerized. Looking down at the crystals again, he saw the blue-green magic spreading visibly fast. At this rate, it would probably take only a few minutes to fully charge all 5 crystals. He quickly checked the information panel, which showed the magic collection rate at a staggering 77.5, far surpassing the initial rate of 1.75. Seeing this, Jiang Sun felt reassured. The charging speed of the crystals far exceeded the consumption rate, and after the initial wave of magic surges, the consumption had dropped to 1 crystal every 10 minutes. This meant not only safety, but also the accumulation of a large number of crystals. Looks like I'll be a porter for a while, Jiang Sun mused, stroking his chin. He wasn't keen on spending the entire week guarding the collection device. Suddenly, he remembered that Walla had returned, and a sly smile appeared on his lips. After eating my candy, it's only fair to help me out a bit. Thus, Jiang Sun's immediate priority became healing Walla. He busied himself like a spinning top, burning crystals, returning used ones for recharging, and continuously manifesting candy for a lottery. If he couldn't draw anything useful, he would eat the plain candy to replenish his magic. Before he knew it, the night had quietly passed. Jiang Sun, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, staggered over to Walla, looking at the little creature with exhaustion but also with great anticipation, knowing it was soon to become his trusty assistant. Jiang Sun walked over to the dragon egg bed and gazed at the still unconscious Walla inside. He sighed deeply, gently stroking Walla's soft fur with his fingers. I wonder who you inherited this luck from, Jiang Sun murmured to himself, rubbing his tired face in resignation. Despite being busy all night without a moment's rest, Jiang Sun never stopped trying to manifest milk candies. This was a matter of life and death for Walla, and Jiang Sun had to give it his all. However, after a whole night of struggle, he had consumed over 100 plain milk candies, leaving his teeth aching, yet he only managed to manifest 3 apple-flavored and 3 chocolate-flavored candies. This result made Jiang Sun frown. The manifestation probability for apple flavor was 5, while chocolate was only 1.5, a threefold difference. Logically, the quantity of apple-flavored candies should far exceed that of chocolate. Shaking his head, Jiang Sun decided to set this puzzle aside for now. He leaned down and gently slipped a piece of candy into Walla's tiny mouth. Miraculously, Walla's body began to recover rapidly. In no time, most of its wounds had vanished, and its once dull fur regained its sheen. Jiang Sun even thought Walla's little face looked rosier, though he wasn't sure how he could see such a change on a squirrel's face. Jiang Sun extended a finger and lightly poked Walla. Although the little creature showed no signs of waking, it had started to respond to external stimuli. However, its tail still drooped lifelessly by its side, lacking its usual vigor. Should I try feeding it some magic-patterned lamb soup? Jiang Sun pondered, recalling the nourishing feeling he got from eating lamb. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Why don't you tell your dear father where you hide your treasures? Jiang Sun coaxed, sitting by the bed. You know I'm your only legitimate heir. He secretly calculated that as a moon-level boss magical beast, Walla must have quite a stash of treasures. The fruits it had given him before were likely just Walla's everyday snacks. With this thought, Jiang Sun couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Glancing at the crystal box on the floor not far away, Jiang Sun restrained the urge to open it immediately. At least wait until Walla wakes up, he reminded himself. This treasure box seemed extraordinary. No one in the entire world channel had ever shared a similar discovery. Considering that Walla might have been injured because of this box, Jiang Sun was more determined to wait. Even though we're like family, respect is still important, Jiang Sun muttered to himself. The box had fallen out of Walla's body, and when he saw it yesterday, it had scared him, thinking Walla was done for. Fortunately, the little creature pulled through. Otherwise, Jiang Sun would have had no choice but to open the box with a heavy heart. After settling Walla, Jiang Sun looked out the window. All he could see was a haze of purple mist, making it impossible to tell day from night. After a night of raging tides, the totem pole had used up dozens of crystals, while the collector had filled with over 100. Now, the tide's power had weakened significantly, and the crystal consumption rate had slowed to about 1 every 20 minutes. Even so, by the end of the day, a whopping 60 magic crystals would be consumed. Jiang Sun frowned deeply. Such a staggering number was hard to fathom. He thought to himself that with such massive consumption, ordinary people might not stand a chance of survival. To gain a better understanding of the situation, Jiang Sun specifically consulted Zhao Tingtao and Elder Qin. Elder Qin's situation was relatively optimistic. The tide's impact was minor, with the first wave only using up about 1/10 of the totem pole's charge. The situation had stabilized, and lasting 7 days seemed well within reach. Zhao Tingtao's tide was slightly stronger, but still within controllable limits. After a night, about one-fifth of the charge was depleted, and it seemed manageable to last 7 days without recharging. However, this was only true for those with strong powers. Jiang Sun glanced over the regional channel, where cries of distress echoed continuously, and most people were barely holding on. He frowned and continued reading the messages, feeling a sinking sensation in his heart within just one night. Nearly 300 people had perished, reducing the number of survivors to 8,726 out of 10,000. The conversations in the channel were even more unsettling. My level 3 totem pole lost 110 of its charge overnight. How are those of you with level 2 shelters holding up? The energy in my level 2 totem pole is already half gone. I've started converting my food supplies into magic. Food supplies? I've even converted my weapons. Huh? If I can't survive this, then let it be. Do you think we can abandon the shelter and carry the totem pole to last longer? Don't try it. My friend pulled out the totem pole. Although the shield area got smaller and lasted longer, the shelter collapsed. After the disaster, can't you just rebuild the shelter? After all, it only takes 200 materials to build a small hut. What are you thinking? He got a notification that rebuilding isn't possible. It can only be upgraded through the sanctuary. What? Then it's over. Jiang Sun's expression grew increasingly grim. These conversations were filled with despair and helplessness. The situation was worse than he had imagined, and the hope for survival was slowly slipping away. Isn't the Forbidden Zone a place where anyone who goes and ends up dead? This statement brought a heavy silence to the channel. The terrifying image of the Forbidden Zone loomed large in everyone's mind, as if they could see the countless adventurers' bones piled high. Yeah, someone sighed, their voice full of resignation. Who knows when we'll be able to teleport to someone else's sanctuary? This comment added to the somber atmosphere. Everyone understood that the sanctuary was their only safe haven in this dangerous world. So don't get any ideas. Another voice chimed in with a warning tone. The totem poles can't recharge outside the sanctuary. Without it, it's certain death. Suddenly, an unsettling message appeared in the channel. Do you think our bodies might contain some magic? This question hit everyone like a sledgehammer. The channel fell silent once more as they processed the terrifying implications. At the brink of life and death, would they really resort to self-harm to gain magic? While no one openly agreed, many secretly considered that this method might actually work. Yet, who could truly bring themselves to cut off their own limbs for a chance at survival? Everyone was waiting to see who would be the first pushed to the edge. Jiang Sun felt a pang of bitterness as he read these messages. He hadn't realized how dire things had become outside, with some thinking up such desperate measures. He couldn't blame them for their despair. Not everyone had been as fortunate as him to have strokes of luck and gains. In the face of life and death, the choice between one's body and survival was clear. Even if such actions were akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, someone was bound to take the risk. However, Jiang Sun quickly realized he wasn't in a position to worry about others. Looking back, he had probably faced the most dangers. Although his progress seemed relatively good, it was only relative. Every step he took was like walking on thin ice, where a single misstep could lead to ruin. Jiang Sun couldn't help but think of how dire the consequences would have been if he had followed the system's advice on the first day and hadn't stepped out of the light screen. He wouldn't have obtained the source of magic or met Walla. Without these crucial elements, he might have been devoured by the fierce punk bear by midday on the first day. With this thought, Jiang Sun gritted his teeth, deepening his hatred for those who orchestrated this world. Yet, as he was lost in these heavy thoughts, a sound from the dragon hatchery suddenly interrupted his contemplation. Voila! A familiar voice called out, and Jiang Sun rushed to the dragon egg's bedside. Sure enough, Voila had opened its eyes, looking around in confusion. At that moment, Voila looked quite pitiful. Its body was still stained with blood, and several bald patches stood out. Jiang Sun stifled a laugh as he watched Voila struggle to stand while holding onto the bed's edge. He immediately leaned in, his voice full of concern. You rascal. You're finally awake. I was so worried. The milk candies I prepared for you are almost spoiled. Before Voila could respond, Jiang Sun turned serious. Voila, Voila? Do you know how dangerous it is out there? You can't run around like that anymore, understand? Switching his tone again, Jiang Sun sighed. Voila, 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 you know our family has never been wealthy. We've spent a lot to get you better. Finally, he asked meaningfully. Voila? So, how do you plan to help out the family? This barrage of words followed the golden rule of communication. Start with what the other person wants to hear, then what they need to hear, followed by what you need to say, and finally what you want to say. Voila was left dumbfounded by the sudden onslaught, its round eyes filled with confusion. But with the conversation reaching this point, Voila felt it should offer something. It glanced around and quickly focused on the crystal treasure chest that Jiang Sun had deliberately placed in a prominent spot. Seeing Jiang Sun's genuinely warm smile, Voila couldn't shake the feeling that it had been set up. Resigned, Voila could only point to the treasure chest supported by several layers of logs not far away. Voila! 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 Jiang Sun immediately chimed in. Oh dear, you shouldn't have. We're so close, there's no need for all this. Let's not do this next time, okay? Before he finished speaking, the treasure chest was already in Jiang Sun's arm. She had used Star Flash twice in quick succession. Jiang Sun resisted the urge to open the chest immediately and began examining La's body. I can't imagine how a little mouse like you ended up so battered. Did someone step on you? He muttered, carefully checking La's injuries. He found no visible external injuries on La, but its magical energy was almost depleted. Even after feeding it several pieces of plain milk candy, there was no noticeable effect. Looks like it's an internal injury. Jiang Sun sighed, casually picking up La and dipping it into a tub of hot spring water. Under La's displeased gaze, Jiang Sun pointed to a climbing frame by the window. I got this for you. See if you like it. La incredulously pointed at itself, then at the mouse climbing frame not far away. Yes, it's just for you, Jiang Sun said with a fatherly smile. Voila! Voila was overjoyed and immediately started playing on the pet climbing frame. Watching this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but reflect. Why is there no one smart in the organization? I hesitate over a 25 milk tea, but I take home a 250 pet without a second thought. He sighed, placed the crystal treasure chest on the table, rubbed his hands together, and blew on them. Now it was time for his favorite part, opening the chest. This was the first treasure chest type item he was opening, and no matter what it contained, it would be memorable. Jiang Sun stared intently at the extraordinary chest before him, his heart racing. The chest's ornate appearance clearly indicated its exceptional status, likely a higher-level treasure than the usual ones. He felt a surge of joy, as the dangers he had faced far exceeded those of ordinary people, making it only fair to receive a more significant reward. Despite a slight pang of guilt for gaining something without effort, the allure of great rewards overshadowed this minor voice. Eagerly, Jiang Sun reached out to open the chest, only to find it wouldn't budge. He scratched his head awkwardly and began to search for a way to unlock it. After checking himself thoroughly and finding no keyhole, he felt a sense of relief. His years of gaming had made him despise the chest with a key concept. Grumbling about the game developer's creativity, he continued to explore every inch of the chest's surface. Suddenly, his fingers found a familiar groove on the back of the chest, a slot for a magic crystal. Jiang Sun paused, surprised that opening the chest required using a crystal. Although it seemed a bit outrageous, he unhesitatingly took out a crystal and fitted it into the slot. With a soft click, something magical happened. The energy from the magic crystal was drained at a visible speed, and the patterns on the chest were suffused with a blue-green glow. Then, a series of shattering sounds followed as the outer layer of the crystal chest crumbled to the ground. Jiang Sun stood in awe at the scene before him as the chest's true appearance was revealed. The entire body was a deep, pitch-black color, covered with mysterious patterns. In the center of the front was a relief of a golem's head, half flesh and bone, half intricate gears, eerie yet captivating. Each of the four corners held a small statue, one of which was the Black Mist Knight, familiar to Jiang Sun. The chest's unique design felt custom-made, and Jiang Sun's mouth twitched slightly as he finally understood the situation. There were no beasts in this area capable of harming Walla. Clearly, it had stumbled into the golem forbidden forest and borrowed this chest from the boss. Although he had secured the treasure, it seemed Walla hadn't won that fight. Jiang Sun glanced sympathetically at the foolish Walla, then lifted the lid of the golem chest. The lid of the box slowly lifted, and in an instant, a dazzling light surged out like a cascading river of stars. Brilliant beams intertwined into a shower of fireworks, bursting before Jiang Sun's eyes. Four items gradually emerged, each securely placed on a delicate tray. Jiang Sun held his breath, his heart racing. He knew that such a spectacular opening could not be for ordinary objects. Carefully, he reached out and picked up the first item. A cold sensation greeted him, and when Jiang Sun looked down, he found it was a heavy magic book. The black cover shimmered with light, mirroring the appearance of the box itself. This piqued Jiang Sun's curiosity, as he had never seen other magic books besides the Magic Wasteland Manual. With a thought, the book's title appeared before him. The Chronicle of Automata. Jiang Sun was taken aback. Could this be a biography? He quickly checked the detailed information. Type: Knowledge Inheritance. Level: Epic Glimmer Glowstar Moonlight Epic. Learning Requirement: Intelligence 20. Effects: 1. Grants the user long-lost advanced techniques for creating and controlling automata. 2. Includes various powerful automata design blueprints, core construction principles, control commands, and rune combinations. 3. During study, there is a chance to gain inspiration, enhancing understanding of automator-related magic operations and mechanical skeletal structures. 4. Permanently increases intelligence attribute by 10 points cumulative. Note: a unique item, the key to exploring the mysteries of automata, and a holy scripture in the hearts of automata researchers. Jiang Sun stared blankly, his breathing quickened. He confirmed several times, his eyes wide open. The word epic jolted his nerves, as it was the highest level of items he had ever encountered. Even more astonishing, it was a one-eo fakened item. He carefully opened the magic book, skimming through a few pages. The pages were made of fine leather, smooth to the touch. However, the content was obscure and complex, with various symbols and diagrams resembling an enigma. Fortunately, the text had been thoughtfully converted into familiar blue star characters, which offered Jiang Sun some comfort. He began to study meticulously, gradually grasping the core of automata craft, using intricate mechanical structures combined with unique materials from the magical world to create various types of automata. Within just a few pages, Jiang Sun had seen 7 or 8 different automata designs, each introduced in a simple 23-page format. Jiang Sun realized that this automata craft was no ordinary art. The mysteries it contained far exceeded his imagination. Clutching the Chronicle of Automata, a passion for exploring this unknown field ignited within him. Jiang Sun was flipping through the Golem creation manual when his eyes landed on the method for making the Black Mist Knight. His brows furrowed. This was an exceptionally advanced golem, requiring materials like star-level bones, star iron gears, fusion potions, and connecting arrays, with the production steps being extremely intricate. So difficult, Jiang Sun muttered to himself, astonished. The Black Mist Knight was only ranked in the mid-range of the book, with countless more complex golems appearing later. His gaze swept over names like Guardian, Clockwork Walker, Rune Protector, and Star Messenger, and even saw the dragon-shaped golem that took up dozens of pages. Jiang Sun realized that the potential of this field was incredibly high, but it also required a significant investment of time to learn and gather materials. He couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged, thinking that his plan to create a golem army seemed far out of reach. The vision of rallying thousands with a single call was clearly not something easily achieved. However, Jiang Sun quickly regained his composure. He reminded himself not to be too greedy. Having access to these technologies was already a tremendous opportunity, and putting in some effort was only natural. At least he now had a clear path, and with gradual development, he might achieve his goals sooner than expected. With renewed hope, Jiang Sun continued to examine the remaining items. The second item was a set of 10 gears labeled Star Alloy Gears 10. These were star-level magical materials that could be used for upgrading and repairing golems. Jiang Sun's eyes drifted to the corner where several heavily damaged Black Mist Knights lay. If golems can be repaired, does that mean I might have 10 Black Mist Knight bodyguards even before mastering their creation? Jiang Sun thought excitedly. After all, the strength of a Black Mist Knight was between advanced Firefly level and initial star level, and in terms of attributes, one could easily defeat 2 Zhao Tingtaos. With excitement, Jiang Sun picked up the third item. The light orb transformed into a heavy toolbox filled with exquisitely crafted golem-making tools. The message indicated it was a golem manufacturing kit, containing 30 sets of fine iron transmission gears, an essential tool set for golem creation. Indeed, a great find, and it's a complete set, Jiang Sun thought with a grin. How did Walla manage to pull this off, even emptying someone's lair? He felt his dream of becoming a golem master was about to come true. After all, solo fights couldn't compare to group battles. Even long-range attacks had the risk of close combat. But if he could command golems to charge into battle while he orchestrated from the back, it would be a whole different scenario. Lost in his pleasant daydream, Jiang Sun casually grabbed the last item. However, when he saw what it was, his expression froze. It was something he had seen and used before, the primary channel used by the strongest human faction on Blue Star, the Blue Star Alliance Council. Jiang Sun carefully opened the treasure chest, and what he saw took his breath away. A scroll with a faint glow lay quietly inside, clearly labeled, Level 1 Channel Scroll. His heart raced. This was the treasure he had dreamed of. Beside the scroll was a note. Special item class. Can create a level 1 private channel with multiple functions upon use. Jiang Sun eagerly unrolled the scroll to study it. The core feature of the Level 1 Channel Alliance contract stood out on the page. This powerful function granted privileges such as non-aggression, ally teleportation, and ally rescue. However, when he noticed the teleportation options were grayed out, he sighed. Is it because I haven't subscribed as a member? He speculated, but quickly refocused on the scroll's significance. With this scroll, the Qingshan Alliance could finally be established in name and reality. Although it currently had few members, this suited Jiang Sun perfectly. He upheld high standards, preferring quality over quantity. In his view, those eager to join were often struggling just to get by, while truly capable individuals had their own ambitions. Jiang Sun's vision was to form an elite alliance, not a large but bloated organization. He hoped each member would be self-reliant, supporting one another and exchanging rare resources. That was his ideal image of Qingshan. Reflecting on his gains, Jiang Sun felt as if he were dreaming. The Magic Puppet memoir offered him a key to enhancing his strength. The Stardust alloy gear could provide a team of capable assistants, The Puppet Master kit opened the path of a puppet master to him, and this level 1 channel scroll gave Qingshan Alliance a real foundation. It all came so easily, like a windfall from the heavens, leaving him with a sense of disbelief. Turning to see Wala playing on the rodent climbing frame, Jiang Sun was filled with emotion. He couldn't imagine how Wala managed to obtain this treasure chest from such a powerful creature. He was grateful he hadn't acted recklessly, otherwise, he might have been obliterated. Looking at Wala's scars, Jiang Sun felt both moved and pained. It was clear that the chest was the reason Wala was so severely injured. He realized this treasure chest was undoubtedly a gift Wala intended to give him, which is why it was thrown out of the storage space before Wala lost consciousness. Jiang Sun sighed deeply, overwhelmed with gratitude. In retrospect, all he had offered in return were a few candies. It seemed Wala was not a rebellious child, but rather a devoted benefactor. Jiang Sun walked slowly towards the climbing frame, gently stroking Wala's little head. There was a mischievous glint in his eyes as he suddenly pulled out 3 handfuls of colorful candies from his jacket pocket. Wala's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at himself with his paw and making a questioning sound. Yes, they're all yours, Jiang Sun confirmed with a smile. Wala chirped excitedly, as if asking where this sudden surprise came from. Jiang Sun responded to each inquiry. No, the house hasn't been demolished. No, I haven't been sponsored by a rich lady. Yes, you'll get them every day from now on. Watching Wala's joyful reaction, Jiang Sun scratched his head. Although he wasn't entirely sure he understood Wala's meaning, context suggested that their communication was successful. He was secretly relieved that the conversation hadn't fallen apart. Noticing Wala's good recovery, Jiang Sun decided to reward the little guy. He took out a large piece of star-grade magical lamb meat borrowed from Zhao Tingtao, ready to showcase his cooking skills. After some thought, he decided not to throw the meat directly onto the fire. Instead, he spent a crystal at the trading market to buy a complete set of magical cooking utensils and tableware. The seller was an enthusiastic young woman who readily agreed to the transaction, even throwing in a self-compiled magical world cookbook. Jiang Sun couldn't help but admire. A girl who knows how to live. Eager to check out his new kitchenware, Jiang Sun found the set to be all-inclusive, from pots and pans to a magically controlled cooking pot, and a salt shaker that automatically adjusted the amount of salt. He moved everything into the kitchen, stretched a bit, and was ready to try his hand. Despite not being an expert cook, these magical items gave Jiang Sun newfound confidence. He boldly proclaimed to Wala, "Watch me turn this raw meat into a world-class dish." However, half an hour later, reality hit Jiang Sun hard. He and Wala sat across from each other at the table, staring at a plate of unrecognizable, charred food. Jiang Sun tried to maintain composure, encouraging, "Wala, being picky isn't good. Try it, it can't taste as bad as it looks." Facing Wala's doubtful gaze, Jiang Sun made an excuse. "Me? I'm on a diet." Eventually, after a long silence, Jiang Sun had to admit his cooking skills were indeed lacking. He even naively considered giving the culinary disaster to someone else, only to find it couldn't even be converted into magic energy. Disappointed, Jiang Sun promptly added the cookware seller as a friend, consoling himself. "If I can't cook, I'll just eat out. After all, money isn't an issue." Meanwhile, on the other side, Song Yanyan crouched on the ground, staring blankly at the totem pole. She had just traded her most treasured possession for a chance to survive, and the totem pole was now fully charged, enough to safely endure the magical tide. Yet, looking at the empty kitchen, she couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Back on Blue Star, she was a somewhat famous private chef, and cooking was more of a joy than a job for her. Now, that joy seemed to be temporarily put on hold. Since arriving in this magical world, Song Nianyan immediately immersed herself in studying magical recipes. She discovered that the enchanted kitchenware here made her feel right at home, and she even awakened a talent for cooking. With this newfound skill, she joined a moderately well-known guild, and her career began to flourish. However, on the eve of the tides, Song Nianyan faced a turning point in her life. The guild leader made inappropriate propositions to her, which she decisively rejected. This refusal resulted in her being expelled from the guild, and worse, a significant amount of supplies she had consigned within the guild were confiscated. Now, in her small cottage, aside from barely enough food to last 7 days, all she had left was the set of kitchenware she had just traded to Jiang Sun. This set was her treasured possession, and she was unwilling to sell it unless absolutely necessary. Feeling aggrieved, Song Nianyan sat on the cold floor, muttering to herself, "I hope he's a skilled chef too." She rested her chin on her hand, staring blankly out the window, contemplating how she might spend the next 7 days. At that moment, a clear notification sound interrupted her thoughts. Ding! Her phone screen lit up, displaying a trade alert. Jiang Sun wants to trade with you magic cookware, magic salt jar, and fire element magic array. Do you accept the trade? Song Nianyan was momentarily stunned. A thought flashed through her mind. Could he want a refund? She hurriedly sent a message. "Oh, is there something wrong with the items? But I've already used half of the crystals." Can I repay you later with the rest? Jiang Sun quickly replied. Hold on, I'm not here for a refund. It's just that this set of cookware, how should I put it, doesn't quite suit my style. Relieved, Song Yin responded enthusiastically. Oh, is that so? I can teach you how to use them. You don't need to send them back to me. Jiang Sun seemed a bit hesitant and sent another message. This set of cookware might have, bonded with you, if you know what I mean. I find it a bit tricky to use. Song Yin replied, puzzled. No way, these are just really powerful magical cookware, very easy to use. Really? Jiang Sun was silent for a moment, then candidly admitted, I'm just terrible at cooking, alright? He added a smiling emoji. Song Yin finally understood and replied, that's not the cookware's fault then, but I can refund you, especially since you paid a high price. Seeing this response, Jiang Sun facepalmed, sighing in exasperation. This girl was nice, but had a rather peculiar way of thinking. He decided to be more straightforward. You don't have to return the crystals. Just cook me 2 meals, and we're even. Song Yin immediately listed her specialties excitedly. Sure. I can make steamed magic pattern lamb, steamed magic bear paw, steamed icefield deer tail, and roasted flower spirit duck. Jiang Sun's eyes lit up, and he quickly made his choice. That's quite a variety. I'll have the steamed magic pattern lamb and roasted flower spirit duck then. Song Yin carefully checked her stock of ingredients and realized she was missing a few key items. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she explained to Jiang Sun. Oh, I'm sorry, my pantry isn't fully stocked. But don't worry, I have some reserves to get us by for now. Just as she finished speaking, a trade notification popped up. Ding. Song Yin wants to trade 20 pieces of jerky with you. Do you accept? Upon seeing this message, Jiang Sun nearly threw his magic book in frustration. He had approached Song Yin to escape his diet of jerky, only for her to offer him more. It felt like adding fuel to the fire. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Sun suppressed his anger. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, he knew many fighters, but Song Yin was the only one who could cook. Plus, the recipe she had shared earlier had made his mouth water. So, Jiang Sun patiently chatted with Song Yin a bit more and finally understood the situation. The jerky was her entire food supply. Looking at the pieces of jerky in front of him, Jiang Sun had to admit they looked quite appetizing. He hesitated for a moment before tearing off a small piece and popping it into his mouth. To his surprise, the taste was a revelation. Compared to the jerky he usually roasted, this was a world apart. Jiang Sun couldn't help but imagine. If the jerky was this good, how incredible must her other dishes be? With that thought, Jiang Sun immediately pulled out a crystal and ordered a complete set of ingredients. Although this method of trading might allow middlemen to earn a bit, it was much more convenient than gathering everything himself. Soon, the ingredients were delivered to Jiang Sun. Without hesitation, he handed everything over to Song Yin, keeping only one duck for himself, and asked her to prepare the rest and send it back to him. Sitting on the ground, waiting, Jiang Sun was already drooling. He was inwardly delighted. It seems that today, I, the self-proclaimed dark god of Ganala, will finally end my days of eating bland food. While waiting, Jiang Sun quickly crafted 2 batches of crystals. Once finished, he opened his handbook to check on others. More than half of the first day had passed, and the number of people in the regional channel hadn't significantly decreased. Jiang Sun realized that those who couldn't even last a day probably never intended to survive from the start. The channel was abuzz with mixed emotions and lively discussions. Haha, I thought the magic tide was supposed to be formidable, but is this it? Exactly. A day has passed, and my totem pole has only lost 1/5 of its energy. What's 7 days? No way. My level 2 shelter lost half its energy last night. It might not last 7 days. That's strange. I'm also level 2, but only a small section is gone. Could the disaster's intensity vary by person? Quite possibly. A friend with a level 3 shelter lost contact yesterday, only managing to say 2 words. What did he say? How could a level 3 shelter not withstand the tide? He just said purple. Purple? Isn't the tide supposed to be light blue? It seems the intensity does vary. I'm in a level shelter, and the tide outside is light purple. I'm in a level shelter, also light purple, and my level 3 shelter has already lost 1/3 of its energy. So encountering a high-intensity disaster is just bad luck? There's no choice. Ever since we arrived in this world, it's been all about luck. Jiang Sun read these conversations with a blank expression, then looked out at the purplish-black tide, lost in thought. He roughly estimated that the destructive power of the tide he faced was over 100 times greater than others. This realization shocked him, but he quickly understood why. The tide's power needed to be evaluated in terms of energy level and magnitude. Jiang Sun speculated that the energy level of the tide he faced was 5 times that of others, meaning that while others received damage of 1 per attack, he received 5. As for magnitude, it was absurdly higher, estimated to be at least 50 times more. In other words, while others were attacked once, Jiang Sun's shelter was attacked 50 times. Who did I offend? This feels like a divine punishment. Jiang Sun gritted his teeth, feeling indignant, yet unsure whom to blame. He could only grab Walla nearby and squeeze it hard. Looks like you've been eating well outside, getting chubby, he commented, feeling the familiar texture, which lifted his spirits. I guess I won't need to use my arm as a pillow tonight. Just then, a notification sounded. Ding. Song Yin Yin wants to trade magic pattern lamb 1, roasted flour duck 1 with you. Do you accept? Delivery's here. Jiang Sun's eyes lit up as he hurriedly picked up Walla and walked to the table. 2 sets of wooden utensils were already laid out. One for him, and one for Walla. Jiang Sun eagerly rubbed his hands together, and Walla followed suit. Accept. Jiang Sun confirmed the trade without hesitation. With a dazzling flash of light, 2 exquisitely crafted dishes suddenly appeared on the table in front of Jiang Sun. Instantly, a rich aroma wafted through the air, surpassing any traditional Chinese takeout he had ever tasted on Earth. The scent was so enticing that Jiang Sun momentarily lost himself. His eyes glazed over. He turned to look at Walla, who was equally astonished, and suddenly realized that perhaps the depictions in Cooking Master Boy weren't exaggerated after all. It was simply that he had never truly experienced such masterful cuisine before. Jiang Sun's gaze returned to the 2 dishes on the table. The first was the steamed magic pattern lamb, resembling a meticulously carved jade mountain. The lamb was evenly cut into uniform pieces, each looking tender and juicy. Vibrant green herbs and shimmering crystals adorned the dish, with steam rising gracefully, forming the image of a playful lamb in the air. Is this magic pattern lamb? Jiang Sun couldn't help but wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. Although magic pattern lamb was the meat he consumed most frequently, he had always despised the taste of its roasted chops and jerky. He never imagined it could be prepared in such an enticing way. Beside it, the roasted flower spirit duck was equally mouth-watering. The entire duck was placed on a smoked ebony platter, its skin roasted to a golden, crispy perfection, resembling glazed porcelain. A gentle touch with chopsticks, and the duck fell apart into even slices. The slightly curled skin emitted a rich, oily aroma, prompting Jiang Sun's salivary glands into overdrive. Without further thought, Jiang Sun picked up a slice of duck and popped it into his mouth. The crispy and tender texture nearly made him swallow his tongue. Come on, Walla, don't just stand there, try it. Jiang Sun mumbled, urging Walla to join him. Looking up, he noticed Walla awkwardly holding a chopstick, unsure of what to do. Oh, I forgot, squirrels can't use chopsticks. Jiang Sun quickly picked up a piece of meat and fed it to Walla, then took the chopstick and skillfully carved it into 2 skewers with a small knife. Use these to eat. It's fine, we're not judging each other. Just as he handed the skewers to Walla, Jiang Sun felt something strange. His body started to heat up, and he warily thought, was I drugged? No, she's not even here. What's the point? As the warmth spread throughout his body, Jiang Sun suddenly realized that this sensation was exactly like the first time he tasted lamb. Does this mean this dish has properties too? Jiang Sun thought in surprise, a hint of excitement and anticipation flashing in his eyes. With this thought, Jiang Sun's mind flickered, and detailed information about 2 dishes appeared before his eyes. The first dish was steamed magic-patterned lamb, which he had already tasted a couple of times. The system indicated it was a magical culinary creation, rated as Bright Moon, 1 level higher than the raw ingredients. The effect showed that upon first consumption, it increased stamina by 4 and strength by 4, with subsequent consumption having the effect. The notes emphasized that it was crafted by a highly talented culinary master, possessing magical properties. The second dish was roasted flower spirit duck without its tail, also a magical culinary creation, rated as star, 1 level higher than the raw ingredients. Its effect was to increase intelligence by 2 and agility by 2 upon first consumption, with the effect also having thereafter. The notes were similar to the first dish. After reading the system's introduction, Jiang Sun, too engrossed to continue savoring the food, immediately sent a message to Song Yinyan. He recalled the ingredients he traded to her, star-level magic-patterned lamb and firefly-level flower spirit duck, with other side ingredients not exceeding the main ones. Yet, through her cooking, both dishes were elevated by 1 level. What kind of extraordinary ability is this, if not talent? Jiang Sun pondered. Everyone who has awakened at this stage is exceptionally gifted. If her talent is to elevate ingredient levels through cooking, that's simply terrifying. He frowned in thought for a moment, considering that encountering such talent like Song Yinyan's and not recruiting her to Qingshan would be a waste. With that thought, he immediately sent a message. Jiang Sun, please, you must join my team. A culinary master indeed lives up to the name. Song Yinyan, huh? Do you want to keep me too? Jiang Sun. Song Yinyan, but I don't have 200 pieces of raw wood for the membership fee either. Jiang Sun. Reading this absurd conversation, Jiang Sun couldn't help but think how unpredictable people's hearts were. Shocked, he thought. Has the world outside become so chaotic? Do you have to sell yourself and get scammed for resources to join an organization? Is it really so tough out there? At that moment, Jiang Sun felt he had been too lenient with his subordinates. He secretly resolved. Looks like I need to extort more from Zhao Tingtao. After much persuasion, Song Yinyan still regarded Jiang Sun as a fraud. Left with no choice, Jiang Sun had to take out his most prized protection card to prove his identity. After repeatedly confirming that Jiang Sun wasn't trying to take advantage of her, Song Yinyan finally agreed to join Qingshan. Jiang Sun, while enjoying a hearty meal of lamb, couldn't help but think to himself that this naive girl must have been deceived quite a few times. Walla, not to be outdone, stuffed its little mouth full, glistening with oil. Despite not understanding each other's language, the two managed to chat harmoniously for half an hour. In no time, 5 pounds of food were devoured by the man and the mouse. Jiang Sun picked up the reflective wooden plate. Momentarily stunned, was it so clean it didn't need washing? After tidying up the dishes, he lay back on the bed, with Walla curled up under his neck. The soft sensation made Jiang Sun stretch lazily, thinking to himself, eating well, sleeping soundly, and having a little squirrel to cuddle with, this must be the life of a winner. Song Yinyan's cooking had opened Jiang Sun's appetite, tripling his happiness. He wanted to seriously ask Song Yinyan, do you know how I got through these 10 days? Eating unappetizing jerky and sour wild fruits every day? Why did you come so late? Jiang Sun couldn't help but feel relieved. If he met Song Yinyan any later, he might have developed an eating disorder. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun quickly took out the level 1 private channel scroll he obtained and decided to bind everyone immediately. He tore open the scroll decisively, and a light beam instantly entered the magic wasteland manual. A notification sounded in his ear. Ding! You have successfully created a level 1 private channel. Please name the channel. Qingshan. Jiang Sun said without hesitation. Ding! Do you confirm using Qingshan as the channel name? Confirm. As the light flashed, a brand new option appeared in the channel interface, alongside the World Channel, Regional Channel, and Friend Channel. The weight of Qingshan was now no less than the Blue Star Council. Jiang Sun immediately invited several people to join the Qingshan channel. Soon, the avatars of Zhao Tingtao, Qin Gingyun, and others appeared in the sidebar. Jiang Sun spoke in the channel. Once again, welcome everyone to join Qingshan. Today can be considered our official founding ceremony. Zhao Tingtao immediately asked, what about the year-end bonus? Jiang Sun replied with a smile. 50 pounds of star-grade magical beast meat for each person. Zhao Tingtao retorted, that's great. Saves me from buying from others. You pay? I'll sell it to you cheap. Jiang Sun simply replied with a smile. JPG. Zhao Tingtao pursued, you'll pay, right? Jiang Sun changed the subject. This level 1 private channel is a benefit of the organization. Everyone can explore its features on their own. By the way, welcome Song Yinyan's joining. Song Yinyan greeted enthusiastically. Hello everyone. Elder Qin is here too. Hello, Elder Qin. I'm your idol. No, you're my fan. No, anyway. Qin Gingyun laughed heartily. Hello. Hello. Such a lively young lady. Zhao Tingtao joined in the fun. Hello, young lady. I'm Zhao Tingtao. Height 201, weight. Ding. You have removed Zhao Tingtao from the channel. Jiang Sun continued. Alright, let's continue. The organization doesn't restrict anyone's development, and there are no unified rules for now. Everyone can exchange what they have in the group, and you can leave whenever you want. But there's one iron rule, don't betray your own. Soon, Zhao Tingtao and Zhao Yueran rejoined the channel. Jiang Sun added, others may join later. If you know suitable people, feel free to introduce them. Zhao Tingtao shouted unwillingly, you brat, how dare you kick me? Zhao Yueran excitedly said, brother, is this the leader you mentioned? So handsome. Zhao Tingtao helplessly Jiang Sun. Please kick my sister. Jiang Sun directly replied to Zhao Yueran, private chat. Seeing the harmonious scene in the channel, Jiang Sun felt a strange sensation in his heart. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced since his parents passed away over a decade ago. Although hard to describe, he secretly resolved. If possible, he wants to take these people to see higher vistas. After the banter, everyone began to introduce their situations. Out of trust in Jiang Sun, they were almost completely open. Jiang Sun's location had limited resources, mainly wood. Zhao Tingtao's shelter was in the ice plains, surrounded by ice resources and various magical beasts, which was his main source of income. Elder Qin's location was the safest, with fertile land suitable for farming and many wild fruits. He had already started small-scale farming. To Jiang Sun's surprise, Song Yinyan and Zhao Yueran's locations were quite special. Zhao Yueran's shelter was by the sea, rich in marine resources. Song Yinyan, on the other hand, was near a city ruin. It was said to be very dangerous, and she had only explored the edges but had already found many useful items, like her cooking utensils. After hearing everyone's introductions, Jiang Sun realized that his understanding of this world was still quite shallow. Just the city ruins near Song Yinyan. If it were him, he would have explored it repeatedly, gathering countless treasures. Then, everyone began to introduce their abilities. After hearing them, Jiang Sun was at a loss for words. To sum it up, the strength of Qingshan's members was terrifying. First of all All 5 people in the group had awakened their talents, even the 80-year-old elder Qin. Jiang Sun's talent was self-explanatory, as he shared candies with everyone. Zhao Tingtao, a human gorilla, had awakened a powerful beast-taming talent called conquest. It wasn't traditional mind control. Once he subdued a magical beast, it would likely develop a sense of submission, impressed by his aura. Jiang Sun couldn't help but feel envious. Compared to his candy talent, the name Conquest sounded much more impressive. Qin Lao's awakening did not surprise Jiang Sun in the slightest. After all, someone capable of developing a plant growth serum in just 3 days couldn't possibly be ordinary. His talent, called abundance, is primarily focused on agriculture. Qin Lao explained that he could sense the condition of the land through magic, and could also use magic to eradicate pests and improve the soil. Most astonishingly, crops affected by his ability see at least a 50 increase in yield. However, what truly shocked Jiang Sun was a special feature of Qin Lao's talent called vitality. Behind this simple introduction lay immense power, significantly increasing the probability of crop mutations within the shelter's range. In the magical world, plant mutations typically develop in 2 directions. One is positive mutations that enhance their value, such as increased yield, size, or grade. The other is more miraculous biological mutations, like a man-eating plant. Qin Lao explained that he could not only cultivate mutated plants, but also control them. This means that if a single crop mutates into a man-eating plant, Qin Lao could grow an entire field of them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun and the others were deeply impressed and grateful that they had rescued this extraordinary old man. Next, Song Nianyan introduced her talent, Flavor Box. This ability exceeded Jiang Sun's expectations, granting her the skill to precisely identify and analyze food and perfectly harmonize various food properties. This explained why her cooked dishes often surpassed the quality of the raw ingredients, a skill that required a very high level of mastery. Even more surprising was Song Nianyan's intelligence attribute, which was a staggering 37 points, far surpassing Jiang Sun's 28 points including the glimmer bonus. Song Nianyan explained that this was thanks to the gourmet illusion effect of her talent. Every time she created a dish that exceeded the level of the ingredients, she would experience a gourmet illusion, significantly boosting her intelligence attribute. After Song Nianyan's introduction, the attitude of the others noticeably changed, with a hint of flattery in their words. Zhao Tingtao tentatively asked about her pricing, while Qin Gingyun proactively offered to gift spiritual wheat. Jiang Sun quickly realized that everyone was craving her cooking. The long-term simple diet had everyone drooling. Even Jiang Sun, who had just finished eating, couldn't help but swallow hard. In the end, Zhao Yueran directly suggested that Song Nianyan cook a delicious meal. Zhao Tingtao immediately offered high-grade meat, and Jiang Sun contributed funds for purchasing additional ingredients. Thus, their first organized gathering was set. While waiting for the ingredients to be gathered, Zhao Yueran introduced her talent, called Slaughter. The name initially made Jiang Sun think it was a typo, but it turned out not to be. Zhao Yueran explained that the effect of her talent was straightforward. The more lives she slaughtered, the more attributes she gained. This self-awakened talent shocked Jiang Sun and the others, but out of politeness, they didn't inquire further. After all, everyone has their secrets, and since Zhao Yueran had shared this, she wasn't intending to hide it. After just a short conversation, the initial awkwardness among the 5 people had completely disappeared. Jiang Sun looked around, feeling quietly gratified. He and Zhao Tingtao had a bond forged in life-and-death situations, so there was no need for many words. Elder Qin had been with Qing Shan for a long time and was highly respected by everyone. Zhao Yueran, Zhao Tingtao's younger sister, was young yet mischievously clever, making her easy to get along with. Song Nianyan was a gentle and somewhat absent-minded girl, endearing herself to everyone. This peculiar group, although seemingly mismatched, surprisingly complemented each other. Jiang Sun observed the lively chat channel and felt that Qing Shan was gradually becoming what he had envisioned. However, a question suddenly surfaced in his mind. Jiang Sun realized that the core of an organization was not just about harmonious relationships and mutual achievements among its members. Although, at this rate of development, Qing Shan was bound to become a well-knit and individually strong group, it might still fade into obscurity among many organizations. The drawbacks of a small group were particularly evident, lacking manpower internally and lacking deterrence externally. It seemed almost impossible not to expand. Letting Qing Shan develop by chance would be irresponsible to both himself and the others. It wasn't about being carefree, it would be an act of giving up. Jiang Sun knew that his glass shelter was somewhat undeserved. He knew the others were aware of this too, but none showed dissatisfaction. Instead, they earnestly accompanied him in this nonsense due to their trust in him. Considering the abilities of Zhao Tingtao and the others, if they developed on their own, they could easily become leaders of their own forces, with countless people willing to follow them just by their words. After all, in the current situation, banding together for warmth was human nature, and submitting to the strong was the norm. However, By joining Qingshan, they now had to handle most tasks themselves, even basic work like gathering materials. Even Elder Qin, over 80 years old, was no exception. Clearly, this couldn't go on. Even if they could endure it, Jiang Sun couldn't bear it himself. Everyone understood that there would eventually come a day when the people of Blue Star would encounter each other. By then, it would all depend on one's abilities. The bigger the fist, the greater the voice, and the more resources one could obtain. Therefore, recruiting more people to form a strong force was an inevitable step. Otherwise, Qingshan would always remain a small organization, no matter how strong the individuals were. With these thoughts, Jiang Sun decided to seek everyone's opinions. He gathered them again and asked, "What do you think about Qingshan's future development?" Zhao Tingtao was the first to respond. "Supporting my son in his venture is a must. I have no objections, just go for it." Qin Gengyan followed. "I've been a farmer my whole life. Not too familiar with this." "You all discuss it," Zhao Yueran excitedly said. "We'll listen to Brother Jiang Sun." Just as Jiang Sun was about to continue, Song Ninian suddenly interrupted. The food is ready." Jiang Sun looked at these responses with a dark expression, took a deep breath, and decided to directly explain his plan. "I plan to start recruiting more people after some development. Mainly ordinary people who are struggling to survive. They provide labor, and we offer them some protection." Zhao Tingtao casually responded. "Sounds good. Oh, Xiaosong, give me more vegetables. I've almost had enough of meat." Jiang Sun continued. "I think we also need to establish law enforcement and military departments to ensure internal control and external deterrence." Zhao Yueran agreed. "Brother Jiang Sun is right. Sister Ninian, can I have that chicken leg?" Jiang Sun didn't give up and added, "We should also set up teams focused on exploration and intelligence gathering since our future competitors will surely include our kind." Qin Gingyun agreed. "That's a good idea. Ninian, I'm old, and my teeth aren't good. Give me more soup." Jiang Sun looked at their responses with a blank expression, feeling frustrated. In the end, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Save some for me." Then he joined the others in the rush for food. An hour later, Jiang Sun lay on the dragon egg bed with Walla, patting his full stomach and sighed. Walla agreed as a sin. "Why didn't you stop me?" Walla innocently replied, "Walla? Walla lala walla." Jiang Sun continued to complain. "Didn't you know we already had a meal?" Walla protested. "Walla. Walla la." Jiang Sun warned. "I'm telling you, if you keep eating like this, we can't afford to keep you. You better go out hunting." Walla retorted. "Walla? Walla walla." Jiang Sun countered. "Why should I go? You're at the Haoyue level. I'm at the Firefly level. Isn't it only right for me to rely on you?" After lying there for a while, Jiang Sun felt the fullness in his stomach subside a bit, so he got up and paced around the room. He took the opportunity to change the magic crystal in the collector, something he hadn't done in a while. Since Walla's condition improved, it had been handling it, and Jiang Sun had to pay a high price of 10 candies a day for it. Once he felt the energy from the food was fully absorbed, Jiang Sun sat back at the table. He tapped his fingers lightly on the surface, his eyes full of contemplation. Sensing the serious atmosphere, Walla jumped onto the opposite side of the table, propping its chin with its little paws, mimicking Jiang Sun's thoughtful expression. "Walla, do you think I can be a suitable organizer?" Jiang Sun suddenly asked. Walla immediately responded. "Walla, Walla la." The little squirrel walked over and patted his head to comfort him. Jiang Sun sighed softly. He knew that the others weren't dismissing him earlier. They didn't want to take over his voice and decision-making power. Everyone understood that Jiang Sun was emotionally driven and would be willing to give up more decision-making power for the group's benefit. But they also knew that an organization should have one voice, at least for important decisions, centralized in one person. And Jiang Sun was their default leader, even though this leader was not yet mature. Understanding this, Jiang Sun sighed deeply. "Maybe they're not wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong either. I believe in my vision." Then, Jiang Sun smiled and engraved the words "Mountain God" on the table. Several hours later, Jiang Sun stretched and finally completed his plan. He stood up, but suddenly felt dizzy. Checking the magic book for the time, he was shocked. Damn! The time showed, Blue Star Year 1, Day 11, 1800 hours. Only then did Jiang Sun realize he hadn't slept for a day and a night. Panic set in, and he was a bit scared. I can't have a sudden death, not with the work unfinished. He quickly took out 2 candies and popped them into his mouth. Jiang Sun awoke from his slumber to find the shelter dim and silent. He struggled to lift himself up, feeling groggy and weak, clearly symptoms of oversleeping. Forcing himself to focus, he glanced out the window. The thick purple tide still obscured the entire world, making it impossible for him to gauge the passage of time. How long have I been asleep? What time is it now? Jiang Sun muttered as he fumbled for his magic book to check the time. It was December 12th, year 1 of Blue Star, 9 a.m., but both day and night were marked with question marks. To his surprise, he realized he had slept for a full 11 hours, something that had never happened since he arrived in this world. Great! Just when I finally got my biological clock adjusted, it's all for nothing, he complained as he got up. deciding to make himself something to eat. He didn't want to keep bothering Song Yinyan, since using her powers to cook depleted a lot of her magic and energy. Although Song Yinyan had high intelligence attributes, they were still far behind Jiang Sun's absurd magic value and recovery speed. He first went to the next room and saw Walla dozing off beside the magic collector, surrounded by candy wrappers. Jiang Sun hadn't had the heart to overwork Walla, so before sleeping, he had transformed much of his magic into candy for it. Seeing the slight restoration of sheen on Walla's tail, Jiang Sun smiled with satisfaction. Good job, you can go to sleep now, Jiang Sun said, gently patting Walla's little head. Walla mumbled sleepily, stretched, took a couple of bites from the jerky Jiang Sun handed over, and then climbed onto the dragon egg bed to sleep. Jiang Sun crafted a new batch of magic crystals and then headed to the central room where the totem pole was located. As he approached the door, he heard a dull vibrating noise from inside, like several high-powered generators running wildly. He knew this meant the magical shield outside was being impacted. Although the energy was dissipated, the force of the impact was transferred to the totem pole. Focusing intently, he assessed the rate of magic consumption by the totem pole and found it was about the same as yesterday. This gave him some relief, as it seemed surviving the 7 days wouldn't be a major issue, though the consumption was indeed staggering. He collected the depleted blank crystals next to the totem pole. In less than 2 days, over 100 had been used. Fortunately, the magic collection device was highly efficient. Jiang Sun sat down at the table and opened the chat channel in his magic book. The number of people had dropped below 8,000, leaving only 7,786. Nearly 1,000 had perished in a single day, and the global population had fallen below 6 billion. He frowned as he started to scroll through the chat messages. The chat was filled with cries for help, despair, and mutual encouragement. Someone shared a temporary shelter method discovered by the Qingshan experts, which involved sealing gaps with stones, bark, straw, and other materials. Surprisingly, it proved effective, saving many lives, and there were numerous expressions of gratitude toward Qingshan's contributions. Thank you, Qingshan is awesome, such grateful voices echoed throughout the channel. Upon reading the message, Jiang Sun felt a wave of emotion. His earlier hypothesis resurfaced in his mind. There must be many creatures among the beasts with insufficient attributes. How do they survive the tides? This idea had been set aside, shared casually with Zhou Zhongyan. Unexpectedly, this immature thought ended up saving so many lives. Zhou Zhongyan and his team not only figured out the solution but also made it public without mentioning Jiang Sun's contribution, instead promoting Qingshan significantly. Jiang Sun smacked his lips, grateful for his earlier decision. The benefits of having such a powerful ally were now evident to him. Through everyone's messages, Jiang Sun learned about the achievements of the Long Kingdom shelter, finding nests of low-attribute beasts and seizing their nesting materials. Simple and crude, yet effective. After all, in this wasteland of magic, tides are commonplace, and beasts, as the local rulers, must have ways to cope. Suddenly, Jiang Sun remembered the small cabin in the woods. His heart skipped a beat. Could the building materials of the cabin have been inspired by those of the beasts? He clearly recalled there were no totem poles or such inside the cabin. If this assumption was correct, then the cabin's construction materials had indeed been a great help. After quickly finishing the jerky in his hand, Jiang Sun closed his magic book and let out a long breath. The mass casualties he feared didn't occur, and more people survived than he had anticipated. He mused to himself, the essence of life is plunder. How could humanity, once the dominant species of Blue Star, lose to beasts with much lower intelligence? Replacing the magic crystal, Jiang Sun pushed open the shelter door and stepped outside. Since upgrading the walls, he rarely ventured out, and now, looking up, he was awestruck by the sight. The outside world was far more magnificent than seen from inside the shelter. The dark purple tides surged like a bizarre purple ocean, yet the magical shield held it all at bay, forming a purple canopy that was stunningly unreal. Steadying himself, Jiang Sun headed towards the plantation. As he approached, his eyes widened. Large patches of seeds had already sprouted, with tender green shoots emerging from the soil. Most striking were the 10 stalks of grain that had grown to the height of his calves, standing out vividly beneath the purple canopy. On the slender stems, 2 long leaves swayed gently in the breeze, appearing delicate yet full of vitality. Jiang Sun stood there amazed. After spending the past few days learning from Elder Qin, he had become somewhat of an agriculture enthusiast, especially knowledgeable about the Moonlight Valley ears of grain. He immediately recognized that this ear of grain was still in its seedling stage, but its height was unexpectedly tall. Wow, it's only at the seedling stage and already this tall? When it's fully grown, it might look like a small tree. Jiang Sun couldn't help but imagine. In his mind, he envisioned the grain's subsequent growth, the rapid elongation of the stem during the jointing stage, the initial formation of the ear during the booting stage, the plump grains during the grain-filling stage, and finally, the golden ears drooping at maturity. Each stage marked a period of vigorous growth, and the more Jiang Sun thought about it, the more excited he became. Observing the vigor of this seedling, he was confident that this batch of Moonlight Valley ears would yield abundantly. As his planned strategic food crop, the high yield of Moonlight Valley ears filled Jiang Sun with joy. He gently caressed the leaves of the grain, as if already seeing the bountiful harvest. After inspecting the main crops, Jiang Sun went on to check the other plants one by one. He was pleasantly surprised to find that after watering them with the growth solution provided by Elder Qin, all the plants were in excellent condition. These seeds were the carefully selected results of Elder Qin's efforts, featuring a variety of species: crescent potato vines sprawling, wild corn with lush green leaves, and ground radish leaves spreading over the soil. Although these were just low-tier crops that didn't contribute much to strength enhancement, they were sufficient to fill the stomach and served as the main food source for ordinary survivors. Jiang Sun couldn't help but recall how, before meeting Song Yinyan, he had completely disregarded these ordinary crops. But now the situation was vastly different. With Song Yinyan's remarkable ability to transform the mundane into something magical, these ordinary ingredients had become incredibly valuable. Jiang Sun secretly anticipated that one day Song Yinyan might come up with new creations using these materials, allowing him to enjoy the benefits. In addition to these regular crops, Jiang Sun's farm also cultivated several types of fruits. Although their taste was average, they had the advantage of being fire-flightier, providing a slight boost in attributes when consumed. Jiang Sun's gaze fell on one particular plant, the emerald spirit fruit, which he had once treasured. Looking at these fruits, Jiang Sun felt a wave of emotions, reflecting on the arduous journey he had undertaken. As Jiang Sun inspected the surroundings, he shook his head in admiration. No wonder Mr. Qin has such a reputation. Along the way, he couldn't help but be filled with awe, with just one thought in mind. Mr. Qin is truly remarkable. After watering the crops, Jiang Sun turned back to the shelter and entered the training room. He wasn't there to practice the gathering tide of magic. With the power of that skill, he might accidentally blow the shelter apart, which would be quite embarrassing. He was there mainly to strengthen his body and practice the close combat techniques taught by Zhao Tingtao. These were real, lethal skills. After all, magic can fail at times, and having an extra means of survival could be crucial. There's no rule saying a mage can't engage in close combat, right? Jiang Sun muttered to himself stubbornly. He didn't particularly enjoy close-quarters combat, though he was certainly capable of it. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the wooden logs in the corner. Just as he was about to reach out, he hesitated. After a moment of indecision, he turned and dragged out several pieces of hardwood, skillfully assembling and securing them together. Before long, a simple human-shaped target stood before him. Jiang Sun stepped back, assessing his handiwork with satisfaction, and couldn't help but joke. Heh, so you're my opponent now. You know, the last guy who tried to fight me up close is long gone. You're the second one. With intent, Jiang Sun unleashed a punch, shouting as he struck the target. Thud! The target wobbled slightly. A minute later, he sheepishly dismantled the target and retrieved the straw mat he had discarded earlier. After securing the mat, Jiang Sun focused on practicing basic grappling and restraining techniques. For the following period, he engaged in an evenly matched battle with the straw mat. After half an hour, he was panting heavily but didn't dare to stop. He immediately resumed his stance, diligently practicing the fundamentals. When it came to survival, he spared no effort, always giving his all in the pursuit of staying alive. Jiang Sun, feeling utterly exhausted, finally managed to fill the hot spring barrel with water after 2 grueling hours. He collapsed heavily into the barrel, letting the warm water envelop his aching muscles. During those 2 hours, he had followed Zhao Tingtao's instructions, climbing trees, scaling walls, jumping, and rolling, ending up covered in mud and looking quite disheveled. What on earth is this guy up to? Could he be some kind of assassin trained by a secret organization? Jiang Sun muttered to himself while rubbing his sore arms. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, given Zhao Tingtao's comprehensive skills. Apparently, these moves were just a subset of jungle warfare techniques, and with 2 hours of practice each day, one could eventually navigate the jungle with ease, at least avoiding easy ambushes. That's why Jiang Sun was willing to go to great lengths to practice. In this world, where magic coexists with once well-structured societal systems, no one could guarantee they wouldn't encounter a magic-restricted situation. Jiang Sun immersed himself in the hot spring barrel, feeling the gentle magic flow through his body, alleviating his fatigue. The barrel's magical properties, combined with the Firefly-grade rock spirit spring, significantly enhanced the recovery effect, ensuring he could continue his training without being sore for days. Life is really getting better, Jiang Sun remarked. The hot spring barrel was the second-best investment he'd ever made, second only to the young dragon's nest. Both items had proven far more effective than their descriptions suggested. After soaking for half an hour, Jiang Sun lazily got up, dried himself off, and donned his mage's robe. He picked up the bucket and used the bathwater to water the crops, except for the Moonlight Valley ears. After all, this was Firefly-grade water, a luxury others could only dream of drinking. If people knew he was using firefly-grade purified water for bathing, they'd likely be furious. By the time he finished, it was already late. Jiang Sun glanced at the time in his magic book and noticed a new friend message. Opening it, he saw it was from Zhou Tsangyan. What's this old guy want with me? Jiang Sun wondered. As one of the leaders of the Dragon Nation's sanctuary, Zhou Tsangyan should be incredibly busy. It couldn't just be a social call. Opening the chat, Zhou Tsangyan's message read, "Do you have any extra magic crystals on your side? A friend of mine is interested in buying some." Jiang Sun paused, thinking, don't you have a magic collection device too? But then he realized Zhou Tsangyan's situation was different. As one of the leaders of the Dragon Nation's sanctuary, Zhou Tsangyan had to allocate resources carefully. Although the collection device's output during the tide was decent, for the dozens of sanctuaries with hundreds of people each, it was a drop in the bucket. There wasn't enough for internal use, let alone external sales. At this stage, magic crystals were lifelines. Seeing Jiang Sun's delay in responding, Zhou Tsangyan sent another message. No worries, don't feel pressured. If you don't have any extra, that's fine. If you do, just name your price. They won't dare haggle with you. Now Jiang Sun was intrigued. It seemed this person was willing to pay a hefty price just to connect with him. And anyone connected to Zhou Tsangyan must have considerable influence. With that in mind, Jiang Sun agreed. Zhou Tsangyan then sent Jiang Sun a contact card for someone named Khalid, explaining, he's from the official sanctuary of the Sand Nation. We bought a star-level crystal core from them before. Jiang Sun immediately understood. He remembered Zhou Tsangyan mentioning that purchasing those crystal cores came at a high cost. This was a hint to not worry about appearances and feel free to set a high price. Jiang Sun added Khalid as a friend. Once the request was accepted, Khalid immediately messaged, Honorable Representative of Qingshan, I've heard so much about you. I'm here with the sincerity of the Sand Nation to discuss a potential collaboration. Seeing Khalid's glossy profile picture with a conspicuous white headscarf, Jiang Sun couldn't help but chuckle. As the saying goes, someone with a cloth on their head is either rich or dangerous. Zhou Tsangyan certainly wouldn't introduce him to a terrorist, so this guy must be wealthy. Jiang Sun replied, Haha, you're too kind. Zhou Tsangyan has informed me of your needs. How many mushrooms and crystals are you looking for? Khalid replied. To be honest, we've discovered quite a few rare resources on our side, but our magic reserves are quite lacking. We've heard that Qingshan has a strong presence and specializes in magic crystals, so we're hoping to purchase some from you. Jiang Sun thought to himself, the Sand Nation is as extravagant as ever. Who mentions having plenty of rare resources while negotiating a deal? It's like you're begging me to ask for a high price. He pondered for a moment, deciding to play along, and replied, As you know, crystals aren't ordinary commodities. They can power high-power weapons, and Qingshan has always advocated for peace. Khalid immediately responded, I understand. That's true. But with the tide approaching, our priority is self-defense, not attacking other sanctuaries. Reading the response, Jiang Sun's mouth twitched slightly. Seriously, buddy, we're in a magical world where even magical beasts can't break through, and you're worried about attacking others? Do you even know how to haggle? At this rate, even Song Nianyan could negotiate better. So Jiang Sun cut to the chase, directly asking, How much do you need? What's your offer? When it came to business, Khalid became more composed, saying, We want as much as you can provide. Jiang Sun. When I use a question mark, it's not because I have a problem. It's because I think you have a problem. As much as you can provide. Are you trying to house a ghost? Khalid, sensing the need to offer more, sent details of several items. Sand Scorpion Crystal Core. Type, magical material. Grade, Firefly. Effect, a magic crystal from the Sand Scorpion magical beast, usable as forging material. Detailed attributes can be viewed after learning the identification skill. Amethyst ore. Type, magical material. Grade, Firefly. Effect, a stone closely linked to mental power and magic perception, often used in crafting meditation aids after processing. Black obsidian iron ore. Type, magical material. Grade, Firefly. Effect, typically associated with dark elements, often used to construct defensive barriers capable of absorbing and dispelling malicious external magic. Khalid's eyes sparkled with excitement as he enthusiastically introduced the unique resources of the Desert Kingdom. His voice was filled with pride as he pointed out various rare minerals on the holographic display. This amethyst mine may look ordinary, but it's worth a fortune, Khalid explained. The mining difficulty is extremely high, so the exchange price is accordingly steep. He then pointed to another crystal, glowing with a deep blue light. And this scorpion crystal core, it has a multitude of uses. Jiang Sun listened intently, his mind racing. He was well aware of the value of these resources, especially the amethyst and obsidian iron mines. These materials were detailed in Chronicles of the Golem, with obsidian iron being a core material for crafting the Black Mist Knights. After careful consideration, Jiang Sun decided to tentatively inquire about the exchange rate. He cautiously sent a message. These are indeed impressive. What exchange rate are you considering? Khalid seemed to ponder for a while before replying. Considering our manpower shortage and the current tidal conditions, we can't go out to collect. How about this? 10 to 1 for the crystal cores and 100 to 1 for the materials. Jiang Sun's eyes widened in disbelief at this reply, almost falling off his chair. He stared at the screen incredulously, his fingers trembling as he slowly typed 3 huge question marks into his magical book. These are rare Firefly-level resources, Jiang Sun thought to himself. How can they be exchanged so casually like common goods? Trading these precious mineral resources for crystals that will eventually become commonplace is a huge loss. Do they really have so much wealth that they can casually sleep on oil? Seeing that Jiang Sun hadn't replied, Khalid assumed he was dissatisfied with the rate and immediately sweetened the deal. 150 to 1 is also acceptable. Jiang Sun couldn't help but internally remark, what a wealthy individual. But he quickly calmed down, carefully weighing the pros and cons of the deal. Given the current crystal production rate, Jiang Sun could produce 600 crystals daily, with a net surplus of about 500 after daily consumption. Over 7 days, this amounted to 3,500 crystals, a tempting figure, even exceeding the total earnings of some large organizations. However, Jiang Sun understood that this high output was only a temporary benefit during the tidal period. After 7 days, the charging rate would likely plummet to 5 to 10 crystals per day. At that point, acquiring crystals would become exponentially more difficult. More importantly, the crystals Jiang Sun possessed weren't just for supplementing regular item energy. As someone who mastered golem manufacturing technology, he knew that golems were powered by magic. Currently, the only stable ways to store magic were through magic crystals and totem poles. Jiang Sun estimated that each golem required at least 5 to 10 crystals for normal operation. This meant that after the tidal period, the meager daily charging rate might not even sustain the daily operation of a few golems. We must prepare in advance and start accumulating resources now, Jiang Sun resolved. After careful deliberation, Jiang Sun ultimately decided to allocate 200 crystals for this exchange. Although this number seemed small, it could play a crucial role in future development. Jiang Sun weighed his options for a moment and nodded in agreement to Khalid's terms. Let's go with the ratio you suggested. After all, as a friend of Zhou Tsangyan, I can't refuse him. No sooner had he spoken than a system notification sounded, and over 10,000 pieces of material were instantly transferred to Jiang Sun's storage room, filling the once spacious area to the brim. Breathing a sigh of relief, Jiang Sun quickly made his way to the storage room to inspect the delivery. Fortunately, the ore materials were small in volume. Otherwise, this massive quantity would have overwhelmed his shelter. He meticulously counted 500 scorpion crystal cores, 5,000 amethyst ores, and 10,000 black yao iron ores, all neatly categorized and stacked throughout the storage space. 500 scorpion crystal cores are the most Khalid could offer, Jiang Sun mused to himself. If I could exchange everything for scorpion crystal cores, that would be a real gain. He calculated that the total magical energy value of these materials actually exceeded that of the magic crystals involved in the trade. With some curiosity, Jiang Sun asked Khalid, if it's just about converting magic, wouldn't it be more efficient to use these materials directly? Even if the conversion array is less efficient, given your resources, you shouldn't be concerned about a bit of loss, right? Khalid's explanation brought Jiang Sun to a realization. It turned out that the conversion array was not only inefficient, but also slow in conversion speed. This meant that when the tide's intensity was slightly higher, the conversion speed might not keep up with the totem pole's energy consumption, rendering an abundance of materials useless. Jiang Sun then understood that when facing powerful magic tides, conversion speed was more crucial than efficiency. The situation in the Shabwa made Jiang Sun ponder deeply. Despite living in a land rich in resources, the people there face a critical issue: the excessive tidal strength leading to slow charging speeds. As a result, many perish despite having ample materials, simply because they cannot replenish their energy in time. Jiang Sun couldn't help but lament how tragic such a death is. This is precisely why Khalid went to great lengths, humbling himself to seek out Jiang Sun. After hearing this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but reflect. Every family has its own difficult story. After completing the transaction with Khalid, Jiang Sun turned his attention to the situations of several others. This deal made him suddenly realize that his understanding of the importance of magic crystals was somewhat superficial. The limitation on charging rates was an issue he had never considered. After all, neither he nor those around him had ever used a conversion array. Jiang Sun had an epiphany. No wonder a magic lamp must be charged with magic crystals, while a low-temperature array can be powered directly by magic value. He recalled noticing some peculiarities earlier. Since both are powered by magic, what is the difference between personal magic and the magic from crystals? Moreover, devices that can be powered by personal magic also seem to be able to use crystal magic, like hot spring tubs and low-temperature arrays. However, items like totem poles, which can be supplemented with magic crystals, cannot be manually recharged. It now seemed likely that this was due to output efficiency, but this hypothesis raised new questions. To verify his conjecture, Jiang Sun quickly picked up his magic book and messaged Zhou Sanyan. Do you have any devices over there that can only be driven by personal magic and not by crystals? Zhou Sanyan's response came quickly, indicating he had special notifications set up. He replied, no. Anything that can be driven by personal magic can also be driven by crystals. The Dragon Country's official shelter is also researching this. Jiang Sun continued to inquire. But there are many devices that can only be driven by crystals and not by personal magic, right? Zhou Sanyan's answer was unexpected. Yes, like the crystal furnace. Jiang Sun. Zhou Sanyan. Jiang Sun felt a bit confused after reading Zhou Sanyan's response. A crystal furnace? He knew it could be powered by crystals due to its specially designed grooves and connectors for other energy storage items. However, Zhou Sanyan mentioned that it couldn't be powered by personal magic. What did that mean? Jiang Sun had always used his own magic to power it, charging a clear price of 600 each time. But since the Star Abyss appeared, the price dropped to 300, almost like having a membership card. Zhou Sanyan wouldn't joke about something like this. So was it him or the furnace that had an issue? Feeling puzzled, Jiang Sun decided to further probe Zhou Sanyan, opting for a more indirect approach. Don't even mention that furnace. It's as energy-consuming as anything, Zhou Sanyan replied. Exactly. It takes almost half a crystal for one use. You wouldn't believe the effort it took us to fire up the first batch. Jiang Sun asked, have you tried using personal magic to power it? It seems like half a crystal is just a few hundred units of magic. Zhou Sanyan sighed. We've tried that. It took over a dozen people to input magic, and it barely filled the base after half a day. I even tried inputting 500 magic, and the device only absorbed 5 units. That magic would be better used chopping trees for some return. We've been researching it for a while now, still with no results. You know Qin Ji Yuan is leading the research, right? Hearing that name, Jiang Sun was taken aback. He had definitely heard of Heimer rather. There were few in Long Country who hadn't. If Old Qin was the pillar of agricultural science, then Old Chun was the backbone of energy science. If even Old Chun couldn't figure out a way to charge with personal magic, then the issue was most likely with Jiang Sun himself. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Jiang Sun increasingly felt something was off about himself. Watching Zhou Sanyan still rambling on, Jiang Sun realized helplessly that the old guy really needed to vent. After all, it was a time of disaster, and as a high-ranking official in the shelter, he had the most to deal with, so it's normal for him to be under a lot of stress. Moreover, maintaining a dignified image both internally and externally in the shelter was crucial, so being able to vent to someone like Jiang Sun was a rare moment of relaxation. After making some perfunctory responses, Jiang Sun tossed the magic book to the newly awakened Walla. Play with him for a bit, but don't curse Walla. Then, Jiang Sun went straight to his bedroom and unearthed the dust-covered mana-gathering lamp from the corner. He had originally bought it to study the usage of mana tides, but due to the shelter's lack of strength, he never had the chance to experiment, so it had been left untouched. However, now it served as a perfect experimental subject. He had just consulted Zhou Sanyan about the issue of power, and Zhou mentioned something about magic conduction efficiency, which might be related. Jiang Sun slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering that magic conduction efficiency was an additional attribute of Wan-type weapons. Since no one had discussed it before, he hadn't noticed anything unusual and hadn't paid attention to it. But things are different now. Jiang Sun realized that this discovery might relate to his own anomaly, and his expression turned serious. He subconsciously rubbed his chin, his mind racing. So, the inability to directly charge with internal magic is due to insufficient magic conduction efficiency? This thought struck him like lightning, sparking a series of hypotheses. Jiang Sun's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had glimpsed a new possibility. If his own magic could meet the conditions to power various crystal-driven devices, wouldn't that mean he wouldn't have to completely rely on magic crystals in the future? Although it might not entirely eliminate the dependency on crystals, at least he wouldn't face the embarrassing situation of having to change batteries mid-battle with magical constructs because they ran out of power. The more he thought about it, the more feasible the idea seemed. Jiang Sun hoisted the magic-gathering lamp onto his shoulder and strode into the training room. He calculated that the upcoming experiments might be quite noticeable, so conducting them here would be safer. Once inside the training room, Jiang Sun carefully fiddled with the magic-gathering lamp, checking it repeatedly. Then he turned and went out to examine the structure of the crystal furnace and the hot spring barrel. It was then that he noticed something amiss. The hot spring barrel and the low-temperature magic array had similar charging methods, both capable of using his own magic. Their surfaces featured a spot akin to a fingerprint lock, specifically for placing a finger to inject magic. Jiang Sun tried it briefly, and indeed felt strands of magic being drawn in. The rate was slow, taking a full minute to charge, and the magic consumption was relatively low. However, the crystal furnace and the magic-gathering lamp had entirely different constructions. Their surfaces only had slots for placing crystals and a smooth area resembling a wireless charger. Logically, this spot should be for placing atypical magic storage items. But Jiang Sun had naturally assumed it was for manually inputting magic. Small devices use fingers, large devices use palms. That makes sense, right? Jiang Sun muttered to himself, a bit frustrated that he was only now realizing this issue. Reflecting on his previous attempts, he finally understood why he had never succeeded. After acquiring the magic energy collector, Jiang Sun no longer needed to manually recharge it. This rich man's problem secretly pleased him. Suddenly, he recalled that the seller, Luo Jun, had mentioned he could also use the device, albeit for only 5 seconds. Did this imply that Luo Jun also possessed remarkable talent? Jiang Sun shook his head to dismiss the thought, believing it unlikely they'd cross paths again. He turned and picked up the magic gathering lamp, which was as heavy as a large bucket. Carefully, Jiang Sun aimed it at the smooth test wall, took a deep breath, and placed his palm firmly on the magic input spot. Instantly, the lamp erupted with a dazzling light, a focused beam shooting straight at the wall. Glancing at the magic value display, Jiang Sun noticed the consumption rate was slow, only about 10 points per second. He frowned in thought, feeling the power was insufficient, and decided to increase the magic output. The sensation was similar to using the magic tide, but more direct. As he intensified the output, the lamp's beam suddenly strengthened, illuminating the entire training room as if it were daylight. However, when Jiang Sun looked at the test stone wall, he found no reaction. Frustrated, he resolved to increase the output further. He mobilized all his magic power, channeling it into the lamp. At this point, his magic value was depleting at an alarming rate, consuming as much as 100 points per second. Just then, Jiang Sun felt a discomfort, as if a force was rampaging inside him with no outlet. He realized this was likely the so-called magic transmission efficiency issue, like a narrow pipe trying to handle an overwhelming flow of water, causing a bottleneck. With no other choice, Jiang Sun sighed deeply and slowly withdrew his hand. Instantly, the room's light diminished sharply, and his eyes struggled to adjust, leaving him momentarily blinded. Seeing the number 15 on the wall, Jiang Sun quickly took note, puzzled by the coincidence. This number matched exactly the damage caused when he unleashed his magic tide. Could it be that this magic gathering lamp was entirely different from the defensive weapon he had imagined? With a sigh, Jiang Sun emptied over a dozen magic crystals from his pocket, piling them on the ground. He was determined to thoroughly test for any differences, as this could impact his future in the magical world. Carefully selecting 5 crystals, he cautiously embedded them into the slots. Instantly, the surface of the magic gathering lamp shimmered with flowing light, as if fully activated. A gentle glow emerged, but in an unusual form, not as a regular beam, but spreading outward like a spherical shield, wave after wave. Faced with this unexpected phenomenon, Jiang Sun repeatedly reminded himself to believe in magic. Despite having spent some time in the magical world and becoming more resilient to bizarre occurrences, he was still occasionally taken aback. He crouched down, his fingers searching the base of the magic gathering lamp, soon finding 2 adjustment switches. Remembering that the left one adjusted focus, he unhesitatingly set it to maximum. Instantly, the light focused sharply, reverting to a familiar beam form. Next, Jiang Sun gently turned another knob. Immediately, the intensity of the lamp's light changed. With just one turn, the glow reached the strength he could achieve with all his might, and the number 15 reappeared on the test wall. So simple, Jiang Sun muttered, checking the crystal consumption. To his surprise, the magic consumption rate when using crystals was indeed lower than when he exerted himself. Curious, Jiang Sun continued to turn the knob. The beam from the magic gathering lamp grew increasingly dazzling, even showing a spiral wave pattern. The number on the wall jumped to 45, tripling its power. Swallowing hard, Jiang Sun realized this was far from the lamp's power limit, nor the input limit of the magic crystals. However, this already surpassed the maximum output he could achieve on his own. He sighed, acknowledging that he had overestimated himself. Replacing the crystal's output efficiency in the short term seemed unlikely. Cracking his knuckles, Jiang Sun decided to explore further, to see just where the output limit of the magic crystals lay. Taking a deep breath, he decisively turned the knob to its maximum. With a loud hum, it was as if a nuclear reactor had been activated. Jiang Sun's world vanished in an instant, leaving only a blinding white light that couldn't be blocked even with closed eyes. At this moment, if anyone were observing from outside, they would see Jiang Sun's magic stone fortress suddenly radiating an astonishingly brilliant light, illuminating even the sturdy stone walls to near transparency. Is this even possible? Jiang Sun exclaimed internally, realizing he might have triggered a magical miracle beyond his wildest imagination. Jiang Sun's heart pounded as he was startled by the sudden burst of bright light. In a flurry, he fumbled to turn off the source, but before he could reach the switch, the white light abruptly vanished, leaving only a faint afterimage on his retinas. He immediately realized that the magic crystal had been depleted. Without wasting a moment, Jiang Sun quickly closed his eyes and began to gently rub his eye sockets, aware of the potential damage such intense light could cause. Leaning back on the ground, he massaged the area around his eyes while deep in thought. This unexpected incident led Jiang Sun to gradually understand the fundamental difference between the magic crystal and his own magical power output efficiency. The magic crystal was undoubtedly the result of years of research in the magical world, making it the ideal energy source. Every parameter, from its size to its capacity and shape, was meticulously calculated to maximize its energy output. Although the magic from the crystal lacked flexibility, it served as a stable and efficient energy source. In contrast, human magic was more dynamic. Jiang Sun racked his brain and eventually likened the difference to the electrical energy of a nuclear power plant versus that of a superhuman. This distinction was profound and could be sensed more than expressed. As a magic novice, Jiang Sun could feel this difference but struggled to articulate it accurately. Nonetheless, he knew that while both could be converted into each other, the efficiency was exceedingly low. The key to bridging the gap between human output and crystal output lay in magic transmission efficiency. With a high enough transmission rate, he could charge crystals or totem poles with his bare hands. A bold idea began to take shape in Jiang Sun's mind. Perhaps he could use the gathering magic tide skill as a conduit for magic transmission. After all, this skill essentially materialized magic without any complex effects. At the same time, he confirmed another realization. The magic consumption reduction feature of the Star Abyss robe was likely achieved by enhancing magic transmission efficiency. This also explained why the robe had a negligible effect on the candy-like output generated by innate talent. For the next 2 hours, Jiang Sun devoted himself entirely to experimenting with new applications of his skills. This inspiration, drawn from his observations and reflections on the magic lamp, fully immersed him in the joy of exploration, making him lose track of time. Jiang Sun looked utterly disheveled, his hair a wild mess covered in dust, his face smeared with soot and marked with several alarming cuts. He took a deep breath, determination shining in his eyes, and gripped his staff tightly. The magical energy gathered at the staff's tip suddenly exploded, releasing a spherical shockwave with a low hum that rippled outward in all directions. In an instant, the dozen or so logs at Jiang Sun's feet seemed to be propelled by an invisible force, hurtling towards the surrounding walls. Wood chips flew everywhere, making the room look as if it had been swept by a fierce wind. A flicker of delight crossed Jiang Sun's eyes, and he grinned, his white teeth stark against his grimy face. This was the new application of the tide of magic he had just mastered. By detonating the magical energy to create a shockwave, he could effectively repel nearby objects, a perfect defensive spell. Jiang Sun mused to himself that the way magic is channeled is indeed crucial, and he needed to further explore the potential of this skill. He attempted to flash a roguish smile, but it inadvertently pulled at the wounds on his face, causing him to wince in pain. This served as a reminder that he needed to be more cautious about his safety when developing new skills. Jiang Sun felt a bit frustrated, realizing that the tide of magic, despite being an advanced skill, had such obvious flaws and required further refinement. He couldn't help but grumble about the lack of detailed instructions for the skill. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he decided to give this new move a striking name. "Let's call it Countercurrent," he declared, the name rolling off his tongue with a sense of grandeur. After a quick wash, Jiang Sun's gaze fell on the apple-flavored candy in his hand. He hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to save this potential lifesaver for a crucial moment. At that moment, Jiang Sun noticed a figure standing thoughtfully at the doorway, his magical beast companion, Walla, looking every bit like a contemplative philosopher. Jiang Sun's eyes lit up, and he raised his staff, calling out, "Come, help me test this new skill." "Walla." Walla responded, darting towards Jiang Sun like a bolt of lightning. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Sun raised his staff and shouted, "Countercurrent." The magical energy at the staff's tip exploded instantly, sending a spherical shockwave outward. However, 2 seconds later, Jiang Sun was surprised to find Walla standing completely still. They stared at each other, eyes wide, as if the air had frozen around them. Only then did Jiang Sun realize, with a touch of annoyance, that he had made a foolish mistake. "Damn, I forgot you're a Moonlight class magical beast." In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On the 15th day of the first year of the Blue Star calendar, at 7 o'clock, the tidal conditions remained severe, making it impossible for anyone to venture outside. Inside the shelter, people's moods were gradually becoming anxious and restless. Initially, the ample food supplies and safe environment kept everyone relatively content. But as time went on, resources dwindled, and food became scarce. The erratic tidal fluctuations made sleep difficult, forcing people to fixate on the changes in the totem pole. Negative emotions began to fester in everyone's hearts, and some even showed signs of manic depression. Jiang Sun sighed softly as he browsed through the pessimistic comments in the chat channel. He knew well that once a person's spirit collapses, it is hard to rebuild, but he was also unwilling to sacrifice his own development for others. During these 3 days, Jiang Sun's life was quite eventful. He focused on studying the magic automaton chronicle, tinkering with the remains of the Black Mist Knight, and developing new skills. His progress in utilizing the tide of magic was swift. He not only perfected the reverse wave, but also mastered a laser cannon skill he named Star Trail. Now, he could maintain 300 energy points while moving quickly without dispersing, a significant improvement over his previous stationary use. Meanwhile, Jiang Sun made great strides in his knowledge of automaton crafting. He could now recite the principles of the Black Mist Knight, and although he couldn't construct one from scratch yet, repairs seemed within reach. He decided to start attempting repairs the next day. Immersed in this strange and fascinating world of magic knowledge, Jiang Sun gradually adapted to his new life. Just as he was engrossed, a system notification chimed. Song Ninian offered to trade 6 steamed crystal clams with him. Jiang Sun immediately snapped out of his reverie and invited Walla to join him for the feast. The two of them indulged heartily, savoring every bite. Over the past few days, the mood among the group from Qingshan had been exceptionally joyful, partly because of the safety of the shelter and partly due to having Song Ninian as their beloved mascot. Her culinary creations were not only delicious but also boosted their attributes, leading them to almost abandon cooking for themselves. They busied themselves purchasing various exotic ingredients on the trading channel for Song Ninian to experiment with new dishes. Song Ninian enthusiastically reciprocated with new culinary delights each day. As a result, Jiang Sun and his companions had each gained at least 3 pounds, and their attributes improved significantly. Song Ninian, in particular, experienced several culinary breakthroughs, increasing her intelligence attribute by over 10 points. After a satisfying meal, Jiang Sun wiped his mouth and opened his attribute panel. Seeing the magic abundance status effect, he couldn't help but reflect. In this magical world, good food and drink not only enhance one's mental state, but also tangibly increase strength. He felt fortunate to have Song Ninian as a lucky charm. Jiang Sun put aside unrealistic fantasies and prepared to start his training for the day. In the training room, Walla was already dressed in Zhao Yueran's specially designed white training outfit, complete with a black belt, looking every bit the part of a martial arts master. Walla was Jiang Sun's sparring partner. Jiang Sun's goal was simple, to land a hit on Walla. However, in 3 days, he hadn't succeeded once. He attempted to negotiate with Walla, using milk candy as a bribe. Walla pondered for a moment before slowly untying its belt to blindfold itself. 10 minutes later, Jiang Sun lay exhausted on the ground, while Walla effortlessly groomed its fur. Even blindfolded, Walla easily evaded all of Jiang Sun's attacks. Jiang Sun squatted in a corner, expressionless, his eyes vacant. Walla floated over to Jiang Sun, gently patting his shoulder in a show of comfort, its first time displaying its floating ability in front of him. Jiang Sun muttered "traitor" under his breath, then got up to wash up. As usual, he immersed himself in the hot spring tub, feeling his fatigue quickly dissipate. Jiang Sun couldn't help but appreciate how the hot spring tub and the dragon's nest had greatly enhanced his quality of life. After his bath, Jiang Sun lay on the newly acquired transformable sofa. This luminescent-grade item could change shape and firmness according to the user's needs, and it even had a massage function. Jiang Sun relaxed completely, enjoying the sofa's massage. He couldn't help but muse. Truly, those with power get to enjoy the world first. Unknowingly, Jiang Sun drifted into a deep sleep. Although he had plenty of time over the past few days, he never allowed himself to rest, exhausting himself physically and mentally with daily tasks. Now, savoring a rare moment of peace, he quickly fell into a deep slumber. However, this tranquility was short-lived. Suddenly, a dull, thunderous crash echoed from the depths like a sound from the underworld, shattering the silence. Jiang Sun jolted awake, eyes wide open, fear instantly replacing his drowsiness. Instinctively, he reached for the magic short staff always by his side, gripping it so tightly that his knuckles turned white. With a swish, a small figure swiftly dragged Jiang Sun to the outer wall of the shelter. In an instant, several transparent shields enveloped him securely. Only then did Jiang Sun look up to see Wallace staring intently in the direction of the sound, its small body tense, colorful tail flicking nervously, and trembling slightly. Cold sweat broke out on Jiang Sun's forehead. If something could make the moonlight level Wallace so cautious, perhaps it was an epic-level creature. Before he could think further, a deafening roar erupted, freezing Jiang Sun in place. Almost simultaneously, another furious roar echoed, as if ripping through the sky, causing the air to buzz. His eardrums ached, his mind buzzed, and the ground beneath him trembled slightly. His heart raced, sweat beading on his forehead, soaking his back. The shelter behind him groaned under the strain. Jiang Sun was thankful that Walla had pulled him out in time. If such a powerful beast attacked, staying inside would have been fatal, while rushing into the tide might offer a slim chance of survival. Jiang Sun widened his eyes, trying to pierce through the dense purple tide. Failing that, he closed his eyes to focus. Instantly, 2 massive, mountain-like silhouettes emerged in his mind, surrounded by surging magical energy, suffocating in intensity. One of the giant beasts swung its pillar-like forelimb, the force creating a fierce wind that dented the intermediate-level magic shield, making it as fragile as a bubble in a hurricane. The walls of the shelter shook violently, even shifting slightly. Jiang Sun's teeth chattered, but he dared not move. The other beast stomped the ground in retaliation, causing Jiang Sun to stagger and nearly fall. The battle intensified, magical lights flickering like phosphorescence in the mist, each accompanied by a deadly strike. Hot breaths and electric attacks filled the air, with crashing and roaring sounds incessant. 10 minutes later, a blinding light flashed, followed by a pained howl. Jiang Sun's heart tightened, unsure which beast was injured, only knowing the battle's ferocity far exceeded his imagination. His breathing quickened, palms sweaty, struggling to hold his staff steady. Walla trembled all over, evidently sensing an even more terrifying presence. Suddenly, the sound of metal slicing flesh pierced the air, followed by a shrill scream. Staggering footsteps faded away, then the flapping of wings stirred a fierce wind. The surrounding commotion diminished, the crashing and roaring sounds gradually disappearing into the depths of the tide. Jiang Sun clutched his staff, exchanging a glance with Walla, holding his breath. After a long while, confirming no further disturbances, he cautiously moved to the shield's edge. Although he still couldn't see far, the oppressive feeling was dissipating, suggesting the two beasts had retreated, heavily injured. Jiang Sun exhaled deeply, but his nerves remained tense. He looked down at the equally shaken Walla, gently patting its small head in an attempt to calm both their nerves. It's all thanks to you. If not for your quick reaction, we might not have made it today, Jiang Sun said softly, his voice still trembling. Walla walla la. Walla responded, its beady eyes looking up at Jiang Sun, seemingly easing its inner fear. Jiang Sun tightened his grip on the staff and returned to the shelter with Walla. Suddenly remembering something, he ignored the chaos around and rushed to the room with the totem pole. As he dashed in, the sight before him shocked him. Dozens of crystals around had been drained of energy, with only 2 or 3 barely holding on. In a panic, Jiang Sun poured out a pile of crystals from his ring, placing them around. Thank goodness. That was a close call. Jiang Sun collapsed to the ground, trembling slightly. His emotions were tumultuous, and he failed several times to open the magical wasteland manual, angrily tossing it aside, panting heavily. He had anticipated the dangers of the magical wasteland world, but never imagined encountering such terrifying creatures. Recalling the mountain-like outlines of the two beasts, Jiang Sun's eyes were filled with barely concealed fear. Are these really creatures humans can deal with? Over the next 2 days, Jiang Sun experienced a significant shift in mindset. Reflecting on the towering figures of those magical beasts, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. The once steadfast belief in the invincibility of intelligent beings now seemed almost laughable to him. How could humans possibly deal with those beasts of unknown rank at this stage? This thought transformed his joyful learning into a tense, anxious study. Fortunately, after days of carefully studying the magical automaton chronicles, Jiang Sun finally felt confident enough to repair the Black Mist Knight. So, on the 5th day of the tide, on a dark and windy night, he decided to take action. Inside the workshop, the luminescent stones on the walls flickered with the ebb and flow of the tide, casting dancing shadows in the dim space. Jiang Sun sat at the table, the yellowish light illuminating his sharp, yet slightly weary features. His hands gripped the magical automaton chronicles tightly, his knuckles white from exertion, and his eyes shone with a determined light. In front of him lay the disassembled remains of the Black Mist Knight. Jiang Sun had completed the most crucial step in his learning dismantling. How else can you understand the structure without taking it apart? He said confidently, crossing his arms. Walala nodded in agreement, as it had played a part in the disassembly. Jiang Sun wasn't intentionally damaging it. He was earnestly learning. The automaton was too severely damaged to be repaired, so he had to dismantle it to use as spare parts. He recalled that this Black Mist Knight had pursued him most relentlessly, forcing him to retaliate with 500 points of magic energy to unleash the magic tide. Looking at the scattered remains of the Black Mist Knight, Jiang Sun crossed his arms and cracked his neck. Then he picked up the automaton creation kit and walked to the other side of the workshop. There, 2 relatively intact Black Mist Knights stood quietly, their large, damaged forms resembling 2 dormant beasts, with massive holes in their chests from the onslaught of the magic tide. How cool, Jiang Sun thought to himself. No man could resist such an impressive figure, especially one that could actually fight. He circled the 2 Black Mist Knights, observing them closely. Despite their battered black metal armor, they still exuded a chilling aura. Some armor plates had fallen away, revealing the intricate mechanical structures inside. The finely crafted gears, chains, and rune circuits were tightly integrated with flesh and bone. A masterpiece, Jiang Sun marveled, feeling even more awe for the study of magical automatons. The heads of the 2 constructs hung low, their eyes dull and lifeless like deep, dry wells. This was the result of Jiang Sun having removed their core control arrays. He felt a sense of relief, grateful for his caution that prevented a major disaster. During his study, he learned that the two constructs had merely run out of energy, not been completely destroyed. If they encountered the right magic energy, they could potentially restart on their own and continue executing their orders to hunt Jiang Sun. And in the magic tide, magic energy was abundant. Jiang Sun took a deep breath, gently set the automaton creation tools aside, and called Walala to assist him. The critical moment for repair was approaching, and he needed to be fully focused, leaving no room for error. Jiang Sun's gaze swept over the scattered parts like a hawk, his mind already forming a meticulous plan. He turned to Walla, chin slightly raised, a hint of anticipation in his voice. "You rascal, hand me the tools later. We can't afford any mistakes with this job. Whether or not we get bodyguards depends on today." Walla bounced excitedly a couple of times, lifting its head proudly, its small eyes sparkling with intelligence. It quickly leapt to Jiang Sun's side, ready and eager. Jiang Sun nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, you're full of spirit. All right, let's begin." A scene of bustling activity unfolded. The clanging of metal filled the air as Jiang Sun worked, constantly referring to the blueprint for the magical puppet while frantically searching for parts. "Walla, the spiritual pliers." Jiang Sun called out. "Walala." Walla handed over a tool. "Wrong, that's a probe." Jiang Sun corrected. "Walla, the blood pattern engraving pen." "Wallalala." "Wrong again, that's the spiritual stitching needle. Can you get it right?" Jiang Sun was getting a bit frustrated. "Walla, the flesh purification dish." "Walla, the siphon blood extractor." Amidst a flurry of calls and the clattering of metal, Jiang Sun finally completed the main repairs and inscribed the core control diagram. He straightened up, wiping the sweat from his face, unintentionally leaving a dark smudge. "I really am gifted," Jiang Sun said proudly. "Of course, you played a part too, Walla. We're a great team." He turned and fist-bumped Walla. Then, Jiang Sun crouched down again, picking up a uniquely shaped part that glimmered faintly. It was the stardust alloy gear he had acquired earlier. He recalled its effect of continuously enhancing the overall material properties of the magical puppet, though he hadn't yet learned the specifics of how it worked. "This should go in the core hub," Jiang Sun mused, "like bridging a heart. A small mistake could ruin everything. You have to help me." "Walla." Walla responded firmly. Jiang Sun stood up and walked towards the nearly repaired Black Mist Knights. He carefully touched the cold, damaged armor, his fingers tracing the gaps in the plates, feeling the marks left by time and battles. "Who do you think came up with these things?" Jiang Sun muttered to himself, then turned to Walla, handing it a small wrench, his expression serious. "Once I secure the gear, you need to tighten the screws at the right moment. Remember, apply even pressure." "Got it, Walla." Walla nodded solemnly, gripping the wrench tightly with its small paws, fully focused. Jiang Sun took a deep breath, cautiously picking up the stardust alloy gear, and slowly inserted it into the intricate mechanical maze inside the Black Mist Knight's chest. Every movement was filled with precision and care, as if performing a delicate surgery. Jiang Sun's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, fixed on the junction of the gears and internal structure. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, splashing onto the metal armor with a faint splash. As the gear clicked precisely into place, a flash of light appeared, and Jiang Sun immediately commanded, "Walla, go." The little gadget Walla reacted swiftly, darting forward with its tiny claw raised high, securing the wrench firmly on the screw. With a crisp snap, the screw tightened. Just as Jiang Sun began to relax, the screw started to loosen again with a creaking sound, and a wisp of black smoke rose from the junction. "There's a problem." Jiang Sun's heart tightened, his brow furrowing deeply. He bent down for a closer look and discovered that a small gear inside had been misaligned during installation, jammed by the skeletal structure, causing uneven force and preventing the screw from tightening. Jiang Sun decisively reached into the mechanical assembly, trying to reposition the misaligned gear. However, the cramped space made it difficult for his fingers to move, let alone perform precise adjustments. "Walla, hand me the coupler." Jiang Sun called out urgently. Walla frantically rummaged through the pile of tools before finally handing over the tool. Jiang Sun carefully gripped the gear, slowly maneuvering it back into place, cautious not to damage any other components. The room was silent except for his heavy breathing and the faint sound of tools rubbing against metal. After a challenging operation, the gear was finally realigned. Jiang Sun exhaled deeply, then adjusted the skeletal distribution. "Come on, Walla, this time it'll work," he encouraged himself, regaining his focus. With a satisfying click, the gear was successfully installed. Jiang Sun stood up and began the final steps. He meticulously checked each connection, reinforced key points, and cross-referenced the control diagram with the golem notes to ensure everything was perfect. "It's done." Jiang Sun's voice brimmed with joy. As he inserted the 8 magic crystals, he stepped back 3 paces, anxiously watching the Black Mist Knight before him. Suddenly, A burst of intense light erupted from the dark mist night, flooding the room like a tidal wave. The knight's head, which had been hanging low, slowly lifted, and the dull eyes were reignited with a deep crimson glow. The surrounding black mist gently dissipated, never extending beyond a 2-meter radius. The damaged armor rapidly repaired itself under the nourishment of the mist, as metal plates clicked and snapped into place. Jiang Sun and Walla were forced to step back by the unexpected brilliance, yet their faces were alight with irrepressible smiles. It worked, it really worked. Jiang Sun's voice trembled with excitement, feeling that all the effort and fear he had endured were now transformed into a profound sense of accomplishment. The dark mist knight stood there like a demon god awakening from slumber, exuding an intimidating aura. Jiang Sun realized that from this moment on, in this magical world filled with unknowns and dangers, he finally had his first genuine ally. This marked the most significant step in his journey with magical constructs. The sense of achievement washed over Jiang Sun like a tide as he gazed at the imposing dark mist knight, his grin wider than that of an AK. With this initial success, he quickly replicated the process and repaired a second puppet. The two dark mist knights stood side by side, their presence making the air in the room feel heavier. Jiang Sun rubbed his hands together excitedly, his eyes scanning the two constructs with undisguised pride. With a thought, he began examining the attributes of the dark mist knights. Name: Dark Mist Knight. Level: Firefly. Strength: 45 agility, 35 endurance, 55 intelligence, 15. Magic reserve: 117-501-6000. Daily consumption: 50 points hour. Combat consumption: 2000 points hour. Revival consumption: 250 points second. Skills: 1. Dark Mist Shield. Consumes 300 magic points to generate a mist shield around itself, absorbing up to 2000 damage scales with level. While the shield is active, the knight can hide within the mist, with a chance to evade targeted enemy skills. 2. Dark Mist Revival. Continuously consumes magic to repair its own damage. Magic consumption doubles during movement combat. 3. Coordinated Watch. Passively enters alert mode when sensing potential danger, enhancing sensory acuity and temporarily boosting agility by 30. Multiple knights can share this alertness. Note: a masterpiece of a puppet master, though the use of high-grade materials was slightly marred by immature modification techniques, leading to a slight drop in level. Jiang Sun beamed at the knight's stats until he reached the note at the end, where his smile faded. What do you mean by immature modification techniques? Explain yourself, he thought, feeling a surge of frustration. However, he quickly brushed aside his disappointment, reminding himself that progress takes time and patience. You can't expect to master everything overnight. If I could learn advanced techniques in just a few days, then this craft wouldn't be considered so profound. A smile returned to Jiang Sun's face as he reassured himself that letting go of self-doubt is the best remedy. He marveled at the knight's impressive skills, each more useful than his own. The Dark Mist Shield, in particular, seemed like a lifesaver. The Black Mist's healing abilities were restored. The collaborative vigilance of patrols was intact. Coupled with a total of 120 attribute points, Jiang Sun's eyes gleamed with excitement as he scrutinized this perfect combination of melee, tank, and powerhouse before him. With 120 points, it reached the pinnacle of the Firefly level, Jiang Sun calculated in his mind. He speculated that the reason the Black Mist Knight was only displayed as Firefly was likely due to his own repair skills needing improvement. Jiang Sun gently stroked the armor of the Black Mist Knight, already envisioning future modification plans. He believed that with further refinement of his skills, this magical automaton had the potential to leap directly to the star level. The thought brought a satisfied smile to his face. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Sun, sending a shiver through his body. He recalled the terrifying experience of being chased and finally understood the reason behind it. It was likely triggered by the automaton's collaborative vigilance skill. Jiang Sun involuntarily shivered, remembering the perilous situation. If not for his ample magic power and the life-saving Star Flash skill, he might have been drained dry as a magic source. Turning, Jiang Sun's gaze fell on the little squirrel secretly enjoying some milk candy. Walla, how many of these automatons could a little squirrel like you handle? He asked half-jokingly. Walla tilted its small head, seemingly pondering the question seriously. It started counting on its fingers and then moved on to its toes. Watching Walla's earnestness, Jiang Sun couldn't help but laugh, quickly stopping it. All right. Why am I even comparing you? This moment reminded Jiang Sun once again that although Walla seemed harmless, it was actually a formidable beast of the moon level. He recalled recently uncovering Walla's abilities: levitation, storage, shield casting. Jiang Sun stroked his chin, thoughtfully speculating. Could it be a mysterious type of support? Snapping back to reality, Jiang Sun quickly gathered the scattered tools and parts from the ground, washed his face, and casually dunked Walla into a bucket for a quick rinse before returning to the workshop. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Sun focused his mind and, following the method recorded in the automaton's manual, slowly extended his hand, palm facing the black mist knight, attempting to establish a mental connection. At first, he felt a faint resistance, accompanied by a buzzing noise in his mind. Jiang Sun understood this was the automaton's soul part rejecting him. With furrowed brows, Jiang Sun continuously adjusted his magic fluctuations, striving to find a frequency that resonated with the black mist knight. Gradually, the resistance began to fade. Suddenly, a series of blurry images flashed before Jiang Sun's eyes. Battle scenes the black mist knight had experienced, including the scene of it chasing him. This left Jiang Sun feeling amused and helpless. Although he was already aware of these facts, experiencing them firsthand offered a new perspective. Jiang Sun then truly understood that automatons were fundamentally different from ordinary mechanical creations. This direct mental connection elevated his understanding of automatons to a new level. Golems are not lifeless. Rather, they are a unique form of life. Though lacking intelligence, they possess animal-like instincts and a faint sense of awareness. This characteristic stems from the soul container theory recorded in the Golem Chronicles. Creating a black mist knight requires harvesting bones and flesh from a fresh corpse within 10 hours of death, along with the corpse's own magic crystal. In the magical world, magic crystals and flesh are considered vessels for containing souls. Jiang Sun felt the mental connection with the black mist knight becoming increasingly firm and stable, finally allowing him to gain initial control over its every move. This marked his entry into control mode. Unlike pure machines, golems generally have slight awareness and strong combat instincts. Thus, the operator has two ways to use them: command mode and control mode. In command mode, golems can execute simple behavioral commands, such as attacking or patrolling. In control mode, as Jiang Sun now experienced, the operator can finally manipulate the golem's actions and movements through mental linkage. A thought crossed his mind, and the black mist knight on the left immediately understood, slowly raising its mechanical right arm, producing a slight yet crisp creaking sound at the metal joints. Though the movement appeared stiff, it was enough to excite Jiang Sun immensely. He then attempted again, issuing a stepping command. The knight's heavy foot struck the ground with a booming sound, causing the tools on the table to tremble slightly. Awesome! Jiang Sun silently cheered. Despite his lack of proficiency in control, he was quite satisfied. After all, this was just an experimental control mode. Most of the time in the future, the Black Mist Knights would fight in command mode. After some practice, Jiang Sun could finally control the Black Mist Knight to perform several routine actions. However, there was still a significant gap to bridge before he could manipulate them in combat. Mainly because he himself wasn't much of a fighter, let alone controlling the Black Mist Knights, which specialized in close combat. On the 17th day of Year 1 of Blue Star, the training room was bustling with activity. For figures were intensely focused on their exercises, and the air was thick with tension and concentration. Voila! Shield up! Jiang Sun's voice rang out, and with a flick of Wa-La's tail, for transparent shields enveloped Thema person, 2 magic puppets, and a squirrel each encased in a barrier as thin as a cicada's wing, yet unbreakable. Jiang Sun quickly checked his personal info panel and found a new entry in the status bar: Glazed Nut Shield. This skill, from the mysterious creature Li Bao the Glazed Mouse, lasted for 30 seconds, absorbing 10,000 points of damage and deflecting most non-target skills. Wow, 10,000 points. 4 of them just like that. Jiang Sun marveled, estimating the shield's strength. Even if Xiao Tingtao hacked away at it, it would take him at least half an hour to break through. No wonder it's a bright moon-level beast, he exclaimed. Suddenly, Jiang Sun noticed something odd about the skill's name. He turned to Wala and asked, "Did you name this skill yourself? Why does it sound so mouse-like?" Wala. Wala tilted its head, a mischievous glint in its eyes. Then, to Jiang Sun's astonishment, the name in the status bar changed to Glazed Candy Shield. "So you did name it yourself?" Jiang Sun said, exasperated. He secretly vowed that if he ever mastered the magic to rename things, he'd add an AAA to the front, just to make those who learned this skill suffer the annoyance of being at the top of every list. After another round of coordinated combat practice, Jiang Sun finally paused. Since repairing the 2 Black Mist Knights, he'd been pondering how to maximize their effectiveness. After much consideration, Jiang Sun figured he could now take down a venomous spider with these puppets. Such powerful assets would be a waste if not used properly. Jiang Sun's tactics were straightforward, divided into 2 scenarios, with Wala and without. With Wala, it would provide shields while the Black Mist Knights charged in, and he would gather magical energy from behind. Without Wala, the knights would directly assault the enemy, while he continued to build up power from a distance. After all, the Black Mist Knights are built to take hits, right? Tanks lead the charge, and mages stay safe. That's how it should be, Jiang Sun thought, looking at the imposing knights with satisfaction and anticipation. From now on, they were his personal shields. After tidying up the room, Jiang Sun sent the Black Mist Knights to stand guard outside the courtyard. Their ability to work in tandem made them natural protectors. Jiang Sun strolled to the room with the collector, gathering the mana crystals produced over the previous day. Despite having thousands of crystals in his ring, he sighed, feeling that no amount was ever enough. The more he learned, the more he realized their value. Until his mana conduction efficiency reached an extraordinary level, mana crystals would likely remain irreplaceable. Having collected the crystals, Jiang Sun stepped out of the shelter and stood alongside the Black Mist Knights. He looked up at the sky and sighed softly. Today is the last day of the tide, isn't it? His eyes were filled with evident concern. With unknown challenges ahead, Jiang Sun was filled with both anticipation and apprehension. Beyond the protective shield, a chaotic stream of magic surged with high frequency, showing no sign of the storm subsiding. Jiang Sun stood by the window of the shelter, his gaze piercing the thin protective layer to observe the turmoil outside. The chaotic magic currents, like countless bolts of lightning, wove a massive web in the darkness, relentlessly striking the shield and producing an unsettling hum. This seems like the tide's last frenzy. Jiang Sun muttered to himself, frowning slightly. I wonder how many will perish in the darkness before dawn. Despite a twinge of melancholy, Jiang Sun quickly composed himself. Reflecting on his efforts over the past 7 days, he had spent at least 200 magic crystals in channel trades. Knowing the irreplaceable nature of these crystals, most of these trades were at a loss. He sighed softly, pondering the future trajectory of energy storage items. They'll likely become strategic resources, he analyzed. Like the last few batteries in an apocalypse, once they're gone, they're gone. The issue of recharging remained a challenge. He hadn't seen anyone share a method for recharging crystals. Magic conversion arrays might work, but their inefficiency made them impractical. As Jiang Sun contemplated the importance of magic collection devices, the notification of his delivery's arrival sounded. A smile returned to his face as he turned back to the shelter. To his surprise, Walla was already waiting at the table. This little pet had not only prepared the utensils, but also tied on a napkin, looking eager. You little rascal, you're more punctual than an alarm clock. Jiang Sun laughed and scolded, sitting across from Walla. He no longer worried about Walla leaving. Their bond was strong, and Walla's taste had become too refined for the plain fare outside. Jiang Sun clicked to receive the delivery, and instantly, 2 exquisite dishes appeared on the table. A large bowl of creamy, aromatic soup and 2 sizzling, golden-brown roasted meat steaks. These were special dishes he had custom-ordered at great expense, said to enhance intelligence and magic conduction efficiency. Thinking of Song Nianyan's efforts in preparing these dishes without charging him a premium, Jiang Sun felt a surge of gratitude. He planned to send her a repaired Black Mist Knight as a thank you once the others were fixed. As for Zhao Tingtao, Jiang Sun smirked. That guy can't handle beasts on his own. The Black Mist Knight probably can't either. After devouring the delicious meal, Jiang Sun wiped his mouth with satisfaction and waved his hand, instructing, Walla, go wash the dishes. Watching Walla obediently clean up, Jiang Sun felt a warmth in his heart. In this perilous world, having such a companion was indeed a blessing. Jiang Sun lazily leaned back on the versatile sofa and casually opened the Magic Wasteland manual. However, his attention quickly wandered. With a sigh, he couldn't help but open the regional communication channel. The numbers on the screen made his heart tighten. 677-210-000. In just 2 days, more than 1,000 people had vanished. Worse still, the number kept dropping, with a life lost almost every few minutes. This damn magical world. Jiang Sun cursed through gritted teeth, his fists clenching involuntarily. After a moment of contemplation, he decided he couldn't just stand by. Although he didn't have the power to save everyone, he couldn't ignore the fate of these online acquaintances he had come to care about. But how could he effectively help those who were truly desperate? Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Since the future would inevitably require recruiting peripheral members, why not start laying the groundwork now? With that thought, Jiang Sun quickly devised a plan in his mind. He immediately opened the trading section and listed a total of 100 magic crystals. This impressive number of crystals instantly caught everyone's attention in the channel. However, the exchange terms Jiang Sun set were quite unusual. He only wanted a large amount of low-grade food. This decision was almost akin to public charity. After all, on the last day of the tide, most people were so impoverished that they only had themselves left. While low-grade food offered negligible magical conversion, it was essential for survival and was treasured by everyone. Jiang Sun's trading condition was designed to ensure that these crystals would end up in the hands of those who truly needed help. At the same time, he posted a concise and powerful message in the channel, urging everyone to help each other and get through the tough times together. This move undoubtedly planted a seed of hope in the midst of despair, offering a glimmer of survival to the survivors on the brink of collapse. After a full 10 minutes, the crystals Jiang Sun put up were finally snapped up. His shelter was filled with various rough wild ingredients: potatoes, carrots, wild vegetables, and some dried berries. Although these items seemed humble, they were prized possessions that survivors had to work tirelessly to gather at this stage. Jiang Sun knew well that this might be the lifeline that a dozen people had given everything they had to acquire. Even though today was the last day, and it wasn't necessary to fill the totem pole, Jiang Sun still decided to lend a hand to those who were utterly desperate. He put up another 50 crystals, this time only asking for common blueprints or materials in exchange. This way, almost everyone could offer something to obtain the life-saving crystals. After completing these actions, Jiang Sun let out a long sigh of relief. He wasn't a saint, but at least he had a clear conscience. If there's any truth to the saying, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, then the pagoda he's building now might just cover the entire blue planet. With a touch of self-mockery, Jiang Sun opened the chat channel to see the reactions of others. Messages flooded the screen like a tide, almost all expressing gratitude to Qingshan Boss. Kneeling in thanks to Qingshan Boss for the crystals. Thank you, Qingshan Boss, for letting me survive. Truly, thank you. I only used 15 of the crystals I bought. Whoever needs them can send resources to Qingshan Boss, then send me a screenshot. However, some question this behavior. Are you stupid? You also spent money on them, right? We gathered 300 potatoes among 5 people. Do you think that's worth a magic crystal? But more people chose to stick to their conscience. We have a conscience, so we can't let down the boss's goodwill. I feel the same. Anyone who sends resources to the boss, I'll lend them my crystals. Exactly. The boss said we should help each other, and I agree. The discussion heated up, with some pointing out the true intention of the Qingshan organization. Qingshan is clearly saving people. Yes, they're only asking for the worst food. They're obviously trying to save those of us who can't survive. Some tried to dampen the mood. You're all crazy. Do you know the price of crystals in other channels now? But most people stuck to their choices. I know, but I also know if I don't do this, I'll be letting down the boss's intentions. If it weren't for Qingshan Boss selling crystals, my wife and I would have just died. Whether I can join or not, I'll always support Qingshan. I feel the same way. Even though I'm not a good person, whoever lets me survive is like my own father. Of course, some boasted about their cleverness. Haha, I got one too, but I traded a blueprint for a slop bucket. You guys are just suckers for praising them. This kind of remark immediately drew a backlash. You bunch of sycophants, Qingshan's money doesn't grow on trees. They must have ulterior motives for helping you. Whatever their motives are, they let me survive. But you, what are your motives for sowing discord here? Finally, someone exposed an unseemly fact. I know this person, he was just in the channel buying up inferior food, trying to profit off the disaster relief supplies from Qingshan. This intense discussion showcased the various mindsets and choices of the survivors in dire straits, and highlighted the crucial role the Qingshan organization played during this crisis. Jiang Sun watched the lively chat in the channel, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He hadn't anticipated that his plan would be even more effective than expected, and he couldn't help but feel relieved that his generous spending hadn't been in vain. In the channel, the supporters' voices rose one after another. That rumormonger is just desperate. Exactly. Who does this trash think they are to slander Qingshan? Everyone, block them now. The insults were relentless, with unsavory words aplenty. Jiang Sun understood had bet correctly. Even in this harsh, post-apocalyptic magical wasteland, many still retained a basic sense of decency. Qingshan doesn't need those who resort to unscrupulous means just to survive, Jiang Sun silently vowed. Those who live without principles are as good as dead. Those who uphold integrity endure through trials and keep their spirit alive. The rumor about being able to borrow crystals for free by sending resources to Qingshan was actually a narrative Jiang Sun had orchestrated. He wasn't short on resources, but understood human nature well. It's normal for anyone to want to keep good things to themselves. However, if everyone only looked out for themselves, the 100 or so crystals would save very few lives. Fortunately, the situation developed better than Jiang Sun had imagined. After he set the example, more and more people began to lend out crystals, even if only to acquaintances, which gave many a glimpse of hope. Amidst the bustling channel, Jiang Sun quickly sent a message in the Qingshan channel. Quickly note down these names. They are the first batch of peripheral members we want to recruit. Several others quickly responded. Even though thousands of messages flooded the chat channel like a tide, Jiang Sun had enough patience to sift through them. The record-keeping feature of the private channel allowed him to easily identify who was friendly toward Qingshan and who saw him as a pushover. With Qingshan's current prestige, this channel was bound to become a dominant force. The people in the channel were the first to benefit from Qingshan and were also the ones Jiang Sun was most familiar with. Instead of casting a wide net, it was better to focus on this group. These people were eager to band together and had all received favors from Qingshan, naturally making him their first choice. Jiang Sun knew that loyalty often hinges on a sense of belonging and benefits. By providing both, those recruited would be unwaveringly loyal. As his plan gradually took shape, Jiang Sun felt much less distressed about the resources spent. Spending hundreds of crystals for such an outcome was worth it. Jiang Sun sighed, his brow furrowed. He was eager to create this environment because deep down, he felt a sense of uneasy premonition of impending upheaval that he couldn't shake off. The last system update seemed like it had just happened. The sudden removal of secondary beginner protection and a series of key mechanisms caught everyone off guard. Who knows what shocking move might come this time? Being prepared is the only way to avoid being caught unawares. He opened the channel log and scanned through dozens of names. These people had taken the crystals, but refused to heed the call, even making sarcastic remarks. Jiang Sun smirked coldly as his fingers flew across the keyboard. Soon, this list would be made public. They would become synonymous with selfishness and be ostracized by others. There's no such thing as a free lunch, after all. After sending out the list, Jiang Sun glanced at the time. It was already afternoon. He got up, went outside, and brought a small chair to sit in the yard. Looking up, he watched as the brilliant yet dangerous tide slowly receded, shifting from deep purple to a lighter shade. A ray of sunlight pierced through the gaps in the tide, streaming down like silk. Jiang Sun quietly observed this change, his expression inscrutable. Suddenly, all the survivors heard the system notification in their ears simultaneously. Ding! Magic Wasteland World Announcement. Congratulations to everyone for surviving the first round of disaster. Current channel average survival count, 3996-10000. Highest survival count, 675510000. Lowest survival count, 931-0000. At 2000 hours on the 17th, the system will conduct a comprehensive evaluation based on your performance during the disaster period. After points are awarded, you may exchange them for rewards. Evaluation criteria include, but are not limited to, tide intensity, post-tide channel survival count, overall living standards during the tide phase, etc. Disaster points store opening time, 1 o'clock on the 18th. System second update time, 6 o'clock on the 18th. Please be prepared. Jiang Sun abruptly opened his eyes as the sudden update of the magical book jolted him awake. He quickly flipped through the pages to confirm the announcement's details. As expected, the anticipated upheaval was about to unfold. His gaze swiftly scanned the data published by the system on the number of survivors in each region. An average of 3,996, a peak of 6,755, and a startling low of just 93. These cold numbers revealed a chilling truth. After merely the first round of calamities, 60 of the tens of billions who had traversed from Blue Star had perished, leaving only around 3 billion people surviving. Jiang Sun's fingers trembled slightly, his brow furrowed. No one could remain indifferent to such a staggering death toll. He had never imagined a day when death would be counted in billions. And the channel with only 93 survivors was particularly shocking, a true decimation. While he silently cursed, the highest survival number suddenly caught his attention. 6,755? This figure seemed familiar. He quickly turned the pages of the magical book and indeed saw the survival count for his own channel. 6,752 out of 10,000. Clearly, this was the channel with the most survivors, though 3 more had unfortunately perished just as the tide was about to end. Re-examining the assessment criteria, Jiang Sun couldn't help but chuckle. The main points of evaluation matched his previous expectations perfectly. Tide intensity, the number of survivors post-tide, and the overall living standards during the tide phase. It was as if these standards were tailored specifically for him. Despite a lingering sense of bitterness, Jiang Sun's mood slightly improved. He knew how difficult it had been to survive this tide, where even the smallest mistake could have led to his demise. Now, it seemed his efforts were finally about to pay off. He opened the magical book again to check the time. The Blue Star calendar had returned to normal. Year 1, Day 17, 1642, with daytime from 6 to 1500 hours and nighttime from 15 to 6 o'clock. The tide was indeed nearing its end, and the alternation of day and night reappeared. Jiang Sun let out a sigh of relief, as his greatest fear that he might face prolonged disaster due to being in a high-level map had not materialized. At 1700 hours, the familiar sensation of being watched surged like a tide and quickly receded, repeating several times. Jiang Sun jumped out of bed, instantly wide awake. The system notification sounded. Evaluation begins. Your disaster points breakdown is as follows. Tide intensity base score, 100, multiplier, 177, total score, 17,700. Regional population base score, 100, highest survival count 100, multiplier, 1.8, total score, 360. Living standard score, 177. Other bonuses, personal strength improvement 500, channel survival contribution 10,000, world survival contribution 37,800, puppetology research contribution 370, private channel bonus 1,034. Your total score is 73,551, current world ranking, 2. Jiang Sun's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at this astonishing result. Due to your significant contributions to the regional channel, you have earned an exclusive reward, 3 world trumpets and channel-specific privileges, including message pinning. Jiang Sun's gaze was fixed on the score, and his heart started to race. He quickly calculated. Based on this standard, his score was likely to far exceed everyone else's. Especially in the category of tidal intensity, his score was extraordinarily high. Reflecting on the situations of others in the channel, Jiang Sun made a mental estimate. Most people's disaster intensity scores hovered between 80 and 500. After all, there were very few who could withstand a five-fold tidal intensity, let alone anything higher. Next, the regional survival contribution added a hefty 10,000 points to his score. To help more people in the regional channel survive, Jiang Sun had invested nearly 300 magic crystals. In the current situation, this investment was nothing short of a fortune. Looking at these astronomical scores, Jiang Sun couldn't help but ponder. These disaster points must be quite valuable. Most people had already given everything for a mere couple of hundred points. However, when his eyes landed on the other bonus categories, one number left him stunned. World survival contribution gave him 27,800 points. Jiang Sun was momentarily baffled. What did I do? Did I somehow prevent a meteor from hitting the magical wasteland world? But soon, a thought crossed his mind, and he suddenly understood. Jiang Sun immediately opened the magic book to check Zhou Tsangyan's score. As expected, Zhou Tsangyan was at the top of the leaderboard, with an astounding 60,000 points in the world contribution category. Jiang Sun instantly grasped the situation. This was clearly a result of the suggestion he had made about capturing magical beasts. In hindsight, everything made sense. After all, he had merely suggested the idea, while Zhou Tsangyan confirmed the specific approach and spread the information to all the channels he could influence. Moreover, the Dragon Nation's official shelter had taken in countless ordinary citizens, which naturally contributed to additional points. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Sun calmed his excitement. Now, he just needed to patiently wait for the disaster point store to open. The opportunities and challenges of the future were right before him. This was the first time the system allowed them to freely choose items, and Jiang Sun was determined to make the most of it. Before the exchange began, he opened the Qingshan channel to ask about everyone's points. How's it going? How many points does everyone have? Jiang Sun asked in the channel. Introducing my new disaster points loan. Feel free to private message me. Zhao Tingtao quickly replied. You rebellious kids, look at my 7,790 points, ranked 97. You all probably have 3 or 4,000 points, right? Call me Godfather, and I'll help you exchange for items. Qin Gengyun followed with 16,550 points, ranked 10. The research bonus is quite high. Zhao Tingtao was momentarily speechless seeing this score. Song Yinyan also shared her result, 9,570, ranked 81. What do you all want to eat today? Zhao Tingtao fell silent again. Zhao Yueran excitedly reported, 11,055, ranked 39. Jiang Sun, aren't I awesome? Praise me. The disaster intensity on your side must be high, so your score must be high too. Jiang Sun calmly replied. It's just okay, 73,551, ranked second. The first is that old man Zhou Tsangyan. Zhao Tingtao, upon seeing this score, immediately left the Qingshan channel. Jiang Sun promptly invited him back. Yueran and Yinyan, how did you get such high scores? Jiang Sun asked curiously. Zhao Tingtao explained. Zhao Yueran's side had low tide intensity. Her four-dimensional attributes exceeded 15 points. Zhao Yueran cheerfully added. Yes, many monsters were stuck inside, and I just went in and took them down one by one, huh? Song Yinyan shyly said. I have a 9,000 bonus for culinary research. How about steamed polar bear paw with obsidian crab today? Zhao Tingtao could only helplessly send an emoji saying, kneeling in gratitude to the masters. Seeing that everyone in Qingshan ranked so high, Jiang Sun breathed a sigh of relief. He calculated in his mind that if this trend continued, the future would definitely favor the strong, while the weak would become mere followers. Take this tide, for example. Most people exhausted their fortunes just to barely survive. Meanwhile, Jiang Sun and his group had ample time to digest their previous gains and continuously enhance their abilities. The gap from this moment on had become too large to bridge. Those who barely survived could only start collecting resources all over again, repeating the cycle until one day they could no longer hold on. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He realized that, unknowingly, he had already moved ahead of everyone else. Jiang Sun opened the magic book and browsed through the regional communication channel. The channel was buzzing with lively discussions. Haha, 800 points. I'm rich now. Damn, you got so many. I only have a little over 500. You should be content. I have a friend in another channel where the highest is only 1,700, and the average is 250. Yeah, you should thank the big shots for keeping you alive. Our channel has the most people, so we get bonus points. Someone suddenly mentioned, haha, did you see that channel with 93 people? I have a friend there, and they even got 50 points deducted. Damn, how did that happen? Did everyone in that channel die? He said the best developed person in their channel was a fraud. They tricked everyone into merging their shelters and then stole all the supplies. No way, really? Yeah, not every channel has an organization like Qingshan. Exactly. If anyone dares to speak ill of Qingshan again, I'll take them out. Thanks to the big shots for saving us. Thanks to the big shots for saving us. Jiang Sun closed the magic book, filled with pride. This meant their channel's overall strength would far exceed others, laying a solid foundation for Qingshan's future development. After all, every organization's base is in its own channel, and in the world channel, everyone's influence is equally insignificant. As Jiang Sun's thoughts drifted, a notification sound interrupted his reverie. Ding! Disaster Point Shop is open for a limited time. Please check it out. Jiang Sun looked down to see the Magic Wasteland manual shaking violently and emitting a bright light. He quickly opened the manual, and a large shop interface appeared before him. At the top of the interface was a 2-hour countdown, with a wide array of items below. Damn, such a short time again. Jiang Sun cursed under his breath and carefully examined the merchandise. From daily necessities to advanced equipment, everything was available, even an option for an excavator. Various scrolls and skills were also available, but the prices were generally high. Just as Jiang Sun was fretting over the steep prices, a message came through the Qingshan group. Zhao Tingtao, there are exclusive exchange options for rankings below. Jiang Sun immediately scrolled to the bottom of the page and indeed found 4 options: 110, 11100, 101100, and beyond 10,001 exclusive exchange pages. Without hesitation, he chose the first option. Once on the page, although the variety of products was reduced, each item emitted a dazzling glow, almost blinding Jiang Sun. He carefully reviewed the product information. Name: Doomsday Meteor Curse. Forbidden spell effect. Consumes magic power to summon fire elements and meteors, scorching the land and causing devastation. Usage results in depleted magic and a greatly reduced lifespan. Price: 100,000 disaster points. Name: Chaos Dissolution Potion. Forbidden spell effect. An alchemist uses their soul to create this potion, capable of dissolving any substance. Usage results in body decay, untreatable by medicine. Price: 100,000 disaster points. Name: Sword of Glorious Judgment. Forbidden spell effect. In a knight's dire moment, they wield the holy sword infused with a forbidden curse, striking down evil. Usage results in exhausted magic and weakened strength for the remainder of life. Jiang Sun reluctantly browsed through the exchange shop's list, deterred by the 100,000 disaster points price tag and a plethora of forbidden spells. He quickly skipped past various weapons and skills. Though these moonlight-level items were tempting, they weren't his priority. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Sun. He realized that equipment would eventually become obsolete, and skills weren't essential for someone like him, who possessed the gathering tide of magic. His focus shifted to inheritance items, understanding these were the true treasures. Jiang Sun swiftly searched, and soon found 2 items that captivated him. Void Weaving Technique Inheritance Unique Moonlight Level, priced at 12,000 disaster points. This mysterious art could draw energy threads from the void, weaving clothing, equipment, and even spatial containers. Star Trail Divination Inheritance Unique Moonlight Level, also priced at 12,000 disaster points. This ancient divination art could glimpse personal destinies and the world's changes. After consulting with the other 4, Jiang Sun decided to spend 60,000 points to exchange for 5 inheritance items: Spirit Plant Symbiosis, Heart of the Beast, Magic Potion, Magic Matrix, and Life Healing. These were not only for himself, but also for the other 4 of Qingshan. 5 hefty magic books landed in his hands, and Jiang Sun couldn't hide his excitement. Each book represented profound magical knowledge and bore the unique mark, meaning others could no longer acquire the same inheritance. Although these inheritances couldn't compare to the epic-level automaton notes, Jiang Sun had a strategy. In a corner of the exchange shop, he discovered a special item, the Inheritance Advancement Scroll. Though it currently only allowed advancement to Moonlight level, its existence implied that higher-level counterparts must exist. This discovery made Jiang Sun's eyes gleam with wisdom. He had already begun planning how to use these inheritances and advancement scrolls to enhance his strength. Just because it's not available now doesn't mean it won't be in the future. Jiang Sun's thoughts raced like lightning. He squinted slightly as a vision formed in his mind. If an epic-level advancement scroll appears in the future, the value of these legacies will skyrocket, nearly reaching the heights of the Golem Chronicles. The thought made Jiang Sun's heart race, and his blood boil with excitement. He knew firsthand the power of golem magic, and images of skilled golem masters creating golems beyond the epic level filled his mind. His lips curled into a confident and exuberant smile. Jiang Sun quickly reviewed the recent exchange situation. The store had only a handful of legacy items, just over a dozen, and he had claimed half of them. As for the rest, he had simply informed Zhou Tsangyan. Jiang Sun speculated that given Zhou Tsangyan's circumstances, he could probably only exchange for 1 or 2 books. as he had to consider the needs of his many subordinates. Suddenly, Jiang Sun glanced at the exchange time and realized with surprise that an hour had slipped away. He quickly delegated a list of items he needed help exchanging to the others, and then fully immersed himself in the tense search for the materials he needed. His eyes scanned over materials related to golem creation, calculating the need to stockpile a large quantity to delve into the art of golem crafting. At that moment, the system alert sounded abruptly. Ding! The disaster point store is about to close. Unused points will be automatically converted into universal currency and distributed after the system update. Store closing countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Jiang Sun managed to complete all his exchanges just in time. Although he had less than 50 points remaining, the time was simply too tight. He stopped his slightly trembling hands from flipping through items and collapsed onto the sofa, an action that sent Walla, who had just sat down, bouncing a meter into the air. Seeing Walla hovering in front of him with a disgruntled expression, Jiang Sun flashed an awkward smile and sheepishly said, "Would you believe me if I said I didn't mean to? We're in for a big win this time." Jiang Sun crouched on the ground, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the mountain of rare items before him. These treasures were usually only accessible to the top-ranked individuals, and ordinary people didn't even get a chance to glance at them. Even among the top ranks, only a few could spare the points needed to exchange for these items. Jiang Sun calculated in his mind that among the top 10 on the leaderboard, most were high-ranking officials like Zhou Tsangyan, while the rest were veteran magic scholars like Qin Lao. These individuals had the backing of large organizations, and most of their points were likely used for the development of their shelters, leaving very few points for personal exchanges. Just as Jiang Sun was lost in thought, a series of trade notifications interrupted him. Ding! Zhao Tingtao has sent you a trade request for 2 repair scrolls. Do you accept? Ding! Qin Gingyun has sent you a trade request for 5 facility enhancement scrolls. Do you accept? Ding! Song Nianyan has sent you a message. The items you asked others to exchange have arrived. Jiang Sun's face broke into a bright smile, and he slapped his thigh in excitement, exclaiming, "Finally, they're here." His fingers flew over the controls as he eagerly accepted the trades. First in his hands were 5 thin paper scrolls. Jiang Sun inspected them carefully. Name: Facility Enhancement Scroll. Special function: significantly enhances facility capabilities, improving attributes and efficiency. Each facility can only be enhanced once. Price: 3,000 disaster points. These scrolls were the treasures Jiang Sun had longed for. Though expensive, their powerful effects made them highly cost-effective in his eyes. Previously, he had to prioritize using his points for exchanging the 5 types of legacies, which is why he had to ask Qin Lao and others for help. The purpose of these scrolls was clear: to enhance facilities like fireplaces, forges, and mana collectors. Although the item description didn't specify the enhancement effects, Jiang Sun knew they were extraordinary from the strict exchange conditions alone. Despite there being no usage level restriction, each facility could only be enhanced once, regardless of its level from common to epic. Furthermore, these scrolls could only be obtained through the top 10 special exchange page. Among their group, only Jiang Sun and Qin Lao could exchange them, and Qin Lao's points were just enough for 5 scrolls. Jiang Sun carefully stored the 5 scrolls and continued to examine the other items. Name: Equipment Repair Scroll Moonlight Grade. Function: repairs Moonlight grade and below equipment without consuming extra resources. The system automatically completes the repair. Price: 5,000 disaster points. This item was equally indispensable for Jiang Sun. He recalled having a damaged Moonlight grade ring. To avoid losses, he had previously checked the prices of storage-related items in the point shop. The results were astonishing. All storage items were priced at 10 times that of weapons of the same grade. Even a backpack with just 5 cubic meters of space required a whopping 3,000 points. Jiang Sun speculated that this situation likely wasn't due to the difficulty of crafting or the rarity of materials for storage equipment. Instead, these items probably weren't meant to be in the hands of survivors at this stage. To limit access, the system not only set exorbitant prices but also imposed stringent exchange conditions. Only survivors ranked in the top 1,000 are eligible for redemption. Jiang Sun felt a wave of relief and deep gratitude towards the skeleton senior in the mine. To him, the significance of storage space was extraordinary. Since the golems could be stored in this space, its size directly determined the amount of combat power he could carry when venturing out. Jiang Sun couldn't help but imagine infiltrating the enemy's stronghold alone, surrounded by sneering foes. At the critical moment, 500 robust black mist knights suddenly appeared by his side. The scene was so overwhelming that it was hard for him to fully envision. Although golems could follow him for now, in situations where escape was necessary, Jiang Sun could use Star Flash to quickly get away, leaving the golems to be abandoned and eventually scrapped. With this in mind, Jiang Sun didn't hesitate and decisively pressed the repair scroll onto the unassuming, ancient-looking ring on his left hand. Unexpectedly, there was no dramatic reaction. A gentle light flashed, and the ring instantly became radiant. Jiang Sun was momentarily taken aback, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes, as he had hoped for a light show. However, he soon received a surge of special control permissions in his mind. Jiang Sun looked down to examine the ring's details. Starfall storage ring. Type: ring. Level: bright moon. Requirements: intelligence 15. Effect: contains an independent 1000 cubic meter storage space, allowing for item categorization and quick retrieval within the ring. Note: crafted meticulously by an ancient elven master using starfall iron and space magic crystal, it incorporates the mysteries of space magic. Jiang Sun's heart raced as he excitedly whispered the activation command in his mind. In the next moment, a neat 10m times 10m times 10m space unfolded before him. This space had a slightly ethereal quality, as if separated from the real world by a thin veil, overlapping yet independent. Jiang Sun carefully searched and finally found the few personal items previously stored in a corner. When the ring was damaged, the usable space was only 0.5 cubic meters, and items were crammed together haphazardly. Now, the situation was different. Following system prompts, Jiang Sun methodically divided the ring's internal space into 500 small compartments of 2 cubic meters each. This was his well-thought-out plan. Each compartment was just the right size to hold a golem. If larger golems appeared in the future, he could simply merge a few compartments as needed, offering flexibility and convenience. Jiang Sun was secretly delighted. If he had enough golems, wouldn't that mean he could carry 500 bodyguards with him from now on? The corners of Jiang Sun's mouth involuntarily turned up as he imagined commanding an army of magical puppets to overwhelm his enemies. He eagerly began experimenting with the Starfall storage ring's method of retrieving items, considering the immense space of 1,000 cubic meters was no small matter. I can't possibly reach in and grab things every time, can I? Jiang Sun muttered to himself. If that were the case, just getting 500 magical puppets out would be a hassle. As he delved deeper into his experiments, Jiang Sun felt increasingly reassured. Although the ring hadn't reached the level of intelligence where items could be retrieved with just a thought, its categorization and labeling features were extremely practical. By simply thinking of the item, he could accurately locate and retrieve it, which would then appear directly in his hand or at a designated spot. This was far more convenient than the previous manual retrieval method before the ring was fixed. Jiang Sun couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the magical world. While not as exaggerated as in novels, it was surprisingly practical. The sorting and retrieval functions greatly enhanced the ring's usability, making it a believable and logical product of the magical world. After completing his experiments, Jiang Sun immediately began transferring his numerous belongings into the Starfall storage ring. This way, finding items in the future would be much easier, and he would never again face the embarrassing situation of rummaging through everything while stark naked. The mere memory of that scene made Jiang Sun blush. Once everything was stored, Jiang Sun glanced at the glimmering staff in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided not to place it in the storage ring. For one, he was used to retrieving it from the inner pocket of his starlit robe, and second, he worried that this world might have ways to restrict storage spaces. If such a situation arose, having everything stored away could leave him defenseless. A wizard without a staff is no different from a flightless bird, Jiang Sun mused to himself. Until I can cast spells barehanded, I can't take that risk. With this in mind, he carefully placed the glimmering staff back into the inner pocket of his starlit robe, ensuring it was always within easy reach. Jiang Sun carefully put away the luminous staff, his eyes resting on the exquisite box beside him that held the new staff, his face full of worry. He frowned at the staff inside the box, which emitted a faint glow, feeling conflicted. The Frost Moon Him staff was a treasure he discovered in the last few minutes before the points shop closed. Although he hadn't planned to exchange for equipment, its additional effects were too tempting. In the end, he gritted his teeth and spent a full 10,000 disaster points to redeem it. Despite the new staff being perfect in every way, Jiang Sun was now in a dilemma. The Star Flash skill attached to the luminous staff was irreplaceable for him, having allowed him to escape the pursuit of a star-level venomous spider when he was just at the glimmer level. This skill gave him the confidence to stride boldly through high-level magical beast territories. Jiang Sun sighed as he picked up the new staff, examining its attributes carefully. Frost Moon Him. Type: weapon staff. Level: unique bright moon. Requirements: intelligence 30. Effects: magic power limit 1000, intelligence 15, magic conduction rate 500. Additional effect: Frost Moon. Note: crafted from rare minerals of the Frost Moon land, with a core made of moonstone, it is a treasure longed for by magical scholars. Frost Moon effect significantly increases magic conduction rate and control, doubles the charging speed of magic, and greatly reduces magic dissipation rate. These attributes seem tailor-made for Jiang Sun. The magic conduction efficiency would aid in his remote magic puppet charging plan, and the doubled accumulation speed would allow him to unleash the tide of mana more rapidly. Jiang Sun felt a mix of emotions, both pleased to find a wand that perfectly suited him and frustrated that he couldn't use it immediately. He had considered carrying both staffs and switching when needed. But reality gave him a harsh lesson. Not only were attributes non-stackable, but switching would also result in a long cooldown for additional skills. Jiang Sun had no choice but to abandon this clever idea. As he prepared to put away the frost moon hymn, he caught sight of an item Zhao Yuran had traded, a scroll that looked even more ancient, with tiny nicks along its edges. Jiang Sun was stunned. He hadn't arranged for Zhao Yuran to shop, instead instructing her to save her points until everyone determined what they truly needed. After all, everyone had their own needs, and Jiang Sun purchasing the inheritance shouldn't mean everyone had to completely contribute their points, as that could greatly slow down individual development. Full of curiosity, Jiang Sun picked up the ancient scroll. With just one glance, his eyes widened in shock. Jiang Sun gazed at the scroll in his hand, his heart pounding with excitement. The arrayed diagram separation scroll, an ancient and precious artifact, seemed like a gift from fate, perfectly addressing the issue he was grappling with. The scroll's unique function caught his attention. It could fully replicate the embedded magic array of an item, though it would damage the original, allowing the replicated scroll to be converted into a skill scroll or magic array diagram. This scroll, from an era long past, was crafted with techniques lost to time, valued at a staggering 8,000 Jiang Sun. For someone who had just been worried about acquiring a new staff, this was nothing short of a godsend. His thoughts immediately turned to his cherished Starflash staff. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Sun weighed the consequences of his decision. Using this scroll would not only allow him to continue using Starflash, but also convert it into a personal skill. This meant he would forever be free from similar worries, no longer bound by the limitations of a staff. Even more thrilling was the prospect that once Starflash became a personal skill, it had room for growth. Unlike equipment skills, personal skills could be upgraded. Jiang Sun's eyes gleamed with anticipation, knowing that with the frequency he used Starflash, this skill would soon become his most powerful weapon. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Sun unhesitatingly used the scroll on Liu Guang. He watched as his trusty staff, which had saved his life countless times in dire situations, gradually turned to ashes in a dazzling halo of light, a pang of reluctance tugging at his heart. Yet, for long-term growth, this sacrifice was necessary. As the light faded, the ancient scroll lost its original color, transforming into a familiar skill scroll. Eagerly, he examined the skill description. Starflash consumes mana, allowing the user to instantly teleport to a specified location within sight, granting momentary invulnerability upon release. Base cost, 10,050 mana points. Jiang Sun couldn't conceal his excitement, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. This was practically a god-tier skill, instant teleportation, with no cooldown and damage immunity. He marveled at his fortune in acquiring the staff initially, suspecting only Steer Sanctuary could offer such a rare reward. Without hesitation, Jiang Sun chose to use the skill scroll. The learning process felt like an invisible chisel etching into his soul, the pain causing him to gasp sharply. However, it was followed by an unprecedented sense of power and limitless anticipation for the future. Jiang Sun knew that from this moment on, his abilities would undergo a qualitative leap. Jiang Sun felt the deep-seated pain in his soul gradually dissipate and eagerly opened his personal information panel. His eyes quickly scanned through the various attributes. Name, Jiang Sun. Level, Firefly, Strength, 20, Agility, 22, Stamina, 18, Intelligence, 50. His magic power was an impressive 3515, with a remarkable recovery rate, capable of regenerating 200,600,800,400 points per hour. In terms of skills, Gathering had reached level 3 at 56, Tide of Mana was at level 2 at 14, and Starflash had just been unlocked, sitting at level 1 at 0. What stood out the most was his special state, Mana Abundance. This condition, resulting from the long-term consumption of high-energy foods, not only slowly enhanced his 4 primary attributes, but also increased his mana recovery rate by a full 200. Jiang Sun was secretly grateful, as this state was expected to last at least 3 days. After repeatedly confirming his attributes, a strong sense of confidence surged within Jiang Sun. He couldn't help but envision the future. With his current strength, whether in battle, escape, or even gathering subordinates, he was more than capable. At this rate, fading into obscurity seemed nearly impossible. Eagerly, Jiang Sun attempted to use the newly regained Starflash skill. To his delight, the skill's execution became smoother and more effortless. He thoughtfully compared his own magic with that of his equipment, deeply appreciating the latter's power. However, Jiang Sun quickly regained his composure. He realized that such good fortune was unlikely to strike again. A high-level skill like Starflash shouldn't logically appear on a Starlet-level staff. He speculated that his acquisition of such a precious skill was likely due to a special reward from this level sanctuary. Recalling the comprehensive rewards, Jiang Sun couldn't help but marvel at the system's generosity, strategic-level facilities, a clear future plan, and equipment that forged strong individuals. These rewards seemed almost destined to establish a formidable force. Suddenly, Jiang Sun had a flash of inspiration, contemplating whether his current situation was the true purpose of the glimmer. But reality soon hit him hard. According to the scroll's description, the method of creating such equipment had long been lost, making it nearly impossible to obtain again. Considering the system's mischievous nature, Jiang Sun couldn't help but speculate that this treasure might have been looted from a powerful individual's tomb. He felt both helpless and amused by the system's behavior. Calming himself, Jiang Sun played with the newly acquired staff while opening his magic book. He planned to see what others had redeemed and share the few legacy books he had purchased with his companions, allowing everyone to share in the joy of their gains. Jiang Sun picked up the magic book and glanced at the time out of habit. He was startled it was 3:10 a.m. He quickly opened the Qingshan channel, and sure enough, the group was still chatting away energetically. Zhao Tingtao was excitedly showing off his newly acquired star-level hunting bow and took the opportunity to promote his homemade leather jackets. Zhao Yueran unceremoniously criticized the jackets, saying they looked like bear costumes, but was quickly swayed by Song Yinyan's comment about fluffy little pandas and decided to get one. Qin Gingyun joined in, ordering a jacket for himself while also promoting his waste-digesting grass. The conversation soon shifted to Song Yinyan's specialty food. She suggested researching midnight snacks, which was met with enthusiastic agreement. Jiang Sun watched this familiar scene unfold, a wry smile tugging at his lips as he thought. With Song Yinyan around, the topic always ends up being about food. He quickly replied in the group chat, "Count me in, thanks." He knew, though, that these people weren't really not tired, they were waiting for him. After all, he had often boasted about the power of the Puppet Chronicles, and now that he finally had the chance to gain inherited knowledge, who could sleep peacefully? Jiang Sun's gaze fell on the 5 books in his hands, especially the one he had prepared for himself, the study of magical matrices. He had skimmed through it and found that its depth of knowledge even surpassed the Puppet Chronicles. The reason this subject was only rated as Moonlight level was likely because it couldn't be directly converted into combat power. In contrast, mastering the Puppet Chronicles meant that as long as one had enough materials, they could immediately create puppets and quickly enhance their strength. Even a Glimmer-level puppet master, if skilled enough, could create an epic-level puppet and dominate the magical world. This was the main reason puppet masters were feared, who knew if that seemingly frail person might pull out an epic-level dragon puppet at any moment. Magical matrices, however, was different. It was advanced knowledge in the field of energy supply technology, focusing on the application of magic. This aligned perfectly with Jiang Sun's talent. She possessed both the gathering magic tide and the magic collector, and his magic conduction efficiency was far superior to that of ordinary people. Not delving deeper into this area would be a waste of his unique advantages. Although the direct boost to combat power from magical matrices was limited, its value was in no way inferior to the Puppet Chronicles. This subject mainly covered crucial areas such as the collection, conversion, storage of magic, the construction of magic energy networks, and magic regeneration. Jiang Sun realized that this was the important direction for his future development. The key reason Jiang Sun ultimately decided to purchase this magical equipment was its ability to not only complement the golems, but also work synergistically with them. Just then, a transaction alert sounded in his ear, and Jiang Sun promptly accepted the late-night snack sent by Song Yinyan. Walla came over upon hearing the commotion, and they shared this rare delicacy in the magical wasteland world. As Jiang Sun munched on the crispy fried mushrooms, he continued reviewing several other legacies. These legacies were selected by each individual after discussion, with Jiang Sun being financially well off, simply footing the bill. He first sent over the symbiosis with spiritual plants, legacy chosen by Old Qin. From the description alone, this technique seemed tailor-made for Old Qin. Jiang Sun curiously flipped through a few pages, but found that while he recognized each word, their combination was completely incomprehensible, as if he were reading a cryptic text. He sought Old Qin's guidance, who initially explained enthusiastically, but after half an hour, seemed to feel overwhelmed and finally dismissed Jiang Sun with a reference to magical worlds hybridization techniques. Jiang Sun sighed for a long time, finally accepting the reality. Knowledge can be passed down, but intelligence cannot. Next was the Heart of the Beast, chosen by Zhao Tingtao, which perfectly matched his innate conquest skills. This legacy skill was somewhat understandable to Jiang Sun, essentially a manual on magical beast husbandry. It covered a wide range, from the creation of initial taming facilities to the customized dietary plans for trained magical beasts. It even described how to contract with super-powerful magical creatures to protect key areas of a high-level sanctuary, such as having an ancient dragon guard the sanctuary. This field primarily studies the evolution mechanisms of magical creatures, promoting their evolution through special magical environments, potions, and rituals. Jiang Sun deeply appreciated the strength of this legacy knowledge and couldn't help but imagine that if applied in the world of cultivation, it could establish a powerful beastmaster sect. Watching Zhao Tingtao's constant silly grin, Jiang Sun shook his head helplessly, secretly worrying whether this technology could be fully utilized in Zhao Tingtao's hands. As for Song Yinyan, aside from her culinary talent, she showed average performance in other areas. Therefore, Jiang Sun, Old Qin, and others helped her with guidance in choosing her direction. Due to Song Yinyan's exceptionally high intelligence, she ultimately chose a legacy called Mage Elixir with her consent. The core of this legacy is magical potion making, detailing the establishment of an alchemy workshop and numerous potion formulations. Jiang Sun recalled seeing the forbidden spell Chaos Dissolution Potion in the store, which is considered a pinnacle of magical potion making. This legacy has a high potential, but it requires a keen perception of the magical properties of materials, which aligns perfectly with Song Yinyan's expertise. Her ability to create dishes surpassing ingredient level stems from her innate talent known as the taste box. This talent allows her to accurately identify and analyze the characteristics of each ingredient and effortlessly balance various food attributes to achieve perfect harmony. Given her skill in blending food, concocting potions should be a natural extension, as the underlying logic is quite similar. After distributing several legacies, Jiang Sun noticed that, including himself, everyone's choices complemented their talents. However, Zhao Yueran's choice puzzled everyone. She selected a legacy named Life Spirit Healing, which, as the name suggests, focuses on healing abilities. Although this legacy seemed suitable for a young girl, Zhao Yueran's talent was slaughter, which appeared to be in stark contrast. When asked about her decision, she confidently replied, "It's intuition, Brother Jiang's son. My intuition is usually spot on, trust me." Hearing this, everyone accepted it naturally. While they supported and shared with each other, they never interfered with one another's development, as no one knows themselves better than they do. As Jiang Sun transmitted the inheritance to the group, the room fell into a brief silence. Everyone was absorbed in their thoughts, quietly digesting the precious knowledge they had just received. Jiang Sun sat on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest, while the sound of Walla bustling about filled the air. The little sprite flitted around tidying the dining table, adding a touch of liveliness to the tranquil space. Jiang Sun's mind was racing with ideas, and his plans for the future were becoming clearer. Although Zhao Tingtao and the others couldn't quickly enhance their abilities through points in the short term, the foundation they were laying now had already surpassed that of most survivors. As long as they developed steadily, they would surely secure a place in this world of magical wasteland. Glancing at the time, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Jiang Sun stretched lazily and adjusted the shape-shifting sofa into a comfortable recline, lying down to rest. With only 2 hours left before the system update and important matters to attend to the next day, he decided to ensure he got some basic sleep. After setting an alarm, Jiang Sun quickly drifted into slumber, his even breathing echoing softly in the room. Outside, the world, having recently endured the ravages of the tide, was quietly undergoing a transformation. Time passed, and soon it was 5:59 on the 18th day of the first year of the Blue Star calendar. Suddenly, a jarring shake jolted Jiang Sun awake. Opening his bleary eyes, he saw Wallace shaking his arm with a disgruntled expression. "Stop, stop! I'm up, I'm up!" Jiang Sun hurriedly sat up and clumsily turned off the alarm on his magical wasteland manual. He then remembered that he had set the alarm for 5:30, with a 2-minute repeat interval. Seeing Wallace's aggrieved and puffed-up look, Jiang Sun immediately understood. He had slept too deeply, and Wallace, unable to operate the manual, must have been tormented by the incessant alarms. Realizing that the system update was imminent, Jiang Sun sat up straight, ruffled his messy hair, and waited patiently for the update to arrive. At that moment, a cold system voice resonated in the air. "Congratulations on surviving, survivors. The first global disaster is over, and you have become qualified survivors. Now, the system will undergo its second update. Please prepare for greater challenges and more opportunities." The first update announcement left everyone stunned. 1. Change in system functionality range. From today onwards, functions other than the chat feature will be unavailable outside a certain range of the shelter. Jiang Sun's expression froze instantly. The impact of this information was far beyond his expectations. The first blow struck right at the artery. Does this mean that from today onwards, venturing out is truly a matter of survival? It's important to know that many of the system's functions have always been the greatest assurance for survivors. Just like when Zhao Tingtao was in danger, Jiang Sun quickly traded for a bunch of escape tools, which allowed him to survive successfully. However, this will no longer be the case. If friends and family encounter danger while exploring, there's little more one can do than pray. Is the chat function retained just for people to leave their last words? Jiang Sun shrugged. It didn't affect him much. After all, with a complete Starfall storage ring, the number of items he could carry increased significantly, allowing him to pack almost all his belongings. For him, Anywhere could be a haven. As long as he was well prepared, there was nothing to fear. But for others, the impact was significant. Many people transported supplies by trading them to others and then trading them back. Now, after discovering resources, everyone can only rely on their physical strength to transport them back and forth. The second update: the public trading channel is cancelled, the private trading channel is retained, the system public exchange channel is opened, and a currency system is initiated. The crowd, who had been stunned, reacted like a powder keg igniting and began to curse loudly. System. Jiang Sun couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. The trading channel had always been one of the most relied upon features, where anything needed could be quickly searched, priced, and purchased through the system. This method was both convenient and fast, a means of survival for many. Just like when Jiang Sun previously purchased crystal shards, he only needed to filter the keyword crystal shards, select the exchange material logs, sort by price, and click to buy. However, from today, this easy shopping method is gone, and Jiang Sun can only painstakingly seek out other factions for purchases. Hopefully, Zhou Tsangyan and the others have enough stock. Jiang Sun sighed, then understood the system's intention. Jiang Sun thought to himself that he must filter out those who have quickly become wealthy simply because they were born in prosperous areas. There are quite a few of these people who accumulate wealth through trade channels and live comfortably. If Jiang Sun chose to take it easy, he too could profit effortlessly, especially since he has access to the renewable resource of the Yanling Spring, a firefly-level water source. By collecting and selling the water daily, resources would continuously flow into his pockets. However, from now on, the lives of these people will become more difficult, and their development speed will significantly decline in the coming period. Fortunately, the system left a lifeline by retaining the private transaction feature. Otherwise, the survival space for survivors would be severely restricted. Thinking about the possibility of not being able to enjoy Song Yinyan's delicious food in the future, Jiang Sun felt a shiver run through him, a wave of helplessness washing over as if life had lost its color and anticipation. As for the updated system store, it was still loading according to the system display. Jiang Sun guessed it might be a makeshift replacement for the trade channel, but the specifics would only be clear once the loading was complete. The third update was the activation of the teleportation option, with the method of teleportation needing to be explored independently. Upon hearing this news, people's expressions noticeably relaxed, and the curses reduced from ancestors to immediate family. After all, for most survivors, the ability to teleport meant being able to meet up. Even if not for finding family, they could explore with trusted individuals, greatly increasing their chances of survival. Seeing this, Jiang Sun was delighted. While others had yet to discover the method of teleportation, he had already mastered it. It was the teleportation function included in the Qingshan Level 1 private channel. He opened the magic book and flipped through it, finding that the previously grayed-out teleportation option was now selectable. Jiang Sun carefully examined the teleportation options of the Qingshan channel and discovered that teleportation is only possible among internal members, with certain permission restrictions. The teleportation requires a manual setup of a directional teleportation array, and it can only occur with the other party's consent into their sanctuary. Notably, teleportation consumes magic power, with the amount depending on the distance, and the number of times teleportation permissions can be used relies on the channel's authority level. As he continued reading, he found that the restrictions on channel teleportation were quite strict. Level 1 permissions allow teleportation once every 7 days, which includes a round trip. This was a relief to him as it wasn't just a one-way ticket. In fact, the frequency was relatively high. Most members of Qingshan focused on developing their own sanctuaries, so the demand for teleportation wasn't particularly high. Even for tasks requiring concentrated effort, a frequency of once every 7 days was sufficient. However, Jiang Sun realized that level 1 permissions could only be set for 10 people, clearly intended for the organization's higher-ups. He anticipated that the frequency for other permissions would be lower. As he continued reading, his suspicions were confirmed. Level 2 permissions allowed teleportation only once every 30 days and could be set for 30 people. Level 3 permissions were even more stringent, with an interval of 300 days and requiring approval from level 1 permissions. Temporary permissions allowed only one-way teleportation and could be used only once. Jiang Sun sighed slightly, realizing the system was helping him distinguish the organization's hierarchy, seemingly encouraging survival in groups. He then noticed the activation of the career system, with specific details left for exploration. His reading paused for a moment. Career? After some thought, he recalled that the career system was part of the revelations announced by the ancient European New Alliance. It seemed to involve reaching 20 points in 4-dimensional attributes. With the updated information, he realized that some had likely already reached this attribute limit. Since the system hadn't been open, there hadn't been any discussion about careers. Jiang Sun quickly opened his personal information to check his attributes and found that, except for physical strength at 18 points, the other 3 had reached the awakening standard. He realized he needed to make time to gather more resources in the coming days. There was so much to do. Finally, he saw the fifth update: reduce system operation weight, remove skill cooldown limitations. This left him puzzled. He could somewhat understand reducing system operation weight, as it seemed the system was gradually stepping back, providing less assistance to survivors. But what did removing cooldown limitations mean? Could people freely use skills? It sounded like a shift from a survival game to unlimited power. Shaking his head, Jiang Sun doubted this would be the case, knowing the system well. Removing cooldown limitations would certainly come with other, stricter constraints. He immediately thought of his most used skills, Star Flash and Tide of Mana Gathering, which didn't have cooldown limitations. Jiang Sun lowered his head in contemplation, realizing the limitations imposed by factors such as mana conductivity and maximum mana capacity, especially the increased physical strain from casting spells continuously. He began to reflect on how the cooldown period could actually be seen as a protective mechanism. Without these limits, the strong might become stronger, while the weak might not even be able to perform basic magic. For instance, if the restrictions were lifted, Jiang Sun could continuously use the gathering spell within his physical limits, while Zhao Tingtao might struggle to cast any magic due to insufficient mana conductivity. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, but since the system update hadn't taken effect yet, he couldn't experiment. After a long wait, Jiang Sun finally noticed that no new system notifications were coming through, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the 6 weakening updates, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Many might not realize that it's the system that allows them to survive in this world. Though sometimes unreliable, it helps everyone quickly adapt to life in the magical wasteland. Like an unmodifiable cheat code, it precisely assists survivors in completing every task. With enough stones and wood, he could build a sturdy shelter. With just 50 mana points, he could fell a tree and break it down into uniform lumber. Everything was clearly priced and fair. However, now the system is gradually reducing its assistance to survivors. Does this mean that if they can't keep pace with the system and quickly adapt to this world's way of life, they will be eliminated when the system eventually disappears? The thought sent a shiver down Jiang Sun's spine. He felt that his guess might very well become reality. Therefore, the pace of development had to be accelerated. Just as Jiang Sun was feeling anxious, a notification sound suddenly startled him. Ding! The system store has been loaded, please check it out. This time, instead of cursing, he couldn't help but feel relieved, thinking to himself, it's still here. Thank goodness it's still here. He had just started imagining life without the system, so the notification sounded particularly pleasant. Why worry so much? If I can't survive at my pace, then no one else should either. Instantly regaining his confidence, Jiang Sun opened the Magic Wasteland manual to investigate. Sure enough, a new option had appeared where the trading channel used to beta system store. He clicked on it and noticed a red exclamation mark notification in the top left corner. As he clicked it, 2 copper coins with a metallic sheen fell into his hand, causing his lips to twitch slightly. He remembered that these must be the currency automatically exchanged from the disaster points he hadn't used. But how could over 40 points only get him 2 copper coins? Jiang Sun was puzzled, wondering if the points were just worthless or if the copper coins were extremely valuable. Looking at the store's content, he found a variety of items, including weapons, food, water, crop seeds, and tools, all at the glimmer level. Not bad. It seems the system has some integrity, at least providing basic survival supplies that can be directly exchanged in the store. The prices range from 1 to 10 Xian copper coins. Playing with the 2 coins in his hand, although he didn't fully understand their value yet, it seemed that these copper coins were the most basic form of currency. Jiang Sun flipped through the items available for exchange at the glimmer level, feeling a hint of comfort with the system's setup. He noticed that the system hadn't completely stripped away people's means of survival. Instead, it offered a variety of basic living tools for sale, including toilets, pots, pans, and clothing, essentially everything one might need for daily life. Surprisingly, the system had a touch of humanity. However, just as he was absorbed in these discoveries, a sense of unease crept over him. Wait, where are the exchange pages for other levels? He suddenly realized, hastily opening the store interface to search. As he delved deeper, his mood grew heavier, and he ultimately discovered in despair that there were no other level exchange pages in the system store. The categories only included options for ordinary items and special items, seemingly offering only glimmer-level items. Jiang Sun's expression darkened, filled with disappointment. With trembling fingers, he clicked on the special items option, hoping for a breakthrough. However, after browsing for a while, his hopes were completely dashed. The special items page contained only a few items: teleportation scrolls, totem migration scrolls, and a currency exchange option. The first 2 were special function scrolls, each priced at 1 radiant gold coin. The teleportation scroll allowed transportation with the other party's consent, similar to channel teleportation, but with side effects causing spatial tears and injuries, with recovery time varying per individual. The totem migration scroll allowed the retention of a shelter's additional effects and rebuilding capability when removing the shelter totem, Otherwise, removing the totem would prevent the shelter from being rebuilt. The third option, currency exchange, was somewhat unique, specifically for exchanging currency. Users could deposit materials to exchange for mysterious copper coins, and then continue exchanging upwards. 10 mysterious copper coins for 1 spiritual silver coin, and 10 spiritual silver coins for 1 radiant gold coin. These currencies not only represented value but also had high utility as magic storage items, although they couldn't directly connect to devices and required a magic conversion array for use. Compared to direct material conversion, using gold coins for conversion resulted in no magic loss and was more convenient to carry. Jiang Sun immediately understood the system's intention. This move solved both the currency issue and the magic storage problem. With this realization, Jiang Sun felt the urge to test the exchange rates. He suspected the system would profit from the exchange, as it never gave survivors an opportunity to gain for free. Therefore, equivalent exchange wasn't possible. He decided to see how much he would lose during the exchange, allowing him to adjust his selling prices flexibly. Resolutely, he opened the currency exchange function and placed a magic crystal filled with magic into it. Since the magic stored in the crystal was quantifiable, he could calculate how much the system skimmed off by comparing it to the total magic stored in the exchanged gold coins. As Jiang Sun clicked confirm, a small package gently rolled to his feet moments later. Looking at the exquisite package at his feet, Jiang Sun felt a sense of foreboding. The system must have done something shady to come up with such a flashy item. How much commission did it take to finally give him a wallet? Alarmed, Jiang Sun picked up the package, finding it soft to the touch leather. In fact, he quickly poured out the coins inside, and to his surprise, there were only 5 silver coins, not a single gold coin among them. Jiang Sun picked up a silver coin, sensing that it contained a pitiful amount of magic, roughly 200 points each, totaling only about 1,000 points. This meant the system took more than half in commissions? Jiang Sun's face darkened instantly, like the bottom of a pot. Even calculated by magic, the amount was halved, not to mention that the practical value of magic crystals far exceeded that of silver coins. "R&M, give me my money back." Jiang Sun cursed inwardly, but the system wouldn't respond, let alone refund him. Helplessly, he stuffed the 7 coins into his pocket. He didn't put them in his spatial ring because he enjoyed the sound of coins clinking together. If the practical value was gone, he might as well get some emotional value out of it. He noticed Wallen nearby, happily eating candy, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He walked over and poked it. "Hey, ever seen this before?" Jiang Sun took out a silver coin and tossed it to Walla. Walla looked at it curiously, then put it in its mouth and bit it, shaking its head to indicate it didn't recognize it. Slightly disappointed, Jiang Sun hoped to determine whether this was a system-generated item or part of the world's existing currency system through Walla. Just as he was feeling disappointed, Walla's eyes suddenly lit up as if it had recalled something. Out of nowhere, a golden coin appeared in its tiny paw, which it promptly tossed to Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun took the coin and examined it closely, noticing that its design was similar to the silver coin he held. In terms of size and texture, they were almost identical. It was clear that both coins belonged to the same currency system. Could it be a Yao gold coin? This indicated that the coin was not created by the system, but had always existed in this world. This realization made Jiang Sun even more curious about the native inhabitants of this world. It seemed there was a highly developed race here. The existence of coins proved a well-established monetary system. The ruins of towns suggested a once-organized social structure, and the division of ranks and advanced magical creations demonstrated a complete magical system. This society was not only developed, but also well-rounded, with their exploration of magic far surpassing humanity's exploration of technology on Blue Star. Since Walla had encountered the natives of this world, it meant it might have interacted with them long ago. Jiang Sun suddenly turned around, looking at Walla sincerely. "Walla, are you hungry? I'll ask Nian Nian to make you something delicious later. What would you like to eat?" Walla's eyes lit up, nodding with anticipation. "How does your father treat you? Does he give you candy every day and ask Nian Nian to make you tasty treats?" Jiang Sun continued. Walla responded, looking quite happy. "Don't be shy. With our father-son bond, it's only right. We're in this together, aren't we?" Jiang Sun said with a smile, and Walla nodded again, although it sensed something was off. "You know, I've always been fascinated by the magical world. And as your father, I'm a scholar dedicated to contributing my life to magical research," Jiang Sun explained. Walla's enthusiasm waned a bit, as if the conversation felt familiar. "So, do you have more of these coins, gold, silver, or copper? Bring me more to study, and I'll exchange them for some treats for you in the system." Jiang Sun asked expectantly. Walla looked puzzled, as if pondering over the request. Jiang Sun was munching on the grilled ribs Song Yin had just brought over, fuming as he watched Jiang Sun count the coins. The small pile of gold coins on the table in front of him made the corners of his mouth involuntarily curl upwards. This little rascal was indeed wealthy. He counted them. There were over 100 gold coins, which was quite a fortune. Although these coins contained magical power equivalent to the same amount of magic crystals, Jiang Sun understood that with his growing knowledge of the crystal's uniqueness, he could no longer use them for large transactions. In the future, currency would definitely become the main medium of exchange. He had just tested it and found that it took about 5 pieces of Firefly-level material to exchange for 1 Xiantong coin, meaning that every 500 pieces of magical material could be exchanged for 1 gold coin, significantly increasing the value of gold coins. Although currently gold coins could only be exchanged for a few items, Jiang Sun guessed that the system shop would likely update with new items in the future. After tidying up his belongings, Jiang Sun checked the time. Only a few minutes were left before sunrise. He quickly packed up, putting the 2 black mist knights into his ring. There wasn't much to pack. After all, the 1,000 cubic space was more than enough for all his possessions. After washing up and donning his Star Abyss robe, Jiang Sun, aware that he might not be able to use the system features once he left, made sure to bring along several hundred wooden barrels as containers. These were blueprints he had exchanged with crystals during his charity work, with unlimited production times. Though the quality was average, it was better than having nothing. Before heading out, Jiang Sun opened his magic book to check the weather. Temperatures between 18 and 25, clear skies, smooth magical energy flow, a gentle breeze, and magical elements dancing in the air, with energy flowing as smoothly as a stream. The stars were aligned in a mysterious magical maze, heralding infinite possibilities for exploration and discovery. With the magical flow restored to stability, today clearly seemed like a good day to get things done. With this thought, Jiang Sun quietly avoided the still sleeping Walla and slipped out of the shelter. Staying home to guard it wasn't a bad idea, as the shelter was essential for survival. He muttered softly, left a handful of milk candies, and gently closed the door. The outside world was not yet fully illuminated, but it was bright enough to see the surroundings. Jiang Sun took a deep breath, stepped through the intermediate magic shield enclosing the shelter, and was immediately greeted by the fresh air, familiar and pleasant, as if he had returned to the moment he first arrived in this magical world. He greedily took a few deep breaths, looked up at the sky, quickly determined his direction from memory, and without hesitation, released a star flash, transforming into a streak of light speeding off into the distance. His destination was the battleground of 2 giant beasts. Recalling the thrilling battle scene of those towering magical beasts, Jiang Sun felt his heart surge, as if he could already sense the tense atmosphere of their high-intensity combat, the surroundings already in complete disarray. This situation was exactly what Jiang Sun hoped for. If his perception was correct, both of the giant beasts were injured, with one of them severely wounded. Although they had escaped, they likely left behind some blood and scales nearby. It's important to note that these creatures were beyond the level of a bright moon, possibly reaching the status of epic or even higher-level beasts. Even a couple of scales would be invaluable treasures. With this thought in mind, Jiang Sun immediately harnessed his internal magic to increase the range of his Star Flash spell. As he traveled, the scenes of destruction from the tide's rampage were vividly apparent. The once familiar forest was now ravaged, with fallen trees scattered about, broken stones littered everywhere, and some even pulverized into fine dust by the force of magic, floating in the air. It was an ideal time to gather resources. Looking at the scene before him, Jiang Sun felt a sense of awe, but he knew this wasn't the time to deal with these matters. These scattered resources would have to wait until later when he had more time. As he continued on his journey, the sky gradually brightened, with light filtering through the clouds, casting a soft glow over the ruins. The occasional glimmers among the tree remnants weren't treasures, but residual magical currents, the kind that could cause harm. Don't ask how Jiang Sun knew it, just say he's well informed. As he drew closer to his destination, Jiang Sun slowed down the frequency of his Star Flash spell, noticing that the skill was now much smoother to cast. He glanced down at the Frost Moon chant staff in his hand, pondering. He wasn't sure whether the system had lifted its restrictions or if his magic conductivity had significantly improved. Perhaps it was both. He cautiously continued his exploration, while also sensing changes within his body. Feeling a faint twinge of pain internally, Jiang Sun sighed softly. It seemed he understood the consequence of casting spells without system control, bodily harm. After all, reality isn't a game, and theoretically, there shouldn't be a cooldown for casting magic. The reason for the system's seemingly redundant restrictions was clear: to protect those new to the magical world. Everything follows the law of conservation, and the difference between the strong and the weak can't be limited to just the maximum magic value. If it were, everyone could simply accumulate magic to become stronger, rendering other attributes useless. Therefore, there must be other limitations, such as physical strength, magic conduction efficiency, or possibly unknown attributes like magic affinity. It's understandable that without restrictions, the consequences for those new to magic would be dire. The thought of people accidentally harming themselves with uncontrolled magic made Jiang Sun extra cautious. After all, his body was his own, and it wouldn't be worth it to damage it just for the sake of traveling quickly. So, he decided to stop using his magic to speed his journey and continued on foot instead. He could sense that he was getting closer to the battlefield. As he walked further, the scene around him became increasingly desolate. Countless massive trees were either uprooted or snapped in half, their charred trunks emitting a pungent odor. Only a few stood crookedly, their leaves withered, trembling in the breeze with a rustling sound. Clearly, this wasn't the center of the battlefield, just an area affected by the aftermath. As Jiang Sun moved forward, a strong stench of blood filled the air, making it hard for him to breathe. The vegetation thinned and eventually disappeared, revealing a scene that made his heart pound with fear. The ground was covered in ashes and scattered ice shards, churned into a muddy mess, mixed with dark red bloodstains, producing a chilling squelch underfoot. Huge, irregular craters were scattered around, evidence of where colossal beasts had fallen or where powerful attacks had struck. Scales, fur, and chunks of flesh were strewn everywhere. Some scales were as large as shields, gleaming with a metallic sheen, now cracked. The fur was as thick as ropes, sticky and wet, exuding a foul stench. Charred and bloody pieces of flesh attracted swarms of scavenging flies, buzzing incessantly and feasting greedily. Looking up, the sky was stained with a bizarre, multicolored hue from the lingering magic. A cloud of fire, seemingly formed by a breath attack, stretched across an unknown distance. Looking at the devastated scene before him, Jiang Sun felt a mix of emotions, but he wasn't scared. Over the past few days, he had already overcome his inner fears and was even eager to take on the challenge. The fear he initially felt was merely a natural human instinct to avoid danger. But equally inherent is the human instinct to conquer other species. Now, all he wanted was to advance quickly and capture a giant beast to use as a mount. With this thought, Jiang Sun steadied himself, his eyes filled with caution as he carefully maneuvered around areas where magical energy still raged violently, heading towards the center of the fierce battle. There, the ground was littered with the blood and body parts of giant beasts' valuable resources. As he approached this bloody zone, Jiang Sun's pupils contracted sharply. A hellish scene unfolded before him, making his eyes widen in shock. The ground soaked with beast blood was swarming with magical creatures of various levels and forms. They resembled a pack of ravenous wolves, greedily lapping up every drop of blood from the earth. Several agile, sharp-clawed predatory beasts were fighting ferociously over a piece of meat, their claws and teeth clashing, blood spraying everywhere. "Stop it!" Jiang Sun shouted internally, filled with rage. These were the resources he had already earmarked as his own and could potentially be his greatest gain in the short term. If these beasts ruined them, it would be a disaster. With this thought, Jiang Sun quickly regained his composure, his eyes sharp as he swiftly calculated the number and levels of the magical beasts. Soon, he had a clear idea none were beyond star level. He could fight them, maybe even kill them. With this confirmation, Jiang Sun didn't hesitate any longer. He waved his hand, and the two black mist knights standing by his side sprang to life, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light. They leaned forward and, with a thunderous roar, charged directly into the throng of magical beasts with terrifying momentum. Their speed was unmatched, like an out-of-control black train, leaving trails of dissipating black mist behind them. As they ran, the knights activated their black mist shield skill. Instantly, a black spherical shield materialized around them, enveloping their bodies and making their charging figures appear ethereal. The sudden, tremendous noise startled the magical beasts, causing them to pause and look up. Some of the more perceptive beasts, sensing the terrifying energy of the black mist knights, were terrified and tried to flee. But it was too late. A massive explosion sounded from the two densest clusters of beasts, followed by several large magical creatures being sent flying like broken kites, blood spurting from their mouths and noses. These were the stronger beasts. The weaker ones were instantly smashed into pieces upon impact, their blood and bone fragments splattering everywhere, striking the surrounding beasts and triggering a chorus of anguished wails. The Black Mist Knights continued their charge for several more meters before finally stopping. A vast cloud of black mist spread out from them, quickly obscuring Jiang Sun and the magical beasts from view. This move alone had shattered a shield with a 2,000 damage capacity. Jiang Sun was stunned by the scene before him. It was the first real battle for the Black Mist Knights, and their formidable strength and astonishing results far exceeded his expectations. However, he quickly regained his composure, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was a golden opportunity. Taking advantage of the chaos and panic among the beasts, Jiang Sun swiftly channeled the magic he had long stored within him. The tip of his staff seemed like a vortex of magic, accumulating nearly 800 points of magic power in an instant. Suddenly, a beam as thick as a barrel appeared, sweeping across the herd of beasts with terrifying might. Although the light only shone for a second, it swept through a large fan-shaped area. Wherever it passed, trees shattered and fell, and weaker beasts disintegrated in the starlit blue light. Even star-level beasts couldn't withstand it, with large, gruesome patches of flesh missing from their bodies. Jiang Sun stared wide-eyed at the devastation he had caused. He never imagined that with the same amount of magic, the power of the skill could differ so drastically due to variations in magic conductivity. However, before he could recover from his shock, the intense pain coursing through his body reminded him of the consequences. Jiang Sun sighed in resignation. The backlash from the high-energy magic surge was more severe than he had anticipated. He realized he was still not proficient enough, and without precise control, the skill was even harder to manage than he thought. He sighed softly, dismissing the urge to unleash another attack. Looking at the results of his and the two knights' efforts, Jiang Sun wasted no time and headed straight for the scattered scales. After all, the goal of this mission was not to kill the beasts, but to collect materials. His figure dissolved into starlight, reappearing near a patch of scales not far away. He grabbed them and tossed them into his storage space. As nearby beasts charged at him, Jiang Sun didn't dodge. Instead, he detonated a stored magic orb, creating a spherical shockwave. The magic surge in its reverse mode violently repelled them, causing a chorus of wails. For Jiang Sun, this was a rare opportunity for real combat. He darted among the beasts, his staff casting flashes of blue light, eliciting cries of pain from them. A beast of the firefly level attempted to ambush him, but Jiang Sun sidestepped its attack and countered with a crescent slash, cutting it in half. The crescent slash was a technique he had just invented, named on a whim. Indeed, real combat was the fastest way to improve. Jiang Sun wiped the blood from his face, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Of course, I can hit you, but you can't hit me, he thought, a slight smile playing on his lips, oblivious to the beast blood covering his face. At that moment, he was wholly immersed in the fervor of battle, with a single thought in his mind: to plunder. As the fight wore on, Jiang Sun began to feel the strain. Although the Black Mist Knight charged through recklessly, using its formidable defense and impact to attract the attention of most of the beasts, it never strayed more than 30 meters from Jiang Sun. However, the sheer number of beasts, fearless in their assault, left the Black Mist Knight drenched in blood, with its magical reserves significantly depleted. While Jiang Sun did not bear the brunt of the pressure, he continuously unleashed his long-accumulated magic in various forms to expand their advantage. Over time, both his body and mind grew weary. In the midst of this frenzied battle, Jiang Sun truly realized how many beasts lurked nearby and how irresistibly the blood of the giant beast attracted them. If a beast tide were to strike the sanctuary, it would be impossible to withstand with only himself and the two knights. His heart sank, and he sighed with unease. Without Wa's formidable support, he would likely have perished in this perilous jungle long ago. After successfully slaying a beast that had just reached the star level, Jiang Sun felt his magical energy waning. He took a moment to check and found he had less than 1,000 points of magic left. He decisively commanded the Black Mist Knight to fight while retreating, heading back in the direction they had come from. With a surge of 500 magic points, a powerful wave dispersed the surrounding beasts. Quickly, Jiang Sun retracted the two Black Mist Knights into his storage ring and vanished from the beast's sight, with several consecutive star flashes. Having gathered almost everything, including several barrels of blood-soaked soil, there was no need to continue fighting the beasts and risk further danger. Once in a relatively safe location, Jiang Sun opened the storage space of his starfall ring to review his spoils. After some calculations, he couldn't help but smile, his lips curling into a grin. Jiang Sun sat on a sturdy tree branch, a smile he couldn't hide playing on his face, feeling secretly pleased with the bountiful haul from this outing. His storage ring was neatly packed with more than 20 compartments. Surprisingly, over 10 of them were filled with the corpses of various magical beasts. Since arriving in this world over 10 days ago, this was undoubtedly his most successful hunting trip. Reflecting on it, he realized he had never truly hunted magical beasts before, and he didn't expect to take down dozens on his first attempt. Although most were killed by the two Dark Mist Knights, he certainly played a crucial role as well. However, Jiang Sun couldn't help but feel a bit helpless about the Dark Mist Knights' rough methods. He looked at the badly mutilated beast corpses and grimaced. The knight's approach was straightforward, charging like a train from a distance and using fists and feet up close, with the final execution being particularly brutal, tearing them apart by hand. As a result, many beasts were left in pieces. To collect these bodies, Jiang Sun had the knights throw the slain beasts to him, leaving him covered in blood and flesh, showing they had executed his command thoroughly. Looking at the few beasts that were cut in half, Jiang Sun felt quite satisfied with his achievements. He realized that his strength had unknowingly reached a rather impressive level. Facing ordinary star-level magical beasts, he was confident in holding his own. Initially, he thought he should avoid provoking magical beasts, but once he started, he couldn't stop. He sighed lightly, relieved that he hadn't missed out on gathering materials, as that would have been a huge loss. He focused on his storage ring, carefully taking stock of his haul. First, there were 3 recently hunted star-level beast corpses, still warm. 2 were severely injured in the initial attack by the Dark Mist Knights. 1 was a rhinoceros beast with a crystalline armor, and the other was a lion beast with fire abilities. The lion beast, due to its slow reaction, couldn't evade the knight's charge and died instantly. The rhinoceros beast, already heavily injured, was finished off by Jiang Sun with his moon scythe. The third was a wolf-like beast adept at hiding, nearly launching a successful sneak attack, but was ultimately overwhelmed and killed by the knights. Jiang Sun then realized he had underestimated both himself and the Dark Mist Knights. Perhaps spending so much time with Wala made him lose some confidence. He muttered to himself, then turned his attention to the highlight of his haul. Dozens of large scales caught his eye, seemingly disregarded by the beasts, allowing him to collect quite a few. He picked up a scale about half a meter in diameter, examining it closely. The scale was heavy, weighing dozens of pounds, and if not for his increased strength, he might not have been able to lift it. The scale was diamond-shaped, in a deep purplish-black color, resembling a finely crafted metal shield, with sharp edges and mysterious patterns covering the surface, emitting a faint magical aura. Jiang Sun gently caressed the scale, feeling its hardness and smoothness, marveling at it as a crystallization of life and magic. He tested it with his moon scythe charged with 300 magic power, yet the scale remained unscathed, not even a scratch. This was undoubtedly excellent material for reinforcing shelters or crafting armor. He was delighted, having collected over 100 of these scales, enough to create high-quality equipment for several people, though not sufficient for building materials. He then turned to a few chunks of flesh still attached to skin, which he had snatched from other beasts, clearly from a wounded giant beast. Since other beasts had eaten part of it, there wasn't much left, about 1,000 pounds. Beasts might disregard scales, but they craved flesh. Thinking about this, Jiang Sun looked at the largest piece, over a meter in diameter, full of bite marks from beasts, making it somewhat unappetizing. He shook his head, guessing that flesh fought over by so many beasts must have significant benefits. Unable to check its properties outside, he felt puzzled. Why keep the meat, he thought, deciding to give it to Song Nyenyen when he returned. After all, Song Nyenyen's cooking skills far surpassed his, and while he might turn it into jerky, she could transform it into a delicious dish, ensuring it wouldn't go to waste. After examining his biggest gains, he focused on other items, like a few blood-stained furs he planned to make into rugs. There were also several barrels of blood-soaked soil, which puzzled him, unsure of their use. He collected this soil because he saw many firefly-level beasts fighting over it, believing anything fought over must have value, leading him to dig up a large amount. Jiang Sun touched the soil, surprised by the tingling sensation at his fingertips, noting the warmth and faint magical energy still present. This was from a battle nearly a week ago. What level were these two beasts, he sighed. Perhaps he could give it to Song Nyenyen to see if she could make blood sausage? As this thought emerged, Jiang Sun immediately shook his head, thinking, how can I think of eating everything? Song Nyenyen has spoiled me. Moreover, this was surely high-quality material for making potions, too precious to eat. He decided to use the blood purification vessel to extract complete blood when he returned, ensuring nothing went to waste. With that in mind, Jiang Sun intended to head home, realizing that wandering through the forest smelling of blood was not a good idea. Just as Jiang Sun was about to get up and leave, the two Black Mist Knights beside him, who were on high alert, suddenly raised their heads simultaneously. The black mist emanating from them quickly retracted, and a red glow flashed in their eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Sun's gaze turned cold. He knew the Black Mist Knight's coordinated alert had been triggered. There was an enemy nearby. What kind of blind beast is this? Jiang Sun muttered under his breath. Although he was exhausted from a recent battle, he and the two Black Mist Knights were more than capable of taking down a star-level beast or two. With this in mind, Jiang Sun immediately raised his Frost Moonchant staff, its tip brimming with magic, ready to unleash it at any moment. As a rustling sound emerged, Jiang Sun's eyes narrowed slightly, though he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Where had he seen this sneaky behavior before? The grass not far away trembled slightly, and then a massive figure emerged from it. What the? Jiang Sun instinctively stepped back. The figure was tall, and at first glance, he only saw a round, bulging belly. Jiang Sun quickly lifted his gaze and met a pair of lively, clear eyes, with a tuft of purple hair on its head swaying, looking both comical and somewhat unconventional. A Kilmat bear, Jiang Sun exclaimed. This creature was the very Kilmat bear that had been scared off by Wala on the first day. However, its posture seemed rather odd this time. Its several-meter-long body stood upright, paws raised in a gesture of surrender, its eyes clear and lively, with even a hint of flattery in its expression. Well, who do we have here? Isn't it the stone bear? Jiang Sun teased, though he kept his staff pointed at the bear. He glanced around and noticed that the two Black Mist Knight golems remained on alert but didn't attack, clearly because the Kilmat bear hadn't made any threatening moves. Seeing that Jiang Sun didn't immediately attack, the Kilmat bear took 2 steps back and resumed its normal stance. It tilted its head, curiously observing Jiang Sun, then seemed to remember something, lightly tapped its head with its right paw. and made a gurgling sound in its throat. Then, it performed a series of strange actions. It used its paw to draw a circle on the ground, pointed at itself, then at Jiang Sun. Finally, it dug into the ground with its paw and unearthed a stone emitting a peculiar glow. Jiang Sun frowned slightly, filled with confusion. What is it trying to do? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head as he recalled seeing a round figure rolling and crawling into the nearby bushes when he first sent the two black mist knights into the beast pack. Could it be this bear? With this thought, Jiang Sun asked, "Hey, what are you up to?" "Black bear, whoa whoa." Jiang Sun was taken aback. "Can you actually understand me?" The Killmat bear seemed to sense Jiang Sun's wariness, shaking its head, causing the tuft of purple hair to bounce humorously. It pointed at the stone on the ground, then at Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun patted his belly and used his paw to make a gesture indicating a trade. He looked at the endearing black bear in front of him with a hint of doubt. What could this bear possibly have to offer for a trade? However, his curiosity about what the bear was up to got the better of him, and he nodded slightly, signaling it to continue. The bear, upon receiving a response from Jiang Sun, immediately perked up. It pushed a stone toward Jiang Sun, pointed to the massive beast's carcass behind it, and used a paw to signal a 1. Finally, it clapped its round paws together, indicating a deal. Jiang Sun thought to himself, "So, this bear has its eyes on my giant beast meat. This black bear is smarter than it looks. It must have been scared off by me earlier, which is why it ran away. Now, seeing me and the Black Mist Knights in action, it's getting ideas and eyeing my spoils." Jiang Sun smiled slightly, bent down, and picked up the stone emitting a peculiar glow. The stone felt warm to the touch, with mysterious patterns on its surface, like naturally formed mystical totems, with a hint of magic flowing within. Clearly, it was no ordinary object. "You've got a good eye," Jiang Sun remarked to the bear, raising an eyebrow. Although the bear appeared endearing, Jiang Sun remained cautious, knowing the unpredictability of beasts. If it had ulterior motives, his two Black Mist Knights could swiftly subdue it at any moment. Seeing Jiang Sun pick up the stone, the bear's eyes gleamed with delight, thinking the deal was about to close. It eagerly pointed again at the giant beast meat behind Jiang Sun, making urgent noises, clearly showing its impatience. Jiang Sun toyed with the stone, his mind racing. The stone was indeed attractive to him. Despite lacking a system appraisal to understand its purpose, the magic within was undeniable. He sensed its magic content was quite abundant, likely at a stellar level. It might even be a crucial material for crafting certain facilities or golems. Moreover, the outer layer of the beast meat was already gnawed on, which he didn't want anyway, making it perfect for a trade. With that in mind, Jiang Sun silently agreed to the transaction. He had considered robbing the bear, but he knew how nimble this chubby creature was. And since beasts possessed some intelligence, his reputation among them mattered too. So, he put on a difficult expression, hesitated for a moment, and said, "This stone is all right, but just one for such a large piece of meat is out of the question. How about this? 1,000 of these stones, and the meat is yours." With that, he pointed at the giant beast meat, about a meter in diameter, and shook the stone in his hand. The bear's eyes widened in disbelief. In its limited bear life, it had never heard such bargaining. It immediately became anxious, making questioning noises at Jiang Sun's proposal. Jiang Sun, maintaining a serious face, replied, "You can ask around. I'm known for fair deals." The bear continued to protest, seemingly trying to negotiate further. Jiang Sun smiled slightly. "The price is fair. It's all greenhouse meat. If you think it's expensive, so do I." The bear was stunned, clearly puzzled by the pricing. Jiang Sun looked at the hesitant black bear in front of him, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Hesitation meant there were still supplies. The black bear tilted its head, seemingly after careful consideration, finally making up its mind, and began to dig the ground. Before long, several stones of various shapes, all emitting magical fluctuations, were unearthed and piled up in front of Jiang Sun, its eyes full of expectation. Jiang Sun was secretly pleased. There were indeed supplies. He crouched down to carefully inspect the newly dug stones. One light blue stone had a faint glow inside, as if it contained a sealed starry sky. Another milky white stone felt warm to the touch, emitting gentle magical waves, seemingly capable of nourishing the soul. Not bad. These stones were quite decent. So, he said to the black bear, "For these stones, I'll give you 10 pounds of meat." Jiang Sun stood up and sent a crescent-shaped beam towards a large chunk of meat. With a flash of blue light, a 10-pound piece of meat fell to the ground. Jiang Sun walked over, picked up the meat, and tossed it in front of the black bear. The bear's spirit approached, sniffed it, and picked up the meat with 2 fingers, looking at Jiang Sun in confusion. Its expression seemed to ask, "What is this?" Jiang Sun felt a bit guilty. Although 10 pounds of meat looked substantial in his hands, it was insignificant in front of the several-meter-tall black bear. The bear looked at the small piece of meat, appearing somewhat angry, with purple fur on its head crackling with electricity. It knew the stones it had offered were genuinely star-level. and this two-legged creature was clearly trying to cheat it. The black bear roared in anger, glaring at Jiang Sun with resentment. In response, Jiang Sun's expression instantly turned cold, and his fake smile gradually became a sneer. He knew that the first time he encountered this black bear, if it weren't for Walla being present, he would have long become its meal. Now, it dared to attempt a forced bargain. The black bear observed Jiang Sun's changing expression and glanced at the looming black mist knight beside him, feeling a bit intimidated. It remembered that this two-legged creature had captured an opponent on par with its own father, the Uncle Rat, and kept it in his pocket. At this point, the bear wanted to be fierce but didn't dare, creating an awkward standoff. Finally, Jiang Sun broke the stalemate, putting a smile back on his face as he said to the black bear, "How about this? I'll give you the previous 10 pounds of meat as a gift, since we're old acquaintances." The black bear took the opportunity to back down, regaining a friendly demeanor. Jiang Sun continued, "But from now on, we have clear prices, 10 pounds of meat for 1 stone, agreed upon in advance." The black bear calculated in its mind. Although the price was a bit high, it didn't need too much, about 100 pounds would suffice, 10 stones were acceptable. So, it immediately patted its chest to show agreement. "Then you can indicate how much you want, and I'll cut it accordingly. No problem, right?" Jiang Sun asked. The black bear nodded excitedly, feeling secretly pleased. "All right, young cub, prepare to face the cunning tricks of humans," Jiang Sun said as he stepped aside, motioning for the black bear to come forward. Although the bear was puzzled, the allure of high-grade magical beast meat was too strong to resist, and it eventually walked over. It used its claw to draw a line on the meat, then backed away, its round body sitting on the ground, eagerly watching Jiang Sun. Seeing this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but laugh. With just one swipe, even without tricking the bear, it would weigh over 100 pounds. What's more, thinking of this, Jiang Sun immediately asked, "Are you sure? Just this much? No problem with the price, right?" The bear responded with a growl. Jiang Sun continued, "Then I'll make the cut." The bear excitedly growled again. "Watch the knife." With a flash of green light, an arc-shaped light trace sliced through the meat, leaving a mark. Nearly half of the meat slowly slid off and fell to the ground, precisely covering the area gnawed by the magical beast. Jiang Sun ignored the stunned black bear, stepped forward, and hefted the meat with both hands to weigh it. He turned back, nodded at the dumbfounded bear, and said, "About 580 pounds. Let's say 55 pieces of ore." While speaking, Jiang Sun secretly ordered the 2 dark mist knights to keep an eye on the bear so it wouldn't run off. With a loud thud, the massive chunk of meat was placed in front of the black bear by the 2 dark mist knights. The bear's eyes widened as it stared at the mound of meat on the ground, its face full of disbelief. It opened its mouth to protest, but only managed a few muffled growls, clearly shocked by the sudden enormous transaction. Jiang Sun, unfazed, wore a sly smile and urged, "What's wrong? Don't try to back out now. You were the one who marked it, and we agreed on the price beforehand." As he spoke, he nudged the meat on the ground with his foot, eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief. The bear, flustered, spun in circles, its tuft of purple fur flailing with the movement, quite eye-catching. It finally realized it had fallen into the biped's trap, but looking at the enticing meat, it couldn't bear to give up so easily. The 2 dark iron frames beside Jiang Sun were already glowing red, locking onto the black bear and leaving it no room to escape. The black bear hesitated for a moment before making up its mind. It growled at Jiang Sun a few times, then stood up and pointed behind itself. Seeing the bear's actions, Jiang Sun was overjoyed. "Didn't bring enough money? No problem, just go home and get it." He turned to the 2 misty knights and said, "Go, accompany Mr. Bear home to fetch the money." As the 2 misty knights flanked the bear and led it deeper into the forest, Jiang Sun couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, making money off magical beasts is quite profitable. Before long, a rustling sound came from the bushes. The bear and the knights emerged again, this time with the bear carrying a tattered cloth bag in its mouth. It carefully placed the bag on the ground and opened it with its paw, revealing some glittering stones. Although they varied in size, they all emitted strong magical energy, clearly of higher quality than the previous ones. The bear growled at Jiang Sun, its eyes showing a mix of helplessness and pleading. Jiang Sun's eyes lit up with delight. He crouched down, pretending to carefully inspect the stones, masking his inner satisfaction. These stones were worth far more than those chunks of meat. It seemed the bear had really gone all out for a meal. Jiang Sun stood up and said with a serious tone, "Well, these stones are decent. However, the quantity still seems a bit lacking." Hearing this, the bear stomped its feet in frustration, waving its paws in the air and growling, seemingly negotiating with Jiang Sun. Seeing the bear's anxious demeanor, Jiang Sun found it amusing but maintained a serious facade. "All right, since we're old acquaintances, I'll take a small loss this time. Just this once." As the transaction concluded, Jiang Sun watched the bear leave with a look of resentment on its face, feeling overjoyed inside and secretly thinking, "I've hit the jackpot. As the night grew deeper, Jiang Sun returned to the shelter, exhausted and reeking of blood. A slight shake of his body caused a few pieces of dried blood to fall off. The day's endeavors had left him nearly drained. He had retrieved several tons of rock spirit spring and stopped by the grave of the skeleton senior to pay his respects, placing 2 fruit plates to thank the one who had given him the ring of containment. To his surprise, the fruit he had left there last time had a bite taken out of it. He then fumbled his way to several deceased magical beast nests, hoping to loot them. However, since the tide had just ended, the resources in the nests were scarce, and the yield was far below expectations. Jiang Sun pushed open the shelter door to see Wallace sitting on the table with hands on hips, looking resentful. Oh no, he forgot to bring a gift. Jiang Sun quickly retreated outside, pretending to tidy things up in the yard, while anxiously messaging Song Yinyan to quickly bring some food. Hearing the notification sound in his ear, he relaxed and walked back into the shelter with a smile. Hey kid, you're awake. Look what your old man brought you, Jiang Sun said, handing over a pine nut cake. Wallace's eyes instantly brightened, and the pouty expression vanished. Walala, it's not that I didn't want to take you out. I just saw you were sleeping so soundly and didn't have the heart to wake you, Jiang Sun explained. Walla walla lala. Of course not. There's no rift between us. Didn't you see the milk candy I left on your table? He continued to reassure Walla. Walala. Did a magical beast come to the house? Walla asked excitedly. It's all right. I'm not hurt, am I? I'll definitely take you next time. Jiang Sun responded lightly. The conversation ended on a peaceful note, and Jiang Sun finally breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he didn't want to take Walla along. It's just that with Walla around, no magical beasts dared approach. He couldn't rely on Walla forever. What if they encountered a beast even Walla couldn't defeat? With a sigh, Jiang Sun quickly filled the hot spring tub with water and immersed himself. When he lifted his head again, he saw the water had turned a light red, forcing him to water the plants with it before refilling the tub. After repeating this several times, he finally got himself and Xingyan thoroughly cleaned, although the scent of blood lingered stubbornly. After drying off, Jiang Sun briskly walked to the storage room, piling up a heap of items. He set aside half of the giant magical beast's meat for Song Yinyan, while the other half was thrown into an ice pile he got from Zhao Tingtao. It was only then he learned that the meat came from a giant beast called the Abyssal Rift Rock Beast, and the system only identified it by name, with all other information marked as. The same was true for the crystal dust flame dragon scales, only a name, no other details, leaving Jiang Sun to grumble internally. Jiang Sun, how did it come to eating jumping shrimp? He muttered to himself. System, he responded helplessly. Too much, he sighed. After arranging a few items, Jiang Sun found himself at a loss. The value of these items far exceeded his expectations, yet he had no practical use for them. Feeling a bit helpless, he decided to keep a few scales to use as a shield. After storing the remains of the giant beast, he turned his attention to several star-level magical beast corpses. These were perfect materials for making golems. So, after extracting their magic crystals, Jiang Sun tossed them into the flesh cultivation pool for purification. This pool, a facility mentioned in the golem manual, was specifically designed to cleanse residual magical energy from beast corpses. It was quite large, taking up more than half of his workspace, and he had invested a significant amount to build it. Exhausted after all this, he pushed open the door and walked into the living room, finding that Walla had already sorted and stored the minerals they had acquired from the bear. You're the best, you rascal, Jiang Sun said, collapsing onto the sofa. He didn't even want to lift a finger, let alone check the mineral information. After all, they were all-star level, and exchanging a piece of unwanted meat for them felt like getting them for free. After lounging for a while, Jiang Sun opened his spellbook, only to find a lively conversation happening in the Qingshan channel. However, the discussion was quite peculiar. Zhao Yueran, bro, the Pishio jade pendant you gave me just broke. Zhao Tingtao, did you accidentally break it? No worries, I'll get you a new one. Zhao Yueran, no, it just broke on its own while I was wearing it. Song Yinyan, oh no, that's not very auspicious. Tell us everything that happened today. Zhao Yueran, well, a boy with a really nice voice from the channel invited me over, and then the jade just cracked. Qingyun, you must not go. Quickly wrap the Pishio in a red cloth and bury it. Hurry. Seeing this, Jiang Sun felt a bit puzzled. After all, they were already in a magical world, so why bother with such superstitions? After a while, Zhao Yuran's message finally came back. Zhao Yuran said, I've buried it, but what about the wrapped jade pendant? Jiang Sun, Qin Gingyun, Song Yinyan, and Zhao Tingtao were all taken aback, expressing their confusion. Jiang Sun sighed deeply, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. It was clear that Zhao Yuran couldn't be understood from the perspective of a typical girl. This young woman was peculiar in every way. As for the boy, Jiang Sun thought to himself, it wasn't really a loss. In this magical world, who knew what intentions someone might have in inviting Zhao Yuran? Perhaps the broken jade pendant might even protect her from some misfortune. With this thought, Jiang Sun picked up a glass of water from the table and took a few gulps, trying to shake off his fatigue. After setting down the glass, Jiang Sun's gaze returned to the magic book. The channel's discussion remained lively, though the topic had drifted from its original subject. Zhao Tingtao was sharing about a wolf cub he had caught, rumored to be a young, star-level magical beast that was already wagging its tail. Meanwhile, Qin Lao shared some crops he had just harvested, and Jiang Sun received a pot of mushrooms that glowed at night, perfect for decorating his bedroom. Zhao Yuran was sharing insights on a healing ability she had just learned, despite it contradicting her actions earlier that day. Finally, Song Yinyan wrapped things up by setting the tone for their dinner plans. Watching their interaction, a faint smile appeared on Jiang Sun's lips, filling him with a sense of warmth. In this strange and dangerous magical world, having a few friends to chat and joke with was truly a comfort. However, he didn't join in, simply observing quietly, his fingers gently tapping the armrest of the sofa as his thoughts began to drift away. Time. Blue Star Calendar, Year 1, Day 19, Daytime 2 to 7 o'clock, Night 16 to 6 o'clock. Ding ding ding. Clang clang clang. Walla, help me straighten this bone. Jiang Sun wiped the sweat off his forehead and turned to instruct Walla, who was watching cautiously. Walla responded swiftly, wide awake, fearing any more mishaps from Jiang Sun. After all, no one wants to have their head chopped off by a magical puppet while they're asleep. It was 2 a.m., and how they both woke up was a story in itself. The day before, Jiang Sun had gathered a large amount of fresh materials and, on a whim, decided to craft his first magical puppet by himself. He had been studying the art of magical puppets for a while, and creating a functional one seemed within his grasp. He even had a name ready, Dunzi, a household-type puppet. However, reality proved to be much more challenging than he had imagined. Starting with material selection, every bone's texture and toughness had to be meticulously evaluated. A slight mistake could lead to joint looseness or even breakage during the puppet's operation. After painstakingly selecting the bones, assembling them presented a new set of challenges. The intricate mortise and tenon joints had to align with the magical energy pathways while ensuring the limbs moved freely. The complex magic arrays also needed to match the frequency of spiritual energy fluctuations to quickly receive information. These intricate tasks left Jiang Sun's fingers sore and his eyes blurry from prolonged focus. Parts frequently fell off or were misaligned, and there were even 2 explosions and 3 instances of the puppet losing control. Despite the stumbling process, Jiang Sun eventually succeeded in creating the household puppet Dunzi. However, by the time he finished, he was too exhausted to perform any tests and fell asleep immediately. This led to the scene where Jiang Sun and Walla were abruptly awakened at 3 a.m. by Dunzi wielding a broom. Good thing we only gave him a broom, or we'd be done for. Jiang Sun and Walla, relieved to have survived, hugged each other and cried. With the final magic crystal in place, Jiang Sun finally relaxed. Then, he noticed Dunzi starting to move with creaky motions, and he immediately sensed a faint consciousness in his mind. Seeing the pale blue glow in Dunzi's eyes, he cautiously stepped back. Although household puppets generally lack offensive capabilities, last night's experience left him wary. Jiang Sun watched Dunzi perform a self-check, lost in thought. Despite being the simplest type of magical puppet to make, with relatively straightforward functions, household puppets encompass all fundamental knowledge of puppet crafting. They are considered the entry-level project for aspiring puppet makers. In the eyes of many puppet masters, successfully creating one signifies entry into the field of puppet crafting. Yet, as Jiang Sun watched Dunzi clumsily sweeping the floor, he felt a bit uncertain. Seeing a piece fall off its rear, Jiang Sun couldn't help but twitch his eye. He secretly wondered if this could be considered a beginner's success. He mumbled to himself, his tone full of doubt. While he was lost in self-doubt, Walla tugged at his sleeve, pointing to the diligently working automaton. Jiang Sun snapped back to reality and observed Dunzi carefully. Despite its awkward movements, there was a stubborn persistence in its sweeping, leaving the floor spotless. Well, at least it has some use, he thought, as he began to tidy up the scattered tools. He considered himself somewhat initiated, given that despite the headache of assembling and polishing parts, he felt quite adept when it came to inscribing magic arrays and power circuits. This was the main reason he successfully repaired 2 Black Mist Knights. It also made Dunzi a case of rough on the outside, precious on the inside. As he cleaned up, Jiang Sun pondered whether he should make a few more automatons as gifts for others. After all, this was one of only 2 functional types of automatons in magic automaton studies, capable of both watering and sweeping, making it highly versatile. The other type was the labor automaton designed for heavy lifting. The lack of more functional automatons wasn't explicitly explained in the automaton records, but Jiang Sun understood it might be due to impracticality. In a world of magic, many problems could be solved with spells, making manual labor by automatons unnecessary. Just like the low-temperature magic array he acquired earlier, a simple array inscribed on the ground could replace the need for a refrigerator. Watching the diligent Dunzi, Jiang Sun turned and left the shelter. The sky was beginning to show a hint of dawn, and daylight wasn't far off. He recalled today's plan with some eagerness. The plan was straightforward: to capture more Black Mist Knights in the restricted forest of automatons. After the recent events, Jiang Sun was well aware of the Black Mist Knight's strength. Moreover, he still had 8-star dust alloy gears left, which meant he could potentially repair 8 more near-star-level Black Mist Knights. With 10 Black Mist Knights, he could dominate this area. Additionally, if he could find a way to utilize dragon scales, upgrading the 10 Black Mist Knights to star level might not be out of the question. Jiang Sun silently prayed that Song Yinyan and Old Qin would make a breakthrough. If they couldn't figure it out, he'd have to use the dragon scales for less ambitious purposes. But if luck was on his side and he could upgrade all 10 Black Mist Knights to star level, just imagine 10 tank-like automatons charging at high speed, pummeling enemies. Even a mighty moon-level beast would have to think twice. Having considered all this, Jiang Sun mentally prepared himself. This time, he planned to take Walla along, as survival was paramount, and Walla's abilities were more than enough to keep him safe. On January 19th, Year 1, at 5 a.m., Jiang Sun still couldn't get used to the day-night cycle of this world, even though almost a month had passed. Checking the time, he realized there were still 2 hours until sunrise, and Song Yinyan was still asleep, meaning he had to endure his hunger a bit longer. With no other choice, Jiang Sun headed to the training room to practice the combat techniques taught by Zhao Tingtao. The passage of time always felt peculiar. When he wanted to nap for 5 minutes, he'd often find that 2 hours had passed upon opening his eyes. Yet, when he aimed to train for 2 hours, time seemed to stand still. Dripping with sweat, Jiang Sun faced this dilemma. Looking at the magic book displaying 5:25, he could hardly believe his eyes, thinking to himself, the magical world truly has the power to manipulate time. However, he understood that pushing himself was pointless, so he began preparing his bathwater. Soaking in the hot spring tub, Jiang Sun picked up the magic book and messaged Zhao Tingtao. "What you taught me is useless." Zhao Tingtao replied, "No need to be so hard on yourself." Frustrated, Jiang Sun closed the magic book and turned his attention to studying the puppet records. As he became absorbed in the world of puppets, the sky outside gradually brightened. At 6:35, Jiang Sun suddenly realized the time, quickly dried himself, got dressed, and waited for a message to arrive. Sure enough, just 2 minutes later, he heard the notification sound. Ding! Song Yinyan wants to trade spirit squid dragon whisker noodles too. Do you accept the trade? Stepping outside, he saw Walla had already set the table and was waiting. Jiang Sun sighed, feeling helpless against his precise biological clock. Despite his chaotic sleep schedule, he and Walla had developed a synchronized eating routine. No matter what they were doing, they would promptly stop and prepare when mealtime approached. After eating, the sun was fully up. Jiang Sun checked the weather, finding it to be another sunny day. He prepared the items he needed to take with him, packed them into his storage ring, and then left the shelter with Walla. In the forest, an unusual scene unfolded. A handsome young man in a robe with a colorful-tailed squirrel perched on his shoulder, followed by 2 towering, dark-armored figures. The little squirrel sang loudly, seemingly chanting an unusual folk song, unconcerned about the potential dangers its voice might attract. The 2 armored figures behind, wielding a rough dragon scale shield in their left hand and a thick iron rod in their right, occasionally surveyed their surroundings, their eyes sometimes gleaming red. These were temporary weapons Jiang Sun had found for them, as tearing apart beasts barehanded every time was becoming too much. The shield was made by casually tying dragon scales with iron wire vine cultivated by Old Qin, while the iron rod was a metal pole purchased from someone in the channel. Jiang Sun glanced back at the 2 imposing Black Mist Knights and felt quite satisfied. The constant chatter in his ear was somewhat annoying, so he turned to the little squirrel and said, "Walla, your singing isn't bad. It reminds me of a poem." Walla's eyes lit up with hope as it stared at him eagerly. Although Jiang Sun didn't want to disappoint it, he still recited a line from a poem from his hometown. 1,000 mountains with no birds in flight, 10,000 paths with no trace of man. Walla didn't understand the meaning, but had a feeling Jiang Sun wasn't saying anything nice. "No worries, when I have money, I'll hire you $1 million sound engineer, and you can sing however you want." Walla, frustrated, folded its arms and turned away, ignoring Jiang Sun. As the vegetation underfoot became increasingly unfamiliar, Jiang Sun gradually slowed his pace. Ahead lay the forbidden forest of puppets, the territory of an unknown boss. Jiang Sun restrained his arrogance, knowing that the boss over there could easily defeat even the mighty Walla. As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew more tense, with only the sound of their footsteps and Walla's occasional muttering breaking the silence. A light mist hung in the forest like a veil, obscuring their view. Jiang Sun cautiously scanned the surroundings, gripping his frost moon chant tightly, ready for any sudden developments. The 2 Black Mist Knights activated their coordinated watch, their eyes flashing red, prepared to attack at the slightest hint of danger. Jiang Sun swallowed nervously. Until now, he had only roamed the outskirts and had never ventured deep into the forest. On the outskirts, he had only encountered the Black Mist Knights, a type of guardian puppet. He had tried asking Walla about this area, but Walla just shook its head in confusion. Jiang Sun asked in confusion, "Where did you get that treasure chest from before?" Walla tried to explain eagerly, but the language barrier made it impossible for them to understand each other. Jiang Sun sighed helplessly and continued walking, a shadow of concern clouding his heart. After all, if it wasn't the heavily injured Walla that was the boss here, it meant there were other powerful creatures in this forest that even Walla couldn't handle. He cursed the damn system under his breath, but didn't stop moving forward. After all, the more enemies of the Haoyue level there were, the more sanctuary bases he could choose from, and he didn't want to be forced into a position with no options. As they walked, a slight rustling sound suddenly came from ahead. Jiang Sun immediately halted, raising his hand to signal those behind him to be silent. Walla also quieted down for once, its small claws gripping Jiang Sun's collar tightly, its round eyes fixed on the direction of the sound. Then, a gigantic, oddly shaped golem slowly emerged from the dense fog. Its body seemed to be cobbled together from old steel plates, towering at 5 meters high, giving it an imposing presence. Its joints were studded with bronze rivets, but the passage of time had left it rusty. The golem's head was round, giving it an unexpectedly endearing appearance. Seeing the golem's appearance, Jiang Sun immediately relaxed, even loosening his grip on his magic staff slightly. The golem before him was one of the only 2 non-combat golems in the golem chroniclesa leasher, commonly used for magical engineering construction and transporting materials. The leasher seemed to be wandering aimlessly, its heavy steps causing the ground to tremble slightly with each movement, yet it paid no attention to Jiang Sun and his group. Witnessing this, both Jiang Sun and Walla breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Jiang Sun was about to bypass the warrior and continue forward, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as a strong sense of danger approached from behind. Without thinking, he instinctively released the power he had been holding in his hand, a reverse surge. With a buzzing sound, a shockwave quickly spread out, but it hit nothing. It wasn't that the attacker was too fast to dodge his attack, but rather that those around him reacted even faster. 2 Black Mist Knights had already raised their shields, aiming in the direction of the attacker. Meanwhile, the little creature on his shoulder, Walla, stretched out its arm, its tiny claws slightly open, and its eyes glowing. Then, 2 sleek, jet-black golems were sent flying back at an even faster speed than they had approached. These golems, slightly smaller than the Black Mist Knights, exuded a terrifyingly sharp aura. Their arms were like 2 sharp scythes, glinting menacingly in the sunlight. "Night blades," Jiang Sun exclaimed when he saw the golems. He had seen this type of assassin golem in the Recordsa, highly sophisticated creation. At this moment, the 2 Black Mist Knights also charged forward with a loud crash, determined to smash the seemingly frail night blade golems. However, they soon stopped in their tracks, having also struck nothing but air. Jiang Sun looked up to see the 2 night blades eerily suspended in midair. In the next second, under his stunned gaze, they seemed to be crushed by an unknown force, instantly shattering into pieces. The sight made Jiang Sun's eye twitch. He turned to Walla, who wore a proud expression, and said helplessly, "You do remember our mission is to collect intact golems, right, Walla?" Walla's eyes widened in realization, and it exchanged an awkward glance with Jiang Sun. In its eagerness to show off, it had completely forgotten. After 5 seconds of awkward silence, Jiang Sun broke it by saying, all right, I know you're powerful, but try to be gentler next time. These little things can't handle such rough treatment." He then crouched down to inspect the remains, only to find that the night blade golems were shattered beyond repair, not even useful as spare parts. They had turned into irreparable night blade fragments. Jiang Sun internally praised Walla's formidable ability, though he still advised it to be more careful in the future. The group then continued deeper into the area. After a loud crash, a Black Mist Knight was sent flying back, lying on the ground unable to rise for a while. Jiang Sun quickly dismantled it, erasing the control sigil on its spine, then tossed it into his spatial ring. "The 10th one," he muttered, wiping sweat from his forehead. He opened the space to find nearly 20 storage slots filled. Seeing that it was getting late, Jiang Sun called Walla and started heading back the way they came. Their trip had been fruitful. They had collected 10 complete Black Mist Knight bodies and several other attack-type golems like Night Blades and Starry Rangers. Playing with a few starlit gears in his hand, Jiang Sun couldn't help but smile. The star alloy gears he had obtained from a box still numbered 8, meaning he could repair 8 golems with near-star level combat power. With the other golem bodies they had gathered, Jiang Sun felt it wouldn't be long before he could assemble a battle squad entirely composed of near-star level golems. By then, as long as he didn't encounter a lunar-level beast, he could traverse the forest with ease. When Jiang Sun reached home, it was already pitch dark outside. Yet, facing the inky night, He felt little fear of the darkness. After all, the stronger you are, the bolder you become. It's only natural. I used to be afraid of the dark when I was weak, but now that I'm this strong, why should I be afraid? Otherwise, what's the point of becoming stronger? He chuckled to himself at the thought. Entering the shelter, he dumped the golem bodies into the workshop, then turned to the room housing the magic collectors. He found that all 20 crystals were fully charged. I need to gather resources to build 2 more, Jiang Sun noted in his magic book's memo. The magic collector's capacity had significantly increased after using the facility enhancement scroll, not only increasing the number of magic crystals charged at once, but also greatly boosting the collection rate. Jiang Sun estimated that the collector could now sustain the daily consumption of 10 black mist nights simultaneously, something he hadn't dared to imagine before. This greatly elevated the status of the magic collector and enhancement scroll in his mind. After replacing the crystals, Jiang Sun went to the living room, using a thermal gathering sigil to boil a pot of water. Magic matrix studies had taught him many magic conversion sigils, greatly improving his quality of life. He brewed a pot of tea with the dragon's breath green given by Elder Qin. Taking his magic book and teapot, he settled in the courtyard. He remembered Zhao Yuan mentioning she had some good things to send him. So he opened his magic book, found her avatar, and sent a message. Yuan, how was your day? Did you miss me? She replied almost instantly. Oh, brother Jiang Sun, of course I missed you. I hunted a lot of beasts today. Jiang Sun smiled at her message and replied. You little rascal, still so impulsive, but be careful. Some beasts aren't easy to deal with. By the way, what were you going to send me? You piqued my curiosity. Shortly after, Zhao Yuan's message arrived. Oh right, brother Jiang Sun, hold on, I'll send it over. Then, Jiang Sun heard a notification. Ding, Zhao Yuan is offering you a trade, seawater breeding pond 1. Do you accept? Note, brother Jiang Sun, find a place to set it up, there's more to come. Jiang Sun paused, then clicked accept. What kind of good stuff did this little girl get her hands on this time? Curious, he went to the edge of the plantation and chose to build it. Ding, insufficient space for construction, please try again. The notification made Jiang Sun stare blankly at the 10m, 20m area next to the plantation. A fish pond needs that much space? 200 square meters isn't enough. Unconvinced, he moved to the other side of the shelter, where the open area was even larger, about 20m, 20m. He tried to build again. Ding, insufficient space for construction, please try again. Jiang Sun stared blankly at the system prompt, and then picked up the magic book to inquire. Ran, how big does this sea farming pond need to be? Zhao Yuan replied. About 600 square meters will do. Just expand the shelter's wall a bit. 600 square meters? Jiang Sun's mouth twitched. His shelter was only 400 square meters. Looking at the glowing construction orb in his hand, Jiang Sun sighed helplessly. He opened the shelter interface in the magic book and selected the wall expansion option. Instantly, materials flew around, and the north side of Jiang Sun's shelter expanded outward by nearly 30 meters, perfectly meeting the 600 square meter requirement. Jiang Sun clicked to build again, and this time, the system finally chimed in with a pleasant notification. Ding! Sea farming pond successfully constructed. In the blink of an eye, a massive pond appeared on the once empty ground, fully occupying the newly expanded backyard. Jiang Sun approached it, amazed to find the pond was over 10 meters deep. This isn't a farming pond. It's more like an artificial lake, he muttered to himself. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the pond's walls were made of a bluish stone that emitted a faint glow, with patterns resembling flowing water, both beautiful and magical. The bottom seemed to have special magical circuits that occasionally flickered with a deep blue light, creating an ideal environment for the marine life that would soon inhabit it. As a part-time magic scholar, Jiang Sun immediately recognized the pond's uniqueness, but he also saw that it would be a major consumer of magic power. Reluctantly, Jiang Sun called up the system, and the pond's detailed information appeared. Sea farming pond type, facility level, stellar effects, magic consumption. The pond can automatically simulate ocean environments according to the type of marine life, including but not limited to seawater composition, pressure, and magical conditions. Note, initially requires seawater introduction. Can be segmented and expanded later. Magic consumption varies from 600 to 3,000 points per day, depending on the simulated environment. Great stuff, Jiang Sun thought with admiration. Yet, as he expected, this pond was a magic guzzler. Few people could afford to maintain it, aside from him. Still, it was an incredibly valuable facility. With this farming pond, supporting a few survivors would be more than enough, and it could even sustain a small alliance. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Jiang Sun's hands moved faster than his brain, sending a message to Zhao Yuan. This thing is quite precious. Aren't you planning to use it yourself? As soon as the message was sent, he realized his mistake, frantically searching for the undo button. What was he thinking? The system was great, but it lacked a recall function. Jiang Sun could only wait for a reply, feeling utterly hopeless. Sure enough, Zhao Yueran replied quickly. Brother Jiang Sun, I'm near the sea, so I don't really need it. Jiang Sun's face turned red and white with embarrassment, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. He had no choice but to respond awkwardly. Oh, that was while I asking. After hitting send, Jiang Sun covered his face, feeling even more embarrassed. Fortunately, Zhao Yueran didn't pursue the matter further and started sharing her experiences of the day. It turned out she had discovered a magic sealed stone while exploring the sea, from which the farming pond was obtained. Jiang Sun selectively ignored information about wild treasure chests and chatted with Zhao Yueran about other aspects of the farming pond. After gathering this information, Jiang Sun had a good idea of what Zhao Yueran would send him next. As expected, a new prompt soon appeared. Ding! Zhao Yueran offers you a trade for 50 bags of magic sea salt, 20 bottles of deep-sea nourishing liquid, 100 black rock crab hatchlings, and 50 blazing fin fish fry. Do you accept the trade? Seeing the list of items, Jiang Sun rubbed his hands together and quickly accepted. In an instant, piles of magically infused materials appeared by the pond. The blue magic sea salt shimmered with a strange glow under the faint light, unlike regular table salt. The deep-sea nourishing liquid, contained in transparent crystal bottles, looked like flowing stardust, equally extraordinary. These materials weren't just for adjusting seawater composition, but for simulating a magical ocean environment. Jiang Sun then turned to the wooden boxes containing black rock crab and blazing fin fish hatchlings. The 100 black rock crab hatchlings were each the size of a fingertip, with deep black shells and oversized claws disproportionate to their small bodies. The blazing fin fish fry were half the size of a palm, bright red and plump, looking quite delicious as they swam like rainbows. As Jiang Sun marveled, Zhao Yueran's message popped up again. Brother Jiang Sun, I carefully selected these for you. Oh, and there are 2 big ones. Fill the pond first, and I'll send them over. Jiang Sun felt a wave of gratitude. What a considerate sister. Though a bit fierce, he thought. After confirming the location, Jiang Sun began planning the internal space of the sea farming pond. Since the living environments for the 2 marine species were relatively simple and the pond could simulate conditions, Jiang Sun only needed to allocate their respective spaces. As he walked around, he divided the areas. For the crabs, about 70 to 80 square meters will do. The blazing fin fish need a bit more room, maybe 100 square meters. As for the 2 big ones Zhao Yueran mentioned, how big can fish really be? Once Jiang Sun finished planning the space, the pond was immediately divided by greenstone bricks. Then he emptied his storage ring and traded with Zhao Yueran, asking her to help collect some seawater. Looking at the massive pond, Jiang Sun sighed silently. Thank goodness for the starfall storage ring. Otherwise, if he had to collect fresh water himself to fill this pond, who knows how long it would take. Even with the ring's 1,000 cubic meter capacity, he had to make 7 or 8 trips to fill the pond. Watching the lively hatchlings in the pond, Jiang Sun couldn't be happier. Voila! Voila suddenly appeared, peeking over the pond edge before turning to Jiang Sun and pointing at the pond. Walla walla la. They're not pets, they're ingredients. Your sister Nian Nian will cook them for you. Walla. Really, you're the sun, they're the meal. How could they compare to you? Walla la. They don't need sugar, just feed them some meat scraps. Walla la. Right. I think so too. After calming down Walla, Zhao Yueran's message came through again. Jiang Sun, are you ready? Jiang Sun quickly replied. Send it to me. Let me see how big it is. Despite his words, he was somewhat indifferent. In his mind, the biggest fish he had seen were those 100-pounders in videos. So, how much bigger could they possibly be? Thinking this, Jiang Sun smirked disdainfully. His pond was several meters deep, with hundreds of square meters of space. Surely, it could fit 2 fish? Ding! Zhao Yueran has sent you a trade request for 2 blue-striped giant-mouth fish. Do you accept the trade? Accept. Immediately, 2 glowing orbs landed in his hands. Inside the orbs, 2 tiny fish seemed to be swimming. Jiang Sun was familiar with this form, as he had received other building and facility items in the same way before. He grabbed one orb and handed it to Walla on his shoulder, instructing, when I count to 3, let's throw them into the pond together. Make sure you aim right. Jiang Sun felt a hint of caution, worried that if there was any danger, it might affect him. So he moved 10 meters away from the pond, nodded at Walla, and started counting softly. 1, 2, 3 throw. As the 2 glowing orbs were tossed, they hit the water with a splash. 2 colossal splashes rose high, drenching both of them completely. However, at that moment, they were too stunned to care about being soaked. They stared, bewildered, at the 2 giant creatures in the pond. In the pond, 2 massive fish lay there like prehistoric beasts. Each one was over 10 meters long. Their bluish-gray scales, as large as fans, shimmered in the dim light. Their powerful fins churned the water, causing waves to splash all around. Jiang Sun slapped his face hard to snap back to reality, quickly helping Walla close its gaping mouth, then continued to stare at the giant fish in the pond. Although the pond still had over 400 square meters of space, It seemed cramped and crowded compared to these behemoths. The two giant fish thrashed in the water, seemingly struggling to adapt to such a confined environment. With every slight movement of their huge bodies, the pond was like a miniature tsunami, the water surging violently. Even turning around was difficult, the waves crashing loudly against the pond walls. Finally, the two fish managed to turn around, their wheel-sized eyes fixated on Jiang Sun. Seeing the light in their eyes, Jiang Sun involuntarily took a few steps back in fear. Who would eat something like this? He swallowed hard, feeling his teeth chattering slightly. Meanwhile, Walla was jumping around excitedly, making a series of amazed sounds, occasionally reaching out with its little paw to try and touch the giant fish's forehead that peeked above the water. This startled Jiang Sun, who quickly pulled it back. Don't mess around, I'll get you something to eat later. He frantically called up the system to check the information on the fish. The green-striped giant mouthfish is a large aquaculture species known for its rapid growth, strong adaptability, and high food demand. Its flesh is firm, rich in magical power, and consuming it can significantly boost physical attributes. Notably, during its growth, it produces green-striped fish stones, which are excellent waterproof materials. Seeing the eager eyes of the two fish, Jiang Sun pulled Walla back another dozen meters before finally breathing a sigh of relief and carefully reviewing the system's introduction. He eventually realized that although the giant fish looked intimidating, their care seemed manageable. Moreover, theoretically, they weren't man-eaters. With this thought, he felt relieved and quickly messaged Zhao Yueran. Ran, these fish are huge. Where did you get them? Zhao Yueran quickly replied. Brother Jiang Sun, I'm glad you like them. The fish came from a treasure chest. From a chest? Jiang Sun was delighted to confirm that Zhao Yueran hadn't caught them by hand, which eased his mind. Others might not grasp the concept of a fish several meters long, but Jiang Sun understood. He had seen someone catch a kingfish weighing 120 pounds, and it was only 1.3 meters long. By that ratio, a fish several meters long would weigh approximately 23 tons. With this realization, Jiang Sun's forehead veins throbbed, not out of envy for Zhao Yueran's treasure chest, but because he suddenly thought, if such a large fish is wild, could I fish for it? If I caught one, could I, Jiang Sun, be as renowned as Emperor Hichong? This thought made his eyes light up. He turned, grabbed his magic book, started composing a message, and used the channel pinning privilege, buying high-quality fishing rods. Message me for prices. After tidying up the messy yard, Jiang Sun finally sat on the sofa to rest. He knew that among the group, he was indeed the most suitable to use this seawater breeding pond. Zhao Yueran lived by the sea and could simply fence off an area for farming anything she wanted. Every day, Qin Lao is busy with his research, tending to a vast array of plants and crops, leaving him with no time to spare. Meanwhile, Zhao Tingtao is in the harsh environment of the ice fields, dealing not only with the cold, but also with the care of magical beasts. Indeed, being by oneself means no hustle and a pleasant environment, yet it lacks the crucial element of continuous output. As for Song Yinyan, Jiang Sun never even considered her. If those two fish were given to her, they would be eating a full fish feast for a month. There's no need to question her ability to kill them. Jiang Sun knows that anything edible is just an ingredient in her eyes. With this thought, Jiang Sun couldn't help but sigh. It seems everyone is quite concerned about him, worried he might be lacking in some aspect. Perhaps this is the best kind of relationship: mutual respect, understanding, and support. However, thinking about no more days of leisurely fishing, Jiang Sun felt a bit melancholic. It's not that he can't fish anymore, it's just that he has to fish every day. He shook his head and opened his magical book, only to see several people chatting in the Qingshan channel. Zhao Tingtao, Ran, where's the fish you promised me? It's been days. Zhao Yueran messaged. Oh, come on, I've been busy. Besides, catching fish isn't that easy. Qin Gengyan replied. Exactly. Aren't you supposed to be taking care of your wolf pups? Why do you need fish? It's dangerous for Ran to go into the sea. Zhao Tingtao added. I'm craving it. I can't lose my family's traditional salted fish recipe. Zhao Tingtao continued to complain. Hey, I can do it too. Song Yinyan chimed in. All right. As soon as I catch one, I'll give it to you. Be patient. Zhao Yueran reassured. Fine, but hurry up. Zhao Tingtao responded reluctantly. Seeing this, Jiang Sun suddenly felt a mischievous urge and sent a message. Oh, everyone's here. Look at the fish Ran sent me. 2 blue-striped giant-mouthed fish, Jiang Sun added. Not big, just over 20 tons each. Tons? Song Yinyan exclaimed. Yep, Jiang Sun confirmed. Zhao Yueran? Zhao Tingtao sent a confused emoji. You know, brother Jiang Sun is different, Zhao Yueran teased. What's so different about him? Does he have 2 heads? Zhao Tingtao retorted. Time flew by as Jiang Sun spent several days tinkering with his puppets and repairing them. During this period, he successfully restored 2 black mist knights and 2 night blades. Now his puppet squad consists of 4 black mist knights and 2 night blades, boasting formidable combat power. He didn't attempt to repair the Starfield Ranger puppet, as he believed the team's long-range attack capabilities were already strong enough. With him present, no magical beast dared to confront them directly. The repair of the Nightblades was aimed at enhancing the team's pursuit capabilities. The high agility of the Nightblade made it ideal for executing chase and assassination missions. Jiang Sun opened the information panel of the Nightblade and carefully examined its attributes. Name, level, Firefly, strength 35, agility 65, stamina 35, intelligence 15, mana reserve 120,001, 2000, daily consumption 40 points hour, combat consumption 1500 points hour, stealth consumption 100 points second. In terms of skills, the Shadow Assault instantly consumes 500 mana, transforming into a shadow that lunges 10 meters forward, dealing high damage to enemies in its path, and remaining invincible during the assault, capable of penetrating non-physical enemy shields. The Shadow Stealth skill, when activated, consumes 100 mana per second, concealing its form and presence, and increases agility by 30 during stealth. The first attack will deal additional armor-piercing damage. If no attack is launched within 10 seconds, stealth is broken. The Blade Resurgence skill triggers when health falls below 30, consuming 1000 mana to forcibly enter stealth and recover significant injuries, while doubling attack speed for 5 seconds. This skill can be triggered once every 2 hours, and after activation, mana consumption increases by 50 for the subsequent 10 minutes. The notes mention that the Nightblade was secretly crafted by a puppet master at the request of a mysterious assassin organization, designed specifically for assassination missions. Despite its explosive power, its limited mana endurance restricts its operational duration, leaving room for future improvements. Looking at the puppet with such formidable abilities, Jiang Sun couldn't help but grin. Like the Black Mist Knights, the Nightblade also possessed strong survival capabilities. The Blade Resurgence skill ensured that the Nightblade could retreat safely from assassination missions, preventing it from being easily overwhelmed by enemy counterattacks. Feeling secretly pleased, Jiang Sun understood that the survival abilities of the puppets meant significantly reduced casualties on his side during battles, and saving money was always a good thing. However, the notes also highlighted that, like the Black Mist Knights, all puppets lacked long-term endurance. Although the 12,000 mana points seemed ample, enough to support the Nightblade in 8 hours of combat, the reality of combat consumption was not so simple. Each skill consumed a large amount of mana, such as the Shadow Assault, which used 500 points per use, depleting half the mana after 12 uses. Upon realizing this, Jiang Sun felt fortunate that only someone with his wealth of crystals could afford such consumption. Otherwise, other puppet masters might have to sell their last pair of pants to buy crystals after a single fight. He directed the Black Mist Knights to stand guard while the Nightblades patrolled the area, then turned to head into the sanctuary. Just as Jiang Sun was about to touch the doorknob, a sudden hum startled him. He knew this meant the Black Mist Knight's alert had been triggered again. Reacting swiftly to the sound, he turned around just in time to see a massive figure being knocked back. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a robust water buffalo beast, about 5 meters long. The golden-tipped horns on its head puzzled Jiang Sun. Sensing the magical energy flowing within the buffalo, he was shocked to discover it was a star-level beast. This didn't make sense. This creature should be the gilded wild ox shared on the Blue Star Council channel. Typically a neutral beast. If you don't provoke me, I won't attack you. So why was it charging at his shelter? Before Jiang Sun could ponder further, the enormous wild ox hit the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. The beast was incredibly resilient. Despite being hit by 2 Black Mist Knights, it was unharmed and quickly got back on its feet, continuing its charge toward Jiang Sun's shelter. Each step of its hooves made the ground tremble slightly, kicking up dirt. The forceful momentum seemed as if it intended to obliterate everything in its path. You're asking for trouble, aren't you? Jiang Sun was furious seeing the gilded wild ox's relentless determination to crash into his shelter. He cursed under his breath. You stubborn beast, why act out at my shelter? I don't even eat beef. He immediately commanded the other 2 Black Mist Knights, armed with hefty iron rods, to join the fray. Perched atop the wall, Nightblade watched the spectacle, its eyes flashing red before its form slowly vanished. Then came the impact, akin to planets colliding. With a thunderous crash, a large amount of black mist dispersed as 2 knights firmly held onto a horn each. After being pushed back several meters, they finally managed to halt the beast's advance. Likewise, the gigantic gilded wild ox came to a stop, its massive head immobilized by the knights gripping its horns tightly. Realizing its predicament, the wild ox began to struggle wildly, sensing the sharp gaze of 2 pairs of eyes fixated on it. At that moment, the other 2 Black Mist Knights quickly closed in. The thick iron rods, about 15 centimeters in diameter, crossed and drove into the ground with a resounding duong, firmly pinning the neck of the wild ox. This time, it was completely restrained. Jiang Sun let out a sigh of relief, gazing at the frantically struggling gilded ox, trying to understand why it seemed to be afflicted with mad cow disease. However, he quickly noticed something unusual. The ox's eyes were not filled with the bloodlust he expected, but instead with panic and fear. Sensing something was amiss, Jiang Sun hurriedly raised his hand to halt the actions of the mechanical puppets. But it was too late. Two sounds, almost simultaneous, reached Jiang Sun's ears. In an instant, two blades, as if slicing through the boundary between reality and illusion, appeared, cutting through the air with the brilliance of a flash in the night, tracing a striking X centered on the ox's body. The air seemed to be sliced by the sharp blades, emitting a faint sizzling sound. The next moment, two shadowy figures, as dark as ink, appeared silently a short distance behind the ox. They stood tall and imposing, like deities of death in the night, their presence chilling the air around them. At the same time, several black mist knights, which had been holding the ox in place, seemed to receive some silent command and instantly halted their actions. The metallic joints made a soft clicking sound in the silence. This is bad. Jiang Sun's eyes widened as he watched the scene unfold, his heart sinking with dread. Sure enough, the next moment, the life in the gilded ox's large eyes, like a candle flickering in the wind, quickly extinguished. Blood gushed out instantly, spraying through the air and falling like a bloody rain on the nearby knights and night blades. The blood trickled down, glistening on their metallic shells, making them appear like demonic gods emerging from the depths of hell, evoking a chilling fear. Jiang Sun quickly dispatched several golems to patrol the area and check for hidden dangers. He walked up to the lifeless body of the gilded wild bull, its eyes still wide open, and sighed. Why attack my sanctuary if there's an issue? For survivors, a sanctuary is life itself. Any creature that attacks it is an eternal enemy. After dealing with the bull's corpse, Jiang Sun shook his head and headed towards the sanctuary's entrance. This unexpected incident left him puzzled, and he thought he needed to find the root cause as soon as possible. If beasts randomly attacked the sanctuary, he wouldn't be able to explore the outside world with peace of mind. Just as his hand touched the doorknob again, a system notification abruptly sounded. Can't a person catch a break? Jiang Sun couldn't help but curse. The system ignored his outburst and continued. Ding. With 100,000 people meeting the career awakening conditions, the career system is now open. Please explore it on your own. The career system had been activated? Jiang Sun was slightly taken aback and turned back into the sanctuary, picking up a magic book to study it closely. At the top was the prominent system message. The career system is now open. Those meeting the four-dimensional attribute requirements will automatically transition to a new career. Reading this, Jiang Sun fell into deep thought. Among the 5 people in Qingshan, only Zhao Tingtao and Zhao Yueran had four-dimensional attributes exceeding 20 points. Likely, they had already transitioned the moment the system notification sounded. Their attribute advantages were too significant to suppress. Jiang Sun opened the Qingshan channel, and sure enough, the two had gone silent, leaving only a message asking everyone to wait for their updates before they went to test their new abilities. He checked his own personal information and found that he was just 1 point shy of the attribute requirement for transition. The personal information showed: name, Jiang Sun, level, Firefly, strength, 24, agility, 27, stamina, 19, intelligence, 5540, mana, 4500-4500, recovery rate, 225675900450 points hour, skills, gathering level 3, 75 magic tide level 2, 11 star flash level 2, for status, mana abundance. Due to long-term intake of high-energy food, four-dimensional attributes will slowly increase, and mana recovery speed is increased by 200. This state disappears after 3 days of stopping intake. Just 1 point short, Jiang Sun wasn't unwilling to improve. It was a deliberate restraint. He had a piece of food that could boost his stamina attribute, enabling him to transition, but he held back because something fell off. Opening the magic book, he continued to read the career-related information, which was scant, containing only a single line. Those with four-dimensional attributes meeting 20 points will transition on their own. Remembering the system's sneaky nature, Jiang Sun became wary. He recalled that when upgrading the sanctuary, the system provided no explanation about additional magical materials, leading many to use ordinary materials for upgrades, resulting in useless additional attributes. Jiang Sun didn't want to suffer any setbacks in this profession. So, he quickly called Walla over, and the two of them put their heads together to study the situation carefully. No matter how they looked at it, something seemed off. Suddenly, Jiang Sun seemed to have an idea and hurriedly opened the revelation information he had saved earlier. Sure enough, he found a line he had previously overlooked. Professionals would amplify their four-dimensional attributes and simultaneously gain related professional abilities. But what exactly did this amplification entail? Jiang Sun stroked his chin, deep in thought. He felt that the issue lay here. After some consideration, he decided to wait for Zhao Tingtao to finish testing his abilities before deciding whether to change professions. For now, it was better to gather information in the channel. When he opened the message channel, he found that people had already started discussing. However, there were few responses. Jiang Sun thought about it and understood why. After all, only a little over 100,000 people had reached the professional criteria at this stage. This number was insignificant compared to the total population of 3 billion on the Blue Star, accounting for only 0.003. Even in their most populous survival channel, having 3 to 5 people meet the criteria was already impressive. So, Jiang Sun didn't have high expectations. Nevertheless, some people in the channel shared their experiences. I've awakened my profession. It's called Misty Hunter. It increased my agility attribute and decreased my intelligence attribute. One message caught Jiang Sun's attention. Wow, I've made it. Our channel has a professional now. Really? That profession name sounds so impressive. Yeah, how did you awaken, Big Shot? Is it just about having enough attributes? Big Shot, please help us out. Now that we can teleport, I'm bringing all my belongings to join you. Yes, please, Big Shot. We're really starving, and after the tide, the monsters have gone crazy. You guys are out of food too? I thought it was just me who was struggling. Seeing that someone had indeed shared their profession, Jiang Sun was intrigued. He checked the person's name, Wenbaiyue. Previously not well known in the channel, it was surprising to see him become one of the first to awaken a profession. It seemed that many who were doing well weren't boastful, quietly making progress. With this in mind, Jiang Sun added Wenbaiyue and another professional, Chen Wang, as friends. He pondered that since both of them were developing quite well, it made sense to add each other as friends to share resources. After all, they were likely leaders of some alliances. This time, he primarily wanted to learn about the profession situation. It wasn't long before they accepted the friend request. Before Jiang Sun could speak, Wenbaiyue sent a message first. It's the Big Shot from Qingshan. Hello. Thank you so much for selling the crystal, otherwise, I would have been doomed. Jiang Sun was puzzled, thinking that someone with such high attributes wouldn't need the aid of a crystal. So he replied, hello, congratulations on awakening your profession. We can exchange resources in the future. I'd like to ask you some questions about the profession, if that's okay. Soon, Wenbaiyue enthusiastically replied, you're too kind. My ability to awaken my profession is partly thanks to you. Ask me anything, and I'll tell you everything I know. Seeing her friendly attitude, Jiang Sun started chatting with her. After learning that she hadn't joined any forces and had some breeding-related abilities, he recommended Zhao Tingtao to her and suggested Zhao see if there was an opportunity to recruit her into the organization. Then, Jiang Sun turned to communicate with Chen Wang. He remembered Chen Wang was a leader of an alliance who had started gathering people to develop agriculture by the third day of arrival, making him one of the well-developed survivors in the channel. Chen Wang was also very humble, and upon hearing that Qin Lao had joined Qingshan, he immediately wished to become his apprentice. After consulting Qin Lao, Jiang Sun recommended Chen Wang to him. After all, the old man was getting on in years, and it wouldn't hurt to have someone else help with minor tasks. After finishing his conversations with the two, Jiang Sun also contacted Zhou Sanyan for a brief chat, during which Zhou shared all the information he knew. By then, Jiang Sun had a good understanding of the system's setup. Jiang Sun understood that the current situation was being forced to develop in a single direction. Take Wenbaiyue's Misty Hunter as an example. With an increase in agility, her movement speed and attack speed while avoiding magical beasts in the wild have significantly improved, and her attack accuracy has greatly increased. However, the reduction in intelligence attributes has caused a noticeable decrease in speed and power when she uses skills that rely on magic. In contrast, Chen Wang's profession as a spirit plant master was completely different. His role focused more on resource gathering and shelter construction. After changing professions, his intelligence and stamina attributes increased, while his strength and agility attributes significantly decreased. The profession enhancement doubled his efficiency in crop gathering and allowed him to sense the growth state of crops within his territory, which was undoubtedly a powerful profession. However, his combat ability was clearly weakened, and as he said, he could only focus on logistics in the future. Jiang Sun realized that Chen Wang might transition from a leadership role to that of a merchant. Although Chen Wang was the initiator of the organization and among the first to change professions, his lack of combat ability meant he could almost only become a subordinate. After some thought, Jiang Sun understood the malicious intent of the dog system. By weakening some people's combat abilities, it forced everyone to unite for survival. He quickly sent messages to several people, particularly to Qin Lao and Song Yinyan. Although their abilities leaned towards life professions, losing combat ability would significantly increase the difficulty of independent development, which was clearly not feasible. Jiang Sun hoped that everyone could find their own path, become self-reliant individuals, and support each other, achieving mutual success, which would take them much further than becoming subordinates. Therefore, he decided to stop the two and asked them to wait. As for Zhao Tingtao and Zhao Yueran, Jiang Sun wasn't worried. The siblings' characteristics destined them not to easily switch to life professions. Just by their talent names, one called Conqueror and the other called massacre, it's unclear how the system could assign them to life professions. Jiang Sun secretly joked to himself that it wouldn't be a bad idea to have Zhao Tingtao raise pigs. Later, Jiang Sun and Zhou Tsongyan learned about the situation of the official shelters, which aligned with what he knew. The attitude of the other official shelters was consistent. They chose not to disclose this information. Although he felt dissatisfied with the unkindness of these people, he silently accepted the proposal. He knew that the major official shelters were simply worried that no one would switch to life professions, which would affect their future development. Therefore, Jiang Sun did not intend to oppose them, as development and survival were the main themes of this world. He sighed and eventually convinced himself. He was well aware that he wasn't a saint, so when it came to his own interests, he didn't need to make any difficult decisions. He just had to convince his conscience. At that moment, Zhao Tingtao sent a message. I just finished testing my professional abilities. It's a bit complicated, so everyone should stay put until I explain in detail. Jiang Sun perked up and quickly replied in the group chat. How did it go? Is it a combat-related profession? Tell us, we're all waiting. Zhao Tingtao asked in confusion. What's a combat profession? Are there any professions that don't involve combat? Jiang Sun covered his face in exasperation, speechless at Zhao's inability to focus on the main point, and urged him to share his findings. Zhao Tingtao excitedly said, I've discovered that my profession is incredibly powerful, and it's related to the inheritance I received. Hearing this, Jiang Sun held his breath, surprised by this connection. He quickly urged Zhao to continue. Without hesitation, Zhao Tingtao shared the details of his profession. The name of my profession is Gale Hunter. 3 minutes passed, and Zhao still hadn't elaborated further. With a blank expression, Jiang Sun commented, The name sounds cool. The others echoed him. Satisfied with the responses, Zhao Tingtao continued. My four-dimensional attributes show that the proportions of strength and agility have increased, with enhancement effects tripled, while other attributes remain unchanged. Plus, all my existing skills have been integrated into my professional skills and enhanced, including abilities learned from the heart of the beast inheritance. Witnessing all this, Jiang Sun was stunned, filled with disbelief. He suddenly understood the system's intention in adding professions integration. Jiang Sun understood deeply that by integrating each survivor's existing abilities, their future paths could become much clearer. By weakening abilities that improved relatively minor attributes and strengthening those that significantly aid survival, it would prevent survivors from wanting everything and instead quickly enhance their advantageous skills. Clearly, the system didn't intend to give humanity much time to grow. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. All signs indicated that one day, humans would lose the system's support and have to face the various dangers of the magical wasteland on their own. He sighed deeply, realizing he was powerless over the system's decisions. Apart from desperately improving himself, there seemed to be no other way to influence what would happen. He glanced at Zhao Tingtao, who was still chattering away in the channel, and couldn't help but show a wry smile. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Zhao Tingtao continued to share his professional abilities, and the others listened intently. Jiang Sun slowly identified the key issue. If one wants to develop comprehensively, inheritance is essential. Otherwise, no matter how strong an individual is, they may struggle after changing professions. Zhao Tingtao's profession exemplified this. His storm beast hunter possessed the abilities of both a combat profession hunter and a life profession beast tamer, complementing each other and becoming even stronger. The key reason was that his beast heart inheritance had been integrated into his profession. Confirming this, Jiang Sun felt fortunate for his insight. He estimated that worldwide, besides their group of 5, there were no more than 10 others with inheritances, including those who acquired them through various fortuitous encounters. After all, in terms of disaster points, only Zhou Tsongyan had exchanged for one, and that was with Jiang Sun's reminder. After Zhao Tingtao finished speaking, Zhao Yueran began to introduce her own job transition. Her new profession is called Bloodbath Arbiter, which perfectly combines her unique combat style with the legacy of life healing. This not only grants her the ability to absorb blood to restore herself, but also exponentially increases her four-dimensional attributes. It was said that during her recent test in the sea, she managed to catch a 1.5-meter-wide crab with her bare hands. Jiang Sun was astonished. Although he couldn't determine the exact weight of the giant crab, considering that a palm-sized blue crab weighs about half a pound, it was easy to imagine Zhao Yueran's strength. At this rate, Zhao Yueran might soon become a formidable four-dimensional powerhouse. Witnessing this, everyone realized the immense power contained in these professions and started planning their own job transitions. After Jiang Sun shared his conclusions, they were even more motivated. Previously, like Jiang Sun, they hadn't changed professions due to suppressing attribute growth. This was a common strategy among well-developed survivors, who would often learn from past experiences. Instead of rushing into a job transition, they preferred to let others explore first, clear the path of any pitfalls, and then proceed safely. However, now Qin Lao and the others saw no need to hold back. They already possessed dual capabilities from both combat and life skill legacies. The sooner they transitioned, the greater the advantage they would gain, especially since the outside world was far from peaceful. The earlier they improved, the safer they would be. Once the plans were set, they immediately took action. Before proceeding, they had to confirm each person's inclinations to ensure nothing was overlooked. Since Zhao Tingtao and Zhao Yueran had already completed their transitions, they began assisting the others with their planning. It was then that Jiang Sun realized Qin Lao and Song Yinyan's combat abilities were not to be underestimated. Even compared to the combat-focused Zhao Tingtao and Zhao Yueran, they held their own. First was Qin Lao, whose combat method involved the magical transformation of plants. He had successfully cultivated 3 types of magical plants: the love-eating flower, the steel needle thorn tree, and the acid flytrap. The love-eating flower could move, albeit slowly, while the steel needle thorn tree and the flytrap served as defensive guardians. This was more than sufficient, as these magical plants were merely consumables for Qin Lao. With abundant magic and sufficient materials, he could virtually proliferate them without limit. Qin Lao's true strength was not merely in controlling these magical plants. He had dedicated his life to the grain industry of Longhua, nearly resolving the food crisis on Blue Star and saving millions from hunger. Upon arriving in this world, his first task was to develop a plant growth serum. Even when facing death, he wished for Jiang Sun to spread his findings to save others from starvation. This was not just passion but a gift. Qin Lao's exploration of magical world plants exemplified this sentiment. Hence, Jiang Sun was eagerly anticipating Qin Lao's upcoming profession awakening. As expected, good news soon arrived. Qin Lao successfully awakened his profession with formidable capabilities. His profession is called Green Soil Plant Master. This profession enhances 2 key dimensions. One focuses on combat attributes, allowing Qin Lao to freely control and enhance magical plants. The other is the seemingly ordinary green soil. Under Qin Lao's green soil influence, any crop's yield triples, which is more than just a quantitative increase. The size of the crop fruits and their beneficial effects after consumption far exceed similar products. For example, the emerald light fruit cultivated by Qin Lao boosts intelligence by 3 points and even increases the magic limit by 100 points. Jiang Sun looked back at the knee-high Moonlight Valley spikes in his yard, compared to the tree-like ones in the photos Qin Lao sent, and immediately decided to abandon his own planting plans. Next was Song Yinyan. During her transition, everyone was quite anxious. After all, neither her talents nor the legacy she received had much to do with combat. Although the magic potions recorded many combat-related concoctions, Jiang Sun and the others were concerned she would end up in a non-combat profession. However, Song Yinyan seemed unfazed, expressing her preference for cooking over fighting. She cheerfully said, "It's fine. I enjoy cooking for you all every day." Seeing her so open-minded, the group stopped persuading her, and Song Yinyan began her transition journey. Soon, their worries dissipated as she successfully transitioned. Song Yinyan not only succeeded but also avoided a non-combat profession. Her new profession is Cloud Mist Harmonizer. When they first heard the name, they feared she had indeed transitioned to a support role. However, her profession turned out to be quite remarkable, deeply enhancing her original skills in mixing potions and food, while granting her an additional powerful combat skill, Cloud Mist. Cloud Mist allows her to release potions as mist, greatly increasing the range and speed of their effects. A healing potion originally meant for a single person could, through her Cloud Mist method, quickly cover an area, rapidly healing her teammates' injuries. In battle, she could vaporize offensive potions, with the mist corroding enemy weapons and eroding their magical defenses, effectively creating her own domain. Additionally, the Cloud Mist Harmonizer profession came with strong auxiliary attributes. Song Yinyan found her success rate in potion mixing increased by 50, and the required materials were reduced by a third. This meant she could produce large quantities of potions in less time. Moreover, the potions she made lasted more than twice as long as regular ones. Jiang Sun and the others were amazed. They had expected Song Yinyan's transition to be challenging, but it turned out to be smooth and powerful. The little chef had become a formidable force. After everyone completed their transitions, the discussions in the channel quieted down. Jiang Sun sighed softly, understanding that everyone was waiting for him to complete his transition. After double-checking his details to ensure nothing was overlooked, he took a deep bite of the dark fruit in his hand. The crisp, sweet juice burst forth, instantly blooming on his taste buds. While chewing the fruit, Jiang Sun mumbled his praise. "This fruit is incredibly delicious, definitely cultivated by old Qin. It's so much better than the wild ones." As the juice slipped down his throat, his internal magic power unexpectedly began to stir, like a lit fuse triggering an explosive storm of magic within his body. Though he hadn't finished the fruit, his stamina attribute, which was just 1 point short, was now fully restored. Sensing the discomfort inside, he quickly stuffed the rest of the fruit into his mouth and sat down in the young dragon's nest to perceive the changes in his body. First, his magic power, far surpassing that of ordinary people, began to boil. Then, a slight tingling sensation spread across his skin, as if pierced by countless tiny needles. Simultaneously, a wave of heat surged from his limbs to his head. Ding! A system notification sounded in Jiang Sun's mind. You have met the criteria for career awakening. Assigning profession. Suddenly, his vision was filled with a blinding light, as cyan and blue hues slowly permeated through him, seemingly ready to burst out. Outside, the previously silent magical dolls all turned their heads in unison, their eyes glowing red, as if sensing something. Jiang Sun's vision went blank, and then he saw two intricate runes slowly merge to form a new diagram. He felt a throbbing pain in his head as the diagram seemed to forcibly imprint itself into his mind. With each line embedded, the burning sensation in his body intensified. Ding! The system notification sounded again. You have successfully awakened your profession as a magic source puppet master. Jiang Sun finally came to his senses, realizing the profound changes occurring within his body. The magic that once flowed methodically now roared through him like a raging river. Moreover, he discovered he could accurately perceive the ambient magic around him. Instantly, those scattered magical particles seemed to find a home, eagerly flocking to him. Is this what the magic collector does every day? Sensing something, Jiang Sun quickly opened his personal information to check. Personal information. Name, Jiang Sun. Profession, magic source puppet master. Level, Firefly. Strength, 24. Agility, 30. Stamina, 24. Intelligence, 6,550. Magic power, 160,001,6000. Recovery rate, 8006-4003-2001-600 points hour. After reviewing his basic attributes, Jiang Sun was stunned. Based on the recent changes in his body, he had anticipated an increase in his magic power, but the extent of the boost was astonishing. It leapt from over 4,000 to 16,000. Furthermore, the recovery rate seemed off. With a recovery speed of 12,000 points per hour, his magic power limit of 16,000 could be replenished in under 2 hours. Isn't that outrageous? Jiang Sun calculated silently, and indeed found something amiss. He recalled that the values for magic recovery speed were always clearly marked, representing his inherent recovery rate, equipment effects, shelter attributes, and temporary attributes. The temporary attributes appeared somewhat illusory. Remembering that the magic source's bonus was only 300, he quickly examined the pendant he always wore. Information appeared before him. Magic source, single upgrade type. Necklace level, lunar, glow firefly star moon. Wear requirement, primal class profession. Effect, increases magic recovery speed by 800. Note, unique item, upgradable. Upgraded. Seeing the change in the necklace, Jiang Sun was overjoyed. The magic source had unknowingly upgraded. The additional effect increased from 300 to 800. Especially with his magic power limit greatly enhanced. This boost was terrifying. This necklace had always been one of his greatest assets, helping him through the most challenging early stages. After securing the necklace, Jiang Sun continued to read the profession traits. Profession traits. Puppet maker. Greatly enhances perception of materials for puppet creation, significantly improving precision during puppet crafting. Puppet controller. Significantly weakens the mental barrier between him and puppets, allowing control of multiple puppets simultaneously, with control quantity linked to intelligence attribute. Current controllable number, 4. Magic source perception. Enhances perception and attraction of magic sources in the environment, greatly increasing magic recovery speed. Current perception range, 50 m. Magic surge. Accumulates magic to form various ability effects through different release methods. Current forms, Moon Scythe, Star Trail, Reversal, Link. Skills. Gathering, level 3, 96. Star Flash, level 2, 41. Status, Magic Abundance. Due to prolonged intake of high-energy food, for attributes will slowly increase. Magic recovery speed increases by 200, status disappears 3 days after stopping intake. Treasure the panel, Jiang Sun, he thought, appreciating the complexity of the introduction, which he read 3 times to fully understand his profession. It was immensely powerful. That was his most direct impression. All his abilities had been integrated by the system, enhancing both the knowledge from the 2 inheritances and his inherent combat abilities. Even the magic surge had been fully transformed into a profession trait, becoming an ability rather than a skill. To verify his hypothesis, Jiang Sun walked to the room where the magic collector was placed. Open the door. As expected, Jiang Sun witnessed a hidden scene involving the collector. Previously, he could only see the silver ribbons extending into the void from the back of the collector. But now he could clearly see those ribbons continuously grabbing and guiding the light dots representing magic, slowly flowing into the magic crystal. As he approached, he noticed that the previously submissive magic light dots seemed attracted by something, immediately breaking free from the collector's grasp and rushing towards his body. Jiang Sun opened the collector's panel to check the collection rate and found the value quickly dropping from 40 to 0.5, while the magic within him was swiftly replenished. Just as he thought, he frowned slightly, having vaguely discerned the collector's pattern ever since he could see the magic light dots, attracting free-floating magic sources to gather and replenish the internal crystal's magic. This was also the main reason why collection efficiency was related to the environment. Could it be that the reason for natural magic recovery is these magic sources? He lowered his head in thought, and then looked at his newly acquired linkage ability. The introduction to the linkage was brief but astonishing, as its function was to connect to a target and share his magic recovery speed with them. In emergencies, he could directly transfer his magic to the other person. This meant that if someone fought alongside Jiang Sun, they could share his magic recovery speed of up to 12,000 points per hour. What does a recovery speed of 12,000 points mean? At the current stage of survival, anyone linked with him would practically become a being with nearly unlimited magic. Take the example of a few people in the Green Mountains. Even the one with the highest intelligence attribute, Song Yinyin, had only just reached a magic value limit of 3,000 points, and her hourly magic recovery speed was merely 300 points. These are numbers that other survivors can only dream of. Anyone seeing this would call it outrageous. Jiang Sun's recovery speed is 40 times hers. Thinking about this, he frowned slightly, believing that this so-called target must also include magic puppets. After all, this was almost like his previously conceived idea of remotely charging magic puppets, but now it had been refined and made comprehensive by the system. He walked outside and summoned a black mist knight to test it, and sure enough, after activating the linkage, it not only allowed the black mist knight to gain the ability to naturally recover magic, but also directly transmitted his magic to it as a supplement. This way, it eliminated the cumbersome step of replacing the magic crystal after the puppet's battle, almost perfectly solving the puppet's endurance deficiency. Voila, come here! Jiang Sun shouted. Voila trotted over, clutching two bamboo skewers in its paws, with a bunch of pots and pans floating behind it, thinking it was mealtime again. Seeing the empty table, its little head tilted in confusion, looking at Jiang Sun. Hey, accompany me to test a new ability, Jiang Sun said somewhat embarrassedly, silently vowing to prepare snacks for Voila next time. Indeed, love often feels like an endless debt. With Yla's cheerful agreement, Jiang Sun directly targeted Voila to activate the linkage ability. A strange noise escaped from Jiang Sun's throat, and he quickly severed the linkage light beam, waving his hand toward Voila, saying, "All right, that's it, you can go play now." Voila ran off, looking puzzled. Jiang Sun clutched his chest, taking a while to catch his breath. It seemed this ability couldn't be used recklessly. He patted his chest with lingering fear. At the moment of connecting with Voila, he felt a massive surge of magic on the other end of the linkage, and his magic output was instantly pushed back, nearly overwhelming him. Apparently, Yla's magic reserves far exceeded his own. Jiang Sun sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. However, from this experiment, he realized that the targets for linkage also included magical beasts. After testing the linkage, Jiang Sun's smile gradually faded. The more he thought about it, the more something felt off, muttering to himself, collecting magic sources and then replenishing the target's magic. Isn't this the job of a magic collector? Jiang Sun suddenly had a revelation. So, have I become a humanoid magic collector? And I even have an additional battery function. Thinking of this, Jiang Sun gritted his teeth and walked to the totem pole, activating the linkage ability. Sure enough, he saw the patterns on the totem pole slowly rising, reaching full capacity in no time. System U. He cursed for a while before calming down a bit. Cursing the system was mainly to vent his frustration, as the system had already caused many issues, and this was just another one. Moreover, life had to go on. Looking at the diligent magic puppets standing guard behind him, Jiang Sun was tempted to test his puppet control ability. He focused his mind, locking onto the 4 black mist knights, and began using his newly awakened puppeteer ability. This ability was essentially an enhanced version of his original puppet control ability, yielding excellent results and eliminating the need for physical touch and mental perception, making it very convenient. Closing his eyes, he sensed 4 weak consciousnesses and directly activated the ability. Instantly, he felt the connection between him and the puppets being activated by an invisible current, with consciousness extending like threads and effortlessly penetrating the existing mental barriers. Is it this smooth? Jiang Sun thought. Then, with a thought, he saw the 4 black mist knights moving in unison, their eyes' red glow instantly replaced by a cyan blue hue, with no delay in their actions, moving as if they were his own limbs. Jiang Sun's playful side emerged, directly controlling the black mist knights to move, resulting in a harmonious scene of singing and dancing. From a distance, the 4 burly, armored figures were seen holding hands and performing a tap dance, creating a spectacular sight. Jiang Sun was self-aware enough not to train any combined attack skills. He was confident in his ability, knowing that controlling the Black Mist Knights in battle would be far less effective than their own coordinated efforts. After making the Black Mist Knights sing and dance, he tried controlling the Night Blades and found it equally manageable. Only then did Jiang Sun feel at ease, comfortably planning his next steps. After informing the group at Qingshan about his successful career transition, a wave of congratulations followed. Everyone had successfully transitioned, and such an achievement was worth celebrating. Zhao Yuan was the first to suggest, shouldn't we have a gathering? After a brief consideration, everyone agreed. All 5 members successfully transitioning within the same faction was an unprecedented accomplishment among the human population of Blue Star, marking them as ahead of most others by a significant margin. Their professional abilities were well-rounded with no significant weaknesses, making them stand out compared to most professionals. It was almost certain that they had become part of the elite among billions of survivors, which indeed called for a celebration. The group enthusiastically discussed the location and format of their gathering. Zhao Tingtao quickly suggested, "Listen to me. Come to my place. We can go skiing and have some fun with dog sledding." A certain wolf cub looked puzzled, while Jiang Sun remarked, "That's a good idea." Qin Lao also extended an invitation. "Haha, I'm old and just love seeing you young folks having fun. You're welcome to my place too. I have a few acres of picking gardens. You can eat and play at the same time." Jiang Sun's eyes lit up. "Hey, that's a great idea too." Zhao Yuan, not to be outdone, quickly added, "Come to my place. I'll take you fishing." Jiang Sun knows it well. The fish here are huge. Jiang Sun responded, "That's great, that's great." Song Ninian gently said, "There's not much fun at my place, but I can cook for you all. I'll bring my cooking gear." Zhao Tingtao quickly replied, "Appreciate it." Qin Gingyun agreed, "Ninian, you're so considerate." Zhao Yuan then asked Jiang Sun, "By the way, Jiang Sun, is there anything fun over at your place?" Faced with Zhao Yuan's question, Jiang Sun thought carefully. After some contemplation, he realized there wasn't really an ideal spot for group activities except for a small grove. However, if he had to mention something unique, he did have an idea. Jiang Sun then said, "Would you like to try fighting unbeatable monsters? Like the Hao-Yu level ones, or perhaps giant beasts hundreds of meters tall? We might be able to find some." The group fell silent, with Zhao Tingtao, Zhao Yuan, and the others pondering. Ultimately, after some discussion, the group unanimously decided to go to Zhao Yuan's place. Firstly, because the scenery there was beautiful and the environment pleasant. Secondly, for safety reasons, as the monsters on land had mostly been cleared by Zhao Yuan. Besides, who could resist the chance to catch a fish weighing several tons? Jiang Sun definitely couldn't. Once the location was set, the group scheduled the gathering for the next morning, agreeing to teleport directly to Zhao Yuan's place. The rest of the day was spent in preparation. As everyone animatedly discussed the gathering plans, the atmosphere was lively and filled with anticipation. Jiang Sun couldn't help but smile, feeling that perhaps only they had the means and opportunity to organize a gathering so effortlessly in this world. After all, countless others were still struggling for survival. Checking the time in his magic book, Jiang Sun saw it was already noon. He called Walla, and after a simple meal, they began their preparations. Jiang Sun was deep in thought, as he was about to embark on a long journey the next day, and the safety of the shelter was of utmost importance. After all, once he teleported, he couldn't be certain if he could return quickly in case of an attack. After some consideration, he decided to leave all his magical constructs to guard the shelter. For his journey, he planned to take Walla with him. He thought that if he encountered something Walla couldn't handle, bringing more constructs wouldn't make a difference. After setting up the defense systems, Jiang Sun sank into the sofa with a sigh of relief. Everyone seemed to take this meeting seriously, and he was no exception. He hoped to bridge the gap through face-to-face communication, as online interactions often felt distant and hindered genuine closeness. Additionally, he wanted to test the teleportation function during this time to avoid any mishaps in emergencies due to unfamiliarity with the operation. With the defenses in place, Jiang Sun faced a new dilemma. For his first meeting with everyone, he needed to prepare suitable gifts. He turned to Walla and asked, "Hey, what kind of gifts do you usually bring when visiting someone?" Walla pondered for a moment, then produced a handful of pine nuts out of thin air. Jiang Sun's mouth twitched slightly. "No, that's too informal." Walla continued to think and presented a piece of candy. "That's not right either. It's not presentable." He tried offering other items, but none seemed suitable. "Walla, that might work." "Wait, do you have a secret stash of money?" Jiang Sun asked. Although he didn't get the ideal inspiration from Walla, Jiang Sun quickly came up with a solution. Considering that Qin Lao and Song Yinyan had relatively weaker combat abilities, Jiang Sun decided to give each of them a Black Mist Knight construct as a bodyguard. The Black Mist Knights were highly versatile, skilled in defense, assault, and protection. In simple terms, they could take hits, fight back, and lead charges, making them perfect as personal bodyguards. So he decided to give each of them one, significantly boosting their safety. Jiang Sun planned to gift them some combat equipment. After all, If he gave them magical puppets, it was uncertain if the puppets could even match their abilities, let alone act as their bodyguards. But where could he find suitable equipment for them? This left Jiang Sun pondering. Both of them currently used main weapons at the Haoyue level, which was nearly the highest level of weaponry available at this stage. As for secondary weapons, Jiang Sun paced back and forth in the room, circling several times. His gaze finally settled on a pile of dragon scales in the corner. If he could craft these dragon scales into two arm shields, it would be ideal. Jiang Sun was always one to act on his ideas. He immediately opened his magic book to search for the right person. In the past, no one could handle these incredibly tough dragon scales. But now, with various professionals around, perhaps someone could deal with these water and fire-resistant scales. Without any hesitation, he found Zhou Zhangyan's profile and sent a message. Jiang Sun, are you there? Zhou Zhangyan, yes. Jiang Sun, do you have any blacksmiths on your side? The kind that can craft equipment. Zhou Zhangyan, funny you ask, we actually do. Are you looking to make equipment? Jiang Sun, yes, how skilled is the master? Zhou Zhangyan, rest assured. On the other end, Zhou Zhangyan's initially furrowed brows gradually relaxed upon seeing Jiang Sun's message. His previously troubled mood eased slightly. He couldn't help but reflect on how tough times were becoming. He didn't expect even people from Qingshan to be short on equipment. So he quickly instructed his subordinates to check their inventory. After confirming that his resources were still quite abundant, his confidence returned. He then messaged Jiang Sun. Zhou Zhangyan, by the way, what equipment do you need? Let me see if we have any ready-made ones. How about Haoyue level? Jiang Sun, that's not necessary. The level is too low. Zhou Zhangyan. On the 24th day of the first year of Blue Star's calendar, at 6 a.m., Jiang Sun sluggishly got out of bed and forcefully woke up Walla, who was sprawled out beside him. Get up, you lazybones. We're visiting someone today, he shouted. However, Walla, suffering from his chronic procrastination, refused to budge. Jiang Sun had no choice but to start getting ready himself, saying as he dressed, fine, stay in bed if you want. I'm going alone. I heard Nian Nian brought hundreds of pounds of ingredients today. Before he could finish, he heard a flurry of movement behind him. Turning around, he saw that Walla was already dressed and grooming his fur with enthusiasm. Walla, Jiang Sun, holding back his frustration, turned away to continue brushing his teeth. Listen, when you get there, try to behave yourself, got it? He continued to advise. After washing up, Jiang Sun began packing the things they would need. First were various chunks of magical beast meat, mostly of the celestial grade, weighing hundreds of pounds. Next were the camping supplies he had purchased the night before, filling several compartments with odds and ends, including high-temperature formation diagrams, magical candlesticks, starlight water bottles, and other miscellaneous items. He stuffed everything he could think of into his storage ring, knowing that unlike Blue Star, there were no delivery services available here. It's better to have too much than to lack something essential. Much cleaner now, Jiang Sun remarked, feeling much better as he looked at the now tidy shelter. He opened a magical book and found Zhou Zhangyan's profile. So, are the two-arm shields I ordered ready? He inquired. They're ready, though it cost us 5 furnaces and the blacksmith fainted twice, Zhou Zhangyan replied. Ding. Zhou Zhangyan is offering to trade you 2 dragon scale arm shields. Do you accept? Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun felt a bit embarrassed and quickly sent 2 apple-flavored milk candies, replying, make sure to take care of the master blacksmith, and I'll give you an additional dragon scale as a reward. I represent the dragon. Zhou Zhangyan began, but Jiang Sun interrupted. Hold on. I got it, but I have to run now. Talk later. All right. Feel free to visit the Dragon Nation's shelter anytime. As Jiang Sun clicked the accept button, 2 pitch-black dragon scale arm shields appeared in his hands, feeling heavy and solid. Jiang Sun picked up one shield and examined it closely, finding it to be perfectly designed. The shield was crescent-shaped, with smooth, natural lines that fit the curve of the arm perfectly. The end of the curve slightly flared up, resembling dragon wings about to take flight, which was quite impressive. He inspected the edge of the arm shield closely, noticing it had been meticulously polished. Although it still looked rugged, it didn't affect its usability at all. Jiang Sun tried to check the arm shield's information, but found no description at all. Even the type was listed as material, meaning that, according to the system's understanding, it wasn't considered actual equipment yet. Jiang Sun pondered for a moment. It made sense actually. These 2 dragon scale arm shields, though intricately designed, were merely a change in the shape of the dragon scales. They didn't possess the magical abilities typically granted by equipment. It seemed that current blacksmiths weren't yet capable of transforming dragon scales into equipment. Jiang Sun shook his head, but he wasn't disappointed. Even if these dragon scale arm shields weren't technically equipment, they were superior to most. Their durability and magic immunity alone set them apart from ordinary shields. He gently caressed the arm shield, feeling its incredible hardness. This was definitely a reliable piece capable of withstanding powerful attacks, perfect for Zhao Tingtao and his sister. Voila, let's go. Jiang Sun called to Walla, who was already eager to set off. He packed the 2 arm shields and 2 freshly repaired black mist knights from the day before. Before leaving, he picked up a magic broom and a mop for cleaning, showing his thorough preparation. Walla let out an excited squeal and bounced over to Jiang Sun. As Jiang Sun pressed the teleport button, a soft glow enveloped them both. Ding! Would you like to send a teleport request to Zhao Yuran? Teleport location, target shelter confirmed. Ding! The other party has accepted your request. Please pay the teleportation mana cost, 3,000 points. So expensive, Jiang Sun muttered, tossing 2 crystals into the device. A gentle glow flashed before his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, they were standing at the entrance of Zhao Yuran's shelter. The sea breeze carried the salty, damp scent of the ocean to them. 3 seconds, quite fast, Jiang Sun noted as he checked his magic book, realizing how quick the teleportation was. This meant that mutual support would be almost instantaneous. Behind him, the sound of waves filled the air. He turned to look at the shimmering sea, where gentle waves lapped at the shore, creating a soothing melody. On the sand, a line of colorful shells lay neatly arranged, some occasionally shifting, painting a picture of tranquility. Beside him, Walla was captivated by the scene, sitting quietly on his shoulder, gazing into the distance with him. The creak of the shelter door broke the silence. Brother Jiang Sun, Walla, you're here. A bright voice called out, like silver bells jingling in the wind, instantly shattering the surrounding stillness. Jiang Sun instinctively turned around to see a lively figure darting out from the shelter like a fawn, reaching him in no time, and then launching into his arms with a solid thud. Jiang Sun's body instinctively tensed. The next moment, a unique scent wafted into his nose, like fresh sea air intertwined with the warm smell of sun-dried warmth. It was pleasant. Feeling the embrace around his waist, his initially taut body gradually relaxed. He raised a hand to gently rest it on the fluffy head nestled against his chest, warmth spreading through his palm. Ran, long time no see. As Jiang Sun stepped through the entrance of Zhao Yuran's shelter, he noticed the neatness of the courtyard, where tables, chairs, and sofas were all arranged in an orderly fashion. Nearby, several large sea fish hung on a rack, their bodies slightly twitching, indicating they had been caught not long ago. In the expansive vegetable garden, only a few lush green vegetables grew in the corner, while the rest of the space was adorned with a picturesque array of colorful flowers. Jiang Sun looked up at the pink-painted walls surrounding the shelter and couldn't help but wonder, asking, Ran, where did you get this paint? It's quite nice. Zhao Yuran, who had been blushing slightly, flinched at Jiang Sun's voice, like a startled rabbit, and stammered, Oh, that. I got it from a treasure chest. At that moment, a rough voice sounded from behind them. Don't listen to her nonsense. It's ground monster blood mixed with white diatomaceous earth powder. That's how you get this color. Just as Jiang Sun was about to turn around, Zhao Yuran suddenly lunged at the newcomer like a firecracker being lit. Hey. Ran, stop messing around. Don't bite me, it hurts, ouch. Jiang Sun turned to see a burly man, as big as a bear, striding in with a stoop. He wore a well-crafted beast-hide vest and carried a large deer-shaped monster carcass on his back, making his strength evident. At this moment, Zhao Yuding had Zhao Yuran biting his arm, grimacing in pain. Jiang Sun couldn't help but laugh and shouted teasingly, Adopted son. Zhao Yuding instinctively responded, Adopted F, before catching himself, his face turning shades of white and red as he realized the tease. Thankfully, he managed to stop himself from completing the embarrassing statement. Zhao Yuding then tossed the deer from his shoulder with a thud and walked over to Jiang Sun, challenging him. You little rascal, always running your mouth. Come on, let's see who's the boss today. But before he could finish, he saw an exquisite shield appear in Jiang Sun's hand, freezing his gaze and cutting his words short. After a moment, he stammered, Is this for me? Jiang Sun looked at the tall, strong Zhao Yuding with clear eyes and smiled, calling out, Adopted son. Zhao Yuding paused, a complex expression crossing his face before he seemed to make a decision and responded, Adopted father. Jiang Sun raised his voice with more mirth, Adopted father. Zhao Yuding decided to go along with it. Afterward, Jiang Sun used the dragon scale shield to send Zhao Yuding away and asked Walla to get Zhao Yuran to play together. Jiang Sun picked up a magic book and inquired about the arrival time of Qin Lao and Song Ninian. Song Ninian mentioned she needed to prepare ingredients and spices, so she might be a bit late, while Qin Lao said he would arrive shortly. Just then, Jiang Sun heard Zhao Yuran's voice. Qin Lao is requesting a teleport. Jiang Sun turned to see a flash of light outside the shelter, followed by the appearance of an elderly man at the door, dressed simply but with a scholarly demeanor. Despite his white hair, Qin Lao appeared more spirited than he did back on Blue Star, showing no signs of old age. With a large, heavy-looking pack on his back, Jiang Sun hurried forward to take it, exclaiming, Oh dear, sir, you should have just traded the items over. Carrying it yourself is too tiring. Qin Gengyun smiled kindly. Isn't that right? As one ages, progress slows. My strength is only at 30 points, Nothing compared to you young folks. At this, Jiang Sun paused, recalling his own meager 24 strength points, and sheepishly returned the backpack to Qin Lao, laughing. You're right. More exercise is needed as we get older. Half an hour later, Song Nianyan finally arrived. Seeing her, Jiang Sun's eyes lit up. He had heard she was beautiful, someone a certain alliance leader would go to great lengths to support, but her appearance was even more striking. With her hair casually pinned up and wearing a simple dress that highlighted her slender waist, Song Nianyan exuded a gentle and lively charm. She too carried a large backpack, which she dropped with a clatter, exclaiming, "Phew, that was exhausting." Nianyan. Zhao Yueran dashed over like a little rabbit and clung to Song Nianyan. "Oh my, Ran, you're so adorable." Song Nianyan pinched her cheek affectionately. After a moment of affectionate exchange, they headed inside. "Nianyan's here, have a seat." Jiang Sun and the others rose to greet her. They exchanged pleasantries, and the atmosphere quickly warmed, as they were all familiar with each other despite never having met in person. As they chatted, time slipped by, nearing noon. Song Nianyan headed to the kitchen to start preparing the meal, with Zhao Yueran assisting by washing vegetables and handing over spices. Walla followed them, attempting to help, but ended up being more of a hindrance, eventually joining Jiang Sun, who was sneaking snacks, and being banished from the kitchen by Song Nianyan. Jiang Sun, Qin Lao, and Zhao Yuding, having dealt with the ingredients, sat around the courtyard table, engaging in casual conversation. "Jiang Sun, how does it feel after changing roles? Any new discoveries?" Qin Lao asked, his eyes probing. Jiang Sun scratched his head, smiling. "It feels pretty good. More skills to use and a greater sense of security while exploring. But there's a lot to get used to and learn." Zhao Yuding nodded vigorously. "Exactly. I ran into a star-level monster before coming here. Nearly couldn't handle it. Luckily, my new skills came in handy, or I wouldn't have made it." "Before coming here?" Jiang Sun mused. "Are high-level monsters appearing near your shelter too?" Zhao Yuding replied. "Yes. This sheep just randomly attacked my shelter, so I took it down." Jiang Sun nodded. "You too?" Zhao Yuding confirmed. "Yes, mine was a cow. We'll probably taste it later." Qin Lao added. "This has been happening a lot lately. Many have encountered similar situations. Are they all neutral monsters?" Jiang Sun inquired. Hearing this, a few people vaguely sensed something was amiss. Jiang Sun furrowed his brows slightly and said in a deep voice, "If it's just one or two people, it might be a coincidence. But with so many, there's likely something big about to happen." Old Qin nodded. "It could be a precursor to something." The mention of precursor struck a nerve in Jiang Sun. He quickly picked up his magic book and sent a message to Zhou Sanyan. "Has your disaster warning card shown any new alerts?" Zhou Sanyan replied. "Not yet, but the researchers have noticed some anomalies and are investigating." Jiang Sun responded. "All right, let's keep each other updated." Putting down the magic book, Jiang Sun shook his head at the other two. This gave everyone an uneasy feeling. However, just sitting there and thinking wouldn't solve anything. So Jiang Sun and Zhao Tingtao took on the task of further exploration, deciding to investigate the nearby anomalies after returning and then compile their findings. For now, they didn't want to dampen everyone's spirits. After all, this rare moment of relaxation in this godforsaken wasteland was precious. As they were talking, enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen. Zhao Tingtao sniffed the air and stood up. "I'll go see what Nian Nian is cooking. It smells amazing." Soon after, he returned empty-handed, grumbling. "They kicked me out, said I was just getting in the way." A while later, Song Nian Nian and Zhao Yuran emerged from the kitchen, carrying steaming dishes. In the blink of an eye, the once empty table was filled with a variety of delicious foods, so plentiful it was overwhelming. The tantalizing aroma rose into the air, gracefully weaving through the room. The table was adorned with sizzling roasted rock sparrows, their skin crispy and shiny. A refreshing star leaf salad with dewy leaves. Grilled thunder eel, its flavor a unique mix of char and lightning. And a large platter of expertly braised beast meat alongside skewers of various meats. The sight of over a dozen dishes made everyone's mouths water. "Everyone, try it and see if it suits your taste," Song Yin Yen said, her cheeks flushed with anticipation. Unable to hold back any longer, everyone picked up their chopsticks, and soon the room was filled with exclamations of delight. Jiang Sun was the first to taste a piece of steamed fish, which was so tender it seemed to melt in his mouth. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up, loudly praising. "Nian Nian, your cooking is incredible." Zhao Yu ran, with cheeks full, echoed. Yes, Nian Nian is the best." Wallace sat at the table, both paws gripping skewers, creating a blur as it devoured the food, oil dripping from its mouth. It kept chattering, clearly expressing its admiration. Jiang Sun quickly nudged it, scolding in a whisper, "Lie. Did you forget what I told you before we came? Your identity. Understand." Walla immediately stopped, though its eyes remained fixed on the food, full of longing. The sight made everyone burst into laughter, finally easing the tension built up from the harshness of the wasteland. After the meal, seeing that everyone had set down their chopsticks, Jiang Sun did the same and began directing Walla to clear the table. It was a task it was quite familiar with, and in no time, the table was spotless. Then, Dunzi started tidying up, squeaking as it worked, while the magical broom began sweeping the courtyard, creating a harmonious scene. Jiang Sun cleared his throat and took out the prepared gifts from his storage ring. Under Zhao Tingtao's envious gaze, he handed them to the other three. Old Qin, Nian Nian, these are for you, he said, presenting them with two large black mist night golems. Both were taken aback. Is this the golem you said rivals star beasts in power? Old Qin asked, surprised. This is too valuable. Song Nian Nian hesitated. Jiang Sun smiled and waved it off. Old Qin, don't be polite. You and Nian Nian could use some extra help, and these golems will provide an added layer of security. Then he produced a dragon-scale arm shield. Handing it to Zhao Yu Ran amidst Zhao Tingtao's begrudging expression. This is for you, Ran. Thank you, brother Jiang Sun, you're the best. With the gifts distributed, Jiang Sun initiated a more formal discussion. Now begins the first official meeting of Qing Shan, he announced. Zhao Tingtao was the first to speak, his voice gruff. We're all familiar here, Jiang Sun. Just tell us your plan. I'll support it wholeheartedly. Jiang Sun looked around, meeting their expectant or puzzled gazes, and said, there aren't many formalities between us. I have only one thing to say, level 4 sanctuary. Everyone stopped what they were doing, waiting for him to continue. You've all seen the warning messages, Jiang Sun continued. Level 4 sanctuaries are divided into regular sanctuaries and holy sanctuaries. The potential of a holy sanctuary far exceeds that of a regular one. So this is the path we must take. It might even determine whether we survive. Zhao Tingtao frowned slightly. A holy sanctuary is indeed much stronger than a regular one. But when you say survive, do you mean? Old Qin, playing with a walnut in his hand, squinted thoughtfully. The wasteland. Yes, Jiang Sun affirmed. I've always wondered why this world is called the magical wasteland and not just a magical world. Although it's dangerous here, with gradual power growth, humans will eventually conquer it. Plus, we have the system's assistance, helping us quickly adapt and even learn magic. But Blue Star people have paid the price of billions of lives. Song Nian Nian frowned, anger in her voice. Jiang Sun paused, then continued. That's true, humanity has paid a great price. But without the system, the cost would be even greater. And now, the system is gradually reducing its influence. It's as if the beginner's guide mission is over. Meaning, we haven't really encountered the true wasteland yet. Zhao Yuran's expression changed slightly, uncertain. Is that what you mean? Jiang Sun didn't hold back. That's my guess. The place we're in might be one of the few untouched areas of this world, like an oasis in a desert. The magical beasts we've encountered seem more like indigenous creatures, essentially the world's ordinary wildlife. Elder Qin took over the conversation, his expression grave as he slowly said, there must have been an extremely advanced magical civilization here before. Just look at the crops we're growing now. It's clear they've been cultivated, and there are even detailed records in ancient texts. It's no exaggeration to say that this world was thoroughly explored by our predecessors. Their understanding of this world far surpasses humanity's knowledge of Earth. He paused for a moment before continuing. So, a disaster capable of overturning such a powerful civilization must have a destructive force and impact far beyond our imagination. Moreover, in the aftermath of such a disaster, the world wouldn't look like this. Each of his words hit the listeners like a heavy blow, leaving them stunned. They couldn't have imagined that this perilous world they journeyed through was merely the ordinary wilderness of a magical world. Compared to a true wasteland, this place seemed more like a sanctuary. Seeing the worry in everyone's eyes, Jiang Sun finally voiced his suspicion. The sanctuary might be our only hope of facing the wasteland world heathen. If we don't have a sanctuary by the time we leave the beginner's village, the days ahead will be nearly impossible to navigate. His words stirred a storm in their hearts. They were all smart people and might have noticed some anomalies during their exploration. But the pressure of survival had left them little time to think. For example, why did the city ruins near Song Yinyan look more like a gathering place? And why did the disaster's intensity precisely limit the four-dimensional attributes to 15 points, except for Jiang Sun, as if meticulously calibrated? Countless thoughts surged in their minds, pricking their slightly relaxed nerves. Ultimately, all signs pointed to the same conclusion. Jiang Sun was right. Suddenly, an inexplicable fear surged over them like a tidal wave, engulfing them. Even as top human survivors with power and rare resources beyond ordinary people, they lost their usual composure and calm. Yes, survival. The path to survival is fraught with thorns. From the start, no one told them this was a vacation in another world. Why should they blindly believe that their current skills were enough to ensure safety in this enigmatic world? Seeing their somber expressions, Jiang Sun softened his tone slightly and reassured them. Actually, there's no need to worry too much. After all, if even we can't survive, then no one else in this world can. What we need to do now is to improve ourselves as much as possible, find a place rich in magic, and establish a sanctuary. After a heated discussion, they tentatively set their future plans. First, they needed to familiarize themselves with the unique abilities granted by their respective professions, as these were their foundation. Then, they must quickly investigate why neutral magical beasts attacked the shelter, as this widespread anomaly could hint at the form of the next disaster. Finally, they needed to enhance the shelter's facilities, from defense structures to living supplies, ensuring no aspect was overlooked. After their discussion, they had prepared for the worst. They understood that if the system completely failed, everyone would have to face the magical world directly. Without the system's teleportation and trading functions, communication would become extremely difficult. Therefore, each person had to ensure they had enough basic supplies to avoid being caught in a desperate situation due to a lack of resources. The most critical and urgent task was to find a place where magical energy was concentrated, in order to upgrade their shelter to a level 4 sanctuary. Jiang Sun wasn't too worried about this, as there were already two known potential sites near his shelter. One was the giant tree guarded by Wala, and the other was the core building in the forbidden forest of golems. With Wala providing security, he had a backup plan. However, Jiang Sun had his own considerations. The core building in the forbidden forest of golems seemed more suitable for him, given his skills in golem manipulation and precise application of magic. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't target Wala's giant tree. While Jiang Sun had less to worry about, the others faced challenges. Among them, only Zhao Tingtao had discovered some clues, while the others were at a loss. Through Jiang Sun, they learned that the hardest part of the path to a sanctuary wasn't the long search for a place of concentrated magical power, but rather how to occupy it once found. Those familiar with Jiang Sun understood that such places held great dangers. For instance, the giant tree's guardian was Wala, a Hallyu-level great beast. While it appeared cute now, if it came to a fight, they would likely be overwhelmed, even if they all joined forces. The guardian of the forbidden forest of golems was no less formidable, with black mist knights of semi-star level patrolling the perimeter, not to mention the unknown strength of the boss within. Jiang Sun doubted that the boss, with its legacy of golem mastery and reputation as a masterpiece, would be an easy opponent. Feeling the challenges ahead, everyone sighed and decided that each person should find their own place of magical concentration, but they could seek help if it proved too difficult. When it came to the strategy phase, they would all gather to tackle the unknown boss together. Observing the scene before him, Jiang Sun couldn't help but reflect on the struggles everyone faced in this magical wasteland world. Regardless of their level, each had their own difficulties. Those at the bottom struggled to fill their stomachs, while those in the middle worried about surviving the next disaster. Even those like them, at the top, were anxious about the impending challenges of the wasteland world. People of different levels had their own worries, and Jiang Sun couldn't help but smile wryly. Luckily, the planned activities don't start until tomorrow. The group had mutually agreed to keep today free to enjoy the rare peace. How about we go sea fishing? Jiang Sun's suggestion immediately sparked excitement among them. Everyone knew Jiang Sun owned two massive fish, each over 10 meters long, and they had been envious for a while. Now presented with the chance to catch a big fish themselves, they couldn't resist the opportunity. After all, the thrill of catching a large prey is a deep-seated hunting instinct in humans, capable of captivating anyone. With a flourish, Jiang Sun pulled out a fishing rod as thick as a forearm. He hummed a tune as he happily headed to the fishing spot. This rod was something he had acquired at a significant cost just the day before, a genuine star-level piece of equipment. Despite its modest size, its effects were extraordinary. Once a fish came within a certain range of the bait would automatically seek out the fish's mouth, ensuring a catch. It was practically a forced purchase. The materials used to make it were of the highest quality, reportedly able to handle fish weighing dozens of tons. Seeing this, everyone laughed and jokingly called him shrewd, then picked up their magical tomes to purchase their own desired fishing rods. Soon, they each had a variety of fishing gear in hand. Notably, Zhao Tingtao managed to find a massive rod, nearly 15 meters long and as thick as a calf. Hey, is that a fishing rod or a crane? Zhao Yueran exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as she looked at the rod thicker than her thigh. She figured this kind of rod was probably custom-made for catching colossal creatures like the blue-striped giant-mouth fish. Of course, at this stage, if a giant fish were to bite, it was uncertain who would catch whom. With their gear ready, they cheerfully headed to a nearby coastline. This was a prime fishing spot Zhao Yueran had discovered earlier, though she preferred diving to catch fish, so she hadn't visited often. The group settled by the shore, and Jiang Sun, feeling the gentle breeze, praised Zhao Yueran's keen eye. He noted their location atop a rocky cliff, with the calm blue sea stretching out below them, making it an ideal fishing spot. Ranran, how did you find this place? It's incredible. Jiang Sun turned to Zhao Yueran, who was holding a small fishing rod, and praised her. Oh well, never mind. Before they could continue, they heard a loud splash. Turning around, they saw that Qin Lao had thrown a massive bait into the sea. Instantly, fish swarmed the area, fighting for the bait. The group was taken aback, having never seen such a frenzy. The elderly man sat calmly, having somehow produced a small stool. With practiced ease, old Qin expertly tied the fishing line, occasionally pausing to take a sip from his teacup. After baiting the hook, he flicked his wrist, sending the bait sailing smoothly into the sea. His fluid, effortless movements marked him as a seasoned angler. Noticing the group's attention, old Qin turned and chuckled. There's not much to do after retirement, so I fish. By the way, this bait is a special corn variety. Feel free to take some. Just as he finished speaking, his fishing rod suddenly dipped sharply. His relaxed expression tightened, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Looks like we've got a big one, he murmured, gripping the rod firmly and methodically reeling it in. The rod bent dramatically, then snapped back up with a loud splash as water sprayed everywhere. The group watched as a half-meter-long red fish was pulled from the water, its massive fins thrashing wildly and sending droplets flying in graceful arcs. A flaming rainbow base. Song Yin exclaimed, instantly recognizing the fish. Her words brought a wave of joy to the group. Anything Song Yin could name was sure to be delicious. Old Qin, exerting some effort, hauled the fish onto the shore. It resembled a mutated version of the blue star bass, and they could look forward to eating it that evening. He placed the fish in a nearby bucket and quickly reset his gear for another cast. The others snapped back to reality, determined not to be outdone, and took their positions along the rocky edge, casting their lines with vigor. Jiang Sun, however, had a trick up his sleeve. He discreetly brought out the entrails of a star-level magical beast, hooking them onto a large fishhook as bait. He believed that to catch a high-level fish, high-grade bait was essential, as only bait made from the flesh of high-level creatures could attract fish of the same caliber. However, this wasn't a guaranteed method. It also depended on the circumstances. If the body of water was too small, it likely couldn't sustain high-level fish. Standing before the vast expanse of the ocean, Jiang Sun speculated that it might harbor high-level giant fish. After all, the ocean's depth was astounding, free from the spatial constraints of lakes or rivers. The mere thought of catching a fish as enormous as a Qingwen giant mouth fish made him chuckle. He cast his fishing rod, and the specially crafted bait traced a graceful arc through the air, landing precisely in the water. Now came the long wait. However, Jiang Sun didn't rely on fishing to hone his focus. Taking advantage of the waiting time, he opened his magic book to check the regional channel's activity. It was unusually lively, with people frequently sharing their newly acquired professions. Looking for apprentices. Profession, magic swordsman. Interested? Send your resume in a private message. Why are people with basic, prefixless professions showing off? Star archer looking for teammates. Must have over 15 points in all 4 attributes. What's the team up for? Recently discovered a pack of magical wolves. Planning to gather a group and take them on. Do you even need to go out to find magical beasts? Have they started visiting your sanctuary? Today, a dozen rabbits came to my door, and I took them down one by one. I'm stuffed. I had one that looked like a deer. Missed it with an arrow, and it came back to check me out. I got a sheep. Is the system giving everyone a bonus? Herbs delivered right to your door for 2 gold coins, and I'll cover the travel expenses. Isn't that price outrageous? Are thousands of materials worth just this? Can I pay in mutton? Amidst this lively discussion, Jiang Sun felt the world's vitality and was filled with anticipation for future adventures. Watching the increasingly off-topic chatter in the channel, Jiang Sun's expression grew more peculiar. He thought to himself, is this really how a teleport scroll is supposed to be used? It costs a gold coin and 2 mana crystals. He couldn't help but feel a bit helpless and pained over the expense. Just as he was pondering, the fishing rod in his hand suddenly trembled slightly, and the float quickly moved in one direction. The effect was triggered. Jiang Sun was thrilled, as his fishing rod almost guaranteed a catch every time. He gripped the rod tightly, afraid it might slip from his hands. Sure enough, the next moment, the rod dipped sharply. Feeling the immense pull from underwater, Jiang Sun immediately stood up. Could it be a big one? He wondered, carefully reeling in the line. The fish was incredibly strong, and it took Jiang Sun a full 10 minutes to bring it close to the shore. With a sudden lift of his hand, the fish leaped out of the water, and everyone finally saw what it was, a massive fish nearly 3 meters long. The fish had a large body covered in starry patterns, making it look delicious. Song Ninian introduced it as a starry sturgeon, known for being delicious. As she put it, this fish was born to be sashimi. Starry sturgeon? My gosh, this fish is huge. Zhao Tingtao appeared out of nowhere, exclaiming with envy. Watching Jiang Sun put the giant fish into a cage, Zhao Tingtao hurried over, rubbing his hands and chuckling. Hey, Sun, what bait are you using? Give me some, will you? Jiang Sun looked at Zhao Tingtao helplessly, thinking how his teammates' intelligence was quite concerning. An hour passed, and everyone had made some catches. Jiang Sun's luck was exceptionally good, as he managed to catch 5 fish over 3 meters long. with the biggest one exceeding 5 meters. While reeling in that one, it almost dragged him into the sea, but fortunately, the others came to his aid in time. However, Zhao Tingtao's results were less impressive. His hooks and bait were too big, and he barely caught any fish, only hauling in a few crabs the size of millstones. He had been aiming for giant fish over 10 meters long, never using smaller bait, which made him anxious, prompting him to start tinkering on his own. After a while, just when everyone thought Zhao Tingtao might change his strategy, a commotion erupted on his side. There he was, standing on a huge rock, wielding a fishing rod as thick as a beam, swinging it with a whoosh. The hook, attached to a massive chunk of meat, flew hundreds of meters away, landing in the water with a splash that caught everyone's attention. Song Yinyan couldn't help but tease. Are you trying to knock the fish out and then scoop them up? Zhao Tingtao chuckled. With big bait, you catch big fish. You've got to dream big. Before he finished speaking, his fishing rod suddenly went taut, almost slipping from his grasp. Here it comes. Zhao Tingtao shouted excitedly, gripping the fishing rod tightly as he leaned back, straining with all his might against the creature beneath the water. The rod bent like a bow, and the line was taut, buzzing with tension. The fish seemed aware of the danger, thrashing wildly and pulling the rod in erratic directions across the water's surface. Zhao Tingtao teetered precariously on the rocks, nearly losing his balance several times. The onlookers nearby grew tense, ready to assist at any moment. Tingtao, don't force it, keep the rhythm, advised Qin Lao as he stepped forward, offering guidance. Zhao Tingtao gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. Don't worry, I've got this, he replied, trying to manage the line's tension. However, the fish seemed to have endless energy, and after 20 minutes, he still couldn't reel it in, even inadvertently letting it swim further away. Exhausted, he struggled to maintain his grip on the rod. Just as Jiang Sun and the others were about to step in and help, Zhao Tingtao suddenly lifted the rod and jammed its base into a crevice between the rocks with a loud snap. The group was momentarily stunned, unsure of his intentions. Then, they saw a massive 3-meter-long hunting bow materialize in his hands, its ancient design hinting at its high-grade quality. What's he doing, bringing out his main weapon? Zhao Yuan asked, puzzled. Zhao Tingtao quickly drew out a specially crafted harpoon arrow as thick as an arm, setting it firmly on the bowstring. Realizing his plan, the group quickly caught on. Jiang Sun cursed in frustration. You bastard. That's just cheating, using an American-style net. But Zhao Tingtao ignored the taunts, his arm muscles tightening as he drew the bowstring to its limit, aiming the sharp arrowhead at the massive shadow beneath the water. The bowstring snapped back with a thunderous twang, launching the harpoon arrow like a bolt of lightning. It pierced the water with a whoosh, striking the struggling fish with precision. The fish thrashed violently, churning the sea into a frothy mess, as its blood stained the surrounding water red. Ha! This fish is at least 20 meters long. Let's see anyone top that. Zhao Tingtao laughed arrogantly. Jiang Sun, exasperated, retorted. Of course, using a high-grade weapon for fishing, who could possibly catch anything bigger? The others also chastised Zhao Tingtao for his underhanded tactics, which completely violated the spirit of fishing. However, he was gleefully pulling on the rope attached to the harpoon, intending to drag the fish to shore. As he did, a trail of blood marked the sea's surface behind the massive fish. Just as everyone thought Zhao Tingtao was about to successfully land his catch, a splashing sound erupted, like someone stirring water in a basin. A massive shadow rapidly ascended from the depths of the ocean, moving so swiftly that the surrounding seawater formed a gigantic whirlpool. Before anyone could react, the shadow opened its enormous maw, capable of swallowing a whole island, and in an instant, devoured the large fish Zhao Tingtao had speared, along with a vast amount of seawater. The 20-meter-long fish was nothing more than a small snack for the creature, with no chance to struggle, as it was crushed by rows of blade-like teeth and swallowed with a gurgling sound. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned and speechless. After a long silence, Song Nianyan trembled as she asked, What? What is that thing? Jiang Sun's expression turned grave as he intently watched the blood-stained waters, slowly saying, I've only seen such a massive creature once before. Even Walla was too scared to move. It could be a beast beyond the Haoyue level, likely the top predator of these waters. With the appearance of this mysterious creature, the atmosphere over the sea grew oppressive. The wind, sensing danger, blew more fiercely, causing everyone's clothes to flap loudly. At this moment, the enormous creature's silhouette was faintly visible beneath the water. All they could see was its massive form and occasionally its sun-like eyes. Its body was covered in a layer of tough scales, each the size of a house, reflecting an eerie light under the sun. Within the range of their vision, they couldn't even see the creature's full form. Zhao Tingtao nervously swallowed and turned to the equally stunned Zhao Yuan, asking, Is this the sea you usually fish in? After a long pause, Zhao Yuan nodded fearfully in response. It seemed he was just as frightened. Should we stay here? That fish looked several hundred meters long. Zhao Tingtao asked the group, somewhat reluctantly. This question left everyone puzzled. No way. What are you thinking, you fool? Are you really trying to fish that thing up? Zhao Yueran was the first to speak. Or what? Do we stay here to become its snack? Jiang Sun looked at Zhao Tingtao with a bewildered expression and said, Sure, give it a try. If you manage to fish it up, I'll call you Godfather from now on, okay? Zhao Tingtao scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, dropping the idea. The group got up and moved to another location. The coastline was long, and this area was just a large recessed part of it. Other spots, although not as ideal, were shallower and less likely to harbor giant sea beasts. They walked for a good half hour before finding a suitable spot, about 10 kilometers from the small bay they had been at earlier. After setting down their gear, they eagerly cast their lines again. This time, however, they were more cautious, frequently pausing to observe the distant sea, wary of encountering another extraordinary creature. None of them used high-level magical beasts' blood and flesh as bait. Having just witnessed the terrifying giant sea creature, they were all concerned that the scent of blood might attract something even more outrageous. However, just 10 minutes later, the atmosphere inexplicably became lively. Their conversation shifted from how to avoid the sea beast to how to catch the giant sea creature. Humans are indeed the most formidable creatures. Instead of being deterred by fear, their desire for conquest was ignited. Catching a few hundred-pound fish is enough to make one forget the way home temporarily. So what about a fish hundreds of meters long? It would certainly warrant building an exhibition hall. No, better yet, transform the giant fish into an exhibition hall itself. Zhao Tingtao enthusiastically suggested. I say we block off the bay entrance and trap it like a turtle in a jar. Jiang Sun agreed. Turn that bay into a fishing cage. Once other sea creatures come in, there's no going out. Let's catch a few more. Even Old Qin joined the lively discussion, and they planned everything from how to cook the sea beast, what size pot to use, to the seasoning. Song Ninian got caught up in the excitement, seriously researching the ingredient ratios for cooking. In the end, they even came up with specific requirements, at least a Hallyu level rating with epic level attack abilities. This way, everyone could enjoy Song Ninian's secret pan-seared sea beast tenderloin with dragon saliva sauce and flame-grilled sea beast shoulder ribs. Yes, they even thought of the dish names. Fishing is a joyful pastime. However, with Zhao Tingtao's previous experience using an American-style landing net, they no longer stuck to traditional fishing rods. Initially, they used long-range attacks occasionally to deal with unruly fish. But when Zhao Tingtao gave up on the fishing rod and switched to using a bow and arrow, their actions became unstoppable. Old Qin scattered a batch of seeds, quickly growing a bunch of carnivorous plants and steel needle thorn trees to assist with fishing. The steel needle thorn trees periodically sprayed a large area with steel spikes, killing many sea fish instantly, while the carnivorous plants cooperated by tossing fish onto the shore with one bite each. Old Qin chuckled. It's all fishing, after all, isn't it? Seeing Old Qin's antics, Jiang Sun dropped the pretense and plunged a staff charged with 3,000 points of magic into the sea, chanting, Thunder God, assist me. Instantly, the magic dispersed, killing large numbers of sea fish, which floated belly up to the surface. Jiang Sun shamelessly laughed. Just a little trick. No need for thanks. However, the most outrageous was Song Ninian. She casually pulled out a small bottle of potion, uncorked it, and poured it into the sea. Instantly, the water began to boil, and countless fish rushed towards the shore, with the ones in front being pushed onto the land by those behind. This scene left the others dumbfounded, all exclaiming how unbelievable it was. On January 24th of the Blue Star calendar, at 1600 hours, the fishing trip came to an end with a splash as the last 30-meter-long fish was telekinetically lifted and thrown onto the shore by Walla. The group began to pack up, chatting and laughing as they prepared to head back. It wasn't that they didn't want to continue fishing, but their extraordinary fishing methods had effectively cleared out the area. Despite the loss of the fishing experience, they had a bountiful catch, with dozens of lively sea fish. Jiang Sun stored the fish in a space ring, planning to keep them in a fish farm later. Most of the catch was given to Zhao Yuran, who, after this adventure, probably wouldn't be eager to go into the water again. With thousands of pounds of fish, Zhao Yuran wouldn't have to worry about food for a long time. Back at the shelter on the shore, Song Ninian and Zhao Yuran, like chefs possessed, energetically began preparing the fish for dinner. The others were equally busy, some starting a fire and others handling ingredients, bustling with activity. Qin Lao conjured 2 enormous trees to serve as a grill for the massive fish, which was to be their main course. Soon, meticulously cut and marinated pieces of fish were arranged on the large grill. As the flames licked the meat, it changed color, and oil sizzled and dripped from its fine texture, glistening beautifully. The group gathered around, devouring the delicious fish and animatedly sharing stories of their adventures. Jiang Sun sat quietly among them, his gaze gently sweeping over the lively scene, feeling a subtle emotional stir. He looked up at the deep night sky, where stars twinkled dreamily, and his thoughts drifted away. In this perilous and mysterious world, such moments of laughter and joy were truly precious. As dinner concluded and darkness fell, Qin Lao presented gifts he had prepared for them, for crystalline fruits with effects similar to the mythical cleansing of the body, greatly enhancing the flow of magic within. These were among Qin Lao's most treasured items. Song Ninian offered 4 bottles of bluish elixir, crafted from rare materials and the essence of beast blood provided by Jiang Sun. Drinking it would significantly boost 2 attributes and double all attributes, including hidden ones, for a day, up to the lunar level, making it a life-saving resource. Zhao Yuran presented a few blood-red stones, created from the essence of magical beast blood, capable of healing significant injuries, another valuable survival tool. When it was Zhao Tingtao's turn, he somewhat awkwardly presented a few fur coats. Made from beast hides, they were considered star-level gear, though not as valuable as the others' gifts. Everyone put a lot of thought into it, and aside from the 5 of them, they even prepared a special gift for Walla. Everyone loved it, and Walla was overjoyed when she received it, immediately showing it off. After exchanging gifts, Walla and Dunzi continued cleaning with their magic brooms, while the others lay on the soft sand, gazing at the starry sky and enjoying the tranquility of the night. The sea breeze gently caressed them, carrying the unique scent of the ocean. Zhao Yuan looked up at the stars and softly said, "I wish every day could be like today, without danger, without worries." Hearing this, everyone fell silent, understanding that such days were a luxury. Perhaps starting tomorrow, they would return to their usual lives, and after hearing about the wasteland, they might be even more exhausted. Ultimately, they might die quietly in an unknown corner. This is the fate of countless survivors, and it might very well be theirs too. The gentle sea breeze blew as they quietly savored this rare peace. However, the calm was soon shattered. Buzz! A piercing alarm suddenly blared, echoing loudly in their ears. Jiang Sun and Walla reacted swiftly, leaping to their feet, with sharp gazes fixed on the direction the black mist night was guarding. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, as if exploding right beside them. They looked in the direction of the sound, and gasped in shock. A massive, mottled magical beast appeared silently not far from Zhao Yuran's shelter. Ignoring the threat of Walla's high-level magical beast, it lunged toward Zhao Yuran's shelter. The beast looked like a fusion of a lion and a tiger, with a sleek coat. It turned out to be a powerful, star-level beast. No one expected that at this moment, the beast would attack the sanctuary. Unlike the previous encounter with the gilded bull, this beast radiated a strong aura of danger, with sharp eyes and razor-like fangs, clearly a predator that lived for the hunt. Zhao Tingtao reacted swiftly. As the 2 dark mist knights charged forward, he immediately drew his bow and arrow, the 3-meter-long bow forming a perfect arc thwack. With a loud bang, a glowing arrow with a luminous tail shot straight towards the beast. Simultaneously, a massive light blade and a flurry of sharp wooden spikes followed suit. The lion-tiger beast's figure was hurled like a rag doll against the distant stone wall by the arrow, instantly falling silent. Why didn't the beast dodge? Because Walla had just retracted its little paw. A predator beast attacking the sanctuary? Zhao Tingtao was full of surprise, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Their expressions were grave. Although there had been frequent attacks by beasts on the sanctuary lately, most were neutral beasts, and an attack by a predator was entirely different. Predators have a strong sense of territoriality and rarely leave their hunting grounds. If they do, it usually means their territory has been taken over by a stronger predator. Yet this lion-tiger beast seemed completely unfazed by Walla's threat, even risking its life to attack Zhao Yu's sanctuary. This scene was definitely not a good sign, instantly putting everyone on high alert. Sure enough, the next moment, they almost simultaneously received alert messages from the sanctuary, whether it was a triggered trap or a mental signal from a guardian. Their faces turned pale. Something big was happening. Take care. Stay safe. See you next time. As the teleportation ended, they quickly exchanged farewells. Jiang Sun grabbed Walla, swiftly stuffed it into his pocket, and without hesitation, activated the return teleportation. In an instant, the light and shadows twisted before his eyes, and the scene changed rapidly. The next moment, he was standing securely inside his shelter. Looking at the familiar surroundings, a sense of inexplicable loss welled up within him. However, the occasional roars from outside and the mountain of crystal shells left him no time to dwell on such emotions. This commotion was definitely not caused by just a few magical beasts. Jiang Sun's heart tightened. It sounded more like a beast tide. He quickly pulled out Walla, who was head down and bottom up, placed it on his shoulder, and hurried toward the shelter's gate. Meanwhile, a sense of dread crept into Jiang Sun's heart. Given his history of being targeted by the system, such an event involving everyone would undoubtedly be amplified many times over for him. Therefore, the incoming threat was far more than just a few star-level predators. As the starlight dissipated, Jiang Sun and Walla appeared outside the shelter. A strong, pungent smell of blood instantly filled their noses, causing both to frown. The sight before them made Jiang Sun's eyes widen with shock. Under the dim sky, countless magical beasts surged in like a tidal wave from all directions. They were of various forms, some as large as towering hills, and others agile and ghost-like, darting through the darkness. It was indeed a beast tide. Jiang Sun immediately activated his magic source perception, and instantly, a blinding light engulfed him, making him tense up. With just a rough count, there were several hundred Firefly-level magical beasts alone. Moreover, at least a dozen star-level beasts had not yet joined the battle, but were watching from a distance. Under the cover of night, it was difficult to distinguish the specific types of beasts, but their ghostly red eyes unmistakably identified them as predators, all predators. Hundreds of predators roared thunderously, their voices seemingly capable of tearing the world apart. Yet, this battle hadn't yet reached his shelter. Not far from the shelter, 6 different-shaped magical puppets were fighting fiercely. To call it a fight wasn't quite accurate. After all, with the star-level beasts not participating in the siege, the Firefly-level beasts stood no chance against them and were mercilessly slaughtered. 4 towering black mist knights, like moving fortresses, were surrounded by a faint black mist, occasionally grabbing a beast as a weapon to sweep through large numbers of enemies or tearing them in half to absorb magic for self-recovery. Meanwhile, 2 shadowy night blades moved like reapers among the enemy ranks, leaving headless beasts in their wake. Blood glistened eerily under the moonlight, like demons stepping from the abyss into the world. Seeing the magical puppets successfully fend off numerous predator beasts without showing any significant disadvantage, Jiang Sun breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the shelter could be defended before the puppet's energy was depleted. However, Jiang Sun could endure it, but Walla couldn't stand it anymore. It was too much to bully a squirrel. Although it usually appeared as a cute little squirrel, in reality, it was a formidable Hao-level beast. The calf had previously ignored its aura and recklessly charged at the sanctuary, but that was forgivable. But now, with predators filling the sky and ground, what did they intend to do? Did they think numbers could challenge the authority of a Hao-yue? The thought ignited an even greater fury within Walla. Suddenly, its small body began to float, standing in midair. Its originally shimmering tail turned a vivid fiery red, and a dangerous aura spread rapidly, causing even Jiang Sun to shiver. Jiang Sun quickly checked the changes in the magic source around Walla, and was astonished to find the magic source rapidly being absorbed into Walla's body, like clouds being swept away by the wind. In the blink of an eye, its small figure was completely filled with the blue-green of the magic source. This was not good. It was preparing to unleash a big move. Realizing the danger, Jiang Sun hurriedly ordered several magic puppets to retreat from the battlefield, and also stepped back a little himself to avoid being caught in the blast. He nervously shouted to Walla, "Be careful, our sanctuary isn't that sturdy, aim before you attack." Walla took a moment to glance back and respond before continuing to rapidly accumulate magic source. To Jiang Sun, it seemed like Walla was quickly charging a skill bar. The magic source within its body grew more and more abundant, and its glow became increasingly dazzling. In the next instant, Walla extended a small paw and grasped the air, causing the magic around it to surge wildly. The air seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, emitting a deep humming sound. Then, it clenched its paw tightly. Nearly a third of the beasts present were instantly gathered into the air by an invisible force, including 2 star-level predators. But that was far from the end. Under Jiang Sun's stunned gaze, Walla clenched its paw once more. Instantly, the airborne cluster of beasts exploded into a massive blood mist, hundreds of beasts turning into an unrecognizable mass of flesh in the blink of an eye. Then, this mass of flesh rapidly spun and assembled in midair, transforming into sharp, ghostly glowing bone spears, densely suspended in the air. Walla's eyes held a murderous intent Jiang Sun had never seen before. With a fierce swipe of its paw towards the surging horde of beasts, all the bone spears shot towards them like a torrential rain, leaving only afterimages in their wake. The frontline Ignis-level beasts had no time to dodge and were instantly pierced by the bone spears, their agonized screams echoing through the night sky. The tremendous impact of the bone spears not only sent their bodies flying, but also triggered a chain reaction within the beast horde, toppling many others beneath their fallen comrades. Bone fragments splattered, piercing and crushing the bodies of numerous beasts. It was bloody, violent. Panic spread. Jiang Sun hadn't expected Walla to have such a ferocious side. The ferocity of a Hao-level beast was displayed in full force by Walla. Predatory beasts watched in terror as their companions were swiftly slaughtered under Walla's terrifying assault, their fears spreading like wildfire, gradually overshadowing their wild instincts. Finally, a few timid Firefly-level beasts turned and fled first. This escape spread like a contagion among the beast horde. In an instant, the entire army of beasts scattered in all directions. Seeing this, Jiang Sun was filled with an uncontrollable fury. Attacking my sanctuary while I'm away. Now they're scared and want to run. There's no such easy way out in this world. He thought to himself, planning to chase after them with Star Flash. However, looking at Walla's slightly trembling body and nearly depleted magic, Jiang Sun couldn't bear to let Walla continue fighting. He was mostly concerned about Walla's well-being. With this in mind, he instructed the Black Mist Knights and Nightblade to pursue them, while he took Walla back to the sanctuary. Back at the sanctuary, Jiang Sun first put away a large number of empty crystals, then placed several hundred fully charged magic crystals. He hadn't expected the energy of the magical shield to be consumed so quickly under the beast's tide. Even though the sanctuary was protected by 6 golems and the shield hadn't been directly attacked, just a few remote magic attacks had significantly depleted the crystals. Turning to see Walla devouring candies furiously, Jiang Sun said helplessly, "Why do you get so angry? It's dangerous to exhaust your mana like that." Walla responded, "It's nothing, just a few hundred beasts. Let the others take their time killing them." Walla continued, "You do know this is your home, right? What are you afraid of at home? You've got me here, haven't you?" Walla retorted indignantly. "Who said I couldn't handle it? I just didn't feel like acting. Otherwise, these little things are nothing." Just then, the magic book beside him started vibrating. Jiang Sun quickly picked it up and found that the others had already dealt with the beasts attacking the sanctuary and were checking in on each other. After a brief chat, Jiang Sun found out that the others had only encountered a few beasts. Zhao Tingtao had only 2, which he and his tamed Wolf King dealt with. Song Nianyan also had 2, but they inexplicably died before she even saw them. Surprisingly, Qin Lao's side faced 5 predators, with the strongest one almost breaching his sanctuary's magical shield. However, it ultimately fell to the countless enchanted plants guarding the sanctuary. The battle did ruin quite a bit of food, though, leaving Qin Lao distressed and cursing the beasts. After understanding the situation, Jiang Sun was slightly puzzled. It made sense for hundreds of beasts to come his way, as he was used to it. But for 5 to go to Qin Lao, and only 2 to Zhao Tingtao was odd. For survivors at this stage, each star-level predator is extremely deadly, let alone an extra 3. It's fortunate they encountered Qin Lao. Otherwise, 3 star-level predators could easily wipe out a smaller alliance. So, is this distribution based on intelligence? Jiang Sun took a sharp breath. The others were also surprised to learn that Jiang Sun's sanctuary was hit by hundreds of beasts. Jiang Sun noticed that although the people around him didn't show any signs of worry, they all understood deep down that with Walla as their protector, there was nothing to fear from a beast even Walla couldn't defeat. If they could escape, they would. If not, they were resigned to their fate. After closing the Qingshan channel, Jiang Sun opened the regional channel and found it flooded with distress signals. This attack was evidently affecting everyone. "Help! Can someone take me in? My shield has been breached by the beasts." "Same here. I've got several Firefly-level predators here, and I can't hold them off. I'm holding on. Anyone who wants to come over, trade half your supplies first, and then apply for teleportation." "Don't trust him, he's a scammer. He refused my teleportation request." "This must be a disaster, right? But why wasn't there a disaster warning? I've already fled, just converted all my assets into gold coins. Whoever takes me in, I'm willing to give up half." "Me too, but only joining a legitimate alliance. The Brotherhood is recruiting. We have 4 magic stone forts built together. Dawn Club is recruiting. We need people who can rebuild shelters, aiming to develop a network of shelters. Qingshan is recruiting peripheral members. Contact me privately." Seeing the last message, Jiang Sun's eyebrow twitched slightly. Someone was impersonating Qingshan members in the channel to scam others. How audacious. He quickly checked the personal information of the person who sent the message and found that it was Chun Wang, the first professional to make information public in the channel earlier. Jiang Sun remembered him, as he had added him as a friend to learn more about professional information. He later realized Chun Wang had decent skills and talent, especially in farming, so he recommended him to assist Old Qin. While fishing with Old Qin that afternoon, Old Qin mentioned Chun Wang, praising his character and abilities, suggesting he could recruit people initially and filter them later. It seemed this message wasn't a scam after all. Jiang Sun patted his forehead, feeling a bit speechless. Focused on electro-fishing that afternoon, he didn't realize that this message would stir up a storm in the channel. People began discussing and verifying the authenticity of the message. "Qingshan is recruiting. Is this for real? Everyone, be cautious and don't get scammed. Are you dumb? Who would dare impersonate Qingshan in this channel? They wouldn't last. So the message is real. I want to join. I'm a professional. Count me in, count me in." "Me too. Qingshan doesn't have a 996 work schedule, right? Even if it's a 007 schedule, I'll accept it just to join, even as a peripheral member." "Boss, save me. I want to join. There are beasts still chasing me." "I want to join too. Boss, I'm willing to give up half of my materials." "What? Are you all planning to rely on others? Isn't it better to develop on your own? Where did this person come from? What a let them eat cake attitude." Seeing the channel's reactions, Jiang Sun felt relieved. It seemed that the foundation Qing Shan had established in the channel remained strong, still the top choice for everyone seeking refuge. The next morning, Jiang Sun woke up early, stretched lazily, and stepped outside. He was greeted by the sight of Dunzi's busy silhouette, rapidly switching between various tools. With a few swift movements, the ground was left spotless. Beside Dunzi, a magical broom was hard at work, swiftly sweeping across the battlefield, gathering bits of flesh and covering bloodstains, before handing the task over to Dunzi for final handling. Behind them, 6 shadowy knights and knight blades, each with a distinct form, were doubling as porters, quickly gathering the scattered corpses and tossing the crystal cores into a wooden barrel, which was already half full. In the center of the battlefield, the bodies were piled into 2 small mounds. One was a mix of unrecognizable flesh and bone shards, lacking any nutritional or medicinal value, suitable only for feeding fish or as compost for old Qin. The other was a pile of relatively intact magical beast corpses. Though their deathly appearance was grim, their shapes were still somewhat discernible despite their battered state. Jiang Sun felt a twinge of regret, knowing that if these bodies were intact, he could have created more golems. However, to acquire more golems, he would need to venture into the forbidden forest of golems. The recent battle had instilled in Jiang Sun a deep fear of being underpowered. Although he could now easily defeat most star-level magical beasts and even dared to challenge moon-level ones with Walla at his side, he still lacked a sense of security, worried that his shelter might be reduced to ruins the next time he went exploring. Resolving to quickly increase his number of golems, Jiang Sun reluctantly gathered the heaps of flesh. Half of it was tossed directly into the fish pond feeder as food for various fish fry, while the other half was given to Old Qin for cultivating new species or magical plants. It is worth mentioning that after an afternoon of fishing for electric fish, Jiang Sun significantly expanded his collection of fish species. In addition to the original green-striped giant-mouth fish, black rock crab juveniles, and fiery fin fish fry, he now had rare species like red crystal crayfish, luminous blue anemones, and deep-sea glow squid. For these fish, he had to invest heavily again to expand the fish pond, with the saltwater pond now reaching an area of 1,500 square meters, 4 times the size of the shelter. Watching the ravenous green-striped giant-mouth fish in the pond, Jiang Sun rubbed his temples helplessly. These 2 fish were voracious, consuming nearly half amount of flesh in just one meal. Despite their appetite, Jiang Sun decided to continue raising them, as their yield was quite valuable. He weighed 2 palm-sized pieces of green-striped fish stone in his hand, feeling a surge of excitement. Just now, Jiang Sun experimented and discovered that the 2 amber-like Qingwen fish stones in his hand could create a water-free space of 2 cubic meters in the water. The more he thought about it, the more feasible he found the idea, especially in waters without giant beasts. Building an underwater shelter seemed safer than conventional ones. So, he tossed the 2 Qingwen fish stones into the space of the Starfall storage ring, and the huge breeding pond before him filled him with anticipation for the future. He understood that many marine creatures, like the Qingwen giant-mouth fish, had numerous values beyond just their meat. For instance, the byproduct of the glowing deep-sea squid, the glowing ink, was an excellent magic-conducting material, ideal for engraving formation diagrams, making the process much more efficient. However, as Jiang Sun walked out of the backyard, he felt a bit of pressure. Aquaculture was entirely different from agriculture. Growing crops only required watering and ensuring soil fertility for output, with relatively lower costs. In contrast, aquaculture required strict conditions. Failing to feed the creatures in time would surely lead to their demise. He took 6 magical puppets with him and stepped out of the shelter's gate, knowing that he must quickly search for signs of impending disasters to determine their nature. After an in-depth discussion with Zhou Tsangyan, they agreed that the system wouldn't arbitrarily set meaningless attacks to test the shelter's strength. Instead, every arrangement held deep significance, and the frequent beast attacks on the shelter were precursors to significant changes. Therefore, this period was likely a preparation window provided by the system. The disaster warning period was only 10 days, and without action now, it might be too late by the time a clear warning arrived. Having confirmed the direction, Jiang Sun decided to explore from where the gilded wild bull had attacked. It was the first beast to assault the shelter, and there might have been developments in that direction for some time, leaving more traces as the situation worsened. Once he determined the destination, Jiang Sun used Star Flash to travel. As the starlight flickered, his figure appeared 100 meters away. Today, it was just him and the 6 magical puppets, with Wallace staying home to guard. Having just experienced a beast tide, Jiang Sun couldn't be sure if other beasts would attack the shelter. Exploring outside was different from teleportation, as it offered almost no instant ability to return. With Walla at home, he felt a bit more at ease. It seemed that only after acquiring more magical puppets could he free Walla. Jiang Sun sighed and cautiously ventured into the distance to explore. With a flash of blue-green light, the firefly-level magical beast in front of Jiang Sun was instantly sliced in half. The residual force of the light even cleared a large swath of trees behind it. Jiang Sun put away his staff and quickly deployed a few magic puppets to stand guard around him, cautiously approaching the beast. He nudged the creature with his foot, and only after confirming it was truly dead did he breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "That gave me a scare. I thought you might be invincible." He stared at the corpse in confusion, puzzled by the situation. Just moments ago, the beast had charged at him with a vacant gaze, undeterred by the 6 powerful magic puppets at his side, like a reckless brute. After setting up the magic puppets for surveillance, Jiang Sun crouched down to examine the beast's body. He found its blood still warm and its internal magic normal. He then extracted the beast's crystal core to inspect it, but found nothing unusual. Ever since acquiring the ability to perceive magic sources, his eyes were like X-ray machines, detecting any abnormal magic. This made the current situation all the more baffling. There was no sign of abnormal magic contamination, no curse, nor mental control. He muttered to himself, "Then why did you go berserk on me?" He bent down again, thoroughly inspecting the corpse, dismantling the beast piece by piece, but ultimately found no peculiar anomalies contrary to his initial theories of a curse or mental control. Jiang Sun stood up, dusting himself off, his brow furrowed in thought. He realized that the beast's strange behavior was likely related to the beast tide, indicating he was on the right track. He removed his gloves, washed his hands with clean water, and continued on his way. He was now 10 kilometers from his shelter, and along the way, he had encountered more than a dozen beasts exhibiting similarly bizarre behaviors. Although their actions were all peculiar, each had different symptoms. Some neutral beasts became extremely bloodthirsty, others went utterly mad, and some were fixated on mating, with various inexplicable behaviors. However, they all shared one common trait: they defied their natural instincts. Jiang Sun had even witnessed a group of small rabbits ferociously biting at a predator spider beast, an act that defied nature, though it did serve as revenge for the juice rabbits. He directed the magic puppets to lead the way, following cautiously behind. Not having identified the cause of the anomalies, he had to carefully avoid any potential dangers. As he progressed, the once lush vegetation became sparse, and the air was tinged with a faint stench of decay. The further he went, the more uncomfortable he felt. With his magic source perception, he could clearly sense that every magic source within him resisted moving forward. Moreover, the further he went, the stronger this resistance became. Nevertheless, Jiang Sun had no choice but to press on. Given the current situation, the likelihood of another beast tide occurring was nearly certain. Furthermore, all the abnormal beasts seemed to be heading toward his shelter, their intent unmistakable. If he couldn't uncover the cause of the beast tide, the relentless attacks from magical beasts would leave him constantly on the run, with little chance to investigate again. As he ventured deeper, Jiang Sun noticed black spots appearing on the trunks of some trees. He cautiously halted, instructed his magical puppet to gather some leaves, wrap them up, and toss them into a wooden bucket. He then placed the bucket in a corner of the star meteorite ring's storage space. He couldn't help but worry, thinking, could this be some sort of plague or virus? Jiang Sun swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After all, despite the danger of magical beasts, he could at least gauge the difference in strength. If he couldn't win, he could still escape. But if it were truly a virus or something similar, there would be no escape. Along the way, Jiang Sun carefully avoided plants with black spots, fearing he might come into contact with something strange. After traveling a bit further, the path suddenly opened up. Jiang Sun was met with a scene that made him gasp. Ahead lay an area shrouded in thick black mist, so dense it seemed almost tangible, emitting a nauseating stench as it churned. Within the fog, he could faintly make out a colossal tree. Its trunk was unimaginably massive, standing like a small mountain. In fact, calling it massive didn't quite capture it. The tree appeared to have mutated due to some disease, with its body marked by irregular swelling, far from the appearance of natural growth. Witnessing this, Jiang Sun cautiously retreated a safe distance to ensure he was completely out of the tree's ominous range. With just a glance at this scene, Jiang Sun didn't need to think twice. Judging by the tree's appearance, it was likely the source of the anomaly. Jiang Sun was filled with doubt. As he looked around, it was clear that this massive tree had been growing here for many years and was certainly not an invasive species. Could its transformation really be due to a viral infection? No, he immediately dismissed that idea. He had a strong feeling that things were far from simple. If it were merely an infection, it would likely start with weaker organisms, yet this towering tree was clearly among the strongest. So why had it become like this while the surrounding trees showed only minor changes? With his thoughts in turmoil, Jiang Sun decided to examine the giant tree more closely. The trunk was covered in twisted black lines resembling blood vessels, as if alive, constantly writhing. Thick red liquid oozed from these lines, dripping to the ground with a sizzling sound, corroding the earth and leaving it pockmarked. Black smoke rose from the corroded soil, as if it were enduring endless agony. The black spots spread outwards like an evil web, with the tree at its center, expanding rapidly in all directions. Faced with this bizarre tree, Jiang Sun felt at a loss. He didn't dare to let his magical puppet probe the danger, nor did he want to take the risk himself. He knew that once touched, this thing would surely lead to a dead end, and no sane person would want to get involved with it. After careful consideration, Jiang Sun decided to drive a few magical beasts to test the tree, at least to gauge its offensive capabilities. He immediately commanded 2 night blades to carry out this task, cautioning them to be careful not to step within the tree's range. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.